This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Shiju. Ding. Watching the in-game scene of being pulled to the campsite by the cat cart, Luo Yun dejectedly put down the controller and stared at the screen for a long silent moment. As if his mind had suddenly froze, for a moment, he slammed his palm down on the table, roaring as his HP dropped by 1. From a distance, he looked like a red-hot shrimp. No! This can be empty? No, I need to calm down. Luo Yun let out a long breath, straightened his stiff neck, and was about to stand up to find a water bottle. Then, a huge shadow enveloped him. Amid the loud crash of windows and wall shattering, he had only one thought. So even at home, I can get lucky. In the new world, somewhere in the ancient forest, in a hidden tree hollow, a clump of light moss emitted a faint glow. Around the moss, several forest geckos lay quietly on the damp, mossy tree walls, waiting for insects to be drawn to the glimmering light, their eyes flickering like seasoned hunters. Little did they know that at this very moment, danger was gradually approaching them. In the shadows of darkness, a figure crept closer. Once it found a suitable position, it bent its powerful legs slightly to gather strength, and folded its wings to adjust its balance. With the sound of claws scraping against the ground, the shadowy figure suddenly lunged forward, its maw wide open, biting its prey with a fierce bite before the forest geckos could react. Then, it swung its head wildly, stopping only when its prey remained motionless. After completing all this, the shadowy figure impatiently pressed its foot against the gecko's lower body, and began to tear at it beneath the moss. In the dim light, the shadowy figure gradually emerged. It was a young male fire dragon. The spines on its red carapace were only slightly raised, and its large head was still somewhat disproportionate to its body. Not to mention, the fire dragon's proud wings were now tucked against its sides, like a pair of featherless chicken wings, completely unable to support flight. No matter how you look at it, it must be a young dragon still unable to leave its nest, dependent on its parents for care. And yet, this young dragon, who should have been crying out for food in the nest, had just completed a solo hunt, even if it was just a harmless forest gecko. After completing another hunt, he devoured his food, swallowed the sweet, bloody taste in his mouth, and looked towards the moss with a lingering look. After confirming that the forest geckos showed no signs of regrouping, he turned back in despair, and walked back into the shadows. The tree hole was not small, but that was only relative to Luo Yun, who was still a young dragon. He staggered to another damp spot, bit off half of a poisonous mushroom he had carefully saved and swallowed it whole. He also poked his head out to gnaw on a passing bitter worm, before returning to the tree hole and lying down beside the dark stream. It had been several days since he crossed over, but he still couldn't understand why he, a male fire dragon, was born not in a fire dragon's nest or a savage bird's food storage area, but in a tree hole that perfectly suited the needs of a beginner's safe house. There was a water source here, a certain amount of easily accessible food that was just enough for a newly hatched dragon to survive. Furthermore, the cave entrance, covered by drooping vines and grass, seemed hidden and narrow, relatively narrow, so small that even large creatures over 10 meters long couldn't get in. With such a safe house and only one dragon in it, it was hard not to suspect that this was some kind of fateful arrangement. But it was no use dwelling on this now. With his explosive growth in the past few days since birth, the food in the tree hole was no longer enough to satisfy his daily needs. Just now, a forest gecko and a large mushroom could barely satisfy his horrific hunger, whereas this amount would have been enough to satisfy him when he was fresh out of the egg. So, is this the end of my novice training? He smacked the ground with his newly thorn tail, somewhat annoyed, to calm himself before slowly closing his eyes. Gradually, a strange warm current emerged from the ground, and was gradually absorbed by Luo Yun. This warm current slowly and comprehensively strengthened his physical strength. Luo Yun believed that this warm current might be the unique life energy of this world. It was precisely this miraculous energy that gave rise to this world's vibrant and colorful ecosystem. However, Luo Yun himself wasn't sure if his case was a special case. He could, like the legendary ancient dragons, sense and actively absorb the life energy flowing along the Earth's veins. And yet, in the corner of Luo Yun's vision, tiny silver particles emitting an icy blue light appeared out of thin air, and then were absorbed into his body along with the life energy, all without him noticing. Time ticked by, and when Luo Yun felt he had reached a certain limit, he opened his eyes again. Alas, I didn't expect that even if I'm no longer human, my body still has limits. Then wouldn't I be a human for nothing? Luo Yun muttered to himself, and with a thought, a crude panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Name, Luo Yun. Species, Flying Dragon. Fire Dragon. Traits, Random Selection, 99%. The panel was simple, but as someone who had spent years wandering around certain locations, Luo Yun knew that this item was one of the things he could rely on to survive in this world. As for the rest, it was naturally his own body, a fire dragon of a high ecological niche, known as the King of the Sky. Although the Fire Dragon clan often served as stepping stones for various monsters in the previous game, their status constantly declining. In this real world, fire dragons are undeniably powerful creatures at the top of the world's ecological niche, the world's top predators. It's almost there, just a little longer. Luo Yun suppressed his anticipation, closed the panel, and headed towards the light moss. The food in the tree hole was soon insufficient to meet daily needs, and leaving the hole was inevitable. The skills and traits I draw next will give me a bit more confidence. After devouring another forest gecko, the trait column on the dashboard finally reached 100%. After a dazzling display of gibberish, the trait extraction was complete. Trait, Speed Up, increases speed as the battle progresses. Is this the trait I'm thinking of? Why does this description sound a bit like something from a famous game from my past life? It's just that it's drawn over the course of the battle, not per turn, and there's a second new trait, so it's a composite trait. Could there be a third, a fourth? Luo Yun was shocked by his own speculation. But if it was true, then his future wouldn't just be about surviving peacefully. Perhaps he could even reach a certain level, the so-called forbidden, a level beyond the ecological niche of this world. Chapter 2. By the stream, several circling rabbits graze, vigilantly glancing around. Even while they're feeding, at the slightest sign of trouble, they drop everything and flee desperately. There's no other way. As the lowest of the ecosystem, escaping danger quickly is their survival principle, regardless of whether it's real or fake. And now, in the brush, Luo Yun, drooling, watched the circling rabbits not far away with a fierce gaze, cautiously closing the distance. There's no other way. He's a male fire dragon who can't fly yet. Unlike the female fire dragons, who excel on their feet, his long toes mean he can only bend his knuckles to move on land. Therefore, the closer he gets, the higher his chances of success. Soon, as Luo Yun stomps his foot, the ears of the circling rabbits grazing ahead suddenly perk up, and they glance around with alarm. Luo Yun knows he can't wait any longer. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he spreads his wings and dashes out of the brush. The wary rabbits immediately scattered, and Luo Yun, fixated on his long-awaited target, pursued them. Enhanced by his acceleration ability, Luo Yun's speed grew faster and faster. Before long, he had the rabbit firmly in his grasp. Unable to stop, Luo Yun fell forward and slid a distance before coming to a stop. The rabbit in his jaws was now struggling, thrashing and thrashing, exerting a force far exceeding that of a forest gecko. But with Luo Yun's resolute grip, it soon fell silent. Seeing his prey cease its movement, he no longer cared about the remaining dirt on the rabbit, and simply tore into it. Unlike the cold-blooded forest geckos, the warm flesh of the circling rabbit was more to Luo Yun's liking. It was soft and glutinous, with a faint fishy aroma that made him want to eat more. This feeling inevitably made him swallow even faster, and he even let out a sound of pleasure. Woo! Just as Luo Yun was devouring his meal, a muffled roar suddenly rang out from not far away. He quickly swallowed the flesh in his mouth, licked his lips, and looked up. The next second, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively crouched down, letting out a muffled growl. 3 adult crested dragons, accompanied by 2 young crested dragons, emerged from behind a huge rock. The largest crested dragon glared at Luo Yun, its forelimbs constantly digging into the ground, as if ready to pounce and crush the less dangerous young dragon. Faced with this sudden hostility, Luo Yun unleashed a still childish roar, not to be outdone. As a ferocious carnivorous dragon, and a fire dragon at the top of the pack, if it was scared off by a few herbivorous dragons, where would its future face be? Help! 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 In the jungle, Luo Yun flapped his wings, like a frightened creature, desperately trying to find his way past one obstacle after another, his mouth emitting short, inexplicable roars. And now, behind him were 2 crested dragons, their eyes red, their nostrils panting, their heads slightly lowered, chasing him relentlessly, determined to kill him. At this moment, Luo Yun was filled with regret, immense regret. Why had he roared that time? Now, the crested dragons, originally intending to chase Luo Yun away so that their family could have a good drink of water, were enraged and launched into a frenzied chase. Fortunately, from the moment he was pursued, his acceleration ability was reactivated. Relying on the complex environment of the ancient forest, Luo Yun managed to survive the initial and most dangerous period. As his speed increased, the two crested dragons, not particularly adept at speed, finally lost their pace and could only watch helplessly as Luo Yun disappeared into the woods. Having lost their target, the two crested dragons looked at each other in bewilderment, their sluggish minds unable to comprehend how a fledgling fire dragon, barely able to flap its wings, could run so fast. Elsewhere, Luo Yun, having finally escaped the crested dragons, was now panting heavily. Stamina depletion was secondary. Now free from combat, the lightness brought on by his acceleration ability was rapidly dissipating, replaced by a heaviness that took him a while to adjust to, as if his plainclothes body had suddenly been draped in heavy armor. Luckily, I finished eating that rabbit, otherwise this trip would have been a disaster. Luo Yun thought to himself, having recovered a little. The one he'd been eyeing was quite plump. One bite gave him the unforgettable feeling of having food in his stomach. Just then, a fishy, foul smell suddenly reached his nose. He'd been so exhausted just now that his senses hadn't been sharp, but now that he relaxed, his keen sense of smell was beginning to return. Following the scent's direction, he saw a pool of mucus on a distant stone wall, clearly visible in the sunlight. What's this? A territory marker? Most large creatures in this world have a habit of marking their territory, whether with mucus, claw marks, or scales. Luo Yun didn't know who had left the slime, but with the Rathalos' naturally sharp eyesight, he could see two deep claw marks around the stone wall. Just looking at those marks, it was clear that this was a large creature. And at this moment, Luo Yun had unintentionally intruded into its territory. His heart, having just calmed down, suddenly rose again. Luo Yun looked around warily, fearing that a giant beast, maw gaping, would suddenly appear from around the corner, roaring and charging at him. With his current small size, outrunning a crested dragon was already the limit. If he really faced one of those behemoths, its one step would be equivalent to his 10 steps. How could he possibly run? As he cautiously looked around, a chill suddenly ran down his spine, and the familiar feeling of lightness brought by the acceleration properties returned. There wasn't a behemoth, but there was one. Its body was primarily yellow-green, with black markings like eyeshadow beneath its eye sockets. Brown spines rose high up along its spine, and its slightly open maw was filled with sharp, saw-like teeth. It looked like an oversized green iguana, staring coldly at Luo Yun with its emotionless eyes. The Raptorosaur, a creature at the bottom of the carnivorous dinosaur hierarchy, had few distinctive features besides relatively sharp claws and a barely adequate bite. Due to its small size and frail stamina, the Raptorosaur primarily targeted smaller prey. When faced with larger prey, it would even shy away and hide in a tree. It was truly at the bottom of the food chain. In terms of sheer danger, this creature posed less of a threat to Luo Yun than the crested dragon had just posed, not to mention that its size wasn't even comparable to Luo Yun's current state. But in reality, Luo Yun was in a state of deep distress. These thief dragons were swarming creatures. As expected, two more thief dragons emerged from the jungle, joining the first one and attacking Luo Yun from both sides. As they moved, they scanned the sky to see if the young dragon was being protected by an adult fire dragon. What bad luck have I got? This world is truly unkind to a young dragon without any protection. Luo Yun wailed inwardly and attempted to turn and flee. Chapter 3. However, just as he was about to assume a stance, he heard a dull sound of footsteps. Branches were stretched apart, and tall ferns were pushed aside. In this lush greenery, only the sound could be heard, but no one could be seen. The thumping of footsteps, like the beating of a drum, struck at their hearts. The three thief dragons stood upright to determine the source of the sound, then fled in opposite directions without a glance. Faced with a life-threatening situation, going hungry was not unacceptable. Luo Yun did the same. He even took off before the thief dragons, diving into the nearby woods. Before he was completely in, he caught sight of a huge, ferocious head breaking through the branches, roaring furiously as it gazed in the direction of Luo Yun's escape. Oh my! A brute-jawed dragon. This creature was known for its violent temper. Huge, thick-skinned, and possessing a strong sense of territory, not to mention the ability to breathe fire, it was a true thug. Regardless of the pain from the branches scraping against him, Luo Yun could only run as fast as he could. If caught by a brute-jawed dragon, he'd be reduced to a fiery dragon. With its bite force and digestive abilities, it would undoubtedly devour him whole, skin and bones. Now he could only pray that the brute-jawed dragon wasn't targeting him. After all, he escaped before the three thieves, and was farther away, making the chances of the brute-jawed dragon targeting him lower. But alas, the brute-jawed dragon ultimately targeted him. To the brute-jawed dragon, Those thieves were merely petty thieves who enjoyed its leftovers. They weren't worth his attention. But Luo Yun was different. Even though he was only a young dragon, as a fire dragon, his presence to the brute-jawed dragon was an intruder who dared to provoke it by daring to venture into the very spot he had left his mark. The thumping of footsteps, the snapping of branches and grass, and the occasional howl of the giant behind him all combined to make Luo Yun's scalp tingle. The brute-jawed dragon behind him was like a heavy tank, violently slamming aside any branches or other objects in its path, forcing its way through the dense forest. But Luo Yun in front was different. His small frame could only ignore the soft ferns. He had to avoid branches and vines. Therefore, even with his brute force, the brute-jawed dragon was rapidly closing in on him. What should I do? What should I do? The shadow of death loomed overhead. Don't get me wrong, literally. Due to the angle of the sun, the distance between the brute-jaw and Luo Yun was wide enough for its shadow to cast a shadow over him. If it weren't for Luo Yun's acceleration trait, which continuously increased his speed, he would have been suffocated long ago. Luo Yun had also discovered that the acceleration trait didn't increase his speed indefinitely. As it was now, his speed had stopped increasing. This seemed to be related to his physical fitness. With his current speed alone, he simply couldn't outrun the brute-jaw. Is this the end? I didn't expect that there would be a limit to not being human? Wouldn't it be a waste of my life? Despair spread from the depths of his heart. Luo Yun could only mechanically move his legs, doing his utmost to delay death. As for turning back to launch a last-ditch counterattack, slicing off a bite of flesh, forget it. It's simply impossible. With his current bite force, leaving a small mark on the brute jaw was already impressive. Even breaking its teeth might not be enough to rip off a piece of flesh. Before thinking about it, it's better to run a few more steps. Perhaps there's a chance of a turnaround. Perhaps Luo Yun's thoughts were heard, as his vision suddenly cleared. His feet slipped clear, and he landed directly on the platform. Below was a rushing river. Before falling into the river, Luo Yun seemed to hear the brute-jaw's unwilling roar, but the next second, he was completely swept away by the river. On the high platform, the icy eyes of the slamming brakes revealed a deep sense of resentment. It had never imagined that a mere young dragon, especially a male Rathalos not particularly adept at land running, could be so fast. It had chased through a forest, almost catching up. It was already imagining ripping off those pesky wings, biting those still fragile scales, and swallowing the scalding blood. But it was just a little short. Just a little short. That was a Rathalos. Flames flared from the corners of the Rathalos' mouth. Its eyes glowed crimson, and its nostrils spread like a crown. A heat shield spread across its back like a pair of small wings. It could no longer contain its rage, but there was nothing around to vent its anger. Therefore, he could only roar in frustration from the high platform, venting his fury like crazy. Luo Yun tumbled endlessly in the turbulent water. He couldn't remember how many times he'd been hit. His body was numb from the pain, but he could only try his best to poke his head out to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, the water gradually calmed, and the terrifying impact faded. In a pool of water, a young male fire dragon spread its wings, slowly rising to the surface. Almost instinctively, it swam to the shore and slammed itself onto the sand. Spitting out mouthful after mouthful of water, the pervasive pain and exhaustion told Luo Yun that he had survived that thug's jaws. He wanted to laugh, but he had no strength. The dragon lay sprawled on the beach, gasping for breath. Gone, truly, not a drop left. His strength had been completely drained. Even if attacked by anything now, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. The acceleration trait did give him a tremendous speed boost, but it consumed every ounce of his strength. His scales were shattered in several places, blood seeping out, and the dragon looked utterly miserable. So why was this happening? This was his first time using a cheat, his first time successfully catching real prey. Shouldn't these two joyful events combined be double the joy? Why did it turn out like this? Luo Yun couldn't understand. Shouldn't he have activated his cheat and entered Dragon Out Yin mode? When he reached the top of the ecosystem, wouldn't he have taken in the Golden Fire Dragon, the Purple Poison Princess, and the Sakura Fire Dragon? How did he almost become food? The rustling sound of footsteps made Luo Yun's heart tighten. He forced his eyelids open and took a look, then breathed a sigh of relief. A herbivorous dragon, then it's okay. This thing isn't aggressive, but being watched by a herbivorous dragon seems a bit embarrassing. Hey! I'm a fire dragon. A fierce one. Chapter 4. Luo Yun's thoughts were inaudible to these herbivorous dragons. They had gathered around out of pure curiosity as to why a seemingly dying dragonlet had suddenly emerged from this tranquil lake. But after observing for a while, and noticing Luo Yun hadn't made any movement, they dispersed again, continuing to leisurely wander around. As for Luo Yun's danger, they were completely unconcerned. This type of herbivorous dragon was emotionally stable and gentle, with a lifelike attitude of living, and death was no problem. When a strong enemy came, I flee; when they left, I eat grass. Their main principle was a Buddhist approach. The reason they hadn't been eaten to extinction was entirely due to their powerful reproductive capacity, and the abundance of flesh on their bodies. Even a large theropod could only eat half of one under normal circumstances. Furthermore, their populations regularly migrated. If they encountered a powerful carnivorous dragon and fought for territory, causing the number of carnivorous dragons in the area to decrease, they could even reproduce and form new populations. Luo Yun paid no attention to the herbivorous dragon's movements. After confirming they posed no threat, he closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. Though he looked miserable, his injuries weren't fatal, they were more a matter of exhaustion. Whether it was Luo Yun's own uniqueness, or if all dragons in this world were like this, when he closed his eyes and focused his attention, he could sense the energy of the earth veins deep beneath the earth. With his conscious attention, strands of this energy penetrated the thick rock layers and entered his body, accelerating his recovery and the healing of his wounds. At this point, his body was like a dry sponge, the earth vein energy like water, rapidly absorbed by the sponge. Along with the earth's ley line energy, tiny silver particles mingled within, entering Luo Yun's body along with the earth's ley line energy. Surrounding the lake was a vast plain, lush with green grass, a variety of plump berries, and juicy grasses. It was a natural and delicious buffet for herbivorous dragons. But it was also an excellent hunting ground for flying dragons. In the sky, a deep green figure darted through the clouds, concealing itself behind the white clouds. The overlapping scales reflected a dazzling hue in the sunlight. Its sharp, eagle-like gaze scanned the land below, quickly locking onto a suitable target. Its enchantingly patterned wings fluttered slightly, and it felt the whistling wind past its ears. Then, the entire dragon swooped down at astonishing speed. Before any of the herbivorous dragons could react, the giant dragon had already firmly grasped its target's neck with its powerful claws. With the powerful impact of its swooping descent, it effortlessly slammed the herbivorous dragon into the ground. With a dull thud, the ground shook violently, as if it were about to tear apart. Sharp claws dug deep into the herbivorous dragon's flesh, sending blood gushing out. The sound of shattering bones echoed across the plain like the high notes of a symphony, resonating in the air. This hunt showcased extreme violence and brutality, yet also revealed a beauty born of strength. Every movement was precise and decisive, without a single hesitation or waste. This beauty of power was awe-inspiring and captivating. Only then did the surrounding herbivorous dragons react, screaming and fleeing towards the distant dense forest. The victorious predator paid no heed to the dragon's actions. It had already secured its desired prey. At this moment, it proudly raised its head and scanned its surroundings, its powerful tail, laced with terrifying thorns, swaying back and forth, wondering if any foolish creature would dare challenge the queen of the land's majesty at this moment. This glance revealed Luo Yun, sprawled by the lake, staring at her with wide eyes. This caught the proud queen off guard. She had thought the young fire dragon dead, while soaring overhead, but she was still alive. From Luo Yun's perspective, the female fire dragon was slender, her muscles flowing and gracefully defined. Every scale was as flawless as a fine treasure, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. The poisonous spines on her back resembled a cape, highlighting her nobility. The symmetrical patterns on her wings were striking. Her powerful frame remained remarkably steady even after the high-speed dive. Her perfectly proportioned figure, as she stood atop the herbivorous dragon's corpse and gazed with her head held high, showcased her. That insolent demeanor, despite being underage, exuded the grace of a queen. Yes, this female fire dragon was underage, barely 8 meters long. From a human perspective, she was a proud, athletic beauty with a sculpted figure. More importantly, her clean and efficient hunting techniques revealed that she was no mere showpiece, but a true powerhouse. Every detail about the other person perfectly matched Luo Yun's aesthetic taste. If it came down to choosing a future mate, Luo Yun wouldn't hesitate a moment. Wait! What am I thinking? Luo Yun felt like he was probably hungry. He always found a female fire dragon beautiful. How could his taste have completely changed after only a short time in the past? Besides, he was a dragonfly. What was a dragonfly? A dragon that hadn't fully developed yet. How could he have such evil thoughts? The female fire dragon looked at the dying dragonfly, shaking her head from time to time, and occasionally looking at her with strange eyes. She couldn't understand its behavior. But since the dragonfly wasn't dead, what about its mother? Dragonflies this young shouldn't be allowed to leave the nest, let alone end up in such a miserable state. A mother dragon like her would go mad if a young dragon suffered this level of damage, but after scanning the area, she saw no other female dragons besides herself. Driven by curiosity, she let go of the completely dead prey at her feet, folded her wings, and walked over to Luo Yun. After observing for a moment, she leaned in and sniffed. No other scent? Surprisingly, this young dragon didn't have the scent of an adult dragon. Could it be that, like her own childhood, something happened to her mother, and she was forced to survive on her own? But even if that were the case, he couldn't have only his own scent. Even if it was her, there were more than one dragon in the same nest. Chapter 5. Luo Yun lay there sluggishly, letting the female fire dragon look and sniff at him. Even though he had regained some strength, he still didn't dare move, afraid to do anything that might cause misunderstanding. Of course, there was another reason. His acceleration ability hadn't been triggered, indicating that this beautiful female fire dragon had no ill will towards him. Perhaps she was simply curious. Sure enough, after she finished her strange movements, she gave him an ambiguous look before turning her attention away. She turned back to the herbivorous dragon's corpse, and began to tear it apart. Although he couldn't understand the meaning of her gaze, her behavior clearly showed a lack of interest in him. Perhaps she was just trying to determine whether he was a threat. After all, except in the case of a married couple, female and male fire dragons live separately, each with their own hunting territories, usually keeping to themselves. After confirming that this beautiful female fire dragon truly had no interest in him, Luo Yun finally let go of his worries, and took the time to regain his strength. He was tired, aching, and hungry. He needed to recover his strength quickly, so he could hunt again. For so many herbivorous dragons to appear on this plain, there had to be other herbivorous creatures, including small creatures like circling rabbits. Even if there weren't any circling rabbits, there would surely be mushrooms in the distant woods, right? Female fire dragons usually bring their prey back to their nests. If they don't, they typically only eat the softest and juiciest parts, leaving the rest where they are. Since this incredibly beautiful female fire dragon hadn't chosen to take her prey away, could she then eat the leftovers? Even if the most delicious parts weren't there, it was still meat. It was still better than mushrooms, right? Thinking about it, tears streamed down Luo Yun's face. He was truly hungry. Dong dong. The sound of heavy footsteps startled Luo Yun. He opened his eyes to see the beautiful female fire dragon approaching him, clutching her prey. Luo Yun didn't think she was being kind, and wanted to share her prey with him. It was more likely she was planning to take it back to her lair. So, he couldn't even eat the leftovers? Splendid female fire dragon, can't you please be kind and leave a bite for your baby? I didn't expect my beautiful dream to be shattered before it even began. Was he only fit to chew on mushrooms? If he had known this would happen, he might as well have been reincarnated as a poisonous demon bird. At least then, mushrooms would be his favorite. Thinking carefully about the poisonous bird's intelligent eyes, Luo Yun shuddered, quickly severing this terrifying thought. Just as Luo Yun's thoughts were wandering, the carcass of a herbivorous dragon, reeking of blood, was tossed before him. The dragon's belly skin had been ripped open, revealing a layer of red and white fat. The mere sight of it whetted the dragon's appetite. The sight of delicious food completely whetted Luo Yun's hunger. He didn't care if he might provoke the beautiful female fire dragon. His only thought was, eat, 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 eat. Watching the young dragon tearing into the flesh, the female fire dragon's eyes lit up with satisfaction. The way it swallowed the flesh whole, it looked as if it had never eaten before. Poor little creature, how long have you been hungry? Seeing Luo Yun absorbed in her swallowing, the female fire dragon no longer hesitated, and took a fierce bite out of the herbivorous dragon's thigh. The belly of a herbivorous dragon is undoubtedly the most delicious, but if they can get enough to chew, the thigh and back are equally delicious. So, the herbivorous dragon was devoured by the two fire dragons, one large and one small, one male and one female. The herbivorous dragon's meat was excellent. Just 2 thighs and a piece of back were enough to satisfy the female fire dragon. Watching Luo Yun continue to tear at the belly, the female fire dragon licked the blood from her mouth, walked into the lake, washed her head and claws, and then lay down beside him, quietly watching Luo Yun. After a while, seeing that the part of the herbivorous dragon's belly that she had torn open had been completely devoured by Luo Yun, and seeing that Luo Yun was even trying to move on to other parts of the body that still had skin, the female fire dragon immediately stood up and came to Luo Yun's side. Ignoring Luo Yun's struggles, it bit him by the back of the neck and lifted him up like a cub. Luo Yun, engrossed in his meal, suddenly strayed from his food. He subconsciously struggled, flapping his wings and clawing, trying to get back to his meal. He was terribly hungry. This was the only full meal he had since he emerged from his shell. Even though he felt a bit full, he still wanted to eat more. The female fire dragon wasn't going to let him down. She applied a little pressure to the back of his neck, shaking him twice. Only after Luo Yun calmed down did she suddenly spread her wings and took off into the fierce wind. After determining her direction, she flew towards her nest. The gust of wind blew against his face, and Luo Yun finally came to his senses. Watching the clouds pass beneath his feet, Luo Yun felt a mixture of fear and joy. The joy likely came from the male Rathalos' genes. As the king of the sky, his ability to fly was naturally undeniable. The air was the male Rathalos' domain. The fear came from the fact that he couldn't fly yet. His skeleton and wing membranes weren't strong enough to support him. Although people often joked about hunters who couldn't fall and demon hunters with osteoporosis in his previous life's games, this was reality. If he fell from this height, Luo Yun didn't think he would survive. With this thought in mind, he could only quietly lie in the female Rathalos' mouth, allowing her to carry him to an unknown destination. The male Rathalos' vision was highly developed, and even at this altitude, he could still clearly see the scenery below. He flew over a forest, crossed a river, and watched the dense forest below him gradually thin out. Yellow sand appeared in the sky with the wind, and he began to descend. On a cliff at the junction of the great ant mound wasteland and the ancient tree forest, the female fire dragon slowly descended, carrying Luo Yun in its mouth. Here lay a hidden cave, within which flowed a stream from the ancient tree forest to the great ant mound wasteland. This was the nest the female fire dragon had found after spending considerable time searching for her own nest after leaving her siblings. In this area, those who couldn't fly couldn't reach it, and those who could fly couldn't defeat it. Over time, the area became her territory. Aside from the shrewd poisonous bird that enjoyed searching for poisonous mushrooms in the jungle above, few dragons were so foolish as to wander into her territory. The nest was roughly a cliff-like structure, with the ancient tree forest above and the great ant mound wasteland below. There was a waterfall nearby, and a stream connected to it from within the nest. Chapter 6. Luo Yun had never imagined that his survival mode would suddenly shift from difficult to easy. The only thing that bothered him was that he seemed to have lost his freedom. In the monster hunter world, creatures in high ecological niches possess high intelligence, and some ancient dragons at the pinnacle of their niches possess intelligence that surpasses that of humans. While Rathalos can't reach that level, there are still specific ways to distinguish between different Rathalos within their communities. The female Rathalos that took Luo Yun away naturally has a corresponding name. In human terms, her name should be Yaji. Since being brought to her lair by Yaji, Luo Yun has been watched closely by her motherly instincts, like a true young dragon. He served food and clothing daily, and when thirsty, he drinks from the nearby stream. Luckily, Luo Yun no longer looks like he just hatched from an egg, otherwise Yaji might have tried to imitate other female Rathalos and chew up his food before feeding it to him. In short, here with this beautiful, underage female fire dragon, he truly experienced the treatment a young dragon in this world deserved. But, as a young dragon, Yaji wouldn't allow him to wander into the cave entrance, fearing that this flightless young dragon would fall to his death or be discovered and killed by other flying dragons. Thus, Luo Yun's days were boring. All he did was lie on the ground, absorbing the earth's energy, eat the meat Yaji brought him, or, under her stern gaze, reluctantly eat the poisonous mushrooms she had brought him. Fire dragons produce their toxins through their venom glands, but a moderate intake of poisonous mushrooms unique to the ancient forest can also increase the toxicity of their venom. Luo Yun could sense that Yaji was truly holding herself to the standards of a mother dragon and treating him with all her heart. But Luo Yun felt deeply uncomfortable in this relationship, as if he were considering her his future, and she wanted to be his mother. The days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, a month had flown by. During this month, thanks to adequate nutrition, Luo Yun's injuries had completely healed, and his bones had become stronger. His broken scales had fallen off, replaced by new, stronger ones. His claws had grown longer and sharper, his wings more powerful, and the patterns on his wing membranes had begun to emerge. Even his previously silent flame sac had begun to mature, and now he could finally exhale a puff of smoke tinged with sparks. The only regret was that his body seemed to have passed its initial rapid growth spurt. Even with malnutrition, his length had skyrocketed from 80 centimeters to over 2 meters in just 10 days. Though he was now well nourished, his length hadn't yet surpassed 3 meters. In front of Yaji, he was still a tiny shrimp whose fate could be snatched up by the scruff of its neck. Luo Yun had been feeling itchy in his wings for the past few days. Although Yaji's nest was large, It was only wide enough for him to flap his wings twice. But he had a feeling he would be able to fly soon. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps in the next second. Of course, in addition to his physical growth, his external power-up hadn't stopped either. It was just that the progress bar was charging much more slowly this time than before. After a month, it would soon be fully charged. After sipping water and chewing and swallowing the snacks that Yaji had brought back, Luo Yun lay in his nest made of leaves and branches, expertly absorbing the Earth's energy while waiting for Yaji to return from hunting. Strangely, under normal circumstances, Yaji should have returned long ago. Yaji, diligently fulfilling her role as a mother dragon, had a designated hunting time each day. During that time, she would quickly complete her hunt, quickly eat her fill outside, then find and kill prey and bring it back, remaining in the nest to watch over Luo Yun. Sometimes, when time was short, Yaji would choose to bring Luo Yun's food back first, and after ensuring Luo Yun's safety, she would set out again to hunt. This was the first time she hadn't returned after such a long time, and Luo Yun felt a little uneasy. However, given his current condition, he couldn't even fly, so he didn't even think about going to look for Yaji. All he could do was stay quietly in the lair, waiting for the progress bar to run out, and for Yaji's return. Time slipped by, the progress bar finally ran out, but Yaji still hadn't returned. Luo Yun was now truly anxious. Could something have really happened? Trait: Strongman extraction successful. Strongman. Luo Yun stood up in surprise. He hadn't expected this trait. For him. No, for most dragons in this world, this trait was a completely godlike ability. Physical attack power doubled. What kind of a concept was this? You have to understand that in this world, with the exception of a few dragons, most battles are melee combat. Even for those few remaining dragons, physical attacks are still essential. It could be said that with this trait, Luo Yun could unleash combat prowess far beyond anyone's expectations. Acceleration combined with strength. At this moment, Luo Yun felt terrifyingly strong. As the trait was fully drawn, waves of heat began to flow through his body. His physique rapidly strengthened under an indescribable force. The tingling sensation in his wings returned, even more intense than usual. Luo Yun instinctively spread his wings, gently flapping them with untrained skill. In an instant, his feet left the ground, his curled toes unfurled, and with the flapping of his wings, he hovered in midair. So, he could fly. With a single flap of his wings, Luo Yun swiftly darted out of his nest, piercing the white clouds and soaring into the blue sky. Twirling and tumbling through the sky, he performed a variety of difficult maneuvers. Flying became like instinct, something he could control at will. At this moment, he had truly matured into a qualified male fire dragon. After venting his frustration, Luo Yun finally stopped. Although he was flapping his wings constantly, he didn't feel tired at all. It's true that male Rathalos are naturally adept at flying, and those in the new world have even more advanced flight abilities than those in the old world. At this moment, Luo Yun missed Yaji terribly, and he wanted to share his joy with her. But he didn't know where Yaji had gone, so after calming down, Luo Yun decided to circle the nest and search. Now that he could fly, this dense forest and barren sands were no longer off-limits to him. He had the means to truly survive. Chapter 7. A crimson figure streaked across the sky, and the pterosaurs circling above the great anthill wasteland dodged in panic. Even though the figure wasn't much larger than them, the danger embedded in their genes kept warning them. On land, some monsters sensed the presence overhead and wondered why a male fire dragon had appeared there. Even a young dragon, newly separated from its parents and beginning its own life, would only choose the forests where survival was more suitable. The great anthill wasteland was entirely desert, with yellow sand swirling in the air, but this sand couldn't obscure Luo Yun's vision. He flew along the river for a while, spotting migrating herbivorous dinosaurs, elven deer scurrying around to avoid hunters, and even sly birds stealing eggs from herbivorous dragon nests. But there was no sign of Yaji. Realizing he had strayed far from Yaji's territory, Luo Yun, despite his reluctance, could only turn back. After all, normally, Yaji would only hunt near her territory. He's seen plenty of herbivorous dragon deer along the way, but there were no signs of hunting, indicating that Yaji hadn't chosen to hunt here today. Continuing along the river would be futile. After spending some time returning to the nest, Luo Yun saw that it remained exactly the same, with no trace of blood, indicating that Yaji hadn't returned. He turned and flew out again. This time, he intended to head toward the lake where Yaji had found him. However, once he reached altitude, his powerful vision detected an area in the direction of the ancient forest, where the trees were shaking violently. The distance to the nest was quite a distance, and it felt like it was beyond Yaji's territory. But just in case, Luo Yun turned around and flew towards that area. Feeling unlucky today, Yaji, after making sure her dragon hatchlings wouldn't wander off, went to her usual hunting grounds, intending to pick a good herbivore for lunch. On arrival, she saw a brute-jaw dragon, seemingly from nowhere, wreaking havoc near the lake, scaring off the herbivores. Gaze upon its massive size, powerful build, and radiating energy, Yaji could only consider herself unlucky and decided to hunt elsewhere. Arriving at the second hunting ground, she discovered that the damned poisoned bird had once again intruded upon her territory. The most infuriating thing was that, for some reason, this wise poisoned bird had gone off the deep end when she saw her approaching. Instead of running away, it complacently used its large tongue to dart at the nearby poisonous mushrooms. When she approached, it even spread its wings, uncharacteristically ready to engage in a fight. How could she tolerate this, even though she hadn't seen this poisoned bird for some time, and its once smaller size had now grown considerably larger? Aji had never been afraid of a fight with such a creature. When she was younger, this poisoned bird had run away the moment it saw her. Now that she had grown considerably, she was determined to kill it. With a furious roar, Aji charged forward like a green truck. The poisoned bird, undeterred, charged head-on. The two dragon chariots collided, and for a moment, neither could defeat the other. In terms of strength, the two sides were actually evenly matched. This was unacceptable to Yaji. The creature that had only dared to sneak in to eat poisonous mushrooms while she was out hunting was now her equal. It was like that scum you had always looked down upon, but suddenly, under some unknown drug, you fought to a draw. In that moment, you looked like a fool, a pawn in their game. So, at the moment the collision ended, Yaji's dragon blood boiled. No matter what, she had to kill this creature today. She had to defend her territory, her dignity. And so, the two giant beasts roared and clashed. One had the advantage of size, the other of race. Neither could gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, the large monster's immense strength had unknowingly drawn them away from their original area during the fight, which prevented Luo Yunfei from noticing their presence immediately after his arrival. When Luo Yun arrived, he found Yaji locked in a standoff with a poisonous demon bird. All around them were fallen trees, scorched earth, and boulders corroded by its venom. Yaji's condition wasn't good at the moment. Scales were cracked in many places, and many of the spines on her back, which once resembled a cape, were broken. Blood was dripping from the large spines protruding from her jaws, and the highly toxic tail spines were stained with traces of purple venom. The most serious damage was to her right wing. The wing membrane seemed to have been directly hit by the venom, and a patch of it had taken on an abnormal purple-red hue, with traces of blood seeping out. Female fire dragons only resort to the exhausting use of fire and venom when attempts to repel them prove ineffective. It seemed this poisonous bird was too stubborn, provoking Yaji's murderous intent. Even after sustaining such serious injuries, it showed no sign of wanting to cease the fight. Yaji was in such a state, and the poisonous bird confronting her was equally distressed. However, compared to Yaji's plight, its most serious injury was a bleeding penetrating wound in its abdomen. It was obvious that it was caused by the large spine protruding from Yaji's jaw. However, judging by the poisonous bird's mental state, it was much better than Yaji's. Yaji was at a disadvantage in this battle. Neither dragon noticed Luo Yun's presence below them. Their eyes were fixed solely on each other. The difference in strength between the two was not significant. Without one side clearly in a weak position, neither dared to lose focus, which gave Luo Yun an opportunity. With a flap of his wings, Luo Yun arrived high in the sky behind the poisonous bird, turned back, and swiftly dived towards it. The moment Luo Yun showed his fighting spirit, his acceleration trait was activated, causing him to dive faster and faster. By the time the poisonous demon bird noticed the movement, Luo Yun was already very close. Moreover, it was too late for it to react, as Yaji charged at it again from the front. Attacked from both sides, the poisonous demon bird was clearly a seasoned warrior. It simply glanced back at Luo Yun's size before ignoring him, leaving its back exposed to him. In its experience, a male fire dragon of Luo Yun's size, even with its dive boost, could at best deal a single claw. After all, with the fragile bones of a young dragon, a collision would only result in some impact, while Luo Yun would suffer a fractured bone and die. While that mere claw wouldn't even break the skin, it was doubtful whether it could actually do so. Therefore, the real threat to it was the unfamiliar female fire dragon that had attacked it without provocation. Chapter 8. Indeed, in the eyes of the poisoned demon bird, this female fire dragon was completely insane. Clearly smaller than it, it dared to expel it, and when that failed, it even dared to charge. It was well known that the poison demon bird judged the combat effectiveness of both sides based on size. If the opponent was smaller, it could defeat him. If the opponent was larger, it would simply turn around and flee, admitting defeat. For this reason, in some areas, the poison demon bird would even proactively attack the golden lion, a threat to smaller ancient dragons. The price these poison demon birds paid was, of course, a simple beating from the golden lion. If it weren't for the poison demon bird's poor quality and poisonous meat, it would have even become someone's dinner. This was also why, as a herbivorous bird dragon, it continued to fight with Yaji even after sustaining such a serious injury. If it had been Luo Yun from before, relying solely on his acceleration ability, he would probably have only been able to deal a single claw to the poison demon bird. It was uncertain whether that claw would have broken the skin, but the probability of it breaking was high. But Luo Yun was different now. His Hercules trait, combined with the bonus of acceleration and his deceptive young dragon status, could easily surprise anyone who underestimated him. For example, the poisonous bird, which had stretched its neck feathers to increase its threatening appearance, completely exposing its back to Luo Yun, would pay the price for its misjudgment. One claw, just one claw, a long, fierce scratch ripped through its exposed back, flesh peeling back, scales forcibly ripped off. The tearing pain caused the poisonous bird's frog-like eyes to widen. Its defensive stance against Yaji's charge shifted, and it was slammed back by Yaji. It's undeniable that the behemoths of this world, nourished by the energy of the earth veins, possess incredibly strong muscles and bones. Even after being struck head-on by Yaji's full-strength dragon chariot, the poisonous demon bird was surprisingly able to quickly rise and launch a counterattack. Having dealt a claw blow to the other, Luo Yun, before landing, flapped his wings rapidly, gliding a short distance before ascending again. At this moment, his claw ached slightly, but after the battle began, he simply ignored this level of pain. His mind was perfectly clear. In a direct confrontation, he would only hinder Yaji. Only by flying in the air, occasionally striking and harassing her with claws, could he truly help her. Below, the two behemoths engaged in renewed battle, hand-to-hand combat, bites, venom, tail swings, and dragon chariots. Each clash was a test of strength. The poisonous bird's venom was potent, but the female fire dragon was equally resistant. Aji's flames posed a threat, but the experienced bird constantly clung to her, giving her no time to gather her strength. Thus, the battle between them became a pure melee. The only difference was that, amidst these fierce clashes, one of the six would swoop down like a crow on its prey, periodically striking the poisonous bird, then immediately soaring back into the air, denying it a chance to retaliate. Not every Luo Yun swooped down to inflict damage, but each time he did, it was aimed at a vulnerable spot like the neck or the eyes, forcing the poisonous bird to defend itself. Then, Aji would seize the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow. In this righteous 2-on-1 battle, even this poisonous bird, with its abundant energy, tenacious vitality, and battle-hardened past, felt the threat of repeated defeat. So, after a collision, the poisonous bird forcibly withstood Yaji's tail swing, and opened its maw to unleash a venomous mist. Instantly Yaji and the other bird were completely enveloped in a thick venomous mist, and Luo Yun, soaring in the sky, momentarily lost his target. The next second, the poisonous bird swiftly emerged from the other side of the venomous mist, and swiftly dived into the depths of the forest. It was clear that the other bird had given up the fight, surrendered, and simply abandoned this territory. The poisonous bird still had some strength left, and was intent on escaping. With Luo Yun and Yaji at their current state, there was no way they could kill it, so Luo Yun had no intention of pursuing it. Below, Yaji flapped her wings to disperse the venomous mist. This level of poison was of little use to her, only obscuring her vision. Glancing around and seeing no trace of the poisonous bird, Yaji roared in victory. But when her gaze caught sight of Luo Yun swooping down on her, a complex expression returned. Luo Yun was excited. This was his first real battle. Even if he was just playing a supporting role, it was still a real battle. This also meant that he would no longer be chased around by the crowned dragon like he had been a month ago. He had the ability to survive in this world. He had thought this would be a touching reunion, with Yaji nuzzling him affectionately and celebrating their victory. But when he landed, he was met with a hostile Yaji. What's going on? Luo Yun couldn't understand why Yaji was so hostile towards him. Whenever he approached, Yaji would let out a low growl, even ducking down in a gesture of expulsion. Yaji. Luo Yun leaned in, and a fireball exploded right in front of him. Yaji, spitting out the fireball, looked at Luo Yun with a cold gaze. Seeing his expression of disbelief and confusion, a flicker of struggle flashed in her cold eyes. But then she regained her composure, glaring coldly at Luo Yun, and turned away without hesitation. Seeing this, Luo Yun instinctively followed, but Yaji, who suddenly turned around, roared at him, a sound that conveyed both expulsion and resistance. Luo Yun seemed to understand something, but he remained unwilling to give up and followed Yaji from a distance. He watched as Yaji, even with her injured body, easily devoured a prey. He watched as Yaji devoured the prey cleanly, leaving nothing for Luo Yun. I watched as Aji began to accelerate back to her territory, arriving in the woods above her nest. A poisonous bird, slightly smaller than Aji, with wide, intelligent eyes, made contact with the returning Aji. After a moment's pause, the bird, startled, ejected the poisonous mushrooms in its mouth, and fled in panic, without even a shred of desire to fight. So this is the poisonous bird I know? Then who was that just now? Aji was also stunned. It seemed, seemingly, that she had just mistakenly identified the dragon. But regardless, the fight had taken place, the territory had been taken, so what if she had mistakenly identified the dragon? The most important thing was that her young dragon could now fly and could fend for itself. He no longer needed her care. Chapter 9. Yaji returned to her nest, and Luo Yun tried to follow her in, only to be ruthlessly driven out. He flapped his wings and hovered outside the nest, staring intently at Yaji inside. Whenever Luo Yun made the slightest move to enter, Yaji would roar in frustration, but she made no concrete move to drive him away. Thus, the two dragons engaged in a rare standoff. Woo! Yaji, I'm so tired. I can't fly anymore. Tentatively, he stretched out his foot and rested it at the nest entrance. Who? Get out. Okay. He retracted his foot. After a while, Luo Yun spoke again. Yaji, I don't want to be outside. Yaji, it's too hot outside in the sun. Yaji, who was lying down to recover from her injuries, frowned. Luo Yun's incessant chattering was irritating her. Roar! Will you be quiet? Yaji roared, her eyes wide with anger, eager to charge and give him a tail swipe. Woo! Seeing that Yaji seemed genuinely angry, Luo Yun quickly whimpered to quiet down. After staring at Luo Yun for a while, and realizing he was truly quiet, Yaji finally calmed down and slammed her tail against the ground in frustration, returning to her groin. The battle with the unfamiliar poisonous bird had left her with significant injuries, but the most serious was her wing. The initial collision had already opened a wound there, even before the venom hit her. The venom seeped into the wound, causing the wing membrane in that area to begin to fester. What truly irritated Yaji wasn't the pain, but the fact that she wouldn't be able to go hunting until her wing wound healed, which meant she'd be starving for several days. A few days of starvation wouldn't kill a dragon, but she didn't want to experience that unbearable feeling again. Whenever she went hungry for an extended period, she recalled the life her first litter of dragonlets had endured after their mother left and never returned. There had been 6 in that original litter, but only 3 survived. Thinking of this, Yaji opened one eye and saw Luo Yun stealthily reaching out to the entrance of the nest. Upon being discovered, he abruptly retreated. His timid and stubborn expression made her unsure whether to be angry or amused. But watching Luo Yun hovering expertly outside the cave, she felt a wave of doubt. Among her fellow dragons, she was the most unique. She was the first of her siblings to fly, the strongest, and also the most intelligent. After the mother dragon's accident, she was the first to leave the nest to investigate the surrounding situation. She was also the first to decide to go hunting, while her other brothers and sisters were still huddled in the nest, crying for food. If it weren't for her, none of the clumsy brothers and sisters in the dragon's nest would have survived, let alone gone out on a group hunt under her command. The reason they parted ways and stopped hunting together wasn't just because Yaji felt her brothers and sisters were capable of living on their own, but also because she simply couldn't tolerate their stupidity. But even though she was so unique, at Luo Yun's size, she had barely learned to fly, let alone participate in the battle she had just witnessed. Luo Yun's previous performance had been so formidable that it hardly seemed like a young dragon. His combat awareness and decision-making were unlike anything she had ever seen in any other dragon besides herself. Her foolish brothers and sisters, even under her command, could only manage a few quick moves, never mind coordinating or leveraging their strengths. She felt that Luo Yun was a dragon of her own kind. Besides, given his current size, he should remain with his mother. But Luo Yun's strength was truly capable of standing on his own, and Yaji couldn't force herself to ignore him and continue treating him as a young dragon in need of care. This awkwardness was precisely what Yaji was struggling with, and why, despite wanting to expel Luo Yun, she hadn't followed through. In the final analysis, it was because Yaji wasn't Luo Yun's true mother dragon, and her care for him was merely imitating her own mother's. She had never been expelled, and because of her exceptional talents, she hadn't experienced the cold or hunger after being separated from her siblings. Furthermore, Luo Yun was not only a young dragon, but also a male Rathalos, which made her momentarily undecided. Therefore, she could only pretend to ignore Luo Yun's persistent pursuit. Outside the nest, seeing that Yaji had closed her eyes again and didn't try to get up and drive him away as before, Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to venture out again, his stomach growled. It couldn't be helped. He had only eaten an archaeopteryx snack today, then had been constantly searching for Yaji, and finally had participated in a battle. After so much time, he was already hungry. Glancing at Yaji, who seemed to be deep in sleep, recovering from her injuries, Luo Yun turned and, with a sudden flap of his wings, flew deep into the great anthill wasteland. After he turned, Yaji seemed to sense something, her eyes snapping open as she stared blankly at Luo Yun's retreating figure, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Perhaps it's because he hasn't seen many of his kind so often, Yaji thought. Slowly walking to the entrance of the nest, she watched Luo Yun's figure gradually disappear into the yellow sand. Yaji wondered if she would ever see him again. But with Luo Yun's demonstrated strength, he wouldn't die so easily, would he? Collapsed back into her nest, Yaji closed her eyes again. Only the thrashing of her tail, which pounded the ground, betrayed her current irritation. Yaji had thought she'd see Luo Yun again, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. She barely dozed off, and before she even fallen asleep, Luo Yun had returned, clutching an elf deer. Before she could even make a gesture to expel it, she dropped the elf deer's corpse, and hurriedly flew away again. Aji looked at the elf deer in front of her, killed with a clean, decisive blow, and slowly formed 3 question marks. So what's going on now? When Luo Yun returned a second time, he brought back a slightly smaller elf deer. This time, Luo Yun didn't throw the corpse in front of Yaji's face. Instead, he openly devoured it right at the entrance of the lair. While eating, he looked up at the stunned Yaji with a puzzled expression, as if to ask, "Why aren't you eating yet?" Aji felt like her understanding of Luo Yun needed a refresher. "Didn't you leave? I was even mentally prepared. So why are you back? Also, is this food a favor? Do you think I let you go just because of this? Who do you think I am? Am I the kind of female fire dragon who would casually accept the flattery of a young dragon? Ah, it tastes pretty good." Chapter 10. The next day, before the sun reached the zenith, Luo Yun, who was sleeping soundly with his head buried in his wings, was suddenly awakened. When he looked up with a puzzled look on his face, Yaji increased her force, pushing him out of the cave, as if she would not stop until she had driven him out. This fickle female fire dragon. Luo Yun, driven out of the nest and forced to fly into the air, gritted his teeth. After eating the elf deer yesterday, Yaji had ignored him and allowed him to return to the nest. But today, she kicked him out again. What was her intention? Angrily, Luo Yun flew aimlessly around. Suddenly, feeling hungry, he looked up at the sky and realized that this was the time he had been eating snacks and waiting for Yaji to return from hunting. It was then that Luo Yun realized that although Yaji had just been chasing him away, her actions were completely different from the way she had tried to expel him yesterday. She wasn't being aggressive at all. She was simply nudging him with her head and wings. So it's almost dinner time, and that's why they sent me out hunting? Luo Yun thought carefully. The wound on Yaji's wing wouldn't heal easily, so she couldn't go hunting. And his actions yesterday had proven he could hunt on his own. So at dinner time, he was naturally sent out. Wait. Since he was being sent out to hunt, did that mean he wouldn't be kicked out again? Had their relationship changed? Blind Sheng had spotted the key point. When a dragon hatchling acquires the ability to hunt on its own, it is expelled by its parents to fend for itself. But, while Luo Yun is a young dragon, it's true, but Yaji isn't an adult yet, so their relationship is one of mutual support now. A male and a female fire dragon supporting each other and living together, that seems perfectly fine. That seems to justify Yaji's behavior today. She's injured and unable to hunt, so the burden of hunting today falls on Luo Yun. Simple logic. As for whether asking a young dragon to take on 2 dragons' share of the hunt is a bit excessive, in the fire dragon worldview, when you can hunt alone, no matter your size, you're no longer a young dragon. Since you're no longer a young dragon, it's only natural that you should shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. After figuring it out, Luo Yun suddenly became energized. With his wings flapping, he quickly flew towards the elf deer herd. Well, with his current combat power and carrying capacity, the elf deer were the best choice. In the ancient tree forest, not far from Yaji and Luo Yun's lair, a muscular thug was beating up another thunder dragon. The thunder dragon's lightning strikes left only a faint, dark mark on its victim, and its normally invincible claws left only tiny scars. This level of damage would have been completely negligible to the brute-jaw dragon, a beast far larger than its kin, but its attacks easily inflicted considerable damage on the thunder dragon. This was a completely unequal fight, and after being bitten and flung back once again, the thunder dragon finally realized reality, whimpering and leaping onto a tree, quickly escaping. Watching the other side's defeated form, the brute-jaw dragon blew a hot breath from its nose in disdain. It couldn't even force out its own heat dissipation film, and these scumbags on the periphery were getting worse and worse. After quickly devouring the herbivore dragon it had snatched from the thunder dragon, the brute-jaw dragon, satisfied, continued its search for a new lair. It wasn't native to this area. It had migrated from the depths of the ancient tree forest. It had originally lived a relatively comfortable life in the depths of the ancient tree forest, but that day, while on patrol, it spotted a fire dragon chick that had trespassed into its territory. Everything changed. As the leader of the brute-jaw dragon clan, significantly larger than its kin, yet a fire dragon chick, unable to fly, had managed to escape from its jaws by running. What a shame! A truly humiliating shame. This irritated the already hot-tempered brute-jaw dragon to its limit. For days, driven mad by rage, the brute-jaw dragon not only wreaked havoc in its own territory, but also inadvertently trespassed into the territories of other nearby dragons, causing unrest. This directly offended its neighbors, sparking several territorial disputes. The behemoths that could claim territory deep within the ancient forest were no pushovers. Driven away by their combined might, the brute-jaw dragon had no choice but to humiliatingly abandon its original territory and migrate here. As it wandered around, searching for a resting place, a battle-ravaged clearing caught its eye. Finding a new territory was not easy. Not only did one have to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and the ranges of prey, but they also had to be vigilant of potential dangers. This clearing was clearly created by a battle between two behemoths, so it needed to investigate. The brute-jaw sniffed its way through the area, picking up the stench of the venomous bird and the smoke of the fire dragon. However, with this level of fire and poison, it could only be a female fire dragon. As the brute-jaw advanced, it suddenly caught a familiar scent, one it could never forget. It was the fire dragon hatchling that had escaped its mouth. It wasn't dead, great! Fury rising, the scent of that hatchling was unexpectedly here, and with it the scent of a female fire dragon. Could it be its mother? At this moment, the brute-jaw hesitated. Although it wasn't particularly intelligent, it knew full well that an enraged fire dragonette was not to be trifled with. Her toxins and flames could destroy both the enemy and the dragon. So, if it wanted to continue hunting the hatchling, it had to be prepared to fight an enraged fire dragonette. At noon, as Luo Yun returned to the nest with the elf deer, he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, but it quickly dissipated, leaving him perplexed. However, when he saw Yaji naturally eating the food he had brought, his doubts vanished. He carefully moved his body, and put his feet into the nest. Noticing that Yaji ignored him, still intently eating the elf deer, he gently tucked himself into the nest, huddling close to her. Yaji, still tearing at her food, simply glanced at Luo Yun. She made no objection, no unnecessary movement, but quietly shifted herself to make room for him, so he could lie more comfortably. Chapter 11. Stuck close to Yaji, her little movements naturally didn't escape Luo Yun's notice. With tacit understanding, he moved closer to his nest, looking at the cracked scales on Yaji's side, faint traces of blood visible. Instinctively, Luo Yun extended his tongue to lick her. Yaji paused in her eating, a strange emotion she had never felt before welling up within her. This was the first time she had had her wounds licked by another dragon. In the past, even when she had been injured, she had managed what she could, and relied on her own body to withstand the rest of the wounds she couldn't. This was her first time licking each other's wounds, but it felt good so far. After finishing licking the wound on Yaji's side, Luo Yun finally realized what he had done. He glanced at her cautiously, noticing that she had finished eating and had closed her eyes to rest, showing no unusual emotions. He breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against Yaji's side, as the dragon relaxed, Luo Yun began to examine himself. He hadn't noticed it yesterday, but it wasn't until today, while hunting, that he realized that the strength trait, unlike the haste trait, was constantly active. In other words, it was a permanent, persistent passive. Furthermore, he could perfectly control this extra power, preventing any sudden surge that would cause him to lose control. Thinking carefully, he currently possessed the haste and strength trait. These two traits, combined with the formidable physique of a male Rathalos once he grew up, already guaranteed him a very high ceiling. By the way, do I have the potential to be a dung monster? What is a dung monster? High skill damage, a rapid attack frequency, a disgusting mechanic, and extremely poor flesh, all combined, it was the dung monster of his previous life. Special mentions of a certain white dung and a tailless golden lion, and now Luo Yun seemed to be able to compete with them, for who was the most outrageous? Is he enjoying the infinite acceleration of the dragon chariot? Is he satisfied with the double damage tail sweep? Not only is he flying incredibly fast after jumping into fire, but his poison claws are even faster. Is he excited? Luo Yun could imagine that if there really had been a male fire dragon with these two special traits in his past life, it would surely have made all hunters roar with joy, right? As he thought about it, a smile suddenly appeared on Luo Yun's young dragon face. Yaji opened one eye and glanced at Luo Yun, who was grinning sinisterly. The whole dragon was a little confused. Was he so happy just being close to her? But why did this smile always feel so strange? For the next few days, Luo Yun took full responsibility for the two dragons' lives. Every morning and afternoon, he would go out hunting, and at noon and night, he would lie quietly on the ground, absorbing the earth's energy. Occasionally, he would lean over to Yaji and lick her wounds, which were nearly healed. Ever since the Hercules trait was extracted, the progress bar for extracting new traits has been extremely slow. After a few days, it seemed as if nothing had changed. Perhaps it was because the progress time increased significantly with each new trait extraction. The frequent hunting these past few days had greatly improved Luo Yun's hunting skills. His targets were no longer limited to elf deer. Herbivores, archaeopteryx, and crustacean herbivores had become his new targets. However, he failed to capture the crustacean herbivores. After discovering Luo Yun, they immediately tucked all their young under their bodies, forming a head-to-head defensive formation, leaving only their long tails with tail clubs and thick carapaces exposed. Luo Yun searched for a long time, but couldn't find a target to attack, so he could only retreat unwillingly. Incidentally, he had actually managed to catch a mushroom pig by chance. Don't tell me! Don't tell me! A pig marinated in its own flavors has a truly unique flavor. It's a shame that this creature's concealment abilities are so excellent that only one was caught in a few days. Because Luo Yun hunted extensively, his scent lingered in many places, allowing a certain hot-tempered dragon to successfully locate his chosen hunting grounds. Ignoring the herbivorous dragons that had seen him flee, the brute-jawed dragon scanned the area and found a well-hidden patch of jungle. Carefully, it entered the jungle, only turning to gaze intently at a clearing with two shallow ponds not far away. It was waiting for the dragon hatchling to hunt again, so it could surprise him. This long-awaited reunion would surely be a joyous occasion. Thinking of the dragon hatchling's frantic escape, the brute-jawed dragon gritted its teeth, and two streams of hot air emanated from its nostrils. The brute-jawed dragon had made the right choice. This was indeed Luo Yun's hunting ground, but it was only one of its many. The brute-jawed dragon had been crouching in the grass for 2 full days, even overcoming the irritability that ran through its veins, just to find Luo Yun. Do you know how uncomfortable it must have been for such a large body to crouch in this tiny fern forest? Thankfully, after all that time, it finally reaped the rewards. Luo Yun rushed out of the woods, chasing a mushroom pig. With a flapping of his wings, he crushed the pig under his feet, sinking his sharp claws into its flesh. Amidst the pig's terrified wail, he bit through its neck. His luck was truly good today. He had originally intended to hunt a herbivorous dragon, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a mushroom piglet grunting and nibbling on a mushroom. The piglet was also quite alert, and his first dive missed. Thankfully startled, the piglet managed to escape into the open space in a panic. Without the trees blocking his way, he quickly caught it. Looks like another day of extra food. Swish, swish. Luo Yun, about to take off with the piglet, suddenly felt the acceleration feature being triggered. He raised his head and glanced around warily. His claws released the now-dead piglet, and he gently flapped his wings, ready to take off at any moment. Unaware of his exposure, the brute-jawed dragon continued tiptoeing forward cautiously. It knew Luo Yun's speed perfectly well. If it didn't get close enough, he could easily escape its grasp once again. Luo Yun slowly retreated, focusing his attention. He roughly determined the enemy's position. It was in the jungle across the way, but he didn't know where it would emerge. But without knowing what kind of dragon it was, a rash takeoff would likely be anticipated, making it even more dangerous. Closer. As the distance drew closer, the brute-jawed dragon seemed to be able to smell the sweet scent of blood. Crack! A crisp snapping sound came from beneath the brute-jawed dragon. The brute-jawed dragon, relying on its camouflage, had only just managed to poke half its head out, but the sound gave it away. At the same time, Luo Yun's gaze shifted, accurately capturing the Broodjaw dragon's presence. Chapter 12. For a moment, the two dragons stared at each other, a faint awkwardness hanging in the air. Luo Yun gave the Broodjaw a deep look, then, just as he had before, turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Oh my god! How could this Broodjaw appear here? Roar! The Broodjaw also roared. This time, it definitely killed him. Luo Yun hadn't expected to see the same Broodjaw that nearly killed him again after such a long time. He couldn't figure it out. The ancient forest was so vast, how had this Broodjaw ended up here? And what a coincidence! Could it be fate? Come on, he's a Rathalos, not Azure Star. This guy is just a massive Broodjaw, not a Mimizi, Nergigant, who could accompany Azure Star to the end of the world. How could there be any fate between them? Besides, Luo Yun felt that aside from straying into this guy's territory, he hadn't provoked it before. Not to mention the ambush, but he immediately went into a furious, fiery state. Had he violated the laws of heaven? Was the heat shield about to be activated? Why was he so angry? Luo Yun couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to think. Taking off took time, and this Broodjaw wasn't going to give him that easily. So Luo Yun had to run. But before he'd taken 2 steps, a scorching, fishy wind blew from behind him. Without even turning back, Luo Yun flapped his wings, performing a sharp turn with a nimble agility completely unbecoming of a male fire dragon on land. The crisp sound of teeth clashing and the crackle of flames echoed behind him. The Broodjaw dragon, despite missing its bite, remained undeterred. He experienced the fire dragon's agility before. Even in the complex terrain of the woods, it could still run at full speed, so it was no surprise that it could dodge his bite with a sharp turn. But the next strike was a decisive blow. The Broodjaw dragon's sturdy legs exerted force, its heat dissipation membrane expanding behind it, emitting a crimson mist. Its upper body muscles bulged, veins popping, and the corners of its mouth were no longer sparks, but escaping flames. It slowed down, its legs gathering strength. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Luo Yun, not far ahead, as it took final aim. At a certain moment, its legs sprang up like springs, and the entire dragon erupted like a cannonball. Its gaping maw brimmed with searing flames, and the air around it scorched with a scorching aroma. A catapult launched itself, leaping towards the flames and biting them. Crack! The resounding sound of the upper and lower teeth clashing echoed, followed by the explosion of the accumulated flames, which immediately unleashed a wave of heat. The massive figure, unable to control itself, flew straight out under the force of inertia, tumbling several times on the ground before barely getting to its feet. Luo Yun, having managed to escape the attack by taking off in time, stared with lingering fear at the ground the brute had bitten. A crater had formed there from the explosion, and all the water around it had evaporated, leaving the grass covered in scorched remains. Luo Yun couldn't believe it. If he hadn't dodged the bite, wouldn't his body have been ripped in two? The brute quickly rose and stared at Luo Yun, soaring in the sky. The dragon was completely terrified. No, how can you fly at your size? It couldn't understand. How could a free-range chicken, just over a month old, fly so quickly? And so fast? Hey, I can fly. Luo Yun, having survived the ordeal, shouted in the sky, his roars mocking the thud below for not being able to fly. Yet, this was indeed the case. Logically, the Broodjaw dragon should have been on the same level as the fire dragon, but the fire dragon, relying on its flight advantage, managed to outmaneuver the Broodjaw dragon. In battles between the two, the fire dragon often prevailed. After all, if the fire dragon couldn't win, it could simply fly away, while if the Broodjaw dragon couldn't win, then... Hee. Luo Yun's despicable behavior completely enraged the Broodjaw dragon. Rage consumed its mind, and it began to gather strength with its mouth closed. Its neck seemed translucent from the abnormally high temperature. As an experienced hunter in his previous life, he had a good grasp of the Broodjaw dragon's attacks, if not a complete acquaintance. He calmly distanced himself, timed it perfectly, and with a flap of his wings, the dragon lurched to the side. Alas, a pillar of fire, resembling a jet of flame, passed by him. Then, with a series of agile mid-air rolls, he dodged another sweeping column of fire. Just when Luo Yun thought it was over, the Broodjaw's red eyes glared, and it thrust its powerful hind legs forward. Using its muscles to resist the recoil, the pillar of fire shifted again. Damn it! You have no moral integrity. You're trying to trick and attack a young dragon less than 2 months old. Using the added speed from his acceleration ability, Luo Yun narrowly avoided the attack once again. Then he flapped his wings and soared higher. This time, The Britjaw's flame jet was no longer within reach. With its only ranged attack rendered ineffective, the Britjaw no longer wasted energy on useless attacks. Instead, it stared angrily at Luo Yun in the air, its eyes red, as if they held an irreconcilable feud. Luo Yun couldn't understand the Britjaw's emotions, but he definitely remembered what happened today. Glancing deeply at the Britjaw lying on the ground, Luo Yun roared at it in his still childish voice before turning and leaving without a backward glance. The Britjaw was left with only its rage, unable to vent, and with a final roar, it unleashed a long stream of flames into the sky. Having already flown away, Luo Yun looked back and marveled at what a respectable dragon it was. Seeing him leave, it actually set off fireworks to celebrate. He had narrowly escaped the Britjaw's attack, but Luo Yun knew that the Britjaw was notorious for holding grudges. Now that it had moved into this area, he had to abandon this hunting ground for now. After all, he didn't want a thug watching over him every time he hunted. As for the future, there were too many unexpected events in the new world. Perhaps by the time Luo Yun grew up, the Britjaw would have been dead somewhere. This encounter wasn't even a battle, it was a brief chase, one on the run, and didn't delay Luo Yun's hunting time much. It was just a shame that the mushroom pig had fallen prey to the Britjaw dragon. Hunting days were always pleasant. Since Luo Yun stopped going to that area, he hadn't encountered any danger. Yaji's wounds were healing rapidly, well-nourished. She knew of the arrival of a powerful Britjaw dragon, but she didn't foolishly want to engage it. With so many hunting grounds, abundant resources, and vast territories, their only priority was to survive and continue to grow. The days passed like this. In the distance, a massive keelboat broke through the waves, following the footsteps of the ancient dragon ferry, heading towards this new continent with a clear goal. Chapter 13. Above this massive ship, braving the wind and waves, hangs a red and yellow flag adorned with a cross and star emblem. It symbolizes the azure star of the five dragons mythology, and serves as a guiding light for those who come after them. This starship carries elites from various fields. Besides pursuing the mystery of the ancient dragon ferry, they serve as pioneers, shouldering the responsibility of establishing an outpost in this completely unfamiliar new continent. "Captain, you're here. Why don't you go in for a drink?" A gentle-looking young man, wearing a small leather bag filled with books and notebooks and gold-rimmed single-frame glasses, spotted his target at the bow and approached with a smile. His long black hair reached his waist, and he wore only a leather vest. His arms were folded across his chest, his exposed arms brimming with explosive muscle. Tall and stern, his face resolute, he exuded the air of a heroic man. Upon hearing the young man's words, he smiled heartily without turning back. "Ahaha, I take over the night watch today. Go back and tell the guys inside to eat and drink as much as they want and relax. Tomorrow, when we reach the new world, everyone should be alert and ready to embark on a spectacular adventure." Meow. Beside the man, a phalanx, far larger than his kind, with a great sword slung over his shoulder, imitated the man's gesture and nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the young Sven laughed and said, "That's not for me to say. You're the leader we elected. You should go and give these encouraging words yourself." After teasing his friend, the young Sven didn't return to the cabin. Instead, he went to the bow, leaned against the side, and gazed in his direction. A new world, an unknown land never officially explored. Who knows how many new discoveries it holds compared to the old world? Hee, we only know how many we find. But we have to choose a landing point carefully tomorrow. The natives of the new world won't be so welcoming. The leader grinned. While private groups had occasionally ventured into the new world in the past, the information they gained was incredibly limited. This time was different. This was a formal investigation initiated by the Hunters Guild. As such, the arrival of the investigation team was bound to lead to conflict with the monsters of the new world, and establishing a base and stronghold would undoubtedly involve fighting. The Hunters Guild had considered this issue from the outset when they decided to form the investigation team. Although the number of hunters on this expedition was small, each one was an absolute elite. They believed that with everyone's efforts, no matter what problem they faced, they could easily resolve it. This was the confidence that came from strength. But what the leader didn't know was that tomorrow, harsh reality would deliver a heavy blow to these complacent members of the investigation team. Yaji's injuries had finally healed recently, but both she and Luo Yun were extremely irritated. From the great anthill wasteland to the ancient tree forest, large numbers of various creatures had been migrating deeper into the continent over the past few days. Although their nests were far from the coast, the unusual migrations of various species still caught their attention. As time went on, a sense of oppression and fear, born of biological instinct, emerged within them. A subtle voice urged them to stay away from the coast, away from the outer reaches of the ancient forest. No matter where they went, stay away. Luo Yun, who was extremely sensitive to earth vein energy, discovered during his daily absorption that, for unknown reasons, the earth vein energy outside the ancient forest had begun to become active. The air was becoming increasingly humid, and even the great anthill wasteland adjacent to the ancient forest was unusually foggy this morning. This is a wasteland. Fog. These anomalies made the two dragons uneasy. They tacitly began to increase their hunting trips, and began to store food in their nest. In just 2 days, the nest was filled with a lot of prey, and Yaji and Luo Yun completely reduced their outings, staying in the nest to drive away any flying dragons that tried to enter. Soon, that very day, the starship officially appeared on the new world's outer shores. That same day, a thick white mist enveloped the entire outer reaches of the ancient forest and part of the great anthill wasteland. Wild winds, dark clouds, thunder and lightning, a giant dragon, radiating a metallic sheen, rode a hurricane, whipping up the clouds and looming amidst the thunder and lightning. Instantly, the sun, high in the sky, was obscured by the dark clouds, and the sky grew dark. On the shores of the new world, the sea surged with the fierce wind, surging waves. The thick moisture within the new world was blown away, and torrential rain poured down. The dragon simply flapped its wings, and an endless hurricane swirled around it, like a natural disaster. Luo Yun crouched at the entrance of the cave, his eyes fixed on the figure in the raging wind. He radiated his dominance with impunity, effortlessly altering the celestial phenomena, driving the fierce winds in complete defiance of biological laws, like an emperor of the wind. Is this the ancient dragon? The moment he saw the steel dragon, Luo Yun understood why so many creatures were migrating. Seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster is a living instinct. For any ordinary creature facing a natural disaster, escape is the only option. The steel dragon didn't deliberately use its abilities. Simply passing by, the hurricane unleashed by instinct was enough to destroy everything. At that moment, Luo Yun finally understood why a flame dragon's mere passing could burn down a village, and why a mist dragon, simply staying in the mountains, could force a herd of thunder wolf dragons to migrate. How could small creatures like them face a natural disaster head-on? Luo Yun and Yaji's lair wasn't on the steel dragon's ancient dragon crossing route, but it was still affected by the storm. Amidst Yaji's low roar, Luo Yun slowly retreated, returning to the depths of his lair. Just as Luo Yun was about to wait for the steel dragon to depart, the moisture that had been carried away by the gusts of wind rose again, and the pressure already created by the steel dragon's arrival suddenly intensified. The torrential rain that accompanied the storm suddenly seemed to lose control, converging towards a point just outside the ancient forest. The sea level, brimming with waves, began to rise rapidly. Soon, the coastal outskirts of the ancient forest and parts of the low-lying great anthill wasteland were engulfed by the sea, sweeping away countless creatures that hadn't had time to escape. Luo Yun had witnessed a flash flood in his previous life, but that torrent suddenly seemed insignificant compared to what was happening before him. Chapter 14. Luo Yun returned to the cave entrance and watched the sea level continue to rise. The once empty great anthill wasteland was now swallowed by the sea. Countless creatures wailed on the surface of the sea, and various flying monsters wished they had another pair of wings, soaring higher against the fierce wind. Dozens of female fire dragons howled in pain, their powerful claws only able to hold on to a limited number of dragonflies, as they struggled to escape this habitat that would soon become the ocean. The sea continued to rise, and soon the water level would rise to the cliff below the nest, swallowing the pool below. Luo Yun didn't know how much higher the water level would rise, but they had to prepare. Yaji, holding a dragon in her mouth and another under her feet, flew up first. Luo Yun followed suit, selecting 2 small herbivorous dragons to follow closely behind, and flew to the edge of the cliff above. The steel dragon stopped moving, its cold eyes fixed fixedly on the direction of the ancient tree forest. Enveloped in the current, the ancient dragon spread its wings, like stars in the night sky, mysterious and menacing. Riding the mighty waves, it charged towards the steel dragon, carrying lightning. Even in its twilight years, its carapace tinged with white, the steel dragon remained undaunted. Its roar pierced the raging wind, swirling vortexes of water into sky-high sea spouts. The wind dragon, unleashing its full life force, met the attack fearlessly. Luo Yun stood high, letting the heavy rain fall on him, his eyes fixed on the distant battlefield. Unfortunately, the wind and the water obscured even the fire dragon, with its exceptionally keen eyesight, could not clearly see the battle. He was not even worthy of observing this battle between 2 ancient dragons. The battle between the Steel Dragon and the Dark Wave Dragon raged for a long time, ultimately resulting in the Steel Dragon's retreat and the Ancient Dragon Fairy's failure. The Dark Wave Dragon, as always, mysteriously arrived and departed, never to be seen again. With the battle's end, the storm dissipated and sunlight returned. The sea receded, and the land that had been engulfed reappeared. Presumably, thanks to nature's powerful and relentless power of regeneration, vegetation and life would soon reappear in these areas once ravaged by the sea. And on the coast, where the ancient tree forest meets the great ant mound wasteland, a giant dragon bone ship rests forever on a mountaintop. After enduring a formidable battle with nature, a group of young men and women with dreams, as well as elites from various fields, did not give up. Instead, they rekindled their confidence, gathered various supplies, and began constructing an outpost with the star ship as their core, adapting to local conditions. Luo Yun and Yaji returned to their nest. Luckily, the rising sea level had nearly reached their nest. Although some seawater, whipped up by the strong winds, flooded into the nest, it flowed outwards through the nest streams after the water receded. Luo Yun lay dazed on the nest's uppermost point, while Yaji destroyed the original nest, then returned, bringing back new branches to relay it atop it. Reality wasn't a game, and ancient dragons weren't the foolish creatures in games that would spit fire, whip up a few whirlwinds, and then engage you in hand-to-hand combat. The battle between the Steel Dragon and the Wave Dragon was dominated by the unbridled outpouring of elemental energy, storms, seawater, and lightning. For ordinary dragons, even getting close, let alone engaging an ancient dragon, would be a luxury. Although Luo Yun didn't witness the actual battle between the two dragons, he watched with his own eyes as a massive horned dragon was swept skyward by the seawater tornado churned by the Steel Dragon. It likely didn't survive. And this was merely the aftermath of their clash. Of course, perhaps the Steel Dragon and the Mingbo Dragon that appeared this time were exceptions. Perhaps not all ancient dragons are so powerful. Ordinary dragons have distinct individual differences, let alone ancient dragons. But it's undeniable that ancient dragons, possessing the power to control disasters, truly stand at the top of the food chain. At that moment, Luo Yun felt a profound realization of his own insignificance, while also understanding the power of the world's ecosystem. Even the Steel Dragon, which could easily alter the celestial phenomena, would be defeated by the Mingbo Dragon. As long as it remained within the food chain, it would be subject to the constraints of the ecosystem. Perhaps only those taboos that transcended the world, independent of the food chain, could remain unaffected. The war between the ancient dragons was over, but life must go on. Because large areas outside the ancient tree forest and the great ant mound wasteland were flooded, significantly reducing the living space of many creatures, the remaining intact areas of both areas were now in chaos. The herbivorous dragons searched for new habitats, while the carnivorous dragons began to scramble for new territories. This was destined to be a new battle. The victors would survive, while the losers would become nutrients for the new continent's ecosystem. But all this had nothing to do with Luo Yun and his companions. Their superior intelligence allowed them to stockpile large quantities of food in advance. While other dragons fought each other to the bitter end, they could simply remain quietly in their nests, waiting for the situation to subside. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. Thanks to the new world's powerful self-regulating abilities, the previously damaged areas regained vitality, and countless creatures returned, rebuilding the ecosystem. However, in addition to the original New World inhabitants, the current ecosystem also included a New World survey team. In the sky, a male fire dragon, nearly 9 meters long, circled overhead. Its fiery red scales were spotless. Its sleek and well-proportioned form was imbued with muscles poised to unleash astonishing power. The ferocious spines gleamed coldly, and its body, still small compared to a full-grown beast, already possessed the demeanor of a king of the skies. It selected its target, accelerated its dive, and instantly appeared above it like a flaming meteor. Its sharp claws firmly grasped the herbivorous dragon's neck. The next instant, before it even moved, its skin erupted in flames. Threads of flame engulfed Luo Yun, incinerating anything that dared approach him. Flame body. Upon initiating combat, the body becomes enveloped in flames, burning everything it touches. The flame's temperature varies, with the host's own flame. With a thought, the surrounding flames are absorbed by the gaps between the scales, and the heat dissipates with the wind. Fire induction. Absorbing flames enhances fire-based moves. The amount of flames that can be absorbed increases with the host's physical fitness. Both flame body and fire induction were traits acquired over the past 5 years. With Luo Yun's development, fire induction can now be triggered actively, even absorbing flames from the flame body. Flame body, in addition to being able to entangle with flames, significantly increases his fire resistance, to the point where he briefly wondered if he was completely immune to fire. Until one day, when he was bored and tried to provoke a raging brute, he discovered that this wasn't the case. The brute's full-strength fire still burned him. Well, just hot. Chapter 15. I still remember the look on that fool's face as he went from excited to bewildered. He attacked with all his might, finally landing a hit, but he didn't even burn the opponent's scales. It was a huge blow. Of course, these past 5 years weren't the only traits he extracted. There was one that made Luo Yun very satisfied. Mind's Eye. Long-term combat combined with a unique soul has greatly enhanced your senses, allowing you to easily find your opponent's weaknesses, see through their movements, and respond in advance. In the Pokemon games, this trait ignores the opponent's dodge changes, maintains its own hit rate, and allows fighting and normal-type skills to hit ghost-type Pokemon. But after being transferred to him, it enhanced his senses in all aspects, even significantly enhancing his ethereal sixth sense. This was particularly evident when Luo Yun went to test the Brujaw. He could see every muscle movement. Often, as soon as the Brujaw made a move, Luo Yun could predict its attack pattern, and his body instinctively dodged and counterattacked. The result was that the Brujaw couldn't bite, and instead, Luo Yun caught it in its gaps between attacks and dealt it various blows. While the damage wasn't significant, just superficial, it was frustrating. Critically, Luo Yun once failed to notice its flames, and his sixth sense frantically warned him. With a nimble mid-roll, he dodged the attack without even seeing it. Over the years, through various battles and hunts, the effectiveness of his mind's eye has continued to improve. Luo Yun believes that if he continues to develop this trait, one day, Mom won't have to worry about me getting hit by a flashbang anymore. 3 new traits had been acquired over the past 5 years, coupled with a growth of 9 meters. While it couldn't match those of adult behemoths, its actual combat power was no less than that of lesser monsters. At least if it encountered the poisonous demon bird from 5 years ago, Luo Yun alone could easily kill it. The kind where there was no escape. Faced with Luo Yun's attack, the other herbivorous dragons howled and fled from him. But before they could take 2 steps, a dark green dragon-shaped truck suddenly burst out of the nearby woods. The massive body of the dragon sent a large herbivorous dragon flying. Before the dragon could even get up, it stomped on its neck. The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed throughout the grass, and the herbivorous dragon was instantly silent. Yaji lowered her head and easily bit through the dragon's neck, then devoured her lunch. Over the past 5 years, Luo Yun's growth has been astonishing, but Yaji's second growth spurt was even more dramatic. During that time, her stature skyrocketed to 15 meters. It's slowed down now, but it's still nearly 16 meters. Her angularity has become more pronounced, her spines have fully grown, and her body's color has deepened. Her slender figure exudes a sense of strength. Most importantly, her dragon scales resemble a gradient of ink in the sunlight, a deep green with hints of golden hues. The life energy in the earth veins where her nest is located is clearly not very active, far less so than in the depths of the ancient forest. So why did Yaji grow into such a battle-hardened figure in such an environment? Little did she know, in Yaji's eyes, Luo Yun was also very different. In the sunlight, the edges of his deep red scales reflected a faint silvery white glow. In terms of size, Yaji could be described as a subadult female fire dragon, even larger than some malnourished adult females. Yet, in terms of age, she still resembled a young adult. She was a truly unique individual among female fire dragons. A few months ago, they were on their usual joint hunt in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. As the hunt was almost over, another female fire dragon suddenly appeared, taking advantage of the moment when the crustacean herbivores formation was broken up by them, and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill one. This behavior was tantamount to provocation, and Luo Yun was immediately furious, intending to expel the female fire dragon. But Yaji trotted over to the female fire dragon and affectionately licked her head. After the female fire dragon had eaten and drunk her fill, said hello to Yaji, and left, Luo Yun realized that the female fire dragon was actually her sister, from the same batch of eggs. Luo Yun was stunned. Yaji was nearly 16 meters long, significantly larger than her sister, who was no more than 12 meters. Her scales were dark green with hints of gray, the normal coloration of a female fire dragon. Eggs from the same batch, born just a day or 2 apart, yet there was such a huge size difference. By the time Yaji reached adulthood, wouldn't she be nearly 20 meters? Yaji, sensing Luo Yun's gaze, tilted her head in confusion. Oh, my girlish heart. Struck by Yaji's casually cute expression, Luo Yun quickly lowered his head and began to eat. After 5 years, his aesthetic had completely assimilated, allowing him to perceive Yaji's beauty from every angle. Seeing Luo Yun didn't react, Yaji put aside her doubts. In fact, in Yaji's eyes, Luo Yun was also an incredibly handsome little dragon, especially now that he had grown up. She was particularly impressed by her own judgment. She had only picked up a dying fire dragon chick out of empathy, but she had actually found a treasure. 5 years ago, when Yaji found Luo Yun, she was only a little over 8 meters tall, thanks to her exceptional talent. Yet, 5 years later, Luo Yun had grown to 9 meters, even larger than she had been. Female fire dragons are generally larger than males, under the same circumstances, but this wasn't the case with Luo Yun. Add to that Luo Yun's exaggerated fighting prowess, which was completely disproportionate to his age, and even Yaji began to feel a sense of crisis. Today's meal was their last hunt in this hunting ground. Due to the two dragons' growth, the nest had become extremely crowded and no longer suitable for living. After discussion, Luo Yun concluded that their strength was sufficient to allow them to enter the depths of the ancient tree forest, or even to live on the ancient trees themselves. Therefore, after this meal, they would begin their migration. A new nest meant new territory, but it also meant facing a life-or-death battle. If Luo Yun were alone, he would choose to remain dormant in the Great Ant Mound wasteland for a few years, waiting for a few years until he had grown a bit more and acquired more special traits before heading to the ancient trees. But now, with Yaji, a battle-hardened female fire dragon measuring a full 16 meters in length, paired with him, a male fire dragon whose fighting power far exceeded their size, why couldn't they build a nest deep within the ancient tree forest? Chapter 16. In the ancient forest, in a mountain chasm barely wide enough for one person, 3 men and a cat stared intently at the chasm's entrance. Suddenly, a burning sensation emanated from the cave entrance. One of the men, clad in dragon thief armor and wielding a one-handed sword, pulled the 2 men beside him to the side, pressing them against the wall. He himself held a shield in front of them. Sure enough, a flash of flame struck the next moment, passing directly in front of them, leaving a scorching scent in the air. After the flames, a high-pitched roar echoed from the cave entrance, followed by silence. Huh? Ruby, check the cave entrance. Be careful, the man instructed the leather-armored gray fey cat, who had nimbly dodged the flames. Then, clutching his waist, he sat down on the ground, his face in pain. Ved, are you okay? Seeing the man's distress, his 2 companions immediately pulled him to a corner. One of them quickly rummaged through his briefcase, retrieving medicine and bandages. Another person helped remove the armor from his waist, while 2 others frantically applied medicine to him. The 3 of them, along with the cat, were part of the investigation team responsible for the ancient forest. They consisted of an editor, a scholar, and a hunter. Today, their mission was to investigate the dragon thief uprising deep within the ancient forest. Recently, members who were out on a mission noticed something unusual. Numerous dragons that once inhabited the depths of the ancient forest had appeared on the outskirts, posing a significant threat to those conducting investigations outside. This unusual phenomenon caught the attention of the investigation team, and they dispatched 3 other teams, including this one, to investigate. As their team entered the thief's range, they unfortunately encountered a giant thief far larger than normal. As Wade's thief suit indicated, he was no stranger to giant thieves, but this one was completely different. It measured at least 20 meters long. A normal giant thief is typically only about 11 meters. This one was not only twice as large as the average giant thief, but also possessed an astonishingly aggressive and gluttonous appetite. Wade's team's investigation revealed that this giant thief ate very frequently. Its original territory overlapped with that of other carnivorous dragons, leaving it unable to satisfy its hunger. Thus, the thieves, led by this giant thief, began expanding their territory. Wade and his team had the misfortune of encountering it head-on. A one-handed sword, which could easily pierce a giant thief's skin, could only scratch the skin of this unique giant thief, even with all its might. The small round shield couldn't withstand the massive jaw dragon's charge, and with many other jaw dragons joining the attack, their squad was quickly beaten back. With the help of items like stink bombs, they finally managed to escape the pursuers and reach the outskirts of the ancient forest. Just as they were planning to find a place to rest, they stumbled into the territory of a brute-jaw dragon, also far larger than its own kind. Critically, this brute-jaw dragon was completely unbecoming of its species. It crouched in the woods and launched a surprise attack. On their first encounter, they were knocked back by its dragon chariot, landing heavily on a rock. Wade's waist was cut by a sharp edge on the rock. Fortunately, his Felix companion was able to distract the brute-jaw dragon, giving them time to hide in a small chasm. Whoosh! A distress signal shot into the sky, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Their first group was far too small. Even though they had a full ship, in this new world, that small number of people couldn't even make a splash. And now that their sole hunter was injured, the best thing to do was wait for nearby rescue. Greedy, you done us a disservice this time. When we return to Star, you must treat us to a feast with all the mushrooms you collected this year. The dragon scholar wiped the blood from his hand, and smiled at the editor, who was sorting through his notes. No, I only collected so little this year, and you're already thinking about it before I even try it. How about we go to the cafeteria for a nice meal? I treat you, how about that? The man known as the glutton quickly waved his hand, stuffed his notes into his backpack, and pleaded with his companions. Hey, if you hadn't shown up, how would we have been discovered by that giant thief dragon? Just tell me if you're willing or not. The stew in the cafeteria is indeed delicious, but after all these years, it's nice to change things up once in a while. The dragon scholar persisted. Okay, I get it. It's just some mushrooms. Eat, eat, eat. As long as you're full, that's all. The glutton looked heartbroken, but both knew he was feigning. Although this guy was a glutton with an astonishing appetite, when he wasn't on missions, he liked to stay near the cafeteria, eating free fruit or buying some barbecue, while flipping through notes borrowed from other editors. But sharing the delicious food he collected with his companions was also part of his enjoyment. But then again, Nori, why did you suddenly stick your head out? That's not like you. The dragon scholar was curious. Although Nori was a bit of a glutton, he was definitely a competent editor. As Wit's partner, he had never been a drag on an investigation. His strange behavior today was indeed puzzling. Well, Nori scratched his head hesitantly. I don't know if I saw it wrong. When I was observing that particular giant thief dragon, I noticed that when it regurgitated food, it seemed to have some crystals. It looked a bit like dragon jade. But I couldn't see clearly from my position at the time, so in my excitement, I accidentally revealed it. Nori said this with a hint of embarrassment, but his discovery also made the two frown. Dragon jade. Can you spit it out? Wade looked at the dragon scholar uncertainly. Seeing both men's gazes fixed on him, the dragon scholar shook his head. I don't know, but there's no mention of it in the current books about dragon jade. Dragon jade is usually obtained by dissecting large monsters, and the chance of finding one is quite low. Not all large monsters contain dragon jade. Perhaps the thing resembling dragon jade you saw is just some special crystal. We can report this when we get back. The three of them agreed. Then, the fey cat named Ruby emerged from the ground, shaking her head at Wade with a frustrated expression. Meow. Meow. Ruby means that the brute jaw is still squatting outside, showing no sign of leaving. Wade's face was grim. He had been discussing the unusual giant thief, but the brute jaw before him was equally unusual. Chapter 17. Based on the information the investigation team has gathered so far, the new world's brute jaws are not much different from those in the old world. The only difference is that the ancient forests are more nutritious, which is why the brute jaws here are larger. Besides the herbivorous dragons, the Thalassoctops and the Megathalasoctops are also on the brute jaws menu. But the brute jaw outside the cave isn't just big, it's capable of sneak attacks. And now it's even lurking. You should know that brute jaws are known for their aggressiveness and strong territoriality. They won't stay in one area for long periods of time except when hunting. Generally speaking, brute jaws are either fighting or on their way to a fight. They spend more time patrolling and marking their territory than hunting or resting. So how did this brute jaws manage to stay there so long? For a relatively small human, in the face of a giant beast, they should be the type to deal with when the mood strikes, and to drive them away when the mood doesn't. How could they allow a brute jaw dragon to sneak attack and block the spring? Alas, this is trouble. The master and his team have been investigating the great anthill wasteland, and the captain has ventured deep into the forest alone. If the others come to support and run into this unique brute jaw dragon, they'd probably be in trouble. Their first-term group is indeed elite, but there are different types of elites. Hunters like the captain and the sword master, who have faced legendary ancient dragons, are the pinnacle of the elite, but they are the only ones in the investigation team. Much more so are high-ranking hunters like Wade, who, with extensive information and over 10 days of preparation, have successfully hunted monsters on the level of a female Rathalos. Logically, hunters of their caliber would have been able to stand a chance against a brutejaw. However, this brutejaw was different. Its speed, attack power, and size far surpassed those of ordinary brutejaws. Its fighting style was as refined as if it had been honed through countless trials and tribulations, its attacks both rapid and precise. It was unknown how such a brutal thug was trained. Even a high-ranking hunter would suffer a loss upon first encounter, and escaping was considered a success. For a moment, the atmosphere within the Rift Valley grew tense. Above, Luo Yun and Yaji were flying side by side, when suddenly a red flare flew from the forest ahead. Luo Yun immediately recognized it as the survey team's distress signal. Over the past 5 years, the survey team had established a firm foothold in the New World. Relying on the starship that had been washed atop the mountain, they had occupied the mountain and established a preliminary base. They began exploring the surrounding areas of the ancient tree forest and the great anthill wasteland. Although Luo Yun had never met the members of the investigation team, because their lair was also located at the junction of the two lands, he could see the starship on the mountaintop from afar whenever he flew. This distress signal wasn't the first time he had seen it. During the chaotic period caused by the conflict between the two ancient dragons, all kinds of monsters were busy occupying the territory. In this environment, although the investigation team could take advantage of the situation, they often encountered greater danger when they went out. But none of this mattered to Luo Yun. In this life, he was a dragon, and an extremely dangerous male fire dragon. Yes, danger, not just to the investigation team, but also to himself. A male Rathalos tail is a rare delicacy. Its reverse scale is a legendary collectible. A Rathalos is true testament to a hunter's progress, and its head is the ultimate trophy. Because the Rathalos is the most common, high-niched giant dragon, it's widespread and shrouded in legends. The king of the sky is often jokingly called the sky's dead. Any hunter with even a modicum of ambition would struggle to overcome the hurdle of hunting a Rathalos. One can imagine how difficult a Rathalos' life must be. Alas! When will the Fire Dragon clan ever be able to rise to their feet? So, no matter what his motivations, Luo Yun would never proactively contact the investigation team. But this time was different. The distress signal came from the Brute-Jaw Dragon's territory, and it happened to be right along its migration route. He didn't mind causing it some trouble. With a low growl at Yaji, Luo Yun descended directly in the direction of the distress signal. Of course, he didn't need to engage in direct combat with the Brute-Jaw Dragon, he simply needed to show up. After all, his interactions with the Brute-Jaw Dragon over the past 5 years hadn't been in vain. In the woods, the Brute-Jaw Dragon, hunkered down, stared intently at the cave entrance. After failing twice at Luo Yun's hands, he knew he would utterly destroy any foe, no matter their size. He would never commit such a shame, again. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. A familiar feeling washed over him. Looking up, sure enough, it was that damn male Rathalos again. 5 years. Do you know how it's been spending those 5 years? From the beginning, it said, "Little cub, you dare show up again?" To, "We're all friendly neighbors, why fight?" Finally, "Get out, you filthy creature." At first, Luo Yun would only occasionally hover over it, making deliberate noises to scare away prey while it hunted, or cursing from the sky while it patrolled its territory. Later, as its size rapidly grew, he began to occasionally blast it with flames around mealtimes, or feign a swooping attack, then soaring back into the air once within a certain distance, irritating it. During that time, the Brute-Jaw had a truly volatile temper. Every day, it was either angry or on the verge of anger. Furthermore, the ancient forest was flooded with carnivorous dragons, and territorial disputes were frequent, so the Brute-Jaw's heat shield was never properly retracted. Finally, Luo Yun extracted his mind, and not only harassed it, but also occasionally came down to fight it. After 5 years of this inhumane torture, the Brute-Jaw was forcibly tempered into its current personality, and its fighting techniques were no longer crude. After all, a rough attack wouldn't hit Luo Yun. So, the moment Luo Yun appeared, the Brute-Jaw Dragon immediately stood up, turned around, and fled. Unable to strike, it had no recourse but to feel disgusted. If it couldn't be provoked, it could always avoid it. As for the 4 little creatures, it didn't bother paying any attention. Over the years, Luo Yun's mischief had left them hungry more than once. They'd gotten used to it. Seeing his goal accomplished, Luo Yun didn't bother descending any further. With a flick of his wings, he soared back into the sky. To him, this was just a trivial matter. As for whether the investigation team would trouble the Brute-Jaw Dragon afterward, he didn't care. If they did, that would be great, but if they didn't, it wouldn't matter. The most important thing was that if the Brute-Jaw Dragon was unhappy, he would be happy. Chapter 18. The departing Brute-Jaw Dragon felt increasingly frustrated. Although such incidents had occurred frequently over the past 5 years, today it simply couldn't tolerate it anymore. So, the Brute-Jaw Dragon made a move. Well, it decided to flee. Never had it seen a dragon as despicable as Luo Yun. He was clearly not as powerful as it was, yet he was bullied just because it couldn't fly. So the brute-jawed dragon decided to leave now, immediately. It wanted to return to the depths of the ancient tree forest, to its former territory. After making its decision, the brute-jawed dragon determined the direction and, on a hill with a wide view, found the direction of the ancient tree. After 5 years, it began its migration once again. This time, it would be the return of a king. In the same direction, Luo Yuan and Yaji were flying steadily. The pterosaurs and some flying dragons in the sky avoided them from a distance, fearing they would be taken down along the way by Luo Yuan and his companions. Vader's team had been in the rift for a long time. Given the savage dragon's history of surprise attacks, even after Ruby went out and discovered it was gone, the team didn't act rashly, still waiting for rescue. Suddenly, a swarm of insects resembling fireflies, their tails emitting a green glow, flew in from the cave entrance. Under the wary gaze of the others, they danced around Vader. "Here! Vader, are you in there?" A familiar voice came from outside the rift, and Vader responded immediately. A moment later, a man carrying 2 swords crawled in. The insects dancing around Vader seemed attracted to them, and flew back into the insect cage on the man's waist. "Hey Ruth, what's this?" Wade asked uncertainly, a hint of excitement. "Hey, as you can see, this is the guide insect. It took 2 years, and we finally succeeded just the day before yesterday." Aruth proudly patted the insect cage at his waist. The guide insect gently flew out, then returned to its cage after finding no commands. After arriving in the new world, the survey team, besides establishing a base, faced the greatest challenge of external investigations: a lack of effective tracking methods. The tracking methods used in the old world weren't very effective in the new world. Furthermore, with no one familiar with the area, they could only explore bit by bit. If they ventured too far, they could get lost in the forest, ultimately relying on emitting distress flares to locate their location. This method was not only inefficient, but also extremely resource-intensive. Many surveys had to be terminated as soon as the target moved even slightly away. Thus, in order to develop better tracking methods, after the initial base was established, the acting team leader began searching for tameable creatures in the new world. After all these years, we finally found 2 species. One is the relatively docile pterosaur, but there's currently no clear method for using it effectively. The other is the guide worm, but training and breeding the guide worms has been a bit of a hindrance. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that they were finally tamed and could finally be equipped to everyone. While Wade and Aruth were talking, another person sauntered in. "By the way, how did you get into such a mess? And even come all this way?" Their current location was far from the star base, completely unexplored territory. If it weren't for this signal flare, Aruth wouldn't have risked coming here. "Don't mention it. We were just incredibly unlucky this time," Wade complained, then recounted his encounters with the oversized Megatheosaurus and the Brutalnithus. The new world has quite a few unique features. I think both the Megatheosaurus and the Brutalnithus are good candidates for investigation, perhaps focusing on them, Wade concluded. But Arutha's expression was a bit strange. "Actually, besides rescuing you, I have another mission, to retrieve everyone else. The captain and the swordsman are back, and we made a major discovery that requires everyone's participation." "A major discovery? And everyone, including the captain?" Wade was perplexed. Their first group's methods of operation were very different. The captain and the swordsman were vastly superior to the others, while the wilderness master and the dragon hunter possessed extensive wilderness survival experience. Thus, the 4 of them generally operated independently, conducting their own investigations year-round. The rest formed teams, continuing the Hunters Guild's management model. The acting leader issued missions, and the teams accepted them before heading out. Furthermore, the first group was so small, and they needed personnel everywhere, so there had never been a mission that required everyone to go out together. Yes, it's said that a swordsmanship master and a dragon hunter discovered a large creature in the great Ant-Mound wasteland, glowing brightly like gold, resembling an unknown ancient dragon. Their activity area has only been tentatively determined. A large ancient dragon made of gold? Wade's eyes widened, and the next second, he struggled to his feet. "Let's go now. I need to get back to Starry Sky to participate in this mission." Ved was incredibly excited. If his previous slaying of the troublesome female fire dragon was a feat he could boast about for the rest of his life, even earning him the title of legendary hunter back home, then participating in the investigation of the ancient dragon would ensure his name was etched in the books, passed down through generations, and that was an ancient dragon. Every hunter dreams of chasing an ancient dragon. Even just throwing a flashbang from a distance would satisfy him, Aelid wasn't surprised by Vader's reaction. He wasn't the first. Almost everyone who knew about this was incredibly excited, their spirits high. Okay, let's go. Aelid rolled his eyes and offered to help Vader up. The group then walked out of the rift. Outside the rift, 3 unfamiliar cats had been waiting for a while, pushing a cart. They were a tribe of deter people whom the investigation team had stumbled upon arriving in the new world. After friendly negotiations, they had established a cooperative relationship. After a hunter sends out a distress signal, they can freely choose whether to respond based on the situation. Each rescue operation simply involves bringing the person to a nearby camp, and the person rescued pays them 1/3 of the mission's reward as a rescue fee. If the rescue is performed outside of a mission, the hunter and the cats will negotiate the fee privately. Because hunters often pay a high fee, a single rescue can earn the tribe enough supplies for a week. These feral cats typically respond whenever a rescue opportunity arises, rarely passing up a chance. Thank you for your hard work, Detels. The adorable group of Detels responded in unison. After confirming that Vader had climbed up, they immediately pushed the cart towards the stars. Huh? What's this? Halfway along, Nori was caught in a flash of light reflected from a stone. He looked at the bluish-purple stone, considered it, and casually picked it up. Hiss, so cold? It felt icy to the touch, and it seemed to still be radiating a chill. Nori, hurry up! Coming! Nori responded, suppressing his curiosity, stuffing the stone into his backpack, and jogging to catch up with the group. Chapter 19. The ancient tree forest was truly vast. Even after Luo Yuan and Yaji flew for a whole day, the ancient trees in the distance only appeared slightly larger. They occasionally stopped to forage for food and water during their flight. Although some foolish creatures would rush up to chase them away, they were met with a duel between the male and female fire dragons. This reckless brutejaw, at only 16 meters long, was severely injured by Yaji's dragon chariot, and then Luo Yuan easily bit through its neck. This easy fight made Luo Yuan realize what a monster the brutejaw he had been harassing for the past 5 years was. Not only was it larger than an ordinary brutejaw, but its fire breath didn't need to be stored like this one did. It could be released whenever it wanted, and the flames lasted for a long time. He had never seen it burn its throat. The most crucial thing was that, after barely managing to spit out a single burst of flames that could even be absorbed by Luo Yuan's pyrokinesis, this ordinary brutejaw suddenly fell into a brief state of fatigue. Not only did its heat shield retract, it even gasped for breath. This was a life-or-death battle. It was already utterly exhausted after just one ultimate attack. Can you believe this? Without a word, Yaji took advantage of the beast's moment to catch its breath and transformed into a gradient green truck, sending the behemoth flying. It lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Luo Yuan approached, wielding a flaming bite, and shattered its neck. This would have been impossible for that brutejaw. Luo Yuan had seen that creature before. It had its heat shield on, spitting fire everywhere, and after a friendly exchange with Luo Yuan, it maintained its form, easily driving away any carnivorous dragons that dared to enter its territory. Physically, that creature seemed to be on a rampage drug all day long, seemingly possessing endless stamina. He was either engaged in a fight or on his way to one, never once showing any signs of weakness. Defensively, Luo Yuan's swooping acceleration, combined with his flame body and Hercules' abilities, could only knock the opponent down with a single claw and inflict a fairly deep wound. However, the creature was able to recover in a flash and attack Luo Yuan in return. This creature couldn't even withstand a single dragon chariot from Yaji. Its neck was as fragile as a shark's, snapping with a single bite. The skin on its neck could even be carbonized by Luo Yuan's entangled flames. It wasn't clear if this brute-jawed dragon was simply too weak, or if this represented the true combat power of a typical brute-jawed dragon. Even Yaji was a little surprised. It wasn't Luo Yuan and the others' fault though. It was mainly because their previous lair had been in a particularly good location. Not only were there no nearby threats, but they also had plenty of radiating hunting grounds. While hunting, they mostly encountered monsters of lower ecological rank than their own. Those monsters fled the moment they saw Luo Yuan and Yaji. Even on the rare occasions they engaged in combat, they were primarily driven off by threats. The slain brutejaw was so brave this time, perhaps believing that a mature, battle-hardened brutejaw against a subadult, land-based female Rathalos and a juvenile male Rathalos would be a sure win, or at least be able to drive them out of their territory. Unexpectedly, they encountered a battle-hardened female Rathalos, less than 9 meters long, capable of holding her own against a full-grown poisonous demon bird, and a powerful male Rathalos. This mistake not only lopsided the battle, but also cost him his life. Not tasty. Tearing through the thick fur of the broodjaw, Luo Yun took a bite of the meat, chewed briefly, and then stopped. If the meat of a herbivore was A-grade, tender and translucent, then the meat of a broodjaw was probably only C-grade, tough, like chewing a dry steak in a previous life. Not only was it flavorless, but it was also difficult to chew, barely edible. Yaji also took a bite and stopped eating. The place they were stopping at was a good water source, where herbivore and crested dragons usually came to drink. Since there was no shortage of prey, and they weren't particularly hungry, waiting a little longer didn't matter. Luo Yun spread his wings and flew into the sky, while Yaji wandered off to lie dormant in the nearby woods. Just as the two of them left, a group of thief dragons scurried out, tearing at the broodjaw's corpse. Soon, the meatiest and most plentiful parts of the broodjaw dragon's carcass were torn off and carried off by the thief dragons, leaving only half its body and skeleton to await the arrival of the hate bird. In about a day, no trace of the broodjaw dragon remained on this continent. No creature would remember it, not even Luo Yun and Yaji, the ones who killed it. The broodjaw dragon was merely a minor incident on this migration journey, and neither Luo Yun nor Yaji took it seriously. They randomly found a high point that night, cuddled together, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, their migration resumed. This pattern repeated for 5 days. On the 6th day, Luo Yun and Yaji were forced to fly higher. The closer they got to the ancient tree, the taller the surrounding trees and terrain became. This was different from my previous life, where sunlight and soil were self-evidently important to plants. The larger the tree, the smaller the other trees. But in this ancient tree forest, the opposite is true. The closer to the ancient tree, the denser the vegetation. All of this stems from a unique energy source in this world. Leyline energy, or more precisely, the life energy carried by the flowing ley lines. The source of this life energy is unknown, but many scholars believe it's a gift from nature. The creatures that possess the most representative life energy are the ancient dragons. The ancient tree's roots lie at the largest leyline node in the ancient tree forest. Here, the leyline energy is most concentrated, resulting in more lush vegetation and stronger creatures. The fire dragons, relying on their strength and numbers, have occupied most of the upper reaches of the ancient tree. Their geographical advantage allows them to hunt over a wider area and breed their young more safely. Perhaps the only drawback is the lack of rivers or streams within the ancient tree. Therefore, most fire dragon families choose to build reservoirs near their lairs, intercepting accumulated rainwater to meet their water needs. As foreign fire dragons arriving during the off-season, Luo Yun and Yaji, even though they belong to the same species, will face ostracism. Therefore, if they want to nest in the ancient tree, they can either engage in a fight. Winning not only allows them to occupy the opponent's nest, but also prevents other dragons from harassing them. Or, they can simply surrender and choose a new nest near the ancient tree. In the monster world, the strong possess everything. Chapter 20. Luo Yun and Yaji didn't rush up to the ancient tree to find a nesting spot. Instead, they rested outside the tree to recuperate. Perhaps because fire dragons often appeared near the ancient tree, many of the creatures there skillfully hid in the undergrowth upon sensing the shadows. Small carnivorous dragons like the thief dragon quietly lurked in the shadows of the trees, waiting for the fire dragons to finish their hunt and then graze on their leftovers. Hay birds circled in the sky, searching for incoming food. Over the years, Luo Yun's ability to sense earth vein energy had become increasingly stronger. The moment he landed, he was enveloped by the rich life energy in the air. If it weren't for the wrong timing, he would have really wanted to test the efficiency of actively absorbing earth vein energy in such an environment. Through his observations of Yaji over the years, he had also discovered that she couldn't actively absorb earth vein energy, she absorbed it passively, unconsciously. The New World itself is the ideal location for ancient dragons to cross the ancient dragon barrier. After ancient dragons die of old age, their immense life energy is absorbed by the Earth's veins and then transported throughout the New World. Over the years, the New World's Earth's vein energy has become extremely dense. After prolonged exposure to this environment, the monsters of the New World are often, on average, stronger than those of the Old World. Extended exposure to the influence of Earth's vein energy unconsciously imbues them with it, strengthening their physiques. Those with greater talent even experience changes. The more concentrated the Earth's vein energy, the faster and stronger these changes are. Yaji is exceptionally gifted, while Luo Yun is a skilled player who can actively absorb Earth's vein energy. Even so, his efficiency in absorbing Earth's vein energy is surprisingly comparable to Yaji's. For a long time, Luo Yun thought Yaji was cheating. Passively absorbing the Earth's energy could actually rival his own active absorption. Had Luo Yun's attempts to teach her to absorb it proved fruitless, Yaji's growth would likely have been even faster. Just as Luo Yun and the others were drinking water, a sly bird leisurely strolled out, clutching an egg. When its sight fell on Yaji, it quacked and began dancing with fear, not even caring about the egg shattering in its hands. It turned and ran, howling in terror. "This egg isn't yours. I never stole your egg." Luo Yun imagined these words as he listened to the bird's cry. Okay, maybe the sly bird didn't mean that, but judging by its apparent reaction to the sight of a female fire dragon, it must have tried to steal their eggs many times and been disciplined many times, hence its sudden and intense reaction. Yaji tilted her head in confusion at the fleeting, flirtatious bird. She looked at Luo Yun, who seemed lost in thought, and leaned over to lick his neck. Then, she gazed at the towering ancient tree, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Unlike the old world, male fire dragons make up a much smaller proportion of the fire dragon population in the new world than females. Therefore, male fire dragons in the new world are no longer monogamous, but rather practice a harem. However, among all the mates of a male fire dragon, only the strongest, the principal wife, can reside with him in the ancient tree forest. The other concubines, after mating, must retreat to the great anthill wasteland to live and raise their children on their own. Thus, the fire dragons that inhabit the ancient tree are either married couples or dragons that have yet to mate. Therefore, if it weren't for Luo Yun, if her strength wasn't enough, she wouldn't have come to the ancient tree at this age. Instead, she would have waited until she was old enough, then, like the other female fire dragons living there, come from the great ant mound wasteland, choose a male fire dragon she liked, and then defeat her rival before staying. After resting, the two dragons exchanged glances, each letting out a high-pitched howl. Like an arrow shot from a bow, they soared into the sky and began circling the ancient tree. This was both selecting a nesting location and announcing their arrival to the fire dragons residing in the ancient tree. As if receiving their challenge, many male fire dragons left their nests, flapping their wings, their cold, vertical pupils reflecting the two dragons' figures. The hierarchy among fire dragons is quite strict. The closer the male fire dragons are to the top of the ancient tree, the stronger they are, and their mates are naturally no weaker. Luo Yun didn't blindly fly up. The ancient tree was enormous, and even circling it would take considerable time. These male fire dragons, voluntarily leaving their nests and taking to the air, allowed Luo Yun to better select suitable opponents or nesting heights. Quickly, his sharp gaze singled out a male fire dragon with crimson scales, slightly larger than a typical male, and appearing quite robust. It was located somewhere in the upper middle section of the ancient tree. After calling out to Yaji, he immediately accelerated and flew over, hovering not far from the male fire dragon, roaring furiously. Luo Yun initiated the challenge, challenging the other party. This fight would only end with one side being expelled or killed. Provoked by Luo Yun, the male fire dragon's gaze grew colder, its rage rising. It hadn't expected this newly arrived young fire dragon to dare choose it as its opponent. It suddenly opened its fang-filled maw, leveraging its size advantage to lunge at Luo Yun. At the same time, a green female fire dragon also flew out, clearly the male's mate. It charged towards Luo Yun, but was intercepted mid-flight by Yaji. After Yaji slammed into the other like a meteor, the two female fire dragons fought and bit each other in midair before landing on the ancient tree, breaking branch after branch. Compared to male fire dragons, female fire dragons were far more powerful on land. Upon landing, Yaji immediately adjusted her stance and launched a dragon chariot charge. The female fire dragon was still somewhat surprised. Although Yaji's surprise attack had given her the upper hand, she hadn't been able to gain the upper hand in the mid-air clash despite her size advantage. Seeing Yaji charging at it, the female fire dragon was no match for it. "I'm so much bigger than you, and you dare charge me first?" Feeling humiliated, the female fire dragon decisively counterattacked, and then the female fire dragon and Yaji collided. The female fire dragon took flight. In this brutal collision, the female fire dragon's scales exploded where they made contact, blood gushed out, and many of its spines broke. However, the female fire dragon, outmatched in strength, was sent flying. However, this collision caused only minor injuries. In midair, the female fire dragon flapped its wings to maneuver, and with bloodshot eyes, it lunged straight at Yaji. Front and claw, bite, venom, and crimson blood became the main themes of their clash. The battle between the female fire dragons was nothing like that of a flying dragon, but rather had the violent aura of a beast dragon. Every collision, every bite, every scratch, and every claw took away a wisp of flesh. Scorching blood splattered in the air, and every collision between giant beasts made a dull sound, and surrounding branches were accidentally broken in the battle. From their mouths, explosive fireballs were ejected, and the aftermath alone destroyed the surrounding environment. The tail, with its well-developed venom glands, was like a sledgehammer, capable of penetrating the hard surface of dragon scales and attacking internal organs. Among the battles between fire dragons, the battles between female fire dragons were the bloodiest and also had the highest mortality rate. Chapter 21. Compared to the bloody and brutal fighting style of the female Rathalos, the male Rathalos' style is all about speed and passion, skill and danger. Fighting in the sky not only offers a wide field of vision, but also allows the male Rathalos' powerful and flexible wings to fully demonstrate their strength. The sky offers no obstructions, allowing ample space for flight and acceleration. With the added speed, the male Rathalos' claws, tail spines, and bite become extremely dangerous weapons. Therefore, while the battle between the two may not appear as entangled as the female Rathalos, the danger is far greater. The slightest mistake can result in serious injury, and battles between male Rathalos often decide the outcome in a split second. Of course, this refers to normal battles between male Rathalos. But Luo Yun's battle was anything but normal. There were no thrilling aerial sprints, no close-range bites like butterflies. There was only chase and escape, or playful rubbings like a bullfight. There was no way around it. Luo Yun was only half the size of the dragon, and even with the added bonus of his Hercules trait, he still had a significant disadvantage in terms of strength. Furthermore, even if he hadn't been at a disadvantage in terms of strength, he couldn't fight the dragon like a normal male Rathalos. After all, his claws were only slightly more than half as long. In a real head-on clash, the dragon's claws would have smeared his face, and he still wouldn't have been able to reach it. Thus, in his battle with the dragon, strength was of no use, only speed and a few unique abilities were crucial. After another close encounter, the dragon had mastered the pattern of fighting Luo Yun, and didn't lose control and fly away as he had in previous battles. This time, it quickly adjusted its form, its wing membranes deformed by the powerful wind pressure. It twisted its body forcefully, opening its jaws, pierced with sharp teeth, and bit down on Luo Yun's wing. Confidence gleamed in its eyes. It believed that Luo Yun, a young dragon with little combat experience, would be unable to react to this sudden change. Die! The Rathalos seemed to see Luo Yun's wing membrane shattered, blood splattering as he plummeted from the sky. Swish! Naive. As if it had anticipated this, its right wing, which had been targeted, retracted prematurely, not only missing the target, but also allowing its body to spin, its flame-wrapped tail striking the opponent's face, tilting its head. Then, before the Rathalos' head could twist back, it quickly descended, flapping its wings again to distance itself. This tail flick was like a child punching an adult with all its might. While it stung, it didn't actually cause much physical damage. But the psychological damage was significant. It confidently counterattacked, but not only was it dodged, it was also dealt a severe blow. Do you know how devastating a blow like this is to a mature male Rathalos? The Rathalos hardened, every muscle stiffening. It decided not to play house with Luo Yun anymore. It would defeat him swiftly, fiercely, and viciously. Huh? Where's the fire coming from? A burning sensation spread across its cheek, followed by a wisp of flame that forced the Rathalos to close one eye to avoid being burned. An orange-red flame ignited on the Rathalos' right cheek. No matter how it shook its head, the flames clung to it like a bone marrow. Although the Rathalos possessed a high degree of fire resistance and a protective membrane around its eyes, just as human eyes tend to close when exposed to sudden irritation, the flames periodically flickered across the Rathalos' eyes, forcing it to close its eyes repeatedly. For the Rathalos, who already possessed excellent vision, this constant closure not only created blind spots in their vision, but also proved extremely uncomfortable. The flame body trait not only granted Luo Yun even greater and more extreme resistance to fire, enveloping him in flames, but also transformed his venom glands, making his venom highly persistent, sticky, and flammable. Upon contact with air, even the slightest heat ignited it, leaving a continuous burning effect on the opponent. This burning effect blinded the Rathalos' vision, preventing him from launching his previously precise and continuous attacks. This gave Luo Yun more breathing space and time to accelerate. It also created an excellent attacking zone. The male fire dragon, suppressing the discomfort, opened the protective membranes of its eyes and roared, charging towards Luo Yun. Luo Yun wasn't in a hurry. He turned and flew. When he couldn't fly, He relied on his telepathic ability to predict the opponent's attacks, dodge them, and continue to dart around. During this time, the male fire dragon, unable to bear it any longer, spat out several balls of flame. These uncharged fireballs were not very fast, and with Luo Yun's speed, he could easily dodge them. It had only intended to block Luo Yun's movements, but it unexpectedly hit him. The fireball exploded on Luo Yun's back, sending up a plume of thick smoke. The male fire dragon roared excitedly and flew hurriedly towards Luo Yun, who had been hit. The Rathalos shell was indeed highly resistant to flames, but that didn't mean it was immune to damage. Furthermore, the fireballs it spewed would explode, further amplifying their power. At worst, this fireball could throw Luo Yun off balance. This would be its chance for a decisive kill. Closer and closer, the Rathalos' flapping wings created a powerful wind pressure, propelling its body rapidly towards the Rathalos. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, Luo Yun, bathed in flames, burst forth, tracing a graceful arc through the air before soaring straight towards the Rathalos. His pyrokinesis ability allowed Luo Yun to absorb external flames, strengthening his own flame sac and increasing the temperature of his flames. This increased flame temperature further intensified the flames generated by his flaming body. After absorbing the fireball, Luo Yun was enveloped in orange-red flames, appearing from afar like a dragon-shaped flame. The scorching heat enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. At this moment, his acceleration ability had already boosted his speed to an exceptionally high level. Speed was power. With the triple bonus of his flame body, acceleration, and strength, Luo Yun's combat power was now completely overwhelming. Luo Yun was no longer the brittle bone dragon of 5 years ago. His bones, both dense and hard, were strong enough to support his current form and withstand collisions with other behemoths. In the sky, Luo Yun was like a swiftly moving flaming meteor, constantly circling the Rathalos, searching for its weakness. The Rathalos, which had initially been able to chase Luo Yun, was now at a significant speed disadvantage. No matter how it flew, it could not escape Luo Yun's clutches and could only passively defend. At this moment, the offense and defense shifted. Chapter 22. Luo Yun felt incredibly powerful now. The accelerating blood circulation, the rapidly beating heart, and the surging power hidden within his body made Luo Yun's nerves extremely excited. The flames on his wings, tail, and the sharp corners of his head grew stronger and stronger. He was like a satellite, circling the Rathalos at an ever-increasing speed. If the Rathalos revealed a flaw, he would be ready to strike a fatal blow. Cute stars flying into the sky, Rathalos version, .jpg. At one point during this prolonged confrontation, the Rathalos was once again affected by the flames on his cheeks. The prolonged, close-range scorching heat had dried even his protective membranes, forcing him to close his eyes once more. And yet, Luo Yun's mind accurately captured this fleeting moment. The flames on his body converged, transforming the dragon into a ball of orange-red fire. After arcing through the air, he charged forward with unstoppable momentum, like a meteor from outer space, towards the Rathalos' side. Sensing a foreboding ominous sign, the male fire dragon quickly opened his eyes and adjusted his body, flapping his wings in an effort to create as much distance as possible. However, under the influence of this gravity, Luo Yun's speed had already reached its maximum. Even if the male fire dragon reacted, it still couldn't completely avoid it. A flaming meteor, trailing a stream, streaked across the sky, exploding on the male fire dragon's flank. The explosion echoed through the ancient tree canopy, startling countless birds and scattering in a swarm. A mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. At the bottom of the thick smoke, the massive male fire dragon fell unconsciously, its right wing noticeably bent. Half of its body, pitch black, plummeted straight into the ancient tree, breaking one thick branch after another before crashing heavily onto the platform. Blood burst from its pitch-black scales, spilling onto the ground. The dragon struggled on the ground, unable to rise. The male fire dragon was now severely injured. Even a few thief dragons could have seized this opportunity to kill it. In the sky, Luo Yun's figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke, trailing wisps of black smoke. At this moment, Luo Yun's eyes were blazing crimson from his intense movements. He stretched out his wings and hovered in the air. Threads of flame emanated from the cracks in his scales, then were absorbed by another crack in another scale. The crimson scales reflected a silvery white glow, and the young dragon, seemingly small in comparison, looked like a true king of the sky, looking down from his throne at the punished rebels. Blood dripped from the scales torn by the backlash of the collision, but far from showing any sign of weakness, his aura only grew stronger. Under Luo Yun's icy gaze, the male fire dragon, struck down from the ancient tree, finally ceased its struggles, curled up, and whimpered. It had completely lost. What awaited it next was either expulsion from its nest or submission. Whenever Luo Yun and it co-opted a hunting ground, it must give way when they met, waiting until Luo Yun finished hunting before it could take its turn. Of course, there was a chance. He had lost the battle with Luo Yun, but the battle between his wife and Yaji was still unresolved. If either side had won, their families would have been on equal footing. Even if Luo Yun coveted their nest, they wouldn't have to give it up. Luo Yun could build his nest on the same level. Unfortunately, ideals are often full of promise, but reality is often harsh. When Yaji, covered in blood, flew into the air to reunite with Luo Yun, and the female fire dragon she was fighting could only drag her injured body to the male fire dragon to lick his wounds, the battle was completely over. The fire dragon couple was completely defeated. If Luo Yun and his companions set their sights on their nest, they would be forced to bring their young and relocate to a new nest within the ancient tree, even if they had to drag their bodies, even with severe injuries, or leave the ancient tree. Everything that followed depended on Luo Yun's choice. Compared to Luo Yun, Yaji looked utterly miserable. After all, it was pure hand-to-hand combat, and scratches were inevitable. However, in Luo Yun's opinion, Yaji's mental state was intact. In fact, the dragon itself was extremely excited, and the fervent fighting spirit in its eyes had not yet subsided. It looked like she enjoyed the fight to the fullest, unleashing her inner savagery. But it made sense. While Yaji was powerful, her opponent was equally formidable. After all, she had fought her way out from among many female fire dragons to remain in the ancient tree as its principal wife. The battle concluded, and the other fire dragons that had been watching returned to their lairs. The sky around the ancient tree fell silent once again. Luo Yun took Yaji to the crown of the ancient tree to inspect their trophy. The fire dragon couple sat on a large platform, above which intertwined branches, shattering sunlight onto the platform. The platform lacked a water reservoir, presumably a shared pool with other fire dragon families. Inside the lair, several young fire dragons stared warily at the two uninvited guests. A slightly larger male fire dragon, nearly 4 meters tall, shielded the young behind him, wings spread wide, and roared at Luo Yun. Luo Yun paid no attention to the cubs. After examining them, he glanced at Yaji, who also looked disinterested. He realized that, like him, she disdained this place. So, after calling out to Yaji, he was the first to leave the cave and begin circling the ancient tree. The fire dragon couple stumbled back to the nest entrance. Seeing Luo Yun and Yaji flying out, they breathed a sigh of relief and dragged their injured bodies back to the nest to recuperate. The ancient tree's rich life energy, coupled with the fire dragon's robust healing abilities, meant that injuries of this magnitude would heal in a few days. With the herbivorous dragon carcasses stored in the nest, the fire dragon couple had no concerns about survival. Luo Yun and Yaji spent some time before finally finding a suitable nesting spot within this layer of the ancient tree. A few thick branches and 2 layers of tough vines formed a small platform, above which also extended the top of the ancient tree's branches. The entire platform had only 2 entrances and exits. One connected to the outer canopy of the ancient tree. A large slope led up to the nest of another fire dragon couple. Next to their nest was a small dam made of mud and branches, filled with water. The other entrance was inside the canopy, where vines hung thickly, forming a gap that led directly to the base of the ancient tree. However, Luo Yun observed that the gap was very smooth, devoid of vines and leaves, as if some creature frequently passed through it. But Luo Yun didn't dwell on it. The gap was small, even a saw bird couldn't fit through, so he didn't pay much attention. After choosing their nesting spot, Luo Yun and Yaji, who had experienced a fierce battle, cuddled together, closed their eyes, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. As for nesting, they would discuss it after their strength recovered. Chapter 23. Not long after Luo Yun and Yaji fell asleep, a furry cat with a pair of long, pointed ears suddenly poked its head out from the gap in its nest. Upon discovering the 2 slumbering fire dragons, it nearly died of fright. This was a native orc of the New World, called deter. Because of their social habits, and appearance similar to those of Fae, they were also called mountain cats. Meow? Why did you stop? Hurry up! The urgent cry behind it nearly made the deter's heart explode. It gently kicked its companion below and quietly retreated. A moment later, the 2 deter crept onto the platform. The black cat paw patterns on their white fur trembled slightly with anxiety, revealing their inner fear. 2 pairs of large eyes locked onto the sleeping fire dragon. Every subtle movement was made with extreme caution, even breathing was carefully controlled. Slowly and silently, they moved their bodies, finally and carefully carrying their prey to the other end of the platform. Then, swiftly climbing the vines, they reached a hidden crevice in midair and scurried down on all fours towards the inside. On the platform, the sleeping female fire dragon slightly opened one eye, watching the two deters enter the crevice before closing it again. Years of solitary existence had made Yaji extremely vigilant. She would detect unfamiliar smells and unusual sounds, even in sleep. This long-established habit remained with her even after Luo Yun's arrival. Yaji deemed the two tiny mountain cats harmless. After ensuring they had completely departed, she leaned closer to Luo Yun, feeling the warmth of her young male fire dragon, and fell into a deep sleep again. The hollow corridors formed by the intertwined growth of the ancient tree's trunk stretched in all directions, like a natural maze. The two detels skillfully navigated through one passage after another, finally arriving at a secluded area within the ancient tree's outer canopy. The outer perimeter of this area was encircled by the ancient tree's massive branches, leaving only a few cracks for sunlight to filter through. These branches not only concealed the area, but also prevented the prying eyes of the flying dragons. Even if a fire dragon were fighting outside, the aftermath wouldn't be able to penetrate the vast branches and reach inside. The outer ring of thick branches transformed this canopy into a semi-enclosed Garden of Eden, while layers of finer branches within further complicated the terrain. Vines and leaves formed narrow platforms one after another. Of course, this was only for the behemoths. For the deter, these platforms were more than adequate. On these small platforms, some housed leaf huts, others held bonfires, meat drying racks, and water tanks. The only thing they had in common was that each platform was surrounded by the totemic symbols of their deter tribe. Two deters scurried swiftly through the branches, quickly reaching the largest platform. As soon as they set down the pieces of meat in their mouths, two other deter came up and took them away. Woo! A faintly aged voice echoed from the large tent ahead, followed by an elderly deter, with a slender figure and a white beard emerging, holding a dragon bone staff. The staff was topped with the skull of a thunder dragon, though cracked in several places by the erosion of time. As the leader of the Detel tribe, this thunder dragon was obtained in his youth by collaborating with fellow warriors to trap and kill a sub-adult thunder dragon with the help of a thief dragon. It was also a symbol of the Detel tribe's glory. Why did you return so late this time? Did the thief dragon tribe encounter another incident? Sighed the elderly Detel. Detel possessed the ability to communicate with the thief dragon. As small creatures of the ancient tree forest, the two had always enjoyed a pleasant relationship. The thief dragon compensated for Detel's weakness in combat, while Detel, through command and traps, enhanced the thief dragon's hunting ability. Together, the two enjoyed a comfortable life in this forest. However, since a while ago, a powerful giant thief dragon appeared among the thief dragon tribe near the ancient tree. Many thief dragons followed it from the base of the ancient tree, expanding their territory elsewhere. Many of the thief dragons, which had connections with them, and could be summoned by horns, also left. This not only significantly impacted Deter's hunting but also significantly increased the danger he faced after leaving his home. As a small creature, the giants generally didn't consider Deter a threat. As long as he stayed out of their way, he'd generally be fine. After all, to be frank, the meat of a single Deter wasn't enough to fill the teeth of the giants. The real threats to Deter were usually small to medium-sized omnivores or carnivores, no more than 2 or 3 meters long. These creatures were abundant in the ancient forest. Among these small and medium-sized creatures, the thief dragons are arguably at the top, so the deter tribes living in the ancient forest often have 1 or 2 well-connected thief dragon groups that can be summoned with a horn as a safeguard. After hearing the leader's question, the two deter looked at each other, nodded, and began to meow and chat. So you're saying that all the thief dragon groups were connected to have left, and a pair of fire dragons have chosen to nest right on our route? The leader was shocked by this news. What does it mean when misfortunes never come alone? This is what it means when misfortunes never come alone. Without the familiar thief dragon group, the warriors of the tribe will be greatly affected when they go out hunting, and building good relationships with the new thief dragon group will be no easy task. But the most troublesome thing is Luo Yun and Yaji, who have nested on that platform. This deter tribe is one of the largest in the entire ancient forest, and the reason they have so many members is entirely because their habitat is so safe. The entire settlement had only one entrance and exit, and the complex surroundings within that passage were incredibly complex. Layers of branches enveloped the perimeter of the settlement, providing both seclusion and security. Furthermore, the upper levels of the ancient trees were the territory of the fire dragons. The pterosaurs, the greatest threat to the Detel, dared not approach. In this absolutely safe location, they didn't have to constantly relocate like other tribes, and thus their population gradually expanded. But now, a pair of fire dragons had built their nest right at their doorstep. This completely changed the situation. Yes, the fire dragons generally wouldn't attack the detels, but who knew they'd be constantly under their noses in the future, and in their lair. Even if the fire dragons were arrogant, this could be tolerated, but what would happen when they began to breed and hatch eggs? No fire dragon could ignore creatures posing a threat to its offspring. So Chief Deter now had only two options. 1. Migrate the entire tribe. While there was still time, before Luo Yuan and the others paid too much attention, move the entire tribe. 2. Attempt to communicate and submit, establishing a dependent and symbiotic relationship with the fire dragons. But generally speaking, these behemoths were extremely cold-blooded and arrogant. Deter had no bargaining power with them, and even as emergency food seemed unsuitable. As for driving the fire dragons away, haha, it's not crazy yet. While there are indeed precedents of orc tribes successfully hunting large creatures, not to mention that those creatures aren't at the same ecological level as a fire dragon, just imagine how much it would cost to complete a single hunt. And it's not just one, but a pair of fire dragons that coordinate and attack simultaneously. Even if their entire tribe were to be included, it wouldn't be possible. So seek help from the Deter, who also live in the ancient tree. That's not realistic either. There are more than one Deter tribe living in the ancient tree, but those living elsewhere generally have a harder time. Taking in this tribe would be a huge burden. The Deter leader crouched down and walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the platform below. The tribe members each performed their duties, the younger detels helping their elders, or jumping around and playing. This harmonious scene is a result of their habitat. So, if they chose to leave, not only would they be reluctant, but it would also be a disaster for the entire tribe. So the only option is to try to communicate? Leader Deter shook his head, squatting on the edge to ponder. Ultimately, having come up with no other solution, he gathered the tribe, recounted the situation, and made two plans. He personally led his men to attempt to communicate with the fire dragon, while the rest of them prepared to leave. If communication failed, staying would only lead to a slow death, until everyone starved to death. But if communication succeeded, perhaps their lives would be more fulfilling. However, the possibility was extremely small. It was a fire dragon after all. If fire dragons could easily communicate, the other tribes wouldn't have to live so harshly. Luo Yun knew nothing about the Deter tribe. When he was awakened, he found three furry creatures at the entrance of the lair. One of them, a seemingly elderly mountain cat, dared to hold Aji's death stare and drag the piece of meat in his hand, which was barely enough to fill his teeth, towards them. Then he meowed. The most important thing was, Luo Yun actually understood. I can't say he understood, I can only say he understood what the other party was trying to say. Clan, submission, warning, protection. What the hell? Luo Yun was now fully awake. He recognized that the three mountain cats before him were actually three detels. But what he couldn't understand was, when did the detels actively contact the behemoths? Aren't we supposed to keep our distance? Is it like this? I ignore you, and you keep me out of the way? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. After calling out for a long time, Chief Deter saw no response from the two dragons. Even the seemingly domineering female fire dragon's eyes hinted at impatience, and his heart sank. He lowered his head and slowly retreated, intending to leave before Luo Yun and the others lost their temper. Just as he was about to return to his place in despair, Luo Yun suddenly stood up. His massive body loomed in front of him, bringing a sense of immense pressure. This movement caused the two detels behind Chief Deter to nervously grip their bone spears, ready to fight at any moment. Chief Deter tensed, but Luo Yun made no other move, merely scrutinizing him. Aji sensed Luo Yun's intentions, but she followed his lead and stood up, her eyes piercing the three creatures before her, figuring a single blow of fire might be enough to take care of them. Roar! Several low roars echoed. Chief Deter absorbed them, and his large, cat-like eyes lit up instantly, understanding the meaning. The male fire dragon expressed doubts, demanding an explanation. A response was good? The worst thing was no response. A response meant the possibility of communication, only cold indifference, or even, worst of all, outright expulsion, would render it completely impossible. So the Deter leader immediately initiated communication, explaining the situation in detail. Although the two sides didn't speak the same language, Luo Yun still had a general understanding of the situation after the other party's communication, using both hands and feet. The nesting location he had chosen was surprisingly adjacent to the other party's colony. For the sake of the colony's survival, the other party expressed its willingness to submit. Then they demonstrated their value, such as their colony's ability to provide Luo Yuan and Yaji with warnings and protection, and to help them deter or even expel thieves like the saw bird. All Luo Yuan had to do was ignore them and give them a living space. Of course, it would be even better if he could leave them a portion of the leftovers after the hunt. After all, fire dragons are notoriously picky. When there is no shortage of food, they will often only eat the meaty and delicious parts, and will simply discard the rest of the meat that is of poor quality and covered with hard shells. Chapter 24. A week later. For no apparent reason, a group of detailed guards appeared. Luo Yuan didn't know what he was thinking at the time, but he just agreed. Watching the mini detailer coming in and out of his nest, 2 by 2, busily carrying branches, and a seemingly mature detailer high up constantly directing the detailer below to adjust the branch's placement, Luo Yuan felt that there was nothing wrong with agreeing. On learning that Luo Yuan and Yaji were outsiders and had defeated the fire dragon couple in the same tree layer to gain nesting rights, the detailer leader immediately declared that Luo Yuan and his tribe would be allowed to build their nest. So, at the details leader's call, more than a dozen detailer began to go out and collect branches, and after selecting a location, they began to build. Although the nest was only in its infancy, the interlaced arrangement of branches and the smooth mat of vines at the base indicated that once completed, it would undoubtedly be far more comfortable than the crudely constructed nests of other fire dragons. As patrons who had accepted the loyalty of the detail tribe, Luo Yuan and his companions now only had to pay a meager amount of food. A gust of wind blew, and the details expertly grasped the ground, preventing themselves from being blown away by Yaji's unintentional force. Bang! A dead herbivore dragon lay beside the nest. Having just arrived, Yaji and Luo Yuan had taken turns hunting for the past 2 days, familiarizing themselves with the surrounding hunting grounds. The other dragon, who remained at home, marked its territory near the nest by scratching around with its claws, or scattering some of its soon-to-be-replaced dragon scales. The details gulped as they gazed at the massive herbivore, but at the horn blast from their overseer, Detail, they could only keep their heads down and continue their work. After finishing their hunt, Yaji habitually dozed off to the side. Luo Yuan ate the herbivore's belly and part of its back clean, burped, and then went out for his usual patrol of the territory, taking the opportunity to build good relations with the fire dragon couple on the slope. Seeing Luo Yuan leave, the overseer, Detail, looked at the remaining half of the herbivore's carcass, swallowed his saliva, and glanced at Yaji. Seeing that she was unconcerned, still dozing with her eyes closed, he quickly jumped down, called a few details, dug out his boning knife, and began dissecting the herbivore's carcass. Soon, chunks of thick, fresh meat were neatly stacked on the open ground nearby. 2 strong details used vine ropes to cut and bundle the herbivorous dragon's skeleton into several small portions, then pulled them to the gap in the platform and tossed them down. The bones still held some scraps of flesh, attracted by the scent of blood, and the creatures beneath the ancient tree would devour them completely, ensuring not even a scrap remained. When they were done, the details carefully took 2 pieces of meat from the pile and dragged them back to their settlement, saving the rest for Luo Yuan and his men as food reserves. Don't think the details took too little. Considering their size, even with their large appetites, those 2 large pieces would be enough to feed their tribe for 2 days, even if they were frugal. What's more, Luo Yuan and his men went out hunting every day, so there would always be some left over. Therefore, those 2 pieces of meat, combined with mushrooms and wild vegetables, would be enough to keep their tribe fed all day long. This harmonious, low-risk, no-risk lifestyle made them extra diligent in building Luo Yuan's nest. They eagerly toiled day and night, eager to finish the work quickly so that Luo Yuan and his family could settle down here permanently. Indeed, the situation now was that these simple-minded deter went from eagerly awaiting Luo Yuan and his family's departure to dreading their departure. For creatures surviving in the new world, nothing was more important than a stable existence. Not strictly speaking. With the exception of certain creatures, like the golden lion, the tyrannosaurus, and the explosive dragon. When Luo Yuan returned from his outing, he saw this lively scene. He and the fire dragon couple were getting along very well. After a simple token effort of grabbing some branches to fill the embankment, they agreed to share the reservoir with Luo Yuan and their family. It was definitely not because of Luo Yuan's attitude of if you don't agree, then fight at home, where you might accidentally damage the embankment, that they were intimidated. In short, Luo Yuan and Yaji began their life in the ancient tree in an orderly manner. Outskirts of the ancient tree forest, at the Star Stronghold, the Starship Gathering Base. The Grand Commander, resembling a golden lion, was passionately rallying his forces to the great ant-mound wasteland. While his words were passionate, they were merely a standard morale booster, but under the Grand Commander's charismatic presence, Everyone cheered. After the meeting, the Feelings packed their supplies and set off on their carts. The hunters and editors followed closely behind. Only a few scholars and logistics personnel remained at the Star Stronghold, while the rest of the group set out, determined to uncover the mystery of the unknown creature. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient tree forest, the thief dragons expanding their territory stood upright, their large, scowling eyes, seemingly painted with eyeshadow, scanning the surroundings. For some reason, this area was unusually quiet today. Gradually, as time passed, the forest was unnoticed, shrouded by a thick fog. The thief dragons within felt their bodies grow heavy, their pupils gradually turning grayish-white. The sounds around them gradually faded, and they opened their mouths, but no sound emanated. Soon, trapped within the dense fog, the thief dragons collapsed one after another, their deaths approaching, their minds oblivious to what had happened. In the dense fog, a heartbeat mushroom was lifted from thin air by something, then vanished without cause the next second. Amid the rustling of leaves, four-fingered footprints lingered beside a dead thief dragon. Gradually, it seemed as if something had gnawed at the thief dragon's body, blood splattering and dripping slowly through the air. Soon, the thief's soft, fleshy parts were devoured, and its footprints slowly left the area. Outside the fog, the battle-hardened great thief dragon, the battle-hardened King Zhongfengge, far larger than a normal great thief dragon, gazed fearfully at the gradually spreading fog with its vertical pupils rimmed with black eyeshadow. With a low growl of resignation, it led its herd in a retreat. Not only the thief dragons, but also various creatures that once inhabited the foggy area were fleeing. Even the notoriously bellicose black wolf bird was among the fleeing group. Chapter 25. Luo Yun naturally had no knowledge of the events deep within the ancient forest. He was still conversing with Chief Deter. As generations of the Deter, they possessed a long and rich culture and heritage. So Luo Yun, curious, began to inquire about the ancient forest. Meow meow. The ancient treetops, the gods of hurricanes, must not be provoked. Deep within the forest, near the canyon, there are deadly poisonous fogs and invisible monsters. Every few thousand days, the forest turns cold. Excessive alternations between hot and cold will cause many deadly spores to appear. The conversation with Chief Deter went smoothly, but it also rekindled a sense of crisis for Luo Yun. He vaguely suspected the underlying reason behind Chief Deter's descriptions of these phenomena. However, this also aligned with Luo Yun's speculation. As the location of the ancient dragon crossing, the New World, not to mention the increasing frequency of these crossings in recent decades, possessed a rich life force sufficient to attract all sorts of ancient dragons to settle there. Not to mention the abundant ecological environment and exceptional tolerance here. But the god of hurricanes atop the ancient tree, is it the steel dragon or the mist dragon? No wonder, when challenging the fire dragon, the tallest ones only approached the treetops, still some distance from the summit. It turns out it's because the ancient dragon dwells atop. But whether it's the steel dragon or the mist dragon, their presence inevitably brings a hurricane. Even if they try to subside, at least there's wind around them. But since I arrived, the ancient tree has been calm and clear every day. I even flown higher than the ancient tree more than once, and haven't noticed anything unusual. It was very strange. Meow. Meow. A rapid bark echoed from the gap in the nest. The patrolling detail emerged panicked, sprinting down to the detail leader. The two details engaged in a rapid, meowing exchange. Luo Yun felt uneasy about Detail's unusual behavior. It was Yaji's turn to hunt today. If anything went wrong, would it affect her? The conversation concluded quickly, and the detail leader quickly reported to Luo Yun. The forest is in chaos. Many large monsters from the deep have come here, causing a massacre. Food will be affected. Many giant lightning wolves have started a fight at the bottom level. A chaos has broken out in the depths of the ancient tree forest. Are these giant lightning wolves thunder wolf dragons? What could have happened to cause a group of monsters, like thunder wolf dragons, whose ecological niche is so unique, to migrate? And to migrate to the bottom level of the ancient tree? This is bad news. Thunder wolf dragons are extremely territorial creatures. Their migration to the ancient tree will inevitably lead to a conflict with the fire dragons. Fire dragons are weak to lightning, so a fierce fight is inevitable. In the hunting grounds not far from the ancient tree, Yaji was gnawing on the carcass of a crested dragon when the sound of branches snapping in the forest alerted her. She released her prey from her jaws, prepared for battle, and stared intently at the figure slowly emerging from the forest. Lylon looks like a giant wolf, with a pair of khaki dragon horns on its head that look like wolf ears. Its skin is covered with a wide khaki shell, small blue scales, and white hair. Its two forelimbs are incredibly muscular, and are wrapped in thick scales, like wrist guards. Lightning insects danced around the white mane on its back. The massive 17-meter figure radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its malevolent eyes fixed intently on Aji, and it advanced cautiously and slowly. Roar! Faced with this obvious hostility, the poisonous spines on Aji's back bristled, her powerful hind legs tensed, and the patterns on her wings slowly unfolded. No need to say more. Fight! The terrifying green dragon chariot charged forward with unstoppable force, raising a cloud of dust in its path. The massive thunder wolf dragon had originally intended to rely on its powerful muscles to stop it with its bare hands. But upon first contact, the muscles in its forelimbs screamed in pain from the strain. Under the incredulous gaze of Aji, the spines on her wings pierced through her scales, piercing her flesh. Then the entire giant wolf was slammed into the forest, breaking trees one by one. The thunder wolf dragon felt its forelimbs brittle upon landing. Blood flowed hollowly from the horrific wound on its chest, like an unstoppable water pipe, quickly spilling onto the ground. It couldn't figure it out. It truly couldn't figure it out. Was it just facing a flying dragon or a beast dragon? A female fire dragon, those skilled in land combat, possessed such terrifying power? A single charge had crushed it so severely. Because of a momentary miscalculation, its current injuries prevented it from even stimulating its own electrical organs to attract the lightning bugs. With the sound of muffled footsteps, the thunder wolf dragon had barely raised its forelimbs when a powerful force stomped it into the ground. Amidst a high-pitched roar, the sound of bones cracking echoed, and a faint explosion of blazing purple flames erupted. The thunder wolf dragon's consciousness completely sank into darkness. Aki fearlessly spread her wings and soared into the sky. After a queen-like glance, she flew towards the ancient tree's lair. The ancient tree was now in chaos. At the base of the ancient tree, several Rathasauruses were engaged in a standoff with thunder wolf dragons. The swift dragons hid in the shadows, ready to launch a deadly attack. Hundreds of male and female fire dragons descended from the sky, circling in the air, roaring continuously at the invasive species on the ground. But whether it was the thunder wolf dragons, the swift dragons, or the scattered other behemoths, they refused to give in, determined to seize sufficient territory here. The surrounding tree trunks were crawling with thief dragons. A massive, battle-hardened great thief dragon led several others, watching from afar. Regardless of who won, it wouldn't affect them. As low-ranking creatures among the behemoths of the ancient forest, they weren't qualified to participate in a battle of this magnitude. The Detels who had been away returned to their packs, anxiously awaiting the end of the war. This war, a war that concerned their race, was destined to last for years. This abnormal migration had roiled the depths of the ancient forest, with life and death battles raging in every corner almost constantly. The herbivorous dragon prey in the hunting ground sensed the danger and began migrating elsewhere. Food was finally running low. Since there weren't enough herbivorous dragons, carnivorous dragons had to fill the gap, and the fighting intensified once again. The entire ancient forest ecosystem suffered a significant impact. At this time, the first investigation team was still trying hard to find the trace of Xuanwulong in the Great Anthill Wasteland, and had no idea what was happening in the ancient tree forest. Chapter 26. Once again, while actively absorbing earth vein energy, he was awakened by a faint noise. Luo Yun stood up, somewhat annoyed, and the vines beneath his feet were scratched, leaving a deep gap. Anyone could see that Luo Yun was in a very bad mood at this moment. Ever since the ancient tree forest became chaotic, he could sense the disturbance in the earth veins every day when absorbing earth vein energy, and there were also bursts of noise interspersed with it, making his absorption efficiency intermittent. It felt like you had finally chosen a very quiet place to meditate, but just when you finally relaxed and felt you could fall asleep, construction began not far away, the constant hum of machinery constantly tossing you back and forth between sleep and wakefulness. When you finally woke up, the noise had completely disappeared. Once or twice, Luo Yun felt he could tolerate it, but this situation had been going on for several days, and he was considered a man of great self-control to not lose his temper. Look at Yaji. She's in the same boat. Over the past 2 days, her temper has become incredibly volatile. Every day, she's out looking for some lone thunder wolf dragon, breathing fire or wrecking them with her dragon chariot before returning satisfied. For so many days now, the chaos in the ancient forest has not only not subsided, but has become increasingly intense. With the migration of various creatures from the depths of the ancient forest, not only is meat in short supply, but even vegetarian food is in short supply. If this continues, the ecosystem here will likely collapse before the chaos subsides. When the thunder wolf dragons first arrived, they relied on their overwhelming strength and the advantage of their large group to drive away a large portion of the barbarian Rathalos from the lower levels of the ancient forest. Now, with their strong sense of territory, they set their sights on the middle and upper levels of the ancient forest. The battle between the fire dragon and the thunder wolf dragon no longer stopped at the major hunting grounds. The two sides began to clash in the middle layers of the ancient tree. The thunder wolf dragon, relying on its lightning attribute and extremely hard shell, had an absolute advantage at the bottom. However, once it reached the upper levels of the ancient tree, the narrow passages and platforms greatly reduced its evasive space. The male fire dragon, leveraging its flight advantage, continuously moved through the ancient tree's canopy, launching attacks, leaving the thunder wolf dragon on the defensive. Thus, with the fire dragon refusing to venture to the lower layers, and the thunder wolf dragon refusing to venture to the upper layers, the two sides remained in a stalemate. Luo Yuan and Yaji had both participated in this battle several times, and the battles between the battle-hardened male and female fire dragon couples, and the azure fire dragons living in the middle and upper layers had made Luo Yuan's eyes light up. The azure fire dragon's agility in the air was even greater than that of ordinary fire dragons, even those battle-hardened male fire dragons. They rarely touched the ground during battle, relying on their agility to continuously attack with their flaming breath and the poison in their claws. It could be said that the azure fire dragon had completely abandoned the male fire dragon's reckless, one-hit kill style, instead displaying remarkable patience, dispatching its opponents with minimal effort. As for the battle-hardened male fire dragons, their combat prowess was equally impressive. They forcibly grabbed a 19-meter-tall thunder wolf dragon, ignoring its desperate attempts to break free, and then dropped it from the sky, killing it instantly. This was a stark difference in strength. The battle-hardened female fire dragons, on the other hand, were somewhat underwhelming in Luo Yuan's opinion. Aside from their superior stamina, stronger toxins, and slightly hotter flames, they didn't offer much else. In contrast, Yaji's superior strength despite her size made Luo Yuan wonder if his strongman qualities had rubbed off on her. Even though her 16-meter frame wasn't impressive among the behemoths, and even smaller, she hadn't faced an opponent capable of overpowering her in brute strength in several battles. Her immense combat power, well-proportioned build, and dazzling appearance even attracted some male fire dragons with ill intentions. Those male fire dragons faced Luo Yuan and Yaji's brutal mixed doubles battle, and only after Luo Yuan had incinerated one of them into a charcoal, did the other male fire dragons finally give up. Capable of burning even the most fire-resistant male fire dragons alive, Luo Yuan had become a true outlier among male fire dragons. Weaker monster groups might expel those who are outliers, but stronger groups, in turn, revere them. Furthermore, the fire dragons living in the ancient tree forest aren't strictly a tribe, they're merely neighbors of the same species. Under these circumstances, Luo Yuan and Yaji were categorized as those not to be provoked. In one of the furthest reaching hunting grounds of the ancient tree, the massive mani dragon trudged to the stream, gulping down the water. Looking at this familiar hunting ground, 5 years later, it's finally back, but it seems its luck isn't great. In such a vast hunting ground, it hasn't seen a single herbivorous dragon. It's unclear if it's been hunted by a fire dragon before. Awoo! A loud, long howl echoed from afar. The mani dragon looked up warily, only to see a thunder wolf dragon charging towards it, its trail of sparks and lightning blazing. The Manalong's eyes widened, the heat-dissipating membrane on its back instantly expanded, and sparks flew from the corners of its mouth. Closer, the thunder wolf dragon moved with incredible speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Its right claw, shrouded in dazzling lightning, raised high, and slashed down at the Manalong's head. Based on recent experience with other Manalongs, these mindless thugs would usually rush forward and engage head-on. So, the thunder wolf dragon had already prepared a dodge after being hit. But then something unexpected happened. The Manalong actually stepped back. Yes, you read that right. This mindless brute actually retreated. The thunder wolf dragon's palm strike missed, and before it could react, the Manalong dragon spun and swung its tail. With a powerful tail whip, the spikes that had suddenly sprouted from its tail tore through the thunder wolf dragon's cheek, sending it stumbling. This wasn't over yet. Before it could steady itself, the barbarian Oroth dragon launched a powerful back kick, just enough to knock it over. While its brain was still humming, a burst of searing flame suddenly exploded in its chest, the powerful impact and the intense heat sending agonizing pain through its body. But the power of its fully activated electrical organs and the lightning bugs entwined in its body quickly brought it back to consciousness. Chong, enduring the pain, quickly retreated to create distance, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed intently on the barbarian Oroth dragon that hadn't pursued him. With a long roar, its yellow, charged shell released an electrical current, stimulating the numerous supercharged lightning bugs within its back hair to generate electricity. Absorbing the lightning bug's energy, it entered a supercharged state. The shell on its back fully expanded, releasing a blue glow. Lightning bugs, unleashing their full force, swarmed around it, making the entire dragon seem like it was entangled in lightning. This state represents the Thunder Wolf dragon at its peak. Its cyan scales, with their excellent insulation, block most of the electrical current. A small amount stimulates its muscles, significantly increasing its strength and sharpening its reflexes. Each strike packs a powerful thunderbolt. After completing its amplification, the Thunder Wolf dragon did not initiate an attack. Instead, like a seasoned warrior, it sought the brute dragon's weakness, waiting for it to initiate an attack before launching a fatal counterattack. The air around the brute dragon's heat dissipation membrane distorted slightly, a sign of its body temperature reaching an extreme level. Logically, in this state, the brute dragon should have entered a state of utter fury, like a berserker, sacrificing its rationality for a relentless attack and unparalleled lethality. However, the brute dragon remained remarkably calm, staring coldly at the Thunder Wolf dragon, without even the slightest thought of charging. Why hasn't it charged yet? Why hasn't it charged yet? Manalong was thinking the same thing. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered a Thunder Wolf dragon. After all, Thunder Wolf dragons are social creatures and generally don't migrate haphazardly. Their herd lives deep in the ancient tree forest, near the Grand Canyon. Manalong lived near the ancient trees, and with such a vast forest, it was normal for them to have never encountered one before. Gradually, the Thunder Wolf dragon lost its composure, mainly due to a previous misstep that had allowed Manalong to unleash a series of attacks. The resulting injury prevented it from maintaining its supercharged state for long. Therefore, upon realizing that Manalong had no intention of attacking, it had no choice but to attack first. Lightning descended from the sky with a long roar. The Thunder Wolf dragon commanded its lightning bug to fly to Manalong's side, directing its lightning towards it. As expected, the Manalong, having never seen such an attack before, was tricked and hit directly. Electric wires entangled its body, and it felt numb and tingling. The Thunder Wolf dragon, having been struck by a single blow, would not pass up this opportunity and rushed forward. Seeing this, the Manalong dragon was undeterred, suppressing the discomfort and also charging forward. As the two approached, the Manalong dragon's flaming maw sank, its jaws, brimming with hard keratin and sharp teeth, shoveling the ground as its dragon chariot charged forward at unstoppable speed. This was the Manalong dragon's ultimate killing move, executed in its utter fury. Powerful jaw charge. If it were hit directly by this attack, even a Thunder Wolf dragon would have its bones bitten off and would be at a disadvantage. Having clashed with numerous Manalong dragons in recent times, the Thunder Wolf dragon understood the devastating power of this attack. Many of its kin had been defeated in this manner. So, the moment it discovered the Manalong dragon's attack method, the Thunder Wolf dragon leaped, using its powerful leaping ability to leap towards the Manalong dragon's dorsal heat shield. That was the Mani dragon's absolute weak spot, but something unexpected happened. The normally unstoppable force's charge suddenly came to a halt, and a playful, unnatural look appeared in the Mani dragon's eyes. A burst of searing flames erupted from the Mani dragon's mouth. The Thunder Wolf dragon in the air had no way to avoid the attack, and was directly hit. The lightning bugs on its back perished in the intense heat, and the rest fled. Without the lightning bug's charge, the Thunder Wolf dragon withdrew from its supercharged state almost instantly, falling heavily to the ground. For a moment, it sank into a semi-conscious state, unable to rise. A catapult launched itself, darting towards the flames and biting. This was the final, decisive blow for this unique Brutosaurus. The final image of the Thunder Wolf dragon froze in its flaming maw. After a moment of intense pain, the adult Thunder Wolf dragon met its end in the northwest. After dispatching the Thunder Wolf dragon, the Thunder Wolf dragon unceremoniously gutted it and devoured it with voracious gulps. The Thunder Wolf dragon hadn't expected such a generous gift. He had originally planned to starve to other locations to find herbivorous dragons, but this reckless Thunder Wolf dragon rushed out to offer him warmth. Relying on the fighting skills honed through 5 years of torture, it easily dispatched it with just 2 tricks. Thinking of this, the Thunder Wolf dragon thought of that disgusting male Rathalos. If it were him, those tricks wouldn't work, he wouldn't fall for them. Unlike this foolish Thunder Wolf dragon, it didn't even bother to test its defenses, resorting to such crude tactics right from the start. It deserved its death. As the Mani dragon ate, the remaining lightning bugs, now without their hosts, somehow flew onto its back and burrowed into its mane, replenishing their own electrical current through the static electricity generated by the friction of the mane. At the same time, the electricity leaked from the lightning bug silently entered the mani-dragon's body, eventually flowing through its blood and into its flame pouch. From that moment on, the mani-dragon's flame pouch began to undergo an unknown mutation. These conflicting energies were soothed by the life force unconsciously absorbed by the mani-dragon, and the flame pouch slowly transformed in another direction. Ancient tree. Luo Yun had no idea that a familiar dragon had returned to its vicinity. He felt uneasy at this moment, sensing that something dangerous was slowly approaching the ancient tree. But today was his turn to hunt, so after saying hello to Yaji, he flew out of the nest. The Rathalos had already discovered the migration direction of a herd of herbivorous dragons, so Luo Yun didn't need to bother searching, he simply flew in that direction. Soon, Luo Yun located a group of herbivorous dragons feasting on grass. They circled in the air, using the white clouds to conceal their bodies. After selecting their target, Luo Yun dived straight down. Almost simultaneously with Luo Yun, from the other side of the herbivorous dragon herd, a 14-meter-long creature with a massive, powerful beak and a pair of triangular, ear-like horns, appeared. Its body wasn't covered in feathers, but rather in a hard, black-purple carapace. A strange bird with a white mane on its neck, a single claw, for wing bones, and a tail similar in structure to a fire dragon, flapped its wings, emitting a sharp, resounding roar as it flew over at a low, rapid speed. It was flying in the same direction as Luo Yun's chosen prey. Because Luo Yun was swooping high, while it was flying low, it didn't notice him in the sky. Luo Yun, however, noticed this uninvited guest. The black wolf bird. A bird dragon with a wolf-like ferocity. Because its moves and skeleton resembled a female fire dragon, it was nicknamed the ferocious beast born from an infidelity by a female fire dragon in its previous life. But a question arises. Why was the black wolf bird here? Chapter 27. In the world of Monster Hunter, every monster has a corresponding term that describes its essence, such as brutal jaguar, a thug. So what's the best word to describe black wolf bird? Fight. Among the bird dragons, whose average strength ranks at the bottom of the pack among all behemoths, black wolf bird's strength is truly unique at the top of the pack. Even within its entire ecological niche, black wolf bird ranks somewhere in the upper middle. In the New World, black wolf bird's strength has further improved, even reaching the upper echelons of its ecological niche. The black wolf bird's most frustrating aspect is its fighting spirit. It seems to live and die for battle. This makes it quite easy to feed, simply eating insects, carrion, or simply stealing food from the giant monster birds. Due to its fighting nature, it even struggles with hatching, resorting to cuckoo-like methods, mixing its eggs with those of the giant monster birds. With this habit, black wolf bird spends its days either fighting or on the way to battle. While other creatures fight for survival or territory, the black wolf bird fights for the sheer joy of battle. Therefore, no matter how formidable the foe, it will never retreat. Even against the likes of a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a golden lion, it dares to proactively attack. Even if it's defeated, its fighting spirit doesn't wane. Instead, it becomes even more intense. Even if seriously wounded, it will inflict wounds. Its relentless nature makes many high-ranking creatures unwilling to engage in extended combat with the black wolf bird. Therefore, Luo Yun was baffled by the fact that this monster, born for battle, had arrived in a place devoid of enemies to fight freely, and was acting as if fleeing. As for the idea that the black wolf bird knew this was a hunting ground, and was planning to come here to see if there were any rivals, that was even more unlikely. This place wasn't particularly far from the ancient tree. Even in this chaotic situation, fire dragons still dominated the hunting grounds. Large, high-niche flying dragons, such as fire dragons, were the black wolf bird's natural enemies. The black wolf bird could now fly fire dragons or lightning dragons. In this kind of battle, with no size or speed advantage, and in a fight that could be concluded quickly without engaging in excessive entanglement, the black wolf bird's venom and flames, which dragons feared, would be of little use. The only possibility was that it was fleeing. Fearing the presence of higher-level predators, Luo Yun flapped his wings and stopped, looking warily in the direction the black wolf bird had come from. Because he had lowered his altitude, the forest beyond was not completely obscured by the treetops. But Luo Yun looked around and saw nothing but a thin layer of white mist. Somewhat bewildered, Luo Yun heard the panicked cries of the herbivores and hurriedly looked down. The herbivores were startled by the sudden appearance of the black wolf bird. Although the black wolf bird only flew overhead, the herbivores still chose to flee. If the herbivores ran into the woods, it would be troublesome. So Luo Yun didn't hesitate and swooped down again. After quickly dispatching 2 decent-sized herbivores, he kept a vigilant eye on the direction of the black wolf bird while munching away. The fog in the woods quickly dissipated, and until Luo Yun had eaten his fill, no enemy emerged. Luo Yun didn't indulge his curiosity, and went back into the woods to investigate. After abandoning the half-eaten corpse, he grabbed another, and flew back to the ancient tree. The incident with the black wolf bird was just a minor incident. Although Luo Yun was somewhat curious, as time passed and events unfolded, it faded from his mind. For some reason, a deeply oppressive feeling had been growing stronger these days. At first, it was just Luo Yun, but gradually, all the dragons in the ancient tree began to feel the same way. It was like being watched by some higher ecological niche. At first, all the dragons were simply wary of one another. Gradually, as this feeling deepened, as if something deep within them was frantically warning them, some finally couldn't bear it anymore. Scattered fire dragon families began to fly away from the ancient tree, temporarily seeking shelter elsewhere. And the thunder wolf dragons at the bottom stopped fighting for territory, and began their migration once again. With the return of the thunder wolf dragon and other creatures, food became completely scarce near the ancient tree. Even if Luo Yun and Yaji went out hunting together, their harvest was barely enough to sustain themselves, let alone the other adult fire dragons. Gradually, a vicious cycle took hold around the ancient tree. Under these circumstances, even the detail leader came to Luo Yun to discuss whether to migrate. If so, their tribe was willing to continue following him. Luo Yun was somewhat torn about this. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but rather, where would he go if he did? Throughout the ancient tree forest, only the ancient tree itself has a single leyline node, the leyline energy elsewhere is relatively weak. Thus, migration can only take place to the Great Ant Mound Wasteland or the Coral Plateau across the Grand Canyon. The Great Ant Mound Wasteland's environment isn't particularly suitable for fire dragons, especially male fire dragons. The Coral Plateau is also home to wind-drifting dragons. As both flying dragons, conflict is likely to ensue. Luo Yun and Yaji would likely face an entire wind-drifting dragon colony simultaneously. Therefore, without sufficient strength, the Coral Plateau isn't a good choice. As for the Dragon Crystal Land, not to mention the flight time, the journey would involve countless battles and risks. Even if they made it there, the food shortage was incredibly severe, the environment was harsh, and countless ancient dragons or powerful special species were hidden. Migration is no small matter. It's not something you can just fly at will. It's a very dangerous undertaking. Therefore, he truly didn't want to leave the ancient tree unless absolutely necessary. Feeling down, Luo Yun flew out of his nest, intending to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a thick fog rising from the northwest of the ancient tree. The fog reached so high that it even penetrated the dense canopy, emitting a different hue in the sunlight. This was unusual. It was afternoon. How could there be such a thick fog? Sensing something amiss, Luo Yun immediately accelerated, flying towards the thick fog. As soon as he reached the area, before he even descended to the treetops, his special ability was instantly activated. Flames instantly engulfed his entire body, crackling as they came into contact with the dense fog. Luo Yun's sharp eyes noticed that the burn mist had finally taken on a purple hue before dissipating. This fog is poisonous. Chapter 28. Realizing this, Luo Yun quickly ascended without hesitation, only breathing a sigh of relief after the buff faded. He gazed down at the poisonous fog below with lingering fear. Just the edge had completely ignited his flaming body. It was easy to imagine the sheer volume of toxins within the fog. Putting aside the toxicity, the density of the fog alone would have been enough to overwhelm even the smallest toxins. Furthermore, from Luo Yun's perspective, the fog's reach was truly enormous. The danger of the poisonous bird spray was like the difference between a child with a water gun and an adult with an AK. Furthermore, he hadn't felt it just now, but now, looking at the area of the poisonous fog, a sense of oppression began to overwhelm him, constantly urging him to flee. The beings within the fog were not something he could provoke. This feeling reminded Luo Yun of the battle between the Steel Dragon and the Mingbo Dragon 5 years ago, but the oppressive feeling from those two ancient dragons was almost as strong as it was now. It's just that the oppressive feeling from the two ancient dragons back then was deeper and stronger. The ancient dragon that caused the poisonous fog? Luo Yun gave it one last, deep look before turning and flying back to the ancient tree. No wonder there's a large-scale species migration deep within the ancient tree forest. A mist dragon. In a previous life, this creature, along with the steel dragon and the flame dragon, was known as one of the 3 great ancient dragons. It's the most underestimated of the 3. It lacks the power to whip up a storm like the steel dragon, nor the power to ignite a desert with its full force, burning it to the point of crystallizing it with intense heat, like the flame dragon. Its abilities are invisibility and poison with an incredible range. If the Scourge of the Steel Dragon and the Flame King Dragon targeted the entire land, with everything on it as casualties, then the Mist Dragon simply targeted every living creature capable of movement. Its venom is a mixture of toxins, primarily targeting breathing, appetite, endurance, sensory organs, and vocalization. Even if you possess sufficient resistance to the poison, fighting a Mist Dragon will ultimately result in a slow death. Although the Mist Dragon's melee capabilities, after removing its poisonous fog ability, are at the bottom of the ancient dragons, even many high-niche, strong monsters can physically suppress it, but it can't withstand its invisibility. The poisonous fog is its home turf. You can't even find its true form, only being worn down by it. Therefore, in terms of formidability, the Mist Dragon even surpasses the Steel Dragon and the Flame King Dragon. Luo Yun returned to the ancient tree's nest and crouched there, somewhat helplessly. Now it was time to seriously consider migration. He knew that ancient dragons were often the ones that could trigger major ecosystem problems and mass migrations, but he hadn't expected it to be a rosy dragon. This creature was quite Buddhist, its personality docile and low-key, rarely engaging in major conflicts with other creatures, let alone unscrupulously releasing a large area of poisonous fog like this. Although it was an omnivorous creature, its primary diet was insects, occasionally consuming nectar, and only rarely would it attack smaller creatures. What could have caused such a sudden change in the rosy dragon's temperament? Luo Yun couldn't help but think of the disgusting dragon's noise when it had previously absorbed earth vein energy. The essence of earth vein energy is life energy, and ancient dragons are the embodiment of that life energy. Therefore, ancient dragons are extremely sensitive to life energy. Even Luo Yun was so annoyed by the noise that the entire dragon became furious, let alone an ancient dragon. Wait, noise. Luo Yun discovered something. A great being, the heaven and earth brilliant crying dragon? No way. Luo Yun was a little surprised. The first group had just arrived in the new world. Shouldn't the heaven and earth brilliant crying dragon awaken and make noise 50 years later? No. Luo Yun discarded the idea. 50 years later simply meant that it caused greater unrest, even forcing the wind-drifting dragon to migrate, which is why the investigation team observed its presence. This didn't mean it had been dormant for those 50 years. Furthermore, the ancient dragon man's words in the game also indicated that the heaven and earth brilliant crying dragon wasn't dormant all the time. It had awakened many times. So was the Mist Dragon's disturbance this time also due to the Mist Dragon's unbearable singing, causing it to vent its frustration everywhere? This was problematic. That was the Mist Dragon. Not something that could be easily dealt with. At least Luo Yun hadn't thought of any solution. If it were a Steel Dragon or a Flame King Dragon, with the ancient tree forest so vast, and so many special species and veteran dragons, they might have a fighting chance at push to the limit. But with a Mist Dragon, you can't even find its location. If you want to fight, you need a target. How can you fight without a target? Foolishly rushing into the poisonous fog, whether you can escape safely is a big question. Do we just have to wait for the noise to die down, and for the Mist Dragon to vent its anger, and return to its territory? This feeling of powerlessness made Luo Yun feel a little uncomfortable, especially the feeling of having strength, but not knowing where to use it. Aji saw Luo Yun sullenly lying in his den after returning, somewhat confused, but also unsure of why he had become like this. So she could only lie down in the nest as well, extending a wing to cover Luo Yun and nuzzling him affectionately. Luo Yun felt a little better at Yaji's concern. He licked her smooth scales and began to ponder where to migrate. After pondering all night, Luo Yun finally decided to return to his old nest. Now that he knew the cause and consequences of the chaos in the ancient tree forest, he would stay there for now, and wait for the Mist Dragon to leave before returning. With this idea in mind, Luo Yun discussed it with the deter tribe the next day. Whether they decided to migrate, there was their own decision. Luo Yun and Yaji would not wait for them during their migration. There wasn't much emotional bond between them. Their relationship was more of a transactional one. Luo Yun sheltered them in the ancient tree and provided them with food, while the deter served as warnings, gathered information, and performed odd jobs. With such a short time together, there wasn't much affection to speak of. Therefore, upon learning of Luo Yun's plans, the deter leader said they needed to discuss matters. Luo Yun, however, expressed indifference. He and Yaji were going out hunting today anyway, and after filling their bellies and preparing to depart, the deter's choices were of little concern to him. As the saying goes, plans often fail to keep up with developments. Within this brief period of preparation, Yaji and Luo Yun targeted a group of herbivorous dragons also on the move. Following their traditional hunting methods, Luo Yun would be in the air while Yaji attacked from the ground, attacking from the woods. However, before Luo Yun could begin to drive them away, a thick fog enveloped the woods where Yaji was, and the mist dragon had unexpectedly arrived in the area. The moment he saw the thick fog, Luo Yun sounded a warning, roaring loudly in the air. But with no sign of Yaji emerging, Luo Yun gritted his teeth and charged into the fog. Chapter 29. Aji felt completely paralyzed within the white fog. She tried to call for help, but only managed a faint sound. At first, as usual, she simply descended into the woods, slowing her pace and moving toward the outer layers. Her protective camouflage allowed her to remain hidden, waiting for Luo Yun to drive the herbivorous dragons toward her. But gradually, a white mist began to appear within the forest. Perhaps it was due to her confidence in her own strength, or perhaps it was due to the presence of a toxin that could affect her senses. By the time Yaji realized what was happening, she was completely engulfed in the thick fog. Her mobility had been severely weakened. Her normally powerful wings now felt like 1,000 pounds, barely flapping, let alone carrying her aloft. She tried to shout for help from Luo Yun in the air, but it was as if she had lost her vocal cords, and only a faint sound could come out. This sudden change filled her with complete panic. She moved her legs, believing that if she could leave the woods, if she could reach open ground, her male fire dragon would surely find her and lead her out of this deadly fog. Unfortunately, after just a few steps, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her legs collapsing as if they had lost control. The strength she usually prided herself on was clearly being drained from her body. Her strength began to rapidly drain, and exhaustion made her drowsy. At this moment, a wave of heat struck, and a ball of orange-yellow flame descended upon Yaji. Driven by Luo Yun's full power, the enveloping flames forcibly created a vacuum within the dense fog. With Luo Yun's nervous, high-pitched roar, Yaji's groggy head suddenly cleared up, and she perked up and looked at Luo Yun. Unable to utter a sound, she could only whimper in frustration, straining to move closer to Luo Yun to express her panic. Luo Yun had never seen Yaji so frail, frightened, and pitiful. In his memory, Yaji had always been a remarkably strong, fierce, and overbearing figure. Even the sentimental side she displayed with Luo Yun was tinged with tolerance and protection, a sense of support for her. Yaji, now displaying a completely different level of cowardice than before, could only imagine what she had endured. Had Luo Yun arrived a moment later, Yaji would have been in real danger. Even if her life wasn't taken, her body would have suffered irreversible damage. Luo Yun, seething with rage, roared to the heavens. But he could only roar unwillingly. The fog was so thick it obscured her vision. The fire dragon's normally proud eyesight was rendered useless in the thick fog. Most infuriatingly, this poisonous fog was clearly caused by the mist dragon, and it wasn't specifically targeting Luo Yun and Yaji. Therefore, it was highly likely that the mist dragon wasn't nearby. Even if Luo Yun tried to repel it and dispel the fog, he couldn't do it. After venting his anger, Luo Yun could only withstand the flames. After Yaji's own resistance to poison took effect, and she barely regained her mobility, he protected her and fled out of the woods. The flame coverage brought by the flame body wasn't infinite. These external flames would consume the flame stored in Luo Yun's flame bag. Although the fire induction ability could absorb flames, achieving a certain degree of circulation, the flames were now consuming the poisonous fog, and the fire induction ability could recover much less flames. As the flames grew stronger and stronger, they would eventually be exhausted. They had to leave the foggy area before then. Time was too short, and Yaji had inhaled too much of the poisonous fog, its toxicity too complex. As a result, her body was still limp, unable to fly, and she was forced to walk on land. Since learning to fly, Luo Yun had rarely walked on land for such extended periods, with his toes curled up, and it was still a bit strange to do so all of a sudden. But as time passed, even after Luo Yun and Yaji had emerged from the woods and reached their previous hunting grounds, the thick fog remained. Luo Yun's heart sank. This could only mean that they were moving in the same direction as Xiaolong. The thought of this possibility gave Luo Yun a headache. Tilting his head to look at Yaji, as if by telepathy, Yaji immediately understood what he meant. Spreading her wings, stirring up a gust of wind, Yaji flapped with all her might, but she only took off less than 2 meters before falling heavily, shaking her head in frustration at Luo Yun. It seemed they couldn't escape by flying. Luo Yun looked around. Visibility in the dense fog was less than 5 meters. This narrow field of vision made him realize that, far from moving away from the fog, they were likely even closer to its center. Luo Yun now had only two options. One was to continue walking through the fog until Yaji's strength recovered, and then they could fly away. The other was to let Yaji hold on for a while Luo Yun quickly flew up to the sky to confirm the direction of the fog's movement and the weak spots, then returned to guide Yaji in that direction. However, both options were extremely dangerous. His remaining firepower might not be enough to sustain them in this dense fog for too long. Yaji's body couldn't withstand the effects of this dense, poisonous fog. So, the only option left was to hold on. Having made up his mind, Luo Yun planned to lead Yaji back the way they come. Since they knew they were moving in the same direction as the Mist Dragon, they could reverse course and leave in the opposite direction. This way, perhaps they could escape the foggy area before his flames were exhausted. At that moment, Luo Yun's mind suddenly activated. There seemed to be movement in the nearby pool. The water was stirring. Something was drinking? This discovery startled Luo Yun. The only creatures capable of leisurely drinking within the Mist Dragon's poisonous fog, besides the Mist Dragon itself, were extremely powerful monsters. Whether it was the Mist Dragon or the monster, this wasn't a good sign for Luo Yun and the others. Luo Yun looked in that direction warily. Suddenly, a purple figure streaked through the fog, then vanished completely. However, this was merely a disappearance from his field of vision. With the aid of his mind's eye, Luo Yun's senses were greatly enhanced. A massive, transparent figure, with a similar head and tail, and a pair of small wings on its back, appeared in his perception. Xiaolong. Luo Yun immediately confirmed the other party's identity. The Xiaolong had many distinctive features, but perhaps to protect its vulnerable head, its tail initially had a fan-like shape, followed by a long, slender, curled tail. From a distance, the Xiaolong's changing color and shape could easily mislead the enemy, making it difficult to distinguish between the head and tail. And in Luo Yun's perception, the Xiaolong seemed to be staring at them. Chapter 30. A moving, high-temperature fireball suddenly appeared from the dense fog. This fireball could actually burn through the poisonous fog, which surprised Xiaolong. Its large eyes, as intelligent as those of a poisonous demon bird, and capable of 360-degree vision, were filled with curiosity, and it couldn't help but lean in to see what it was. As Xiaolong approached, Luo Yun not only sensed its presence with his mind's eye, but also occasionally saw its true form in his vision, as if a slide had gone awry. Xiaolong's perfect invisibility required three essential conditions. The first was epidermal mimicry. Xiaolong's invisibility didn't mean it actually became transparent, but rather, like a chameleon, its epidermis could constantly absorb information about its surroundings and mimic it. The second was light refraction. Xiaolong manipulated the mist it released, causing the words to appear at an angle, creating a mirage-like effect. The third factor is the toxins in the mist. This toxin can enter the enemy's body through breathing and skin, profoundly affecting the victim's senses without their knowledge, and even causing hallucinations. It was because the poisonous mist affected her senses that Yaji failed to immediately notice something was amiss, thus missing the best time to escape. If any one of these three conditions were not met, Xiaolong's invisibility would no longer be perfect. Lucky Yun's flaming body blocked out the poisonous mist, revealing a flaw in Xiaolong's invisibility before him, allowing him to detect Xiaolong's presence. The amplification provided by his inner eye also played a significant role in this. Yaji was puzzled as to why Luo Yun was looking in that direction with such a wary expression. As far as she could see, there was nothing there, but years of daily companionship had given her absolute trust in Luo Yun's judgment. So even though she still felt exhausted, she maintained a vigilant attitude. Luo Yun was now pondering what to do next. Although large creatures like Luo Yun and Yaji weren't on the Xiaolong's menu, the Xiaolong wasn't a particularly bloodthirsty ancient dragon. Moreover, aside from its poisonous mist ability, its combat power was among the lowest among ancient dragons. But it was still an ancient dragon. Its skin, scales, bone density, and vitality still surpassed most monsters in the world. And even if Luo Yun wanted to fight, she couldn't do so now. She could only adopt a threatening posture, warily watching the approaching Xiaolong. From the Xiaolong's perspective, as it approached, it realized that the flames contained a male fire dragon, and next to it was a sturdy female fire dragon. This left Xiaolong somewhat baffled. A fire dragon was actually staying in his poisonous fog. Instead of leaving immediately, Luo Yun and Yaji's vigilant yet intimidating demeanor intensified Xiaolong, already suffering from the recent disturbances in the Earth's energy and the noise. Even though it wasn't yet fully grown, it wasn't something a fire dragon could provoke. Indeed, Luo Yun and the others' defensive stance to Xiaolong, whose irritability had been tempered by the Tiandi Huangdi dragon's noise, actually seemed like a provocation. Even honest people can get angry. Even the most docile of dragons would attack if provoked. And so, a cloud of deep purple venom suddenly erupted from the dense fog. Luo Yun instinctively considered taking flight to avoid the poisonous fog, but then, he suddenly realized Yaji behind him and gritted his teeth, relying on his flaming body to resist. The flames enveloping him could reduce the toxicity of the venom through the high temperature, so he should have no problem with withstanding it. Maybe. Luo Yun wasn't sure, but that was his plan. But the next second, a pair of wings with enchanting patterns appeared before him, abruptly blocking the venom. Yaji let out a painful wail, her wings drooping limply, her body trembling with pain. The venom of the dragon contains a nerve-attacking toxin that not only reduces sensory perception, but also stimulates the nerves, intensifying pain. Seeing Yaji's agony, Luo Yun's eyes instantly turned red. Dragon blood boiled, muscles tensed, and with rage, the energy within Luo Yun's body rapidly converged. Regardless of whether the dragon before him was an ancient dragon, scorching flames gathered in his throat, his flame sac desperately squeezed. The intense heat even made Luo Yun's neck glow red from the outside. Roar! A fan-shaped ball of flame erupted from Luo Yun's mouth, carrying strands of purple-red flame, clearing the poisonous fog in its path, and a wave of heat washed over him. The heat, exceeding that of normal flames, surprised the Xiaolong. The burning sensation on its scales caused it to let out a quiet wail. Although the actual damage was not high, it was still a significant injury. Injured for the first time since its birth, the Xiaolong moved swiftly and stiffly, dodging the flames as it returned to the fog. Another puff of poisonous mist erupted from its mouth, filling the area empty by the flames. But then, 3 fireballs flew straight at the Xiaolong, one of which successfully hit it, causing an explosion that knocked it over. Can he see me? A question crossed the Xiaolong's mind. The Xiaolong possessed a high intelligence. In an instant, realizing its invisibility had been breached, its instinct for keeping a low profile overwhelmed its irritability. After a deep glance at Luo Yun, it flapped its wings and fled without a backward glance. It wasn't that it couldn't defeat Luo Yun, nor that it was afraid of him. Habitually avoiding combat and keeping a low profile, the Xiaolong rarely came into conflict with large monsters. Unless it pushed them too far, encroaching on their territory, it generally avoided combat and rarely engaged in a fight with other creatures. This was one reason why the records of the human scribes listed the Xiaolong as a low-risk ancient dragon. It was just that kind of ancient dragon, the one most underestimated by humans. The Mist Dragon's retreat had left Luo Yun's mind no longer aware of its presence, and his rage gradually subsided. He remained vigilant, still diligently burning the flames, staying by Yaji's side as she lay prone on the ground in pain, dispelling the poisonous fog. But the intense heat of the flames was causing Yaji immense discomfort. The irritation from the poison magnified her nerves, and the fire dragon's heat tolerance was greatly reduced. Yaji felt a bit like someone's hand being soaked in chilly water, and then accidentally touched warm water. The water, though only mild, now felt like scalding water. Luo Yun sympathized with Yaji's feelings, but in the face of life, he could only let her endure. Thankfully, with the Mist Dragon's departure, the thick fog dissipated, and soon the area returned to its original state. Only Yaji lying on the ground, and the corpses of the herbivorous dragons in the distance were still telling the story of what this area had experienced. Chapter 31. The sky cleared completely. Although the acceleration ability had long since disappeared, Luo Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The burning pain in his throat made him frown slightly. The flames he had spewed out in extreme anger had clearly exceeded his body's natural limits. It was only at that level of intensity that he could truly inflict damage on the Mist Dragon. With the flames extinguished and his nerves no longer tense, fatigue quickly washed over him. Luo Yun had never felt so weak before, especially with not a single spark left in his flame pouch. Thankfully, due to his flaming body and ignition ability, he didn't need to consume special foods to replenish his flame pouch like other male fire dragons. He simply waited for his strength to recover, and his flame pouch would regenerate on its own. The weakness and exhaustion made Luo Yun feel extremely uncomfortable and hungry, and he wanted to just lie on the ground and gasp for air to recover his strength. But looking at Yaji beside him, her body twitching slightly from the pain, Luo Yun could only brace himself again and feign a pretense of remaining in good condition. Although Luo Yun doubted that anything could survive the venomous mist of the Mist Dragon like them, it was never too late to be cautious. Although the Mist Dragon's venom was incredibly toxic, it was fortunately a combat toxin, potent but short-lived. Female fire dragons naturally possessed excellent venom glands, and were highly resistant to poison. Furthermore, Yaji was an anomaly. Luo Yun remembered her as someone who had never stopped sourcing toxins over the years, regularly consuming poisonous mushrooms and other venomous creatures to ensure the potency of her venom. Thanks to Yaji's poison resistance, which surpassed that of a normal female fire dragon, the poison on her wings was removed in less than half an hour. After lying down for half an hour, she had regained considerable strength. She tried flapping her wings and was able to fly, but it was still a little awkward. Though the poison was removed, the damage would not heal for a while. Luo Yun and Yaji exchanged a helpless glance. Under these circumstances, Yaji couldn't embark on a long-distance migration. Their migration plan had ended before it even began. Moreover, their hunting plan for the day had been a complete failure. The herbivorous dragons had all been poisoned by the rosy dragons. Over a dozen massive carcasses lay there, but Luo Yun had no desire to take a bite. Who knew how long the rosy dragon's toxin mixture would linger in the carcasses? What if he ate them rashly, and something went wrong? Painfully, Luo Yun turned his gaze away from the food. Having also regained some strength, he spread his wings and took off, intending to return to the ancient tree's nest to recuperate and plan further. Shortly after Luo Yun and his companions left, several pterosaurs flew across the sky. Seeing the dead herbivores lying on the ground, they chirped excitedly, confirming they were ownerless, and descended. A group of pterosaurs surrounded a herbivorous dragon carcass and devoured it. Halfway through their meal, the pterosaurs collapsed one after another. Their bodies would serve as a warning to potential new arrivals, and these bodies were extremely dangerous. Leader Deter directed the group's movements. Each cat was carrying a variety of items, dried meat, traps, and weapons. Since they were embarking on a long-distance migration, all these preparations were necessary. Indeed, the Deter had reached a conclusion to follow Luo Yun on their migration. The ancient tree forest was becoming increasingly chaotic, making it extremely dangerous no matter where they were. Rather than continue with Luo Yun and his companions, at least under their protection, their group's safety was somewhat guaranteed. As for the potential dangers of the migration, they had already prepared for them. In this forest, any large-scale migration of any species could not be safe. As long as they could preserve their own species, they were fearless. But when they saw Luo Yun and his companions return, the Deter were stunned. What was going on? Didn't they leave? Why are they back again? Before a group of curious eyes, Luo Yun returned to his nest, lay down without paying attention, closed his eyes, and began to recover. The experienced Deter leader noticed the wound on Yaji's wing and Luo Yun's apparent fatigue, and realized that something serious must have happened. He returned to appease the rest of the tribe, sending them back to their habitat, so as not to disturb Luo Yun's rest. He then sent 2 young Deter warriors to stand guard outside the lair, while he himself sat in a corner, pondering what could have happened to cause such powerful fire dragons as Luo Yun to suffer simultaneous setbacks. As for why Luo Yun had fallen asleep, and why he hadn't communicated with Yaji, it was simply because Yaji, like other fire dragons, was too proud to pay any attention to them. Thus, only after Luo Yun woke could he resolve his doubts. Thankfully, this time it was simply an overexertion of his flame bag. No other major issues arose. After completely relaxing in a safe environment, he could actively absorb life energy to accelerate his recovery. As for the throat burn from the flames, that was a piece of cake. What fire dragon hasn't been burned by its own flames? It's just that the muscles in the throat heal quickly, and it healed on its own long ago. He lay there for nearly 2 hours, forced awake by hunger. After the intense exercise, his metabolism was revved up, and Luo Yun, who hadn't eaten to begin with, couldn't bear it anymore. He opened his eyes, and planned to go hunting. He saw Yaji leisurely eating small pieces of meat, while the Detels were still diligently transporting the stored meat from their habitat. Noticing Luo Yun's awakening, the Deter leader's eyes lit up, and he meowed loudly twice. Immediately, 2 Detels brought pieces of meat to Luo Yun. Although Luo Yun felt a little touched by the food being presented to him, his body devoured the meat at an even faster pace, almost instinctively. The meat stored by the Deter was large for them, but for Luo Yun, it was just a mouthful. After a few bites, his hunger eased considerably. After the Detels brought the last piece of meat to Luo Yun, they sat down on the ground and wiped their sweat. Licking his lips with a sense of satisfaction, Luo Yun looked at the Deter leader, who was about to come up to question him. He growled at him, flexed his wings, and flew out of the nest. Wait until I get back from hunting. This was Luo Yun's message, and the Deter leader naturally understood it. Seeing that Yaji had not set out with Luo Yun, he understood that the migration situation had changed, so he felt relieved and began to comfort the tribe. Chapter 32. This time, the rosy dragons appeared very close to the ancient tree, so Luo Yun could only fly farther along the river. Whether carnivorous, herbivorous, or even pterosaurs, he would decisively attack anything edible. A hungry fire dragon is the most dangerous. Soon, as Luo Yun continued his search, he finally found a group of crested dragons at the edge of a river tributary. Without a word, he erupted in flames and dived down with a lovely star-like sky strike, unconcerned about whether this was a case of using a cannon to kill a mosquito or making a fuss. He only needed to ensure he could easily find food after landing. And so, before the poor crested dragons could react or form a defensive stance, they were struck by a violent explosion. Several corpses, their shells charred, their muscles shattered, and exuding the aroma of meat, appeared beside the shallow pit. Flapping his wings, unconcerned with the carbonized scales of the Corythosaurus, Luo Yun frantically tore at and swallowed, looking like a starving ghost, as if he would starve to death if he didn't eat any more. After devouring an adult Corythosaurus, he gnawed on a juvenile. His formidable digestive ability allowed him to consume so much. 2 large ones remained. Corythosaurus were far smaller than the herbivorous dragons, and with Luo Yun's strength, he could easily carry them back to their lair with one claw. Just as he was about to move, a panting, snorting, and hastening over from hearing the noise in his new territory, the manny dragon suddenly met Luo Yun's face. For a moment, both dragons stopped. "Why is it here?" Asterisk 2. After 5 years of fighting, Luo Yun recognized the identity of this manny dragon at a glance. He hadn't expected it to chase him to the ancient tree after 2 months. Manalong instinctively took a step back, habitually intending to turn and leave to avoid being disgusted by Luo Yun. But just as it turned, it suddenly realized. No, why should it leave? It was no longer the same person it had been a while ago. It might not be unable to defeat this male fire dragon. During the 2 months of migration, every battle it had experienced along the way had been easily won. Those battles had restored Manalong's confidence, which had been eroded by Luo Yun's torture. Coupled with the special power it had previously gained, it was not without its fighting spirit. And if it could use its newfound power to catch Luo Yun off guard and successfully kill him here, it would be so happy that it would sleep soundly at night. Manalong roared at Luo Yun, entering combat mode, a scorching flame forming at the corners of its mouth. This guy thinks he's up to speed again? The manny dragon didn't leave immediately after seeing him, which already piqued Luo Yun's curiosity. 2 years after he gained his mind's eye, it was actually provoking him again. This made Luo Yun feel something was amiss. Releasing the crown dragon's corpse, Luo Yun decisively took to the air. Since this guy was so proactive, he couldn't just leave. He had to give him a beating first, right? He had already been offended by the mist dragon, and this tough guy just charged right in. Luo Yun couldn't kill it anyway, so he might as well let off some steam. Swept with flames, the manny dragon didn't recklessly exhale. That would have served no purpose other than increasing the power of Luo Yun's flames. It stared intently at Luo Yun, who was circling in the sky, its leg muscles tense, and thin electric currents stimulated its muscles where Luo Yun couldn't see. Manalong knew full well that this strange male fire dragon would accelerate. He circled in the sky to increase his speed, only descending when he thought he could crush Luo Yun. Thus, Manalong remained calm and prepared to counterattack. When Luo Yun initiated an attack, it was his chance to strike back. There was no way around it. These dragons were simply so frustrated when facing flying dragons, unable to take the initiative at all. Seeing the Manalong below, still calmly observing his movements, Luo Yun felt a pang of emotion as he watched for its weaknesses. If it hadn't remained Manalong, no one would have believed that this notoriously volatile and aggressive warrior could be so calm and patient in battle. Luo Yun felt truly guilty. In 5 years, he had wrought such a violent temper into this state. In the past 2 months, those carnivorous dragons who had the misfortune of running into it, relying on past experience to fight it, would surely die with lingering regrets. Having accelerated sufficiently, Luo Yun decisively dived, leaving behind a long trail of flames, and in almost the next second, he was in front of the manny dragon. His sharp claws, blazing with fire, pierced the manny dragon's head amidst the lingering wind pressure. This grab was carried with speed and force, as if intending to rip the dragon's skull apart. The manny dragon deftly retreated, turned its head, and dodged Luo Yun's seemingly unstoppable, yet in reality, effortless flaming claws. It then dodged Luo Yun's tail swing, laced with flammable venom. After all this, the manny dragon did not retaliate against Luo Yun, but retreated rapidly once more. This fluid movement forced Luo Yun to swallow back a mouthful of flames. Damn it, this guy's become a habit. The dive was real, but the claw was fake. It was more of a way to use the wind pressure to whip up flames and obscure the opponent's vision, allowing them to subconsciously predict the direction of the previous claw's attack and dodge. The real killer move was the tail swing, which caused by the Hercules attribute and could inflict the burn status. After the tail swing hit, the fireball accumulated in the mouth could be ejected, and the resulting recoil was just the right force to quickly launch itself into the air again. This silky smooth combo had been used on it so often that it had become a habit. This was indeed a bit embarrassing. Noticing that Luo Yun hadn't spit out a fireball and was taking off again, Manalong's eyes lit up, sensing his chance. The thigh muscles began to work, and under the stimulation of the tiny electric current, the scales on his thighs flashed with a faint blue light. The Mani Dragon pinned all its hopes on this single blow, using the electrical stimulation to increase the strength of its leg muscles, thereby increasing its speed and sprinting power. Luo Yun's mind frantically warned him. Almost as soon as the Mani Dragon was about to attack, Luo Yun's eyes caught its movement and, without a word, unleashed a ball of explosive flame directly at his feet. The flames were absorbed, and the airflow from the explosion blew its wings. In a flash, Luo Yun soared into the air, gaining distance. At this moment, a trace of electricity pierced the smoke and dust, and a flaming maw bit down at Luo Yun's feet with a loud bang. Had Luo Yun taken off even 0.5 seconds later, he would have been directly hit. Catch off. Flame bite. Upgraded version. Chapter 33. Luo Yun flew through the air, trembling with fear. Almost, just almost, he admitted that he had been careless. It had only been 2 months since we last saw each other, and this guy had made such great progress. Surely, life had been too easy for him, and he had lost his proper respect for the world. Even in just 2 months, with the help of miraculous life energy, any living creature could, at some point, become incredibly powerful. Judging by past experience, any new thing could be a fatal blow. I should have seen this long ago. If it hadn't had this new power, if it hadn't had the potential to destroy him. Based on the past 5 years of experience, this barbarian alone wouldn't have challenged him again. The fatal danger just now had served as a wake-up call. Luo Yun wasn't sure if this was the world's balancing mechanism to cope with his uniqueness. In this magical ecological chain, any existence that could potentially disrupt the ecological balance would always have a corresponding monster to maintain balance. Luo Yun didn't know, and he didn't want to know. He simply needed to understand that he shouldn't let down his guard. Without absolute strength, he couldn't underestimate any creature in this world. In this world, fueled by the life force, every creature possessed infinite possibilities. Looking down at the now unhidden Manalong, Luo Yun noticed that the base of its unfurled heat shield was subtly shifting toward a cooler hue. The fleeting flash of lightning was clearly visible in his mind's eye. It was definitely not an illusion. Thunderlong? The origin of Thunderlong remains a mystery, much like the relationship between silver Rathalos, azure Rathalos, and normal male Rathalos. Although both are classified as subspecies, there's still debate as to whether the male fire dragon mutated during its growth or was a subspecies from birth. In short, this barbarian dragon was indeed showing signs of mutating towards a thunder dragon. The flames on Luo Yun's body began to swell, completely enveloping him. He discarded all previous experience with this barbarian dragon, no longer concealing his strength, and engaged him with all his might, treating him like a new foe. The two dragons roared at each other, clashing once again. Flames, explosions, roars, crushing rocks, falling trees, the battle between them gradually intensified. Although the lightning power hadn't fully absorbed into the barbarian dragon's body, it empowered it with unprecedented combat prowess. All of its bodily functions were significantly enhanced, albeit at the cost of increased physical exertion. But its beastly blood was fully ignited, its fighting spirit aroused, and the animalistic instincts suppressed for years surged once more within it. The Mani Dragon could no longer resist its instincts, and the former thug reappeared. However, after years of practice, its attacks were more refined, its awareness more precise. After many years, the two sides once again reached a stalemate. As time passed, the noise of their battle attracted an unexpected visitor. Seizing the Mani Dragon's weakness, it swooped down again, accelerating to knock it down, and successfully ascending into the air. Then, a high-pitched roar echoed from the nearby sky. The recognizable roar, like a built-in speaker, shook Luo Yun from his immersion in the battle. He quickly turned his head and, as expected, saw with his exceptional vision a massive beast with a massive front end, its neck, back, tail, and chest and abdomen all covered in thick silver-gray scales. Its head and neck looked incredibly sturdy and bloated, and its wingspan was as exaggerated as a bomber. It was hurtling towards him. Holy crap! Explosive scale dragon! Luo Yun hadn't expected his battle with the Mani Dragon to attract the arrival of an explosive scale dragon. While there were many of these creatures in the New World, most were concentrated in the Dragon Crystal Land. The explosive scale dragon, able to occupy a place in the Dragon Crystal Land, teeming with ancient dragons and powerful monsters, must be incredibly powerful. What surprised Luo Yun was that, despite being a flying dragon, as one of the largest flying dragon species, the explosive scale dragon wasn't particularly adept at flapping its wings. It couldn't soar to high altitudes like a fire dragon, and due to its immense weight and the fact that it only had one finger bone supporting its wing membrane, it wasn't adept at long-distance flight. Thus, once this monster left the Dragon Crystal Land, it would be difficult for it to return. The appearance of the explosive dragon meant that Luo Yun's battle with the Mani Dragon could no longer continue. The New World's reputation as a policeman was no idle boast. The explosive dragon possessed the ability to sense conflicts between creatures. Its favorite activity was to intervene in the battles of large monsters and launch surprise attacks with its explosive scales, severely injuring the entire battlefield and reaping the benefits. This unique habit, coupled with its strength, capable of even hand-to-hand combat with weaker ancient dragons, meant that if Luo Yun dared to fight the Mani Dragon despite its bombardment, neither he nor the Mani Dragon would be able to escape. After confirming the opponent's identity, Luo Yun decisively chose to ascend, abandoning the battle. The Mani Dragon, on the ground, had initially watched Luo Yun warily after climbing to its feet. However, when it noticed Luo Yun attempting to escape, it immediately sensed something was amiss. It and Luo Yun had just engaged in a life-and-death struggle, with Luo Yun having a slight advantage. Under these circumstances, he would never have stopped unless something unusual was going on. Realizing this, the Mani Dragon's rationality once again prevailed. Without a word, he turned and sprinted towards the woods, unhesitatingly. As expected, just as the two combatants had departed, thick scales coated in explosive liquid rained down upon the battlefield like celestial flowers. Then, as if bombed, the entire clearing erupted in a series of prolonged explosions. When the explosive scale dragon slammed heavily onto the ground, breaking with the thick, swollen scales of its upper body, it turned its head to gaze at the pockmarked ground. Finding nothing but the shattered corpse of the crowned dragon, the dragon looked bewildered. Where are the dragons that were fighting here just now? It wasn't its first time responding to a call, but it was the first time a bombing had left the scene without a single suspect. Based on its experience, the previous battle had been quite noisy, meaning both sides should have been fighting fiercely. How could it have suddenly disappeared? Wasn't its entire visit in vain? Somewhat bewildered, the explosive scale dragon let out a long, unwilling cry and flapped its wings vigorously to rise into the air again, intending to move on to its next destination to mediate. Chapter 34. High in the clouds, Luo Yun, concealed, watched the explosive dragon fly away in its unique style. He breathed a sigh of relief. After Luo Yun's battle with the Mani Dragon, and then the bombardment from the explosive dragon, there was probably no more prey in this area. Remembering the direction the Mani Dragon had just left, Luo Yun flew in the other direction. As the sun set, when Luo Yun returned carrying a herbivorous dragon, Yaji, the dragon, looked a bit panicked. In her opinion, Luo Yun's hunting trip shouldn't have taken so long. If her wings hadn't fully recovered, she would have set out to find Luo Yun long ago. Seeing Luo Yun bring his prey back, Yaji didn't immediately eat. Instead, she came over to Luo Yun and looked him over carefully. When she saw that some of Luo Yun's wounds had healed, Yaji breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that Luo Yun had been in combat, but judging by the size of his wounds, it was still manageable and would heal after a night's sleep. As for what Luo Yun had fought, she didn't care. Survival in this world requires combat, and Luo Yun's return speaks for itself. As long as the outcome is good, the process doesn't matter. After confirming everything, Yaji began the work with confidence. Luo Yun, on the other hand, went to the side to chat with Chief Deter, who had been waiting for a long time. So you're not planning to migrate anymore? Chief Deter had been prepared for this, so the news didn't surprise him. He was curious about why Luo Yun had changed his mind. You have to understand that it was the ancient dragon that caused all this unrest. Hiding and fleeing are the most instinctive and common methods. After Luo Yun reiterated his intention not to migrate, he didn't elaborate further, simply letting Chief Deter make the decision, as always. After completing his instructions, Luo Yun returned to his lair to rest. After what he had experienced today, a plan had formed in his mind. He planned to try to expel the Mist Dragon. This wasn't a fantasy, nor was it wishful thinking. If it were any other ancient dragon, expelling it would be difficult, but with the Queen Mist Dragon as the target, it seemed possible. After a careful analysis, Luo Yun noticed that this Mist Dragon didn't appear to be an adult. Adult mist dragons are typically around 20 meters long, but the one he encountered today was much smaller than Aki, only about 13 meters. The reason it had caused such a commotion was primarily due to its innate poison and the vast range of its toxic mist. Its inherent combat power wasn't as formidable as a normal ancient dragon. Furthermore, the mist dragon's invisibility wasn't perfect in front of Luo Yun. Within a certain range, Luo Yun could accurately locate the mist dragon's position and discern its movements with his inner vision. The poisonous fog didn't have the same overwhelming effect on Luo Yun as it did on other creatures. Under these circumstances, as long as his flames could be further strengthened and he could locate the mist dragon's location, he could engage in a sufficiently loud battle. Yes, just enough noise. Even if Luo Yun's flames were further enhanced, they would only pose a slight threat to the mist dragon. This level of strength wasn't enough to expel it. But just because Luo Yun wasn't strong enough didn't mean there weren't dragons with enough strength. Other dragons couldn't enter the poisonous fog to help Luo Yun fight the mist dragon, but the explosion scale dragon he encountered today possessed the ability to intervene in the battle without even entering the fog. That's right, Luo Yun had his sights set on the explosion scale dragon. While the explosion scale dragon wouldn't help Luo Yun fight the mist dragon, Luo Yun could exploit its habits and actively lure it into battle. And while the mist dragon had wings, its mobility wasn't particularly impressive. Its movements were often very stiff, leaving it with no means of quickly leaving the battlefield. With proper manipulation, Luo Yun could leverage the explosion scale dragon's explosive scales to bombard the mist dragon. This level of damage would be enough to trigger the mist dragon's instincts, prompting it to flee. If the mist dragon sustained some physical damage, it could even be forced to return to its own territory. Finally, and more crucially, the noise pollution from the Tiandi Huangdi dragon has finally disappeared. Today, while Luo Yun was recovering his strength, he actively absorbed the earth vein energy. Finally, he was no longer disturbed by the noise, and the earth vein energy began to calm down. The source of the mist dragon's rage has been cut off. If they can successfully sniper and expel it, given its nature, it will most likely return to its territory and resume its life in the mist-hidden world. Luo Yun already had a rough outline of the initial plan in mind. The next step was to find a way to refine it. After finishing her meal, Yaji went out to the reservoir on the canopied terrace to drink some water. The fire dragon couple and their offspring had left yesterday, so Yaji didn't need to be wary of them when drinking water. After returning, he saw Luo Yun resting, quietly approached him, and licked his wounds. This heartwarming scene was witnessed by Chief Deter, who had just emerged from his settlement, and he felt a surge of emotion. As a high ecological niche flying dragon species, fire dragons appear brutal and cold, but when facing their mates, they reveal a warmth that is completely different from other giant beasts. Chief Deter came to tell Luo Yun that they were determined to follow him. Since Luo Yun wasn't leaving, neither were they. This act was a complete surrender of the entire tribe's fate to Luo Yun. It understood that its tribe had no feelings for Luo Yun, and its initial submission was merely due to circumstances. But as it interacted with Luo Yun, it discovered that Luo Yun possessed an extremely high level of intelligence, a mindset and composure unlike other fire dragons. He was truly a highly intelligent creature in fire dragon skin. After realizing this, Chief Deter discussed with the others and decided to make this daring gamble. Since there's no affection, the loyalty demonstrated through daily interactions is enough to bring the two closer together. The Detels living outside the ancient tree reported that a group of people had arrived at the border of the ancient tree forest and the great anthill wasteland. There, they found a close relative of their Detels, called Elyacats. These cats, on another continent, had completely assimilated into the world of humans, dragonkin, and other demihumans, becoming an integral part of their lives. So, as Detels, why couldn't they assimilate into the world of monsters? Monsters are the masters of this world. Unbeknownst to the Detel leader's intentions, Luo Yun felt even more apprehensive upon learning of his decision. He himself didn't seem to object to the loyalty of these adorable cats. Chapter 35. Today, another fire dragon couple left the ancient tree. The fire dragon families still residing at the ancient tree are mostly formidable, and many are even battle-hardened. Those who have reached this level of strength are well aware of the immense benefits the ancient tree's rich life energy has brought them, and they won't leave until the very last moment. Over the past few days, whether the mist dragons are no longer disturbed by the noise of the heaven and earth brilliant crying dragons, or perhaps after their last encounter with Luo Yun, they have decided not to move toward the ancient tree again, the mist dragons have not appeared. But Luo Yun hasn't let his guard down. For the past few days, he's been pondering why the mist dragons are moving toward the ancient tree. The most likely conclusion he came to is that the mist dragons are heading for the ancient tree's leyline node. Judging from the migrations of the Thunder Wolf dragons and the Swift dragons, the Mist dragon's previous location wasn't close to the ancient tree. The interference from the Heaven and Earth Brilliant Crying dragons was merely a trigger. After leaving their original habitat and drifting further and further away, the Mist dragons may have decided to migrate. This time, he likely intends to settle in the ancient tree. This completely contradicts Luo Yun's initial assumption that the Mist dragon would return to its own territory after the Heaven and Earth Brilliant Crying dragon fell into slumber again. The impact of an ancient dragon changing its habitat would be enormous, completely disrupting the ancient tree's ecological landscape. The ancient tree would have to suffer an unparalleled devastation before it could slowly reshape itself into a new ecological environment, one centered around the characteristics of the ancient dragon. The weak adapt to their environment, while the strong transform it. The more powerful the ancient dragon, the greater its ability to alter its surroundings, transforming them into a habitat suited to its own growth and survival. They don't need to actively do anything. Simply by remaining there for extended periods, their inherent characteristics are enough to subtly influence everything around them. After clarifying the Shelong's purpose, Luo Yun had been keeping a close eye on the situation near the ancient tree. As expected, today, a thick white fog began to rise at the edge of the ancient tree area. As if preparing for its final preparations, the fog began to move towards the ancient tree with a clear purpose. After the fog appeared, some creatures with keen perception began to flee. In the sky, flying creatures such as Archaeopteryx, pterosaurs, and abominations fled in droves, forming a dense mass of black clouds. In the woods, monsters such as the Thief Dragon, the Thunder Dragon, and the remaining velociraptors also tried their best to escape the fog, weaving through the intricate forest, their roars echoing endlessly. At this moment, whether they were natural enemies or not, whether they were mutually restrained, none of that mattered. The only way to truly survive was to escape the poisonous fog. Sensing something was amiss, the fire dragons began to leave their nests, circling the ancient tree, roaring and communicating. For a moment, the upper levels of the ancient forest were filled with a commotion. Until a massive male fire dragon, nearly twice the size of the fire dragons, over 30 meters long, appeared. Its tough shell was a mixture of black and red, its massive wings, as vast as the sky, gleaming with golden patterns. A faint scorching aura pierced its thick scales. Scars covered its body, its bone spurs grimace like a battle-hardened king. With a high-pitched, resounding roar, the fire dragons finally quieted down. As if they had found a core, they gathered on the branches of the ancient tree near the fire dragon, quietly awaiting its instructions. Luo Yun was among the group of fire dragons, his gaze fixed on the massive fire dragon that exuded an aura of immense violence even as it soared calmly in the sky. He recognized it. He had never imagined such a creature could exist in the New World. He had lived in the ancient tree city for some time, and had flown around it countless times, yet he had never spotted a trace of it. And logically, even if it existed, it shouldn't dwell in the ancient tree. Looking across the entire New World, the Dragon Crystal Land was probably the only place it would be found. It wasn't a subspecies, it was essentially a pure male fire dragon. Perhaps due to environmental factors, special experiences, or extensive combat experience, it had transformed into its current form. In the records of the human scribes, this creature was given a special name, the so-called second name monster, the dark overlord among fire dragons, the Black Flame King. The moment it appeared, Luo Yun felt that all his incessant planning and mentally recreating battles with the Mist Dragon had been nothing but a clown's act. With a Black Flame King capable of fighting an ancient dragon head-on, a mere immature Mist Dragon was nothing. Just when Luo Yun thought he could rest easy, waiting for the Black Flame King to personally attack, sprint into the poisonous fog, find the Mist Dragon, and brutally defeat it, the Black Flame King suddenly made a very unusual move. It was actually inviting those battle-hardened fire dragons to leave with it, to a special place imbued with life energy, seeking the possibility of breaking through the limits of their lifespan. Luo Yun was stunned. Goodness! He was absolutely astonished. He had seen those fiercely resisting invasions, and he had also seen those helplessly forced to leave. I had never imagined that in this world of bloodshed and slaughter, filled with the unvarnished laws of the jungle, there would be such beings taking advantage of the situation, exploiting the situation and stealing the treasures. Is this still the Black Flame King? No, even Luo Yun wondered, could this seemingly imposing creature really be a fire dragon? Why was its behavior so out of place in this blood-soaked world? With this in mind, Luo Yun once again scrutinized the Black Flame King, who was still stirring up his tribe. This observation revealed something amiss. The edges of the Black Flame King's scale shone faintly with a grayish-white hue. Though seemingly still robust, It only radiated a scorching aura upon its initial appearance, then completely icy. Like a dying bonfire, its core still warm, its surroundings reduced to a circle of burnout ash. Clearly, this Black Flame King had reached old age. Its lifespan was nearing its end. Its body no longer permitted it to engage in intense combat. Even if it reached the Dragon Crystal Land alone, it would be unable to secure a good position, or even calmly absorb the energies of life. Thus, it set its sights on these battle-hardened fire dragons. Chapter 36. After understanding all this, Luo Yun decisively turned and flew away. The Black Flame King had completely lost the will to fight. Even if a battle-hardened fire dragon were willing to follow it to the Dragon Crystal Land, it would be doomed to fail. In the Dragon Crystal Land, where life energy is abundant, even ancient dragons capable of actively absorbing life energy cannot guarantee that they will break the limit of their lifespan. However, every ancient dragon that breaks the limit of lifespan possesses a heart that braves death. Ancient dragons that break the limit of life possess immense strength that surpasses their original limits and earns them the title of battle-hardened king. Without even this mindset, a special male fire dragon, not even an ancient dragon, has no chance of success. So, in the end, it still depends on itself. As they passed the nest, Yaji called out into the tree hole and flew out with flapping wings. Having already determined his target, Luo Yun flew straight towards the approaching foggy area. High above the fog, Luo Yun gazed down, adjusted his mindset, and actively activated his flame body. After giving a resolute cry to Yaji, he spread his wings and unleashed his fire energy, raising the temperature of his flames to maximum. A moment of hesitation flashed across Yaji's eyes, but after observing Luo Yun's decisive action, her gaze gradually hardened. Taking a deep breath, Yaji's throat turned crimson as rich fire energy accumulated within it. When it reached a certain point, a fan-shaped stream of fire, primarily orange-red, with a faint bluish-purple hue around its edges, erupted towards Luo Yun. Even enveloped in flames, Luo Yun could still clearly sense the scorching heat behind him. Then, a stinging sensation and intense heat washed over him. Even his fully activated flaming body and igniting properties couldn't completely block the damage from the flames. Although Yaji had always displayed unparalleled brute force, Luo Yun knew that her strength was multifaceted. Both her fire and her poison possessed a power comparable to her brute force. However, compared to using fire and poison, Yaji preferred the thrill of close combat. The flames were absorbed bit by Luo Yun, transformed by the flame bag, and gradually became his strength. The color of the flame surrounding him began to change, gradually shifting towards a bluish-purple hue. Luo Yun's overall flames were actually showing signs of increasing in the direction of a catastrophe flame. Soon, the flame absorption reached a bottleneck. Luo Yun uttered a sound, and Yaji immediately cut off the flames. The crimson in her throat quickly dissipated, and she looked worriedly at Luo Yun, who was caught in the flames. Without another word, Luo Yun, now brimming with fire energy to the point of exploding, soared into the dense fog without a word. Under the heightened flames, simply approaching the dense fog caused the intense heat to vaporize it, the toxins within vanishing in the distorted mist, barely even revealing their color. As Luo Yun plunged into the fog, Yaji quickly ascended. To quickly locate the Xiaolong, Yaji needed to reach a height where she could observe the entire situation. Luo Yun, on the other hand, carved a straight line through the dense fog. Combined with his speed and flames, the fog dissipated in the area he passed. From the air, the dense fog resembled a cake, sliced in half by the elongated flames. The area cleared by the flames would be filled with new thick fog. Aji, in the sky, only needed to determine which side of the split fog was filling faster. This would indicate the source of the poisonous fog. This way, Luo Yun's area of exploration was reduced by half. With just a few more such passes, the area where the mist dragon was hiding would be greatly reduced. As Luo Yun emerged from the foggy area, Aji's loud roar informed him of the current situation. Luo Yun adjusted his direction and immediately plunged back into the fog. This happened over and over again. In just 4 attempts, Luo Yun located a sufficiently narrow area, and within it lay the mist dragon. With a clear target in mind, Luo Yun suppressed his excitement, told himself to remain calm, and cautiously charged into the area. This was a sparsely lush area, and the source of the poisonous fog lay within it. Flapping his wings nimbly, Luo Yun glided through the air, carefully exploring the ground below with his inner gaze, not missing a single unusual sign. Soon, Luo Yun perceived a vague figure moving slowly and calmly. Perhaps even the Xiaolong hadn't anticipated that a dragon would dare to plunge into the poisonous fog in search of its traces. With this in mind, the Xiaolong's movements appeared calm and leisurely. Suddenly, the Xiaolong's cochlear-like tail, which gathered information about its surroundings, trembled, and its large eyes instantly locked onto Luo Yun in the distance. The Xiaolong relied on its cochlear-like tail to gather and rapidly process information about its surroundings. With its tail's help, the Xiaolong's sensitivity rivaled Luo Yun's own. After all, this is the organ that rapidly processes environmental information, allowing the Xiaolong to perfectly mimic and transform at any time, thus fading into invisibility. Only an ancient dragon could possess such an organ so unconscionable, so irrational, that it defies common sense. Having been discovered, Luo Yun no longer hid. It should be said that he had never intended to conceal his form. After determining his position, Luo Yun roared furiously, no longer conserving his energy. The entire dragon transformed into a massive fireball, soaring into the sky. Like a falling comet, it plummeted to the earth, trailing a long tail of flame. A fierce wind blew away the dense fog. The blinding explosion was followed by a deafening roar, followed by a shockwave that tilted the trees, scattered the clouds, and finally, the rising clouds of flame. Feeling the fierce wind, Yaji descended from the sky, ignoring the intense heat and plunging into the smoke and dust. Soon, Luo Yun, with his scales shattered and blood at the corners of his mouth, was found, his expression faintly revealing his frenzy. Opposite Luo Yun stood a dragon, its shell partially black, oozing with traces of blood. Its camouflage vanished, revealing its form, its eyes brimming with cold murderous intent. Since birth, he had never suffered such an injury, though it didn't affect his movements, merely rupturing his skin and causing some damage to his internal organs. But this was a new experience for the dragon, one that left him deeply unsatisfied and filled him with rage. He recognized it as the fire dragon that had struggled in its poisonous mist and had accurately located him, seeing through his invisibility. Even when the even larger Yaji appeared, the dragon's gaze never left Luo Yun. For the first time, he had the unwavering determination to kill the opponent. Mist emanated from the dragon's mouth, and his form gradually vanished again. He was ready to initiate the battle. Chapter 37. At the moment Xiaolong disappeared, Yaji, taking advantage of the poisonous fog before it began to spread, swiftly unleashed a fireball at Xiaolong. Unfortunately, the fireball was too hasty, and Xiaolong dodged it. Watching the white fog reappear, Luo Yun kept a close eye on Xiaolong's movements, urging Yaji to leave quickly. Reluctantly, Yaji spread her wings. The wind pressure slowed the spread of the poisonous fog, and she soared into the sky. Luo Yun was once again engulfed in flames, and his blood solidified in the heat, turning to powder and falling off. Flapping his wings cautiously, he lifted himself off the ground and hovered low. The previous explosion had been truly unfortunate. Xiaolong had predicted the impact point at the last moment, and at that speed, Luo Yun had no time to adjust his direction and was forced to crash headfirst into it. As a result, Xiaolong successfully escaped the center of the explosion, avoiding the full damage. Otherwise, Xiaolong's injuries would have been more than just superficial. The Xiaolong constantly shifted positions within the fog, but unfortunately, at this distance, Luo Yun could clearly see its every move. The flames accumulated through the ignition had been nearly depleted by the previous attack. Therefore, Luo Yun's only task now was to intensify the damage to the surrounding environment, luring the Xiaolong into an attack, thus creating the illusion of a bitter battle. Thus, after deftly dodging the Xiaolong's tentative venomous spray, Luo Yun quickly circled the enemy, groping blindly, occasionally blasting flames at the Xiaolong or overturning small trees with his dash. This unusual behavior puzzled the Xiaolong, but he also grew wary. At one point, Luo Yun's turn seemed to falter. The Xiaolong, shrewdly seizing the moment, spread its wings, and the dense fog around him instantly thinned. Luo Yun also received a warning from his inner eye at this moment, and a terrifying feeling came over him. He was already turning in midair, and it was too late to climb or descend. In a moment of desperation, Luo Yun folded one wing, instantly throwing his balance off, causing the angle of his turn to shift dramatically, sending the dragon careening and plummeting. This preemptive, unnatural evasive maneuver forcibly altered Luo Yun's trajectory, effectively deflecting the poisonous green breath. The breath pierced the opposite forest, corroding the once sturdy tree trunks, creating a hollow that emanated a foul-smelling, eerie white smoke. Luo Yun plummeted like an unbalanced airplane, tumbling repeatedly onto the ground, creating several craters before sliding down, leaving a long trail behind him. A tree successfully stopped him. The tree, ignited by the flames from Luo Yun's body, forced himself to endure the excruciating pain as he opened his eyes and looked towards Xiaolong. Before he could fully stand, Xiaolong thrust out his long tongue, lashing at him like a flexible whip. At this moment, Xiao Long's tongue lashed out rapidly, crackling, and after images intertwined into a vast net, completely enveloping Luo Yun. It was like a scene from anime or games, now unfolding in real life. I can't dodge. The tongue whip was too fast, and the attacks were too frequent. Even with the acceleration, Luo Yun hadn't even regained his balance yet, making it impossible to dodge. There was no other way. Luo Yun could only rely on his mind and vision, trying his best to protect his body's weak points, using the thorns, the protruding scales, and the hard exoskeleton of his back to resist. The surrounding trees and stones were shattered and broken by the tongue whip. Each blow was like torture, causing Luo Yun to feel a searing pain. Thorns broke, scales shattered, and the exoskeleton cracked. In the past 5 years, Luo Yun had never suffered such severe injuries, but it was all worth it. Knowing some of Xiao Long's attack methods, the tongue whip was within Luo Yun's calculations. However, what he did not expect was that Xiao Long's tongue whip's combat power in real life far exceeded that of the game. This further aggravated his injuries. Although his goal was achieved, his injuries were worse than he had expected, but Xiao Long was not feeling well either. His tongue was covered in flames that could not be easily extinguished. The intense burning sensation made his tongue sting with pain. The tongue whip could no longer be sustained. He rubbed his tongue against the nearby branches, leaving trail after trail on the ground. But the damned flames refused to extinguish. He didn't even dare to withdraw his tongue, fearing internal damage. Xiao Long had never encountered such a stubborn, sticky flame. His tongue was both his weapon and his weakness. Even though the ancient dragon had a strong life force, this persistent damage, while not fatal, was excruciating. For a moment, Xiao Long could no longer care about Luo Yun and began searching for water. Without his control, the poisonous fog began to thin. According to the previous plan, Luo Yun would have needed to endure his injuries and continue pursuing Xiao Long, creating a greater commotion. However, his injuries were worse than expected, making it impossible to continue with his plan. Luo Yun watched Xiao Long's back, no longer concealing himself, feeling deeply resentful yet helpless. Boom, boom, fireballs exploded around Xiao Long, and Xiao Long, eager to escape, was forced to dodge the falling fireballs. The flame still blazing on his tongue made it impossible to conceal his presence even with his body invisible, making him stand out against the thinning white mist. Luo Yun looked up and, through the mist, could see fire dragons circling overhead, continuously gathering flames in batches and spewing them towards Xiao Long. These were the fire dragons that lived in the ancient tree. They hadn't followed the black flame dragon away, but, upon hearing the noise, they had quickly rushed over. Without the obstruction of the poisonous mist, the now revealed Mist Dragon no longer posed much of a threat to the Sky Kings. Especially when they saw the Mist Dragon frantically trying to extinguish the flames on its tongue. Like ordinary monsters, their fear of the ancient dragon dwindled. Finally, inspired by Yaji, the fire dragons, tormented by their past repression, rebounded. Transforming their fear into rage, they proactively attacked the Mist Dragon. Even ordinary monsters possess the courage to attack a higher-level creature. The planned explosive scale dragon failed to appear, but instead, the fire dragons, never part of Luo Yun's plan, demonstrated unexpected effectiveness. Especially the battle-hardened fire dragons, now with a clear target in mind, their flames posed the greatest threat to the Mist Dragon. Chapter 38. The Mist Dragon had never been so embarrassed. He felt immense humiliation, but this humiliation didn't turn into anger. Instead, it aroused his instincts. Escape, leave. That was what he wanted most at that moment. The massive fireballs were too dense, and each hit only strengthened his desire to flee. Deterred by the poisonous fog, the fire dragons were still a considerable distance away from the Mist Dragon. At this distance, the power of the flames was significantly reduced, preventing the Mist Dragon from suffering fatal damage. As the Mist Dragon plunged into the woods, the fire dragons completely lost their target. Above the dissipating poisonous fog, the fire dragons roared in triumph. Ah! A long, resonant roar, like an approaching bomber, slowly drifted from the distance. The massive explosive scale dragon sprinted towards them. It heard it from far, far away. It was the battle music of two giant beasts, a bloody struggle between life and death. This movement, this sound, it made its spirit soar, its blood boiling. It felt its scales bursting with rage. It needed to launch. It needed to let it all out. Let this beautiful music end in the explosion of its scales. Ouch! Air Police Officer Explosive Dragon, who had fought tooth and nail to reach the scene, was stared at by a pair of cold, vertical pupils. Like a dark evil, the swarm of powerful fire dragons stared unblinkingly at this uninvited guest. Explosive Dragon's speakers were muted, and the sound abruptly stopped. Oh no! This isn't just a fight between giant beasts. It's simply a tribe of fire dragons bullying a poor child. Realizing it had been tricked, the explosive dragon twisted its body awkwardly, performing a crash-face break in front of the numerous fire dragons. It then took off in a panic, flying off into the distance. It was indeed powerful, capable of nearly crushing even a fire dragon. But that was in a one-on-one situation. There were so many fire dragons here, and each one was so excited, eager to engage in a fight right away, it was obvious it was not to be trifled with. It was just big, not stupid. It didn't have the hobby of challenging an entire tribe of fire dragons alone, acting like a flying delivery man. Watching the explosive dragon's retreating form, the fire dragons looked at each other, completely bewildered as to what this creature was up to. After a deep look at Luo Yun, who had barely managed to fly, the fire dragons, having completed their battle against the ancient dragons, flew back to the ancient tree's lair. The Detels, upon seeing Luo Yun and Yaji return safely, danced with joy, and for a moment, the lair was awash with meows. As the fire dragons flew away from the ancient tree to support Luo Yun, the Detels also arranged for their companions to explore the outer reaches of the ancient tree's canopy. They witnessed the fire dragons battle against the rosy dragons. It was an incredible victory. The rosy dragons, which often left creatures helpless, were driven away just like that, and the one who paid the greatest price for all this was none other than their lord Luo Yun. Meow! Meow! The Detel leader shouted, quieting the excited Detels. Luo Yun needed a good rest. The scars on his body were a symbol of honor, and they should not disturb him at this time. With the Detel leader's instructions, the Detels reluctantly returned to their settlement. Before leaving, they discreetly hid and took away the scales that Luo Yun had shed during his daily metabolism. Both Luo Yun and Yaji, along with the Detel leader, acted as if they were oblivious. Luo Yun and Yaji didn't care. After all, fire dragons have a strong metabolism and shed a lot every day. The Detels were also responsible for cleaning their nests, and these detached scales were their natural targets. The Detel leader, however, understood that this worship of the loyal dragon would help strengthen the cohesion of his tribe, a great benefit, and he had no reason to stop it. Thus, the plan to stop the mist dragon had come to an end. But Luo Yun still felt a little uneasy. He had a feeling that this fledgling mist dragon wouldn't give up so easily. It was very likely that it would return, and if so, it would surely be wary of Luo Yun's plans. Ancient dragons are no ordinary monsters, and the mist dragon, in particular, represents one of the most intelligent of the ancient dragons. Next time, he's likely to be even more formidable, giving the fire dragons no chance to locate him. He needs to devise a new plan. With this in mind, Luo Yun began his recuperation. The injuries inflicted by the mist dragon this time were mostly superficial, while the crash had inflicted significant damage to Luo Yun's internal organs. Thankfully, the mist dragon was repelled and hasn't appeared again for several days. Some creatures have once again gathered near the ancient tree. The monsters that had hastily fled have gradually returned, greatly alleviating the food pressure on the fire dragons. With Yaji's care, and with the Detels volunteering to contact the returning thief dragons at the base of the ancient tree to gather information, Luo Yun had been enjoying a relatively easy few days. But this was likely just the calm before the storm. In the great Ant Mound wasteland, a massive dragon, with a pair of thick, sharp horns on its head, a ferocious appearance, sharp teeth, and a bloody mouth, looked formidable. A herbivorous flying dragon, however, whose diet favored the cackle of cacti, suddenly burst out from a burrow in the sand. With a clear goal in mind, it charged towards the group of little creatures that dared to wander freely into its territory. Duong! A massive shield blocked the ceratopsian's charge, colliding with the horns with a resounding sound. The Grand Commander's arms bulged with muscles, veins clearly visible, and his legs left two long trails on the ground. Ah! With a roar, this muscular man, barely 2 meters tall, had actually stopped the charge of this 24-meter-long behemoth, and even engaged in a duel of strength. It was like a normal human being, evenly matched with a mouse-sized creature in a simple wrestling match. This was the essence of a humanoid golden lion, a legendary hunter. A sturdy white cat sprinted forward, leaping onto the ceratopsian's back, its drawn greatsword charging. Meanwhile, at the ceratopsian's powerful right leg, a swordsman wearing a female wrath dragon suit also raised his female wrath dragon greatsword, charging. The swordsman struck first, completing 3 stages of charging in less than a second, and slashed heavily with his sword against the right leg covered in scales and cuticle. The ceratopsian wailed in pain, and then the Grand Commander's feline companion, having gathered strength, struck the ceratopsian's head with a single blow, breaking through the scales and lodging in the skull. The ceratopsian's eyes raged with fury at the injury. Unbeknownst to where it came from, it suddenly sent the Grand Commander flying, flinging the feline down and threatening to sweep its massive horns towards the swordsman standing at its feet. From the sky, a dragon hunter descended, wielding an insect-controlling staff, and with pinpoint precision, he drove the end of the staff into the wound inflicted by the feline. The heavy force knocked the ceratopsian off balance, sending its head crashing to the ground. Chapter 39. The heavy blow took the ceratopsian a long time to recover from, and the dragon hunter nimbly leaped from its head. Seizing this opportunity, the hunters lying in ambush emerged one after another. Light crossbowmen, heavy crossbowmen, and archers provided long-range suppression, while the remaining hunters threw pre-prepared ropes to ensnare the ceratopsian from all directions. The other end of these special ropes was tied to a nearly 1-meter-long wooden nail. The hunter, already prepared, swung his sledgehammer, driving the nail into the ground with just a few blows. Sensing a great sense of danger, the ceratopsian struggled frantically, but unfortunately, this was a premeditated hunt, and it would not be easily escaped. The goal this time was to capture it alive, and replace the failed ancient dragon investigation. Yes, this ancient dragon investigation ultimately failed. The investigation team overestimated their own strength and underestimated the density of monsters in the New World. From the first day they arrived at the Great Anthill Wasteland, they endured an average of 3 large monster attacks a day, with occasional harassment from smaller, gregarious creatures. As the investigation team advanced deeper into the Great Anthill Wasteland, their supplies began to run low. They were completely surrounded by monsters, isolated and helpless. Nature once again revealed its cruel side to the hunters. Day and night, various creatures constantly attacked them. The constantly depleted supplies, the casualties sustained in the repeated battles, the lack of food and water, and the constant strain on their nerves weighed like a huge rock on everyone's hearts. Especially since their mission was to track the trail of an unknown ancient dragon, they inevitably had to navigate complex environments and intrude upon the territories of powerful creatures. Even with the Grand Commander, the Sword Master, and the Dragon Hunter leading the team, 2 hands were still no match for 4, let alone the behemoths surviving in the barren wastelands. Even a formidable figure like the Sword Master was injured in a battle, and has yet to fully recover. The investigation team, greatly slowed by the surroundings, ultimately lost sight of the unknown ancient dragon. Desperately, they could only gather its remains and search far and wide, hoping for further success. After a considerable period of stationing in this area, the Grand Commander and his team finally realized the reality, and could only reluctantly declare their mission a failure. Finally, to give everyone an explanation, and to ensure a return on their efforts after expending so much supplies. Following the scholar's advice, the investigation team set their sights on the dominant species in the area, a ceratopsian in its prime. To maximize the amount of data they could obtain, the ultimate goal of this hunt was to capture it alive. A living ceratopsian could yield far more information than a dead one. After confirming that the ceratopsian was indeed restrained, the scholars armed with paralyzing bullets swiftly rushed forward, intending to throw them into the still struggling ceratopsian's face. "Come back! All of you!" A short-haired woman, alerted by the unusual movement beneath her feet, quickly pulled out a homemade crossbow and shouted to the scholars rushing over. Without a moment's hesitation, even as they neared their target, the scholars maintained their unconditional trust in this woman. For no other reason than that she was the sole disciple of the legendary figure who had disappeared 15 years prior, the dragon hunter renowned for his solitary adventurer, a true elite specially invited by the Hunters Guild, a veteran explorer bearing the title of Master of the Wilderness. Her judgment was unmistakable. The hunters, having also heard Master of the Wilderness's call, were equally alerted to any irregularities in the ground beneath their feet. The Grand Commander, having rescued himself from the Great Anthill, had just landed and, due to his position, had immediately spotted the area of unusual movement. "Everyone retreat! A large one is coming!" Everyone quickly moved away from the ceratopsian. Within 2 seconds, the ground began to shake, and sand began to flow towards the low-lying areas. Then, an even larger ceratopsian flapped its wings and burst forth from the ground. Its tail hammer, like a 1,000-pound weight, smashed the wooden pegs anchored in the rock, shattering the rock itself. After scanning the surrounding hunters with its fierce eyes, it unleashed a deafening roar, causing the unsuspecting hunters to cover their ears and grimace. The charging Ceratosaurus showed no sign of fighting. Taking advantage of the hunter's resentment, it quickly dug a hole with the previously restrained Ceratosaurus, disappearing beneath the quicksand. The hunters, having recovered, looked at each other in bewilderment. Their days-long hunting plans had been shattered by a single unexpected Ceratosaurus. Everyone felt a little disheartened, but the hunters present were all seasoned, and it wasn't the first time a hunt had failed due to unpredictable circumstances. Without much intervention, they quickly calmed down and awaited the Grand Commander's further instructions. Oh my goodness! There's actually a horned dragon this big. What a headache. The Grand Commander casually picked up the shield that had been thrown from his body earlier and rubbed his sore shoulder. That's all for now. Let's go back to camp and rest. There were no words of encouragement, no conclusion, but it was this cheerful, yet somewhat annoyed look that put everyone at ease. They joked with each other, packed up their belongings, and headed back to camp. It was just a failed hunt, and no one was hurt, so it wasn't worth making a fuss about. At night, the starry sky above the great anthill wasteland was exceptionally bright. Beside the campfire in the center of the camp, the Grand Commander took a swig of water, picked up a large plate of stew held up by the logistics cat, blew on it, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Wow! So good. And cat stew is still just as delicious. Hey Sita, didn't you say you find time to apprentice to Aunt Cat and learn her cooking skills? Why haven't you done anything in all this time? The Grand Commander's fake cat raised a cool eyebrow at the Grand Commander, who looked teasing, and blew generously into the broth in his bowl. It had already apprenticed long ago, but hadn't officially begun its apprenticeship yet. The master stew was delicious, but it was incredibly hot, and not cat-friendly at all. Ah! You? The Grand Commander, who knew his retainer fake cat well, laughed heartily. He simply liked its quiet, quick-moving style. Captain, today's logistics data is in, and it's not looking too good. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing remarkably gentle despite his travels, walked over to the campfire with the statistics sheet and said, Chapter 40. Oh Gishu, thank you for your hard work. The Grand Captain breathed heavily as he devoured the stew in a few mouthfuls. He then took the statistics sheet Gishu had brought and carefully examined it by the campfire. Master Yuenya made room for Gishu, and immediately a feline came trotting over with hot water and food. Thank you. Gishu accepted the food, thanked the busy feline, and spoke with a serious expression. The herbivorous dinosaurs near us migrated today. Because the distance and the journey were too dangerous, the investigators tracking them were unable to keep up. With our current food supply, it can only last 3 days at most. This is a conservative estimate. Hunters are powerful, but their appetite is proportional to their combat power. It's no exaggeration to say that some small carnivorous dinosaurs, only 3 or 4 meters long, don't eat as much as a hunter. This figure is based on Aunt Cat's new recipe using cactus bulbs instead of some vegetables and mushrooms. Besides food, we also run out of medicinal herbs, bandages, and guide insect fruit. For the next few days, we can't use guide insects as recklessly as before. Of the 16 hunters, 11 are injured. Odinur's injuries are so severe that he can't continue his investigation. We're too deep in the great anthill wasteland to have any contact with the orcs here, and the cat carts from the other side of the forest can't reach us. Hearing this, the Grand Commander nodded. This was a serious problem. Even though hunters are physically strong, Odinur was struck by an enraged sand dragon while trying to save a scholar nearby, fracturing his sternum in multiple places. Without prompt medical attention, his hunting career could be over. This was unacceptable to the Grand Commander. There were only 18 hunters in their first group, and the loss of one elite member was a devastating blow to the investigation team. Seeing the Grand Commander's furrowed brow, Jishio sighed and continued. Actually, all of this isn't the most troublesome issue. In Oddno's case, we can simply dispatch 2 extra hunters to take him back to the star. The real problem lies in our weapons and ammunition. Even though we gathered a lot of fruit for ammunition along the way, the crossbowmen are almost out of ammunition, and the archers are running low on arrows. Every hunter's armor has suffered some damage, and even 2 katana users' armor is no longer usable. A katana user, that's normal. The swordsman across from him nodded. Although he wielded a great sword, he was also proficient with the katana. The katana users of the first group had all received his instruction, learning some extremely dangerous but highly rewarding techniques. The rewards are proportional to the risks. When fighting on the front lines, the katana users are often the ones who suffer the most damage. Armor is one thing, but the weapons are also in poor condition. The weapons of the 3 most seriously injured dual sword users are nearing the brink of being scrapped. The whetstones have all been used up, and they can only be forged by collecting materials. However, Jishio didn't finish his words, but everyone present had extensive experience. Forging a new pair would be faster than collecting other materials and forging a new pair. It seems Lubomir will scold me to death when we return to Star, the Grand Commander said with a wry smile. Lubomir, a dragonborn forger and mechanical scholar, was responsible for the crafting and maintenance of the 1st Regiment's weapons and equipment, as well as the construction of the base's defenses. He and his 3 feline apprentices were the only ones in the entire first-term group capable of handling this task. Hunter equipment is crafted from various biological materials and metal, making it a very delicate task. Not only had they gained nothing from this trip, but their equipment had also been stretched to its limits. He feared it would take him a month, even working overtime, to repair it. Until then, the Star Stronghold's combat effectiveness would be significantly reduced. We can't delay any longer. This investigation has been a complete failure. We better return quickly, regroup, and lay a solid foundation for those who might arrive later. The dragon hunter spoke calmly, his face expressionless. These somewhat heartbreaking words didn't cause any emotional fluctuations. The atmosphere around the campfire immediately cooled. This was a harsh truth. It had been 5 years since their first-term group arrived in the New World. 4 or 5 whole years, they seemed forgotten by the Hunters Guild. Not a single communication ship came to check on their progress, and not a single supply ship brought them supplies. If everyone hadn't been mentally prepared before arriving in the New World, the 5 years of hardship alone would have been enough to break most people's resolve. Then let's go back. As you said, we need to conserve our strength and set a good example for those who come after us. The Grand Commander patted his knees, stood up, and began shouting loudly to the camp, informing everyone of the decision to return tomorrow. The next day, at the New World Star base. While examining the documents and comparing the moonstone with the images in the document, Nori sighed. Not really. The cool moonstone shone a purple hue in the sunlight. He was one of the remaining personnel on the starry sky. These days, Nori had immersed himself in a sea of books, constantly exploring the secrets of the stone he had named the Moonstone. Unfortunately, so far, nothing had been found. Just as he stretched, about to grab some fruit to fill his stomach, which hadn't eaten in 10 minutes, a sail first appeared on the horizon. Soon, a keelboat appeared on the surface. This discovery stunned Nori for a moment, then gave way to intense excitement. 5 years. 5 whole years. Finally, a ship appeared. He bit into the large pair, pulled a grappling hook from his waist, rushed to the nearby cable, and, hooking it, glided down to the shore at the foot of the mountain. This place had undergone some crude renovations, using the shattered remains of the starship to create a simple platform. The acting leader, who had also remained behind, was working here. Acting Captain! Acting Captain! The excited shouts made Acting Captain Carlos sigh. This glutton, though an exceptional editor, was not only a big eater but also possessed immense energy. He once managed to stay on the back of a frantic Aurodon for a full half-hour without being thrown off. Carlos recently had some new ideas. He believed that the current duties of editors had gone beyond the proper scope of an editor's duties, and had become a new profession. Therefore, he planned to rename them editors, primarily responsible for recording everything they saw and working with hunters to handle clerical tasks. Chapter 41. I heard it. What's wrong? Carlos put away his notebook and looked at Nori wearily. Ship! A ship is coming! Nori danced with excitement. Ship? Where is it? Carlos' eyes widened in disbelief. With Nori pulling them along, the two reached the shore. Sure enough, a keelboat flying the Hunters Guild flag slowly approached them on the horizon. It's here! It's finally here! Carlos's excitement was unbearable, his face overflowing with joy. Inside the ancient tree fire dragon's lair, Luo Yun was listening to the reports from the Detels. With the mist dragon repelled and not seen again until today, some of the creatures that had previously migrated to the bottom of the ancient tree have returned. It's worth noting that the Thunder Wolf dragon herd, whose members had returned in disjointed numbers, were mostly wounded. The wounds seemed to indicate they had been ambushed by swift dragons. Some of the Aurodons also returned. Although they continued to fight on their own as usual, this time, among those returning to the ancient tree area, a gigantic anomaly emerged. Single-handedly, it had already brutally slaughtered numerous Thunder Wolf dragons that sought to seize its territory, thus occupying a considerable area. The carnivorous dragons did not return to the ancient tree area, but instead migrated downstream to the river beneath the ancient tree. Deter's information came from other tribes that also inhabited the ancient tree forest, so some details were unclear. However, for Luo Yun, this information was of little importance. What he most wanted to know was whether there were any unusual phenomena near the ancient tree. Although most of the ancient tree's fire dragons believed that the mist dragon, having been repelled a previous time, had realized the danger and left the ancient tree to return to its original territory, Luo Yun knew that the mist dragon had definitely not left. It still coveted the ancient tree with vengeance, but it hadn't found a reliable way to repel the fire dragons at the moment, which was why it hadn't appeared. As for why Luo Yun was so certain of the mist dragon's existence, it was entirely because he had recently noticed unusual fluctuations in the energy at the ancient tree's ground nodes, while actively absorbing earth vein energy. Under normal circumstances, undisturbed earth vein energy remains relatively stable, with little to no fluctuations over extended periods of time. However, even after the heaven and earth brilliant crying dragon fell back into slumber, the earth vein energy beneath the ancient tree remained highly active. This was particularly evident during the 2 days when the fire dragons worked together to repel the mist dragon. Luo Yun speculated that the mist dragon was actively mobilizing its life energy to heal its injuries. Xiaolong possesses a high level of intelligence. Luo Yun's previous victory over him was due not only to a well-planned attack, but also to a careless act. He hadn't considered that any creature besides the ancient dragon might dare to stop his migration. Therefore, when Luo Yun found him in the mist, he remained as carefree as ever. Next time, he won't be able to do that. He will surely be even more cautious, and won't let Luo Yun find him so easily. Yaji, returning from marking the territory, noticed Luo Yun looking distraught. Although she didn't quite understand his feelings, she still chose to comfort him in her own way. Just like when Luo Yun was a child, Yaji came to Luo Yun's side, spread her charmingly patterned wings, and covered Luo Yun's body. She leaned over and gently rubbed Luo Yun's cheek, soothing him like a big sister next door, calming his anxious heart. Luo Yun's emotions gradually calmed under Yaji's tolerant comfort. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Given the characteristics of the Xiaolong, its next appearance will definitely be very difficult. Since there is no good solution, we can only adapt to the situation when the time comes. At worst, we can just give up the ancient tree and migrate elsewhere. It's not that leaving the ancient tree will kill them, it will just grow slower. Monsters have a very long lifespan, but most of them don't live to see the end of their lifespan, often dying in various battles. With this in mind, Luo Yun's life finally returned to normal. After playing it down, the entire dragon community felt relieved. Luo Yun confirmed that the outlier among the savage dragons was none other than the old friend who had mutated into the thunder dragon. As the saying goes, when old friends meet, they become particularly jealous. After confirming that they both resided in the ancient tree area, the battle continued for another 5 years. However, the ancient tree forest was far too complex, and Luo Yun couldn't exploit his aerial advantage at the bottom of the tree line. Furthermore, the dragon would often deliberately move into narrow areas during battle, temporarily hampering Luo Yun's movements and even putting him at a disadvantage. Until one day, when Yaji and Luo Yun were hunting together, they encountered this dragon. After giving it a righteous beating and letting it escape, every time it began to fight Luo Yun, it would expand its nose, which had a strong sense of smell, to confirm that Yaji was away before attacking him. After all, its goal was to kill Luo Yun, not be killed by him. The days passed, and the ecology of the ancient tree area steadily and gently recovered. This sign of stability briefly made Luo Yun wonder if he had been overly suspicious. The mist dragon had actually returned to its original territory, and the thriving earth vein energy was actually due to the lingering effects of the heaven and earth brilliant crying dragon. But on this day, Luo Yun finally confirmed that he hadn't overestimated it, and that this mist dragon could actually be so frantic. That day, the edge of the ancient tree area was once again shrouded in fog. This time, the thick fog was no longer the pure white of the past. The distinct green toxicity mingled with it indicated that the entity releasing the fog had begun an indiscriminate massacre. This time, the poisonous fog gave no time for creatures that strayed into it to react. Its toxicity was so intense that even large monsters couldn't survive for long, many without a chance to escape. Smaller creatures were killed instantly upon contact. Only plants remained unaffected. The poisonous fog appeared as abruptly as ever. Within half an hour of its appearance, it had completely slaughtered every living creature within it. This efficient slaughter didn't even cause a major disturbance. By the time the monsters living in the ancient tree realized what was happening, the poisonous fog had already reached the tree. This incredible efficiency of slaughter frightened even the thug, Mani dragon, who decisively abandoned his territory and fled. In an instant, the ancient tree, which had previously seen much of its ecological recovery, suffered another ecological collapse, even more drastic. Chapter 42. Faced with this situation, Liu Yun seemed to understand Xiao Long's purpose. He intended to completely destroy the ancient tree's ecology through this massacre, driving away the fire dragons without a food source, and thus taking over the ancient tree. As for whether the ecological collapse would have any impact on him, no. Xiao Long's poison primarily targets monsters, and has little effect on insects and plants. Even if the current ecological chain is destroyed, as long as the ancient tree and this earth vein node remain, the local ecology will eventually recover. It's just that by then, the ecological system will be centered around him. Of course, this was just Xiao Long's own opinion. In Liu Yun's opinion, this Xiao Long was absolutely insane. Although he was an ancient dragon, he was not one of those forbidden creatures that transcended the ecological chain. Wantonly destroying the ecology would inevitably lead to backlash from the world, and the price of backlash was often his own life. But that was a matter for later. If possible, Liu Yun would still try to repel the enemy once more. The aftermath of the migration was truly enormous. Just like last time, after absorbing Yaji's flames, Liu Yun rushed into the poisonous fog to search for the mist dragon. This time, however, Yaji wasn't the only dragon in the sky. All the fire dragons still within the ancient tree were circling above the thick fog. But this time, just as Liu Yun had predicted, the mist dragon remained vigilant. Even as Liu Yun used the division technique to locate its location, it was also rapidly moving, slowing Liu Yun's search. Just as Liu Yun had narrowed down the target area, it sensed Liu Yun and suddenly departed. That's right, he completely abandoned the idea of a direct confrontation with Liu Yun. Relying on his invisibility and the complex environment of the ancient tree region, he avoided the sight of all the fire dragons in the sky and departed in another direction. After the fog dissipated, facing a dragon-free area, Liu Yun felt a headache. He was planning a guerrilla war, completely wiping out the creatures in the ancient tree region like a frog in boiling water. It seemed he didn't intend to engage in a direct confrontation until the fire dragons had completely left the ancient tree. Liu Yun had always worried that the mist dragon would begin to exploit its unique characteristics, abandoning its ancient dragon pride and engaging in evasive guerrilla warfare. Such a mist dragon would undoubtedly be the most formidable of the three great families. And now, he actually did it. He was now a mobile scourge. Against it, ordinary creatures would have no ability to resist. He, too, was helpless. Gazing at the dissipating fog, Liu Yun returned to his lair somewhat helplessly. A mist dragon, having lowered its dignity and unleashed its power, was undoubtedly invincible to ordinary creatures. You can't even locate her position. Faced with that pervasive, vast, and devastatingly lethal poisonous fog, you're powerless. Scoundrel. Such a scoundrel. How could there be such a scoundrel creature as the Xiaolong in the world? Liu Yun roared in despair. Yaji watched him calmly from the side. No matter what decision Liu Yun made, she would support him unconditionally, even if it meant fighting the Xiaolong to the death. Liu Yun was a little frantic at this moment, but thankfully, his unwillingness didn't cloud his reason. Arrange the detels to prepare for migration. He would try again to stop the Xiaolong. If he still couldn't repel it this time, he would leave without hesitation. In the Dragon Crystal Land, a massive ancient dragon, its body covered in a silvery white metallic carapace, its 4 legs and wings swirling with whirlwinds, devoured a rare or imbued with life energy. With a sense of purpose, it gazed towards the ancient forest. Something seemed to be calling it there. Without further thought, as a mature ancient dragon residing in the Dragon Crystal Land, there were few in the world that could threaten it. Spreading its massive wings, an updraft carried it high into the sky. With a slight flutter, its massive body cast a shadow as it soared towards the ancient forest. Releasing that widespread green-tinged toxic fog seemed to be a very draining endeavor for the mist dragon. Since its last appearance, the mist dragon hadn't appeared for 5 days. Only the increasingly active earth vein energy indicated that it was recklessly absorbing the energy to replenish its own energy. This time, Liu Yun chose to take the initiative and search for the mist dragon. But as the most cryptic ancient dragon, how could Xiaolong be so easy to find? Furthermore, the ancient forest's environment was so complex. He only needed to find a densely wooded area, without even needing to fully activate his mimicry abilities, to ensure that few creatures could find him. After searching for several days without success, Liu Yun abandoned his unrealistic idea and anxiously awaited Xiaolong's next attack. A few days passed, and the poisonous fog appeared again, only this time Xiaolong had changed his location, appearing on the other side of the ancient tree. Another mass extinction. As Liu Yun rushed into the thick fog, the ground was littered with the corpses of various creatures. With his previous experience, Liu Yun planned a different approach to locate the Xiaolong. Luo Yun was undoubtedly responsible for the damage Xiaolong had suffered. This time, he planned to exploit the creature's hatred to lure out the Xiaolong. After all, to consciously and intentionally violate ecological rules like this Xiaolong must be a ruthless creature. If he discovered that Luo Yun, whom he hated the most, had failed to withstand the poisonous fog and collapsed, would he come to investigate? The answer is yes. After Luo Yun roughly determined the Xiaolong's retreat path, he chose a position close to it and constricted the flames of his flaming body, covering only its surface and nasal cavity. Then, feigning exhaustion from the poison, he staggered from the air, breaking several branches before collapsing heavily on the ground, where he lay motionless. Soon, in Luo Yun's mind's eye, he detected the stealthy Xiaolong's figure. That cautious demeanor betrayed none of the frantic tongue-lashing he shown at Luo Yun. Just as Luo Yun calculated the distance, intending to strike him hard and draw him into the fray, the rosy dragon's shrewd eyes flickered, its entire body ignoring martial ethics. It instantly gathered its strength, unleashing a venomous breath at Luo Yun's corpse. Playing dead, Luo Yun leaped up, quickly flapping his wings and dodging sideways. Then, he unleashed a long-accumulated explosive fireball, hurtling towards the rosy dragon. He hadn't expected the rosy dragon to be so wary, fearing Luo Yun wasn't dead yet, and even planning to strike him first. Realizing that Luo Yun was indeed feigning, he decisively cloaked himself and took off, unhesitatingly soaring into the dense fog. Losing his target, Luo Yun's teeth nearly shattered as he ignited a blazing flame and soared out of the toxic fog, roaring to the heavens as Yaji stared in astonishment. Chapter 43. It was so frustrating, disgusting, so disgusting. Luo Yun had never imagined an ancient dragon could be so cautious. It had only been tricked once, expelled once. Why had it become so cautious? It couldn't be tricked. It couldn't be tricked at all. Looking down at the lingering poisonous fog beneath his feet, it was still reaping lives wantonly, but Luo Yun was truly helpless. The Mist Dragon was the most skilled ancient dragon at guerrilla warfare. Luo Yun possessed a body of fire, allowing him to ignore the poisonous fog and move freely within it. But its invisibility left Luo Yun with no place to use its power. No wonder the Mist Dragon never clashed with other ancient dragons. With the poisonous fog and invisibility, other creatures couldn't even locate the Mist Dragon, save for ancient dragons with similar catastrophic abilities that could easily dispel the thick fog and break its invisibility. Luo Yun's roar was filled with resentment. In his extreme rage, he was only angry for a moment. As long as there's no large-scale force capable of clearing the poisonous fog and squeezing the Mist Dragon's evasive space, forcing it to reveal itself, the Mist Dragon will naturally be at an advantage. At this moment, a swarm of fire dragons flew towards them from the direction of the ancient tree. They had heard Luo Yun's roar and, naturally, the emotions within it. For a moment, the sky was filled with a continuous roar of fire dragons. Amidst these angry roars, Luo Yun detected a strange peculiarity. The fire dragons seemed to have made some decision. The fire dragons dispersed, and as Luo Yun stared in astonishment, they began to unleash a continuous stream of fan-shaped fire into the poisonous fog. You have to understand that fan-shaped fire is completely different from exploding fireballs. Prolonged fan-shaped fire will place a heavy strain on a fire dragon's flame sac and throat, and will also rapidly deplete its energy. More crucially, these continuous fan-shaped flames not only dispel the poisonous fog, but also transform the area into a sea of inferno. Gazing at the burning forest, Luo Yun suddenly understood the fire dragon's intentions. Aren't you, Xiaolong, planning to use mass extinction to deprive them of their food supply and force them to leave? Well, if that's the case, then let's exterminate them even more thoroughly. Under the flames, not even a blade of grass will be left for you. A single fire dragon doesn't have the range of its fire breath to clear all the poisonous fog, but dozens of them working together can achieve the same effect. The reason they didn't do this the first 2 times was entirely due to the biological instinct to protect the natural environment. This complete destruction of an area would lead to a sharp drop in food supply, impacting the ecosystem, and ultimately backfire. But Xiaolong's 2 actions had thoroughly enraged the fire dragons. They were leaving anyway, so forget about getting off easy. If you're going to destroy them, then destroy them completely. Roar! After coming to his senses, Luo Yun's eyes gleamed fiercely, as he began to activate his flame bag with all his might. The violent nature within him was activated, and he joined in the fiery feast. Let this world burn. Flames replaced the poisonous fog as the dominant theme of the area. Xiaolong had slipped away at some point, startled by the fire dragon's frenzied behavior. For some reason, a flicker of regret welled up in him. The trees burned. Although this was limited to a small area near the ancient tree, the thick smoke could be seen throughout the ancient forest. After their unbridled outburst, some fire dragons fled, while a few, exhausted, chose to return to the ancient tree to rest. Luo Yun lay at the entrance of his lair, gazing blankly at the burning corner of the forest. He longed to possess some weather-related traits. Even a single sunny day would be enough to dissipate the thick fog under the intense heat of the sun. And because of the high temperature, it could even affect Kasumi's mimicry, revealing its true form. But no, the last time he drew Kinesis was a year ago, and the progress bar was only halfway through. Besides, with so many traits in the Pokemon world, how could he draw a weather-related trait by such a coincidence? This fire had once again prevented Kasumi from entering the ancient tree, but Luo Yun knew there wouldn't be a next time. This time, 2/3 of the fire dragons had left. Even if Luo Yun successfully located Kasumi next time, there wouldn't be enough fire dragons to support him. He was leaving too. Inside the den, the Detels were busily weaving a large basket with the vines they had gathered. Another basket, filled with their supplies, had already been placed in the corner. After the Detels' previous display of loyalty, and after spending some time together, Luo Yun had to admit that he had formed a bond with this adorable group of cat followers. These 2 baskets were woven to more safely carry the Detels during migration. Tomorrow morning, he and Yaji would pack up the Detels, 1 dragon at a time, and have the Detels stay inside. The sun gradually set, and the still burning flames became even more visible in the darkness. At some point, a strong wind began to blow through the forest, and thick clouds obscured the bright moonlight. A sudden downpour extinguished the flames. The rain dampened the air, making Luo Yun feel a little uncomfortable. He turned back and returned to the depths of the lair, huddling with the Yaji, whose strength had been drained from her prolonged fire breathing. He sniffed her familiar scent and closed his eyes. On a secluded cliff at the junction of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland and the ancient tree forest, Master Yuenya waved his light bug lantern. "Hey! It's safe up there, we can come up." The investigation team climbed up the cliff along the vines and found a hidden cave. Master Yuenya was searching around with his makeshift light bug lantern. Judging from the claw marks and debris nearby, this must have been a fire dragon's lair, abandoned for some time. Master Yuenya traced the marks on the cave wall, then came to the lair, turned over the tree branches, and spoke with assurance to the group that had come up. An abandoned fire dragon's lair? TSK, this is giving me a headache. I was originally planning to set up camp here. The Grand Commander surveyed the area, his words revealing his satisfaction with the terrain. "Look, what are these?" Master Yuenya, intently searching, suddenly raised 2 scales in his hands, carefully wiped off any stains, and exclaimed in surprise. The fact that even the knowledgeable Master Yuenya exclaimed in surprise naturally attracted the attention of the others. They gathered around Master Yuenya. The 2 scales in her hands, one large and one small, gleamed in the light. The larger scale, clearly a female fire dragon's, glowed an orange-yellow hue under the light, making its original dark green color less noticeable. The edges of the smaller, red male fire dragon scales were surprisingly silvery white, almost like white, and the silvery white hue seemed to be spreading towards the center of the scale. Could this be the legendary? The Grand Commander's breathing became heavy, his eyes piercing as he gazed at the scales in Master Yuenya's hands, as if he were looking at some rare treasure. Ah! Silver Sun, Golden Moon. These seem to be scales shed by the legendary fire dragons, those extremely rare and special individuals, the silver and golden fire dragons. Though these 2 are likely still in the process of transformation. At these words, everyone's breathing became heavy. This legendary rare species holds as much allure for hunters as an ancient dragon. If they could find the owner of these 2 scales, not only would they be able to observe them up close, but even from afar, observing their habits would be fantastic. I do it. Get out of the way. For a moment, the investigation team erupted in excitement, each looking towards the Grand Commander, hoping to receive this investigation mission from him. What are you thinking? Of course, I take on this dangerous mission myself. The Grand Commander reached out to take the scale from Master Yuenya's hand, but she nimbly dodged it. Captain, you can't just jump on a good opportunity. Besides, don't you already have a goal? Let's keep this mission sealed for a while. Once everyone recovers, we can decide who will take charge. Master Yuenya's teasing made the Grand Commander laugh awkwardly, but he understood the meaning behind it. The legendary golden and silver fire dragon couple each possessed the combat power of an ancient dragon. Furthermore, they often operated together, and even when separated for a short time, they were never far apart. This meant that the investigating hunters would likely face the threat of 2 ancient dragon-level creatures simultaneously, making this type of investigation mission unacceptable to everyone. Furthermore, the current investigation team simply lacked the capacity to undertake such a mission. Their experiences in the Great Anthill Wasteland had taught them that they were still too weak in the New World, and they couldn't afford to be too ambitious at this point. Furthermore, they only had 2 scales. The abandoned lair indicated that the fire dragons had long since left the area, and even if they wanted to investigate, they had no direction. Thus, the true value of these 2 scales lay in keeping them as a reminder and an inspiration. As for the future, when the investigation team has sufficient capabilities, the right individuals will naturally take the 2 scales and journey to the uncharted reaches of the New World in search of these 2 rare legendary creatures. The next day, the sky was overcast, and the dark clouds still lingered. Luo Yun and Yaji each grabbed a basket filled with deter, and flew out of the nest. They glanced at the ancient tree with some reluctance. Such a prime habitat, only to be handed over to someone else, was truly unbearable. As they flapped their wings and soared higher into the sky, Luo Yun saw the familiar thick fog reappear in the other direction of the ancient tree. The Mist Dragon hadn't given up, continuing its plan. But this time, there would be no one to stop them. Their efforts were completely unnecessary. As he was thinking this, a figure suddenly flew out from the top of the ancient tree. In an instant, a howling wind erupted, clouds swirled, and a resounding dragon roar startled all the fire dragons still within the ancient tree. They stared in terror at the metallic, 4-legged, winged ancient dragon. Gazing at the poisonous white mist swirling through the nearby forest, the steel dragon finally understood why it had been summoned to this place where it had briefly rested. Its metallic wings flapped, stirring up a whirlwind. Almost instantly, the steel dragon was above the dense fog. The surging life energy within it surged, controlling the violent winds and bringing on torrential rain. With a single encounter, the vast, dense fog was blown away. As the steel dragon's wings flapped, the storm intensified. Large trees rooted deep in the earth were snapped, smaller trees were swept up, and sand and stone branches were carried high into the sky and swept far into the distance. The Mist Dragon, still within the area, was engulfed by the storm before it could react. This unreasonably large-scale storm completely altered its surroundings. This constantly changing scene made it impossible for its tail to accurately analyze the current situation. The Mist Dragon's body was now like a broken slide, constantly changing colors. Its mimicry ability had completely failed, making it the most conspicuous presence in the storm. Desperate, the Mist Dragon could only abandon its mimicry and reluctantly attempted to retreat. Alas, the Steel Dragon had no intention of letting it go. Without its mimicry ability, and its own limited combat power, the immature Mist Dragon had no chance of escape from the Steel Dragon. He took a deep breath, and the vast wind energy gathered in his mouth. At that moment, the wind stopped. Sensing something amiss, the Mist Dragon's eyes widened, instantly understanding Steel Dragon's intentions. It was too late to escape now. She could only attempt a head-on confrontation. Although Mist Dragon's combat power was among the lowest among the ancient dragons, it still held a chance of victory against Steel Dragon. Toxins could affect Steel Dragon's control of the wind. This was the only way Mist Dragon could defeat Steel Dragon. Charged wind breath, a powerful hurricane-like breath, visible to the naked eye, erupted from Steel Dragon's mouth. The bound wind, imbued with incredible destructive power, spread and exploded not far in front of Steel Dragon, like a horizontal tornado, sweeping up everything in the forest and roaring towards Mist Dragon. In contrast, Mist Dragon's poisonous breath, also charged, was nothing compared to this violent storm, even being dispersed by the wind's currents. The storm completely enveloped the Mist Dragon. Without even a sound, it was swept up in it. As Luo Yun watched, it was engulfed in the horizontal tornado and carried away into the distance of the forest. He didn't know if the Mist Dragon could survive such a storm, but he knew it would never again set its sights on the ancient tree. To his surprise, they were about to migrate, and at the last moment, the matter was resolved. Luo Yun was curious. When had this Steel Dragon arrived? Was it responsible for yesterday's storm? Why hadn't he sensed it? As for whether the Steel Dragon would remain in the ancient tree after defeating the Mist Dragon, seeking to occupy it like the Mist Dragon, Luo Yun knew this clearly. He wouldn't, and the reason was simple. The Steel Dragon's diet was ore, but the ancient tree forest didn't have enough ore to supply it. Chapter 44. As Luo Yun had anticipated, the storm quickly subsided after the Steel Dragon easily dispatched the Mist Dragon. The heavy, thunderous clouds in the sky ceased to rain, and the storm gradually faded into the sky, with only faint whirlwinds still swirling around the Steel Dragon. The area where the Mist Dragon had just been shrouded in white mist was now in ruins. Large swathes of trees had vanished. From the sky, the ancient forest looked like a dense mass of hair shaved with a cheap clipper, its patches uneven and bald, standing out from the surroundings. The steel dragon noticed the fearful gazes of the fire dragons from the ancient tree, but remained unmoved. As a proud ancient dragon, unless he was in a particularly uncomfortable and irritable molting period, known as the rusty steel dragon, the steel dragon would generally not attack those weaker than him. Furthermore, he had more important matters to attend to. 7 days. 7 whole days. I haven't eaten a single bite, just to get here so quickly. I didn't expect it would be such a trivial matter. Damn you, Miss Dragon. The steel dragon quickly identified its direction, whipping up a gust of wind and sprinting away. He had to return to his lair in the Dragon Crystal Land to feast. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Watching the steel dragon leave without a glance back, Lu Yun and Yaji exchanged a bewildered glance. Still leaving? Hee hee. This world is so balanced. As long as one remains within the ecological chain, there will always be a check and balance. And if one recklessly destroys the ecosystem, even an ancient dragon will incur the world's ruthless punishment. From the moment the Mist Dragon chose to initiate mass extinction, his path had come to an end. What Luo Yun hadn't expected was that he would arrive so soon, right as he was packing up his belongings and preparing to leave. Well, another wasted effort. Returning to the ancient tree's lair, the Detel seemed excited and began hurriedly moving their belongings back to their settlement. Without the threat of the Mist Dragons, the creatures, having already made 2 major migrations, would soon return. However, with so many fire dragons now gone, it was unclear whether the upper levels of the ancient tree would remain peaceful in the days ahead. The days passed, and that evening, a farewell banquet was being held at the Starry Stronghold. The members of the outbound investigation team had returned 2 days ago, and tomorrow was the day the liaison ship would depart. One member of the first group would be in charge of the investigation report, and would accompany the liaison ship back to the old world. Everyone, I will definitely be back. Nori said goodbye to his companions with tears in his eyes, but everyone knew that after this departure, he would most likely not return. But no one considered him a coward or a traitor. All they felt was pity for his fate. This time, the liaison ship not only came to confirm the situation of the first group and assess their predicament, but also to assess their position. If the star base already possessed the necessary infrastructure for a forward station, the old continent would begin selecting the second group. Additionally, the liaison ship brought letters from the first group members. As for Nori, his family had been devastated. His peaceful mountain village had been struck by a once-in-a-century avalanche. Only his wife survived, though she was seriously injured. Nori was no longer a carefree editor. He needed to return home and shoulder his responsibilities. This arduous 5-year journey had left him with so much to lose. Therefore, Nori's departure was likely to be a final one, and he knew it all too well. Captain, everyone! The new world carries my ideals, and I have never regretted coming here with you. Nori looked at the crowd with a determined gaze. Even if I can't return after this, in the future, my sons and grandsons will return to this land, carrying my ideals with them. Nori raised his right hand high in a fist, and declared loudly. The joking crowd quieted down, and as they watched Nori's resolute expression, their eyes gradually moistened. Everyone present, regardless of their status, had embarked on this potentially irreversible journey, carrying their own ideals. Nori wasn't the last. Perhaps others would leave the new world for various reasons in the future, but they would never regret it, because they, too, had taken the first step towards their ideals, their own choices. Haha, then I'd be here to witness the moment when your descendants carry on your ideals and come here. The Grand Captain raised his glass and resoundingly affirmed Nori's response. The atmosphere warmed once again. The next day, a distinguished editor left this land with regret. His backpack held a moonstone and a fire dragon scale with a silver tinge. In the future, his descendants would return here with these 2 items, following the guiding blue star, witnessing one legendary story after another unfolding on this land. The ancient tree region has been in chaos lately. It seems a formidable individual has emerged among the Thunder Wolf Dragons, unexpectedly reuniting the Thunder Wolf Dragons, who had been fleeing numerous times. Taking advantage of the ancient tree region's emptiness, he has taken over a vast territory. The likes of the poisonous bird and the savage dragon were driven back in droves. Even the thief dragons, who never participated in the ancient tree hegemony, were driven back to the outer reaches of the ancient tree forest. If it weren't for the immense strength of that battle-hardened great thief dragon, which managed to defeat 2 Thunder Wolf dragons in a 1-on-2 situation, the thief dragons would have been completely driven to the outer reaches. The worst hit were the flying thunder dragons. Originally inhabiting the middle reaches of the ancient tree area, they were forced to move to the upper reaches, where they were brutally beaten by the fire dragons. They had no choice but to imitate the thief dragons and survive in the cracks of the forest. The Thunder Wolf dragons, who control the water source and prime hunting grounds, naturally became the target of public attack, especially from the savage dragons. Whenever the two sides met, it was a fight to the death. Unfortunately, the Ornithodons fought alone, unable to form groups like the Thunder Wolf dragons. Even the battle-hardened Ornithodon, currently transforming into a Thunder Wolf dragon, couldn't gain much of an advantage against a group of Thunder Wolf dragons. The reason the lower levels of the ancient tree area were always in chaos, preventing the Thunder Wolf dragons from completely occupying the lower levels, was because, in addition to the Ornithodons, the fire dragons and the swift dragons were also disrupting the situation. But now, most of the fire dragons have left and haven't returned, and the swift dragons have completely disappeared, likely due to the disappearance of the mist dragons, who have chosen to return to their original territory. As a result, the indigenous inhabitants of the ancient tree area are no longer a match for the Thunder Wolf dragons, forcing them to spend their days fighting their way back into the ancient tree area. Otherwise, once the Thunder Wolf dragons have established a foothold, there will be no hope. Chapter 45. Even the ancient tree forest, with its robust natural cycle, couldn't recover quickly after two massive monster migrations and two separate mass extinctions. Now, Luo Yuan and Yaji spend a considerable amount of time each day traveling to distant hunting grounds. However, there are only a few hunting grounds near the ancient tree, and often they have to travel to several to find prey, which makes Luo Yuan's life extremely inconvenient. Unfortunately, the lower and middle levels of the ancient tree are now the domain of Thunder Wolf dragons, making it impossible to find solitary carnivorous dragons as before. Thankfully, the new leader of the Thunder Wolf dragon tribe didn't follow the previous leader's lead, battling the carnivorous dragons in the lower and middle levels, while simultaneously fighting the fire dragons in the upper levels. This at least allows Luo Yuan to rest and absorb the Earth's energy after returning to his lair. After flying to his third hunting ground, he finally saw the sight of a herbivorous dragon. Down below, by the river, there were not only herbivorous dragons, but even mushroom pigs. Luo Yuan didn't need to say anything. Yaji swooped down first. This hunting ground wasn't open, so there was no need for pre-camouflage. The surrounding trees would naturally obscure the herbivorous dragon's vision, and by the time they reacted, it was already too late. His sharp claws easily broke through the seemingly thick scales on the herbivorous dragon's back, crushing it with a violent force. The sound of its spine snapping echoed throughout the hunting ground. Compared to Yaji's brutality, Luo Yuan was much more graceful. After calmly descending to a low altitude, he circled, scattering the fleeing herbivorous dragons. After selecting his desired prey, he accurately bit its neck, setting the herbivorous dragon to the ground with flames as it fell. The herbivorous dragon died without a single sound. The two dragons eagerly began to feast on the delicious meal. Soon, all the delicious flesh of the two herbivorous dragons had been devoured. Of the remaining carcasses, they selected a portable one and brought it back to the lair for storage by deter. Lazily, he lay by the river, letting the slightly turbulent water wash away the blood stains from his mouth. Luo Yuan glanced sideways at Yaji. In the sunlight, her green scales, reflecting a gradient of gold, looked like impeccable works of art, without a single flaw. Compared to her past, Yaji's figure had fully grown, with powerful wings, slightly bulging chest muscles, a slender yet graceful neck, and just the right amount of spines, neither too many nor too few. Her long tail swung slightly with joy, giving her a ferocious, dangerous look yet beautiful. How could there be such a vibrant, beautiful, and beautifully proportioned female fire dragon? From the perspective of her past life, Yaji was an undeniably athletic beauty with a voluptuous figure, a knack for fashion, and a beautiful face. Noticing Luo Yuan's scorching gaze, Yaji stretched her body carelessly. The afternoon sun shone on her scales, dispelling the chill trap between them, and leaving her feeling warm and comfortable. Yaji had long since grown accustomed to his gaze, to the point where she didn't even understand what was so beautiful about herself. Just as Luo Yuan and Yaji were enjoying this rare moment of leisure, there were always those unsightly individuals who would interrupt. A swarm of lightning bugs, attracted to each other, formed a ball of shimmering blue lightning and rapidly attacked Yaji. With a swift turn, Yaji's lightning ball missed its target and exploded on the river surface. Fish, half a meter long, floated to the surface with their bellies bulging and wisps of electricity. For Thunder Wolf dragons, blazing with lightning, cautiously surrounded Luo Yuan and Yaji. Lightning insects flew between them, carrying electricity and forming a network of electric nets. Facing the 4 Thunder Wolf Dragons, Yaji instantly entered combat mode, slightly bending her body, her spines erect, and unleashing a deafening roar. Luo Yun immediately took to the air, his body encircled by flames, his mouth accumulating fireballs, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the 4 Thunder Wolf Dragons. Just as the two sides were still in a stalemate, a long roar came from not far away. A Thunder Wolf Dragon, nearly 1/3 larger than the ordinary ones, its lightning shrouded in strands of golden electricity, its carapace gleaming like a bronze sheen, gazed coldly at them. After another long roar, the 4 Thunder Wolf Dragons, ready to engage Luo Yun and his companions, reluctantly retracted their electric currents, turned, and followed the giant Thunder Wolf Dragon downstream along the river. It was clear that these Thunder Wolf Dragons had also come to this hunting ground, but they were a step too late, scaring off their prey. The 2 herbivorous dragon carcasses were clearly food for Luo Yun and his companions. Thus, these Thunder Wolf Dragons set their sights on Luo Yun and Yaji. For some unknown reason, the leading Thunder Wolf Dragon stopped fighting, and instead actively called the others away. This hunting ground was already at the edge of the ancient tree area. Further down the river, they would reach the ancient tree forest near the Grand Canyon. The Thunder Wolf Dragon's original habitat was in that direction. Normally, a pack-living monster like the Thunder Wolf Dragon wouldn't leave the area designated by its leader at will. But now that the Thunder Wolf Dragon tribe has occupied the middle and lower levels of the ancient tree area, no Thunder Wolf Dragon should leave the ancient tree area, not even for hunting. This strict rule, like the wolf packs of the past, applies to the Thunder Wolf Dragons as well. Is the tribe splitting? Luo Yun wasn't sure, but that Thunder Wolf Dragon just now was quite interesting. The golden lightning, that's the symbol of the Thunder Wolf Dragon King, the pinnacle of the entire Thunder Wolf Dragon family. Although only a trace, it symbolizes its extraordinary power. 2 Wolf Kings? Did this guy lose? Luo Yun speculated secretly. On the ground, Yaji, having lost the fight, slowly exhaled a breath of hot air, her thorns relaxing once more. The day's good mood had vanished, and in the end, the fight hadn't concluded. She hadn't been able to release the breath she had just built up, and this unpleasant feeling made her very unhappy. It spit an explosive fireball into the river, sending up a cloud of water mist. Then, with a cry to Luo Yun, it grabbed the corpse of a herbivorous dragon and flew towards the ancient tree's nest. Luo Yun sometimes felt a little helpless about Yaji's belligerent nature. Yaji possessed a high IQ, remaining calm even in battle. She had a slightly belligerent streak, but she could control herself, so this minor flaw wasn't a big deal overall. Whether human or dragon, minor flaws can actually make them all the more alluring. Thus, in Luo Yun's eyes, Yaji's slightly belligerent nature only served to highlight her other strengths. Simply put, he loved her all the more. Hee. Chapter 46. Ever since that day, when the unusual Thunder Wolf Dragon was discovered to have left the ancient tree area, the number of Thunder Wolf Dragons within the ancient tree area has plummeted, and the vast territory they previously occupied can no longer be fully controlled. Seizing this opportunity, monsters whose living space had been squeezed out have flocked to the ancient tree area. Due to the sheer number of monsters, even the Thunder Wolf Dragons, which still maintained their group activities, were forced to retreat step by step, rapidly shrinking their territory. Daily, various large carnivorous dragons died. The ancient tree area's ecosystem, previously on the verge of collapse due to the rosy dragons, was rapidly recovering due to the fighting among these numerous carnivorous dragons. The mass deaths of carnivorous dragons provided ample food for smaller carnivorous and omnivorous creatures, freeing them from the need to prey on the already limited number of smaller creatures. The decline in the number of carnivorous dragons has given the herbivorous dragons in many hunting grounds ample space and time to reproduce. In this relatively safe environment, the herbivorous dragon population is growing at an extremely rapid rate. The increase in the number of herbivorous dragons naturally led to an expansion of their range. Undigested fruit cores and seeds were deposited elsewhere in their feces. In this nutrient-rich, temperature-suitable environment, the seeds quickly hatched and took root, filling the gaps in the forest. This current environment was truly satisfying for Luo Yun. The ancient tree's lower levels were fighting fiercely, but neither side had tacitly agreed to disrupt the upper levels. Of course, this was also due to the lack of food in the upper levels, making them suitable only for flying creatures. As time passed, more and more of the ancient tree dwellers returned, and the dwindling Thunder Wolf Dragon population found itself in increasingly difficult circumstances. It was during this critical moment that Luo Yun finally encountered the previously unseen Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. When he first encountered him, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader was hunting in a nearby hunting ground. Its size was not much larger than that of an ordinary thunder wolf dragon, the only difference being that the lightning it generated was tinged with a golden shimmer. The scales and shells on its body were cracked, and the pair of wolf-like horns atop its head were much larger than those of an ordinary thunder wolf dragon. However, upon closer inspection, they were not as sharp, giving it an overall grayish appearance. From its appearance alone, it was undoubtedly a battle-hardened warrior, its cracked scales and shell a testament to its glory. But Luo Yun knew that the thunder wolf dragon's health was now in grave danger. This was not the appearance of a thunder wolf dragon leader. Broken scales can be shed and replaced, and damaged shells can be ground away and regrow. There are only two possible reasons for this appearance. The first is excessive malnutrition. Due to the lack of food, the body needs to retain sufficient energy to prioritize combat effectiveness. Therefore, scales are only replaced after they have become damaged enough to compromise the body's defenses. This is most evident in female dragons, who raise their young alone in the Great Anthill Wasteland. These dragons often only actively replace their scales once their young are able to survive on their own, or before they need to travel to the ancient tree forest to find their own male dragons. Secondly, due to years of fighting and numerous injuries, their stored energy is no longer proportional to their consumption. Energy is running out, and they can only rely on external forces for a chance of recovery. Clearly, this is the situation facing the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. The Thunder Wolf Dragon herd isn't splitting up. Instead, the young Thunder Wolf Dragon, which holds great potential to become the Thunder Wolf Dragon King, is allowed to take some of the ordinary Thunder Wolf Dragons and their young as seeds for the herd and return to their original territory. This is also why the Thunder Wolf Dragon didn't allow the other Thunder Wolf Dragons to provoke a conflict with Luo Yun and Yaji, as they had no confidence in keeping them. Monsters don't always become friends through fighting. They're not very ruthless. The two heavily gnawed herbivorous dragon carcasses completely infuriated Luo Yun and Yaji. What if they targeted the Thunder Wolf Dragons and their young while they were migrating? So, the Thunder Wolf Dragon chose to avoid them, and voluntarily left the hunting grounds. After arranging for some of the Thunder Wolf Dragons to depart, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader himself, and the remaining Thunder Wolf Dragons remained in the ancient tree area, hoping to capitalize on the life energy of the earth vein nodes there, and make a gamble. If the gamble succeeded, its injuries would heal, and its strength would be further enhanced. If the gamble failed, not only would it die, but without its leader, the Thunder Wolf Dragons would become a scattered group. A lone Thunder Wolf Dragon occupied a similar ecological niche to a barbarian Orothosaurus. Without its leader, the Thunder Wolf Dragon herd would be torn apart by the angry inhabitants of the ancient tree area. The survivors would either find a way to return to their territory across the Grand Canyon, or find a way back to their territory. Or else, he could just keep his tail between his legs and live like a dragon, adapting to the ancient tree's way of life and becoming part of its ecosystem. The days passed like this, and Luo Yun's daily life began to become simple and unpretentious. In the ancient tree, where the number of carnivorous dragons had drastically decreased, there was now more food than he could possibly eat. Every day, he would either leisurely patrol the sky above his territory or lie down to absorb the energy of the earth's veins. Bathed in this rich environment of life energy, Luo Yun's growth was rapid. His scales, like those of Yaji, were deep red, gleaming with silver in the sunlight, and the proportion of silver was increasing. Besides these daily routines, Luo Yun also attempted to ambush the battle-hardened barbarian Oroth dragon with Yaji in tow. But the barbarian Oroth dragon's sense of smell was too keen. Whenever it caught wind of Yaji, it would decisively flee, regardless of her location. With its nearly 20-meter-long body focused on escaping, coupled with the complex terrain beneath the ancient tree, several ambushes failed. The closest he came to success, it ultimately escaped by leaping into the hidden river. This creature is truly difficult to kill. If Yaji weren't there, it would have willingly fought to the death with the now-landed Luo Yun. Unfortunately, Luo Yun's current abilities weren't enough to kill it head-on in the confined space below, with his flight severely restricted, leading to a stalemate. However, Luo Yun believed that, given his own growth rate, even if this Mani dragon transformed into a thundery dragon, he would still be able to kill it head-on in the future. And as Luo Yun grew, he had a feeling that this Mani dragon would be a catalyst for his transformation. However, he couldn't yet figure out what that opportunity was, and why it had to be this Mani dragon. Chapter 47. Time flies by unnoticed, and 4 years have passed in a flash. In an open hunting ground in the heart of the ancient tree area, Yaji bit down on the Thunder Wolf dragon and slashed down. Her forelimbs, charged with electricity, twisted her head with force, and the powerful bite cracked the armor like cuticle on the Thunder Wolf Dragon's arms. The incredible brute force caused the Thunder Wolf Dragon to lose its balance and fall heavily to the ground. Followed by a sideways swing of her tail, the spines on the tip of her tail pierced the Thunder Wolf Dragon's belly scales, causing it to wail in pain while injecting a highly toxic toxin into its system. Not far away, Luo Yun, shrouded in flames, swooped down in front of another Thunder Wolf Dragon after a dazzling mid-air turn. Before the dragon could react, her sharp claws struck twice, scorching the fur on its back and breaking its battery shell, leaving 2 deep scars and 2 streams of burning flames. At that moment, the third Thunder Wolf Dragon reacted, leaping up with its maw wide open, biting at Luo Yun's wings. A ball of fire, tinged with purple and orange, flew from the other side, hitting the bull's eye and sending the Thunder Wolf Dragon flying. Luo Yun lowered his head and blew out a circular stream of fire, forcing the Thunder Wolf Dragon beneath him to retreat, then soared into the air again. Yaji's Dragon Chariot attack followed suit, knocking the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which was trying to extinguish the flames by rolling, away. She then attacked the other Thunder Wolf Dragon struck by her fireball. Luo Yun, transforming into a ball of fire in midair, swooped down again, avoiding the attack of the poison Thunder Wolf Dragon, catching it firmly and stomping it into the ground. The flames enveloping the dragon exploded instantly, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon burned to a corpse before it could even utter a scream. Amidst the flames, before Luo Yun could even take flight, a figure rushed in, wailing, its thick, sharp claws laced with lightning as it struck down fiercely. At that moment, Luo Yun was still struggling to regain his strength, unable to fully dodge the blow. Thankfully, his foresight allowed him to predict the impact point and trajectory of the claws, forcibly twisting his body and sideways to prevent the strike from reaching him. He adjusted his angle to ensure that his body tilted to absorb the force while allowing the hardest part of his scales to receive the blow, minimizing the damage he would inflict. The Thunder Wolf Dragon's full-strength attack, blasted with lightning, was largely avoided. Even if only the sharp tip of its claw had managed to land, the lightning-infused claws would have easily shattered the opponent's scales and torn off a chunk of flesh. But the result was beyond the Thunder Wolf Dragon's imagination. The claw barely scratched the smooth scales on the male fire dragon's chest, leaving a noticeable mark. Additionally, Luo Yun's sideways angle meant that most of the force was directed in the air. Not only did it fail to inflict any real damage, but the exceptionally toughness of that part of the scales actually caused its claws to ache. The Thunder Wolf Dragon stared in disbelief as flames began to form in his mouth, his chest and neck turning a crimson red. Its claws slipped and landed on the ground, leaving a small dent where electricity emanated. Aren't fire dragons weak to lightning? Why are their scales so hard? Before the Thunder Wolf Dragon could figure it out, a column of orange-red flames, like Aki's, tinged with purple, erupted from its mouth. The Thunder Wolf Dragon's supercharged arc shell was no match for this different kind of flame. The lightning bugs on its body scrambled to avoid the flames, exacerbating the already overwhelmed Thunder Wolf Dragon. A wave of heat accompanied the explosion, spreading around, and another Thunder Wolf Dragon's charred corpse appeared on the ground. Trait, scorched body. Years of exposure to flames have thoroughly adapted its scales to the intense heat and mutated them, giving them the ability to absorb flames and significantly increase their hardness. Simply put, after absorbing fire damage, its overall defense is enhanced. The 3 traits of flame body, fire-inducing, and scorched body form a cycle. The flame body transformed Luo Yun's flame sac and venom glands, allowing various parts of his body to exude a long-lasting burning fluid. Luo Yun could manipulate these fluids to control the flames entwined within him. The fire-inducing ability absorbed flames, increasing their own temperature, and transformed them back into fire energy, returning them to the flame sac for storage. The increased flame temperature further strengthened his scales, significantly increasing his defense. This synergy was terrifying. Even with the Thunder Wolf Dragon's own supercharged enhancements, a lightning-charged claw only needed to adjust its tilt angle to barely scratch the surface of its scales. Luo Yun dispatched 2 Thunder Wolf Dragons, while Yaji also successfully slew the other 2. Disdainfully, he tossed the Thunder Wolf Dragon, whose neck he had bitten off, aside. His massive body, over 20 meters long, spread its wings, adorned with charming patterns, and roared to the sky. Its scales, shimmering in the sunlight, gradually glowed orange. Yaji was unbridled in venting the irritation he had been feeling lately. Hearing this roar, Luo Yun instinctively shrank his neck. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather that Yaji's recent irritation was related to him. Yaji was already 14 years old this year, and would be 15 in another 6 months, soon to be a fully grown female fire dragon. And Luo Yuan, despite his exceptional talent and having grown to nearly 17 meters in the past 4 years, was only 10 years old, and his abilities in that area were still immature and sealed. So you get it. The encounter with these 4 Thunder Wolf dragons in the hunting grounds today was completely deliberate. It's unknown what happened to the Thunder Wolf dragon leader back then, but these Thunder Wolf dragons have become active again lately, though like a loose sand, wandering around in groups of 3 or 5 aimlessly, and once again actively engaging in conflict with other monsters. Luo Yuan speculated that the Thunder Wolf dragon leader probably couldn't hold out, and was completely defeated. Without a leader and no immediate prospect of a new one, these Thunder Wolf dragons were scattered by other creatures, aimlessly searching for new territory. This situation once again caused unrest in the ancient tree region. So, when he and Yaji were out hunting and spotted these 4 Thunder Wolf dragons, Luo Yuan and Yaji landed without hesitation, intervening in their hunt, triggering a crushing battle. A long roar startled the forest into panic, and flocks of small birds flew out and fled into the distance. After venting her anger, Yaji felt much better. She approached Luo Yuan and rubbed his neck affectionately, then took small steps to savor the prey she had snatched. Luo Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have released her anger. Otherwise, with Yaji's current clingy dragon condition, this rubbing would have lasted a long time, until she could control her emotions. It wasn't that Yaji couldn't control herself during her estrus. Fire dragons, as intelligent creatures, did have some control. It was mainly because Yaji and Luo Yuan, childhood sweethearts, had long lived the life of a fire dragon couple. Therefore, as an adult, Yaji hadn't been able to adapt to it for a while, causing her temper to become a bit irritable, and she could only use some intimate gestures to ease the situation. Chapter 48. In the sky, the scent of a corpse attracted the attention of pterosaurs. However, due to the presence of Luo Yuan and Yaji, they dared not descend immediately to enjoy their lunch. Instead, they remained quietly in the nearby treetops, staring sideways. Compared to the pterosaurs' caution, the abomination birds that feed on corpses were less cautious, circling in flocks in the sky. Their small size, poor meat quality, and preference for carrion make them off the menus of most large flying dragons, like fire dragons. This explains their willingness to sojourn in the sky. Yaji continued to leisurely savor the best parts of the herbivorous dragon's meat. Luo Yuan, having already eaten his fill, observed his surroundings with a bit of boredom. Although, based on past experience, no one would be so foolish as to dare to provoke the 2 fire dragons. He extended his tongue and swished it around, sucking the green honey from a passing giant honey bug into his mouth. Watching the honey bug flee in frustration after its fury, Luo Yuan slowly crouched down, burying himself in the tall grass, savoring the sunlight. The grass was dense, and the battle that had just taken place in the distance hadn't affected this area. The tall weeds obscured Luo Yuan's form, and unless one was close or observing from the air, the weeds and ferns obscured his view from a distance, leaving only a small protruding red spine visible. Ga! A panic sound suddenly rang out, and Luo Yuan instinctively glanced towards the source. A large bird, with brightly colored feathers on its head and outer forearms, a large beak, and a body painted yellow, clutched a grayish-white dragon egg. Its tongue lolled from its open mouth, and it ran out of the distant forest, panting heavily. Those cunning eyes were filled with fear, and their panicked demeanor was as if something terrifying was chasing them. Due to distance, angle, and the high weeds of this season, they hadn't noticed Luo Yuan and his companions immediately. The scratching bird, also known as the flirting bird, is renowned for its coquettish appearance, low combat effectiveness, and habit of stealing dragon eggs. A devoted dragon egg lover, it even risked death to steal eggs from the upper levels of an ancient tree just to savor the unique delicacy. As a notorious thief in the New World, its courage was as timid as its appearance, yet its actions were remarkably bold. Every day, it was either stealing eggs or on its way to stealing them. Judging from its appearance, it was clearly caught stealing eggs and was being hunted. Well, this situation was part of the scratching bird's daily routine. Luo Yuan was curious, though. Whose eggs had this creature stolen this time? Soon, Luo Yuan's curiosity was answered. 2 crested dragons roared out of the woods, chasing the scratching bird with a vengeance. They also failed to notice the 2 fire dragons, their eyes fixed only on the damned scratching bird. Although the scratching bird was quite fast, it was still slowed down by the eggs, making it unable to close the gap quickly. As a well-known free-range chicken, the scratching bird could only evade attacks with its agility and powerful leaping ability. While its situation appeared dangerous, it wouldn't be in real danger for the time being. There was something humorous about the scene. As a majestic creature, It was actually chased around by a smaller one, not even daring to fight back. Looking across the entire new world, only the scratching bird could pull off such a feat. Luo Yun gloated over the scene, completely forgetting that, in this very forest, a newly born sky dead had let out a nasty howl and ended up being chased like a chicken. It had to be said that the scratching bird's comedic effect was quite good. Even Yaji paused her mouth movements and, like Luo Yun, lay on the ground, sheltering under the weeds, watching the performance with amusement. With a thud, after a beautiful high jump, the scratching bird landed, mistaking its landing spot. It stumbled and instinctively released its front claws. The crested dragon egg fell to the ground with a crisp sound, spilling its liquid all over the floor. The scratching bird stared blankly at its empty hands, then at its completely shattered egg, a look of disbelief on its face. Finally, its gaze fell on the crowned dragon couple, whose eyes were red and looked as if they were about to burst into flames. Gaw! A hoarse cry, part anger and part resentment, erupted from the scratching bird's beak. It spread its brightly feathered claws and roared repeatedly at the crowned dragon couple. This, in turn, made the crowned dragon couple feel incredibly frustrated. No, you broke my egg, so why are you even angrier than me? Thankfully, the crowned dragon couple weren't particularly quick-witted. They were merely startled by the scratching bird's sudden and unusual behavior. The next second, their rage overtook them once again, and they charged at the scratching bird, their hard shells surging above them. This time, perhaps without the egg to hold it back, the sorry bird stopped running. After dodging the charge with a small leap, it pecked at the ground with its massive beak, quickly finding a suitable stone. With a quick paw of its forelimbs, it dug out a solid rock roughly the size of the dragon egg. All this happened in just 5 seconds. The sorry bird, having turned and charged, had already reached the sorry bird. Legend has it that when the sorry bird held the stone, it dared even to confront an ancient dragon. While the legend differs somewhat from reality, it is true that it dared to confront a ceratopsian, though the outcome was often a clearing of its eyes after being taught a lesson. The sorry bird, clutching the stone, leaped with a fierce glare as it smashed the stone into the heavily armored head of the sorry dragon. The stone collided with the cuticle with a dull thud. The immense recoil jolted the scratching bird, sending the stone flying. With a strange cry, it leaped back a few steps, dodging another crested dragon's headbutt. The stone flew away, and the scratching bird was reverted to its original form. Even though the crested dragon struck by the stone fainted, its rage over the broken egg vanished with the stone's departure. The momentum it had finally built up quickly dissipated, and in a panic, it attempted to dig another piece. Humph! The swaying grass scratched its nose twice, and it couldn't help but sneeze. The scratching bird glanced over and immediately spotted 2 large fire dragons lying in the grass. Ga! The stork was so frightened that it leaped up in a frenzy. All thoughts of fighting spirit and return my eggs vanished in an instant. It turned and sprinted into the forest, its long tail whipping so fast it threatened to fly. Chapter 49. Because the scratching bird's actions completely exposed Luo Yun and his companion's presence, the 2 crested dragons also panicked and began to flee. Well, the comedy was over. The scratching bird's ability to flee in panic after being chased by 2 crested dragons was truly eye-opening for Luo Yun. But the scene just now seemed familiar. After shaking off this inexplicable feeling, Yaji stopped eating. The 2 dragons each grabbed the remains of a herbivorous dragon and flew towards the ancient tree. Over the past 4 years, Luo Yun and Yaji's nest had undergone significant changes. First, their nest had undergone several modifications due to its increased size, ultimately occupying nearly a quarter of the nest. Second, the deter trail had been slightly enlarged at deter's request to make it easier for the thief dragons that deter and his companions kept in the area below to pass through. Indeed, thanks to ample food and the fact that the detels had multiplied significantly over the past 4 years, under the leadership of their leader, they successfully tamed and captive a number of thief dragons. Several of the strongest detels successfully transitioned to become thief dragon riders. Armed with dragon bone spears, and equipped with traps passed down and refined by the forest insect cage tribe for generations, they successfully improved their tribe's overall combat effectiveness and gained the ability to battle even large monsters from lower ecological niches. After Luo Yun and his companions returned, they drank a few sips of water from the small reservoir the detels had dug out, then settled back into their den to listen to the detel leader's report. A strange flying dragon appeared on the lower ground floor. Our warriors discovered it exhaled a poisonous gas, causing many thief dragons to fall asleep after inhaling it. However, after tracking, it appears to be migrating towards the wasteland and is unlikely to come here. Chief Detail's daily reports indicate a new wave of territorial disputes has begun in the lower levels of the ancient tree, with monsters seemingly migrating from elsewhere. This situation has occurred frequently over the past 4 years, and is merely normal migration, completely different from the massive exodus of thunder wolf dragons and velociraptors. This is also a common occurrence in the lower levels of the ancient tree. In addition to preventing monsters from living in the ancient tree area, we must also prevent those that have reached adulthood and wish to migrate to other areas of the ancient tree. The ancient tree area is limited, and the arrival of new monsters naturally forces the departure of older ones. After seeing the same pattern for so long, people become indifferent. By the way, Master, there seems to be quite a stir among the thunder wolf dragons today. This morning, a group of thunder wolf dragons headed towards the territory of the brute jaw dragon you previously battled. Because of their speed, our warriors eventually lost them. Hearing this, Luoyan piqued his interest. Over the past 4 years, that battle-hardened brute jaw dragon had undergone a rapid transformation, its fur almost turning a cold hue. It had long since lost the ability to spit fire, replaced instead by blue lightning. Now, except for the lack of a heat dissipation film, which prevented it from storing significant amounts of electricity, from its appearance alone, it was already a thunder wolf dragon. But why were the thunder wolf dragons marching en masse towards its territory? Hasn't many thunder wolf dragons died at its hands over the years? As its power grew, the brute jaw dragons. The thunder jaw dragons directly occupied the most resource-rich lower levels of the ancient tree area, also the area closest to the thunder wolf dragons. Even though it has not completely transformed, after changing from fire attribute to thunder attribute, the thunderjaw dragon's immunity to thunder attribute has been greatly enhanced. With its huge 19-meter body, and the physical advantage of the beast dragon species, ordinary thunder wolf dragon is no match for it. Sometimes, even mid-fight, it couldn't escape. It was also incredibly cunning. Even with just 1 or 2 thunderwolves, it wasn't afraid and would engage directly. But when it sensed a larger number of thunderwolves, it would simply flee, waiting for an opportune moment to return. Outnumbered, it couldn't defeat them. Outnumbered, it couldn't hold them back. In this stalemate, the thunderwolves were forced to abandon their territory once again, in the lower levels of the ancient tree. At this moment, the once arrogant Thunderjaw, the overlord of the lower levels, panted heavily as it gazed at the calm and composed Thunderwolf not far away. Its battle-hardened body, riddled with scars, displayed an exaggerated fighting skill. This kind of combat experience, where the opponent instantly responded to its intended move, was something it had only experienced with that damned male Rathalos. The opponent often easily dodged its attacks and counterattacked. Even when some attacks were unavoidable, it could adapt the best approach, minimizing the cost and inflicting greater damage. The interwoven golden and blue lightning that occasionally streaked across the body could even penetrate its lightning-resistant fur, causing considerable damage. Isn't it its refined combat skills and sturdy build that allowed the Thunderjaw to dominate the understory of the ancient forest? The Thunderwolf dragon might be slightly inferior in strength at this moment, but the Thunderwolf dragon's agility was unmatched by the Thunderjaw dragon. Furthermore, it completely suppressed the Thunderjaw dragon in both skill and lightning. From the moment the battle began, the Thunderjaw dragon was at a disadvantage. The heat dissipation membrane opened, and blue lightning appeared on it, and lightning accumulated in its mouth. A blinding flash of light flashed across the area. The Thunderjaw charged at breakneck speed, reaching the Thunderwolf in the blink of an eye. Its maw, brimming with lightning, bit straight into its skull. The roar of thunder echoed through the trees. The blinding light vanished, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Nothing. The Thunderjaw quickly recovered its body, having fallen from the immense speed, its eyes searching for the Thunderwolf. The next second, a roar of thunder echoed from above. The Thunderwolf, like a thunder god descending, achieved a supercharged state mid-air without even charging. Its charged shells unfurled, revealing a warrior unbound, swirling in golden and blue electricity. Its right claw, raised high, brought down with unmatched force. A single blow sent the Thunderjaw dragon flying backward. The aftermath of the lightning rippled, transforming the surroundings into a lingering field of thunder and lightning. The Thunderjaw dragon whimpered in pain and struggled to rise, its remaining energy shattered by the blow. The heat dissipation membrane, severely damaged, was forced to retract. Bearing the pain and numbness in its body, the Thunderjaw dragon cast a long glance at the Thunderwolf dragon, which hadn't attacked again after the blow. Memorizing its image, it broke free from the entangled branches without looking back and fled deeper into the woods. The Thunderwolf dragon leader did not pursue it. Instead, he retracted his lightning bug, exited his supercharged state, and gazed at the distant sky obscured by the treetops. This Thunderjaw dragon wasn't its target. Chapter 50. He crouched down on the ground, somewhat exhausted. Although he could feel his strength slowly returning, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader knew his vitality was still fading. If that Thunderjaw dragon had taken this blow head-on 4 years ago, it wouldn't have been able to get up so quickly, nor escape so vigorously. Its waning vitality was already affecting its own strength. If it couldn't find a way to recover, it would have to find a secluded place and quietly wait for its death. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader lay there. As a highly ecological creature, nothing would bother it, and the surrounding creatures instinctively avoided it. As time passed, several towering Thunder Wolf dragons approached the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, carrying food in their mouths, letting it taste its prey first, as usual. For 4 years, despite the abundant life energy and nutritious food in the ancient tree area, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader hadn't recovered from his injuries. They had only helped to alleviate them. Facing the approach of death, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader made a new decision. In this world, ordinary creatures seek to become stronger by relying on miraculous life energy. Therefore, ley lines like the ancient tree area are the preferred settlements for most powerful creatures. The second method is the most basic of all living things: eating. Eat a variety of nutritious, energy-rich foods, relying on digestive abilities to improve oneself. Since the life energy in the ancient tree area isn't enough to repair its own injuries, the desperate Thunder Wolf Dragon leader seeks a different approach. Search for monsters in the ancient tree area that have undergone special changes or exhibited unique traits, and then devour them. Although, aside from some exceptional creatures, even consuming these creatures would likely have no effect. But from the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's perspective, this was its last stand. This Thunderjaw dragon was closest to the Thunder Wolf Dragon's territory, and had also mutated over the past 4 years, making it the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's natural target. However, after a brief encounter, it was revealed that the Thunderjaw dragon was actually just a less aggressive, skilled, and battle-hardened Tyrannosaurus Rex, in the process of mutating into a Thunderjaw dragon. At most, its strength was slightly above the standard, but compared to a battle-hardened individual, this level of strength was still within acceptable limits. It was not the exceptional situation the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had anticipated. Thus, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader simply repelled the enemy, and did not call upon the rest of the tribe to surround and kill it. This was unnecessary. If the enemy's final counterattack resulted in the loss of 1 or 2 more Thunder Wolf dragons, the already limited number of Thunder Wolf dragons in the ancient tree area, it would be unprofitable. After all the Thunder Wolf dragons had finished their meal, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader let out a long roar, and led the rest of the group towards the edge of the ancient tree area. The next target was the Great Thief Dragon, nearly surpassing its individual limit of battle experience. Luo Yuan, unaware that the ancient tree area, after 4 years of peace, was about to be roiled again, was absorbing the Earth's energy with his eyes closed. Yaji, restless, was busy marking her territory and surveying the surroundings. Only Luo Yuan and 2 deter, who were noisily cleaning the nest, remained in the den. After a long pause, Luo Yuan, feeling almost done, opened his eyes and, after a long absence, opened the simple control panel. The progress bar for the new trait was 4/5 complete. It would take another 6 months to unlock the next trait. Luo Yuan had figured out some patterns in the traits he had extracted. The first trait, acceleration, increased his speed in battle. The second trait, Hercules, improved and strengthened his physique while granting him strength and power far exceeding that of fire dragons of his age, comprehensively enhancing his physical attack capabilities. The third trait, Flame Body, transformed his flame sac and all of his venom glands, allowing his venom and bodily fluids to be transformed into a highly viscous, flammable liquid. It also granted him the ability to control these fluids and, consequently, the flames around him. The fourth trait, Fire Induction, caused his flames to begin to transform into energy, similar to that of an ancient dragon. This not only greatly improved his resistance to fire, but also allowed him to absorb flames while simultaneously raising their temperature, creating a self-circulating energy cycle and significantly reducing energy consumption. The fifth trait, and the one he was most satisfied with at the moment, Mind's Eye, significantly enhanced his senses and was immensely helpful in combat. The sixth trait, Scorched Body, acquired just 2 years ago, made up for his defensive shortcomings. These traits strengthen his physical foundation and grow even stronger as he grows stronger, freeing him from the constraints of age and strength, empowering him to battle with those in his ecological niche. Thinking of the hardened individuals, Luo Yuan recalled the beauty of their stats in the games of his previous life. After equipping them, normal individuals all became small animals. But after encountering the hardened individuals, he briefly wondered if he had forgotten to equip them. The exaggerated stat expansion, faster attack speed, and shorter back-and-forth sway instantly transformed him into a skilled hunter. And now, the reality of the world was no different. Before him and Aji, ordinary monsters occupying similar ecological niches could only be overwhelmed. Unless they were numerous, they posed little threat. Aho! A roar accompanied by a strong wind blew into the nest. Luo Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately trotted out. After a quick glance around, he discovered that his neighbor, the female fire dragon from the pair of fire dragons at the reservoir up the hill, was frantically chasing a fleeing stork. The stork, though terrified, held onto the dragon egg tightly, constantly dodging it through the canopy, relying on its agility and the dense branches of the ancient tree. Wow, I just saw a stork in the hunting grounds, and now I see another one. These guys are truly desperate for their eggs. Is it that the dragon thief's eggs are harder to steal? Or are the herbivorous dragon's eggs no longer tasty? I had to mess with the fire dragon, and now I'm done for, right? I've been discovered, right? Luo Yun watched the female fire dragon attack frantically, completely disregarding the egg. It was as if she was determined to lose the egg, but the egg thief must die. Regardless of the final fate of this scratching bird, the egg was definitely doomed. With a mother like this, it would be a good thing if 2 eggs from a batch survived. Chapter 51. This was the scene Yaji saw when she returned from her patrol. Luo Yun was crouching at the edge of the treetop slope, wings folded, staring into the distance, with a seemingly cheerful mood. Yaji quietly approached Luo Yun and followed his gaze, seeing the reasonably powerful female fire dragon next door chasing a scratching bird. While the fight could have ended quickly, it instead displayed its form and wing patterns in various coquettish gestures. Luo Yun's gaze was fixed on the dragon, causing a dangerous glint in Yaji's eyes. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't directed at Luo Yun, but at the female fire dragon. Sniffing, Luo Yun realized Yaji had returned. He averted his gaze from the scratching bird, which was jumping up and down, constantly dodging attacks. He had been wondering how long the scratching bird could hold out like this, but then he turned and saw Yaji, looking menacing. Following Yaji's gaze, he discovered she was staring at the female fire dragon. Although he didn't understand why Yaji suddenly showed signs of attacking, Luo Yun quickly spread his wings to stop her. This kind of fight was completely unnecessary. But this time, Yaji was stubborn, trying to bypass Luo Yun and rush over to beat the female fire dragon. After several attempts to stop her, Luo Yun finally understood her intentions from Yaji's actions and cries. No! I'm not interested in her. I'm after that slutty bird. And look at her frantic attack. How can she show off? Don't bring your strength to bear on other dragons. Luo Yun was speechless. The female fire dragon was married, and the couple was very loving. Besides, he's not that kind of dragon. He's not interested in a wife. No matter how much she tried to persuade him, Yaji refused to believe her. It wasn't until the female fire dragon blasted the scratching bird and its eggs with 3 consecutive fireballs, roaring back to her nest to continue guarding the remaining eggs without making any unnecessary gestures towards Luo Yun, that Yaji calmed down and obediently returned to the nest with Luo Yun. Perhaps it was the sense of crisis inherent in her role as an adult female fire dragon that triggered Yaji's intense attachment to Luo Yun. For the entire day, she'd been constantly hovering around him, occasionally nuzzling, licking, or simply resting close to him. Thankfully, this wasn't the first time this had happened, and Luo Yun had grown accustomed to it. She allowed Yaji's affectionate behavior, occasionally responding. Based on past experience, she recovered by the next morning. Time flew by, and another 3 days had passed. Luo Yun hadn't expected Yaji's condition to last for 3 full days. During those 3 days, Yaji stayed by Luo Yun's side, even accompanying him on hunting trips. The hunting grounds west of the ancient tree are densely populated with trees, but few weeds or ferns. Moreover, due to the lack of sunlight year-round, they are home to a type of mushroom unique to the ancient forest. As a result, not only herbivorous dragons live here, but also numerous mushroom pigs. This area was once the territory of a common Aurodon, but after Luo Yun's frequent visits, he encountered it a few times, but each time he easily drove it off. Since then, the Aurodon has rarely visited. There's no way around it. Luo Yun wasn't intentionally trying to steal its hunting grounds. It's mainly because mushroom pigs are abundant here. Luo Yun loved these small, self-marinated creatures. Even if their meat wasn't enough to satisfy him, the deliciousness still made him want more. At this moment, in a corner of the hunting ground, 5 deter warriors loyal to Luo Yun were riding thieves, facing off against a group of red-skinned, purple-masked, screaming orcs wielding weapons. The Strange Faces, a race of orcs from the Monster Hunter world, possess more human-like features than phalanx and deter. Though generally only about the height of a human child, their muscles are incredibly well developed. They are an extremely xenophobic, aggressive race, fiercely hostile to all creatures outside their own kind. They will proactively attack even large monsters. Using poison weapons and projectiles called pot bombs, they can even threaten the lives of larger creatures. Meow, hiss! The spear-wielding detail warriors showed no fear in the face of the strange-faced tribe. They formed a formation to protect the mushrooms piled not far behind them, and the two captured mushroom pigs. The mushrooms were their food, and the mushroom pigs were intended as tribute to the boss. They must not be taken away by these damn bandits. The situation suddenly became tense. Just then, a flying thunder dragon silently appeared from a nearby tree trunk, its eyes fixed intently on the two trapped mushroom pigs. Since there were no herbivorous dragons here, using the mushroom pigs to fill their stomachs would be a good idea. With this thought in mind, the flying thunder dragon leaped, stretched its limbs, stretched its membranes, and glided towards the two mushroom pigs. As for the detail and the strange-faced tribesmen it faced, it paid them no mind. As a medium-sized monster, it feared only the larger monsters of higher ecological niches. Wow wow Rua! Detail, with its back turned, didn't see the thunder dragon, but the strange-faced tribesman facing it saw its movements clearly. Once it realized the thunder dragon was also targeting the two mushroom pigs, it immediately let out a wow wow. Detail, sensing something was amiss, quickly turned around and saw the thunder dragon's claws nearly reaching the trap containing the mushroom pigs. Immediately calling out to its companions, they rode their thieves and charged the thunder dragon. With the thieves providing additional combat power, and through incredibly coordinated combat, the Detels managed to force the thunder dragon back from the mushroom pigs, completely drawing its attention to them. Facing these small creatures riding on thief dragons, the flying thunder dragon's vertical pupils flashed coldly, its long, sturdy tail raised high, and tiny traces of electricity flickered on its scale like electrode needles. Since these Detels chose to stop it, it would first eliminate them. For a moment, the Detels and the flying thunder dragons engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, the Chimian tribe watched this scene, chattering among themselves. Finally, the Chimian tribe, who valued strength and fighting, immediately decided to join the battle. First, they would eliminate the more powerful flying thunder dragons, and then settle the matter with these Detels. It was truly worthy of the Chimian tribe, who could survive in the ancient forest and dare to take the initiative against large monsters. With their presence, the flying thunder dragon not only had to guard against the Detels' traps and the thief dragon's bites, but also had to be wary of the Chimian tribe's poisonous weapons, which could even injure large creatures. For a moment, it was somewhat restricted and began to lose the upper hand. Chapter 52. The thunder dragon was feeling annoyed. Being surrounded was not a pleasant feeling at all. It wanted to end the fight quickly, so it activated its electric shock bag with all its might, triggering the static electricity stored in its fur and continuously swiping with its tail, which was covered in electrode needles. But the deter were like stalking flies, nimbly dodging them. Then, they directed the thief dragons to continue swarming around it, occasionally striking it. While the damage from these attacks wasn't high, they were unbearable if they were repeated. As a medium-sized monster in the ancient forest, like the saw bird, the thunder dragon, at the bottom of the large monster ecosystem, wasn't particularly powerful. Like the thunder wolf dragon, it didn't use the electric shock bag as its primary source of power. Most of its power came from the static electricity stored in its fur, from frequently rubbing against branches and leaves before the fight. As such, its endurance was limited, which necessitated a swift and decisive battle. Since the deter couldn't be reached, it would change its target and deal with the poison using strange faces first. Then the thunder dragon was in trouble again. The strange-faced tribe were indeed more stubborn than deter, and without the support of the thief dragon, their evasive speed wasn't as fast. But they were no match for their ability to dig holes, and they did so with incredible speed. Often, just as the thunder dragon selected its target and launched an attack, the strange-faced tribe would burrow and hide underground, only to reappear moments later, screaming and charging again. When Luo Yun and Yaji arrived, they witnessed this scene. The once healthy thunder dragon was now drooling profusely. Its body was covered in wounds, and several were pierced with knives. The current from the electrodes on its tail was intermittent, and its movements were slightly stiff. It looked clearly poisoned and in a state of disarray. The Detel surrounded the thunder dragon, forcing them to not only dodge its attacks, but also be wary of the strange-faced tribe's projectiles. The strange-faced tribe's attacks didn't shy away from the detels. Although they were aimed at the thunder dragon, they wouldn't hesitate if the detels stood in their way. In this constant struggle, the thunder dragon finally gave way. Especially when it noticed Luo Yuan and Yaji approaching, it whimpered and turned to flee, ignoring even the detels' attacks. Meow! It's the boss! The flying thunder dragon's defeat filled the detels with immense excitement. Aside from a minor injury sustained by a thief dragon due to misstepping, their coordination was flawless. While the odd-faced bandits certainly helped, they were the main attackers. Most importantly, the fire dragon boss witnessed this, having shown off their prowess before Luo Yuan, surely earning praise from the fire dragon boss. Thinking of this, the detels grew even more excited. Unlike the detels' excitement, the odd-faced tribe were deeply displeased and wary of Luo Yuan and Yaji's arrival. Perhaps their intelligence had been outweighed by their muscles. These odd-faced tribe believed that Luo Yuan, like the flying thunder dragon, was here to rob them of their food. Far from fleeing, they even dared to let out those strange, almost provocative cries at Luo Yuan. How could he tolerate this? Luo Yuan immediately spread his wings, preparing to unleash his customary pre-battle roar of intimidation. But a massive fireball passed over Luo Yuan and descended upon the Chimian tribe at incredible speed. Except for a few who quickly dug holes to avoid the attack, the rest were instantly blown away. I wonder if their tenacious vitality will allow them to survive. Luo Yuan's voice caught in his throat, and he felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. He glanced resentfully at Yaji, who appeared nonchalant, as if she hadn't spewed that fire. Yaji paid no attention to Luo Yuan's thoughts. To her, those strange-faced creatures weren't some large monster in the same ecological niche. There was no need to howl to demonstrate their power and intimidate them. They were just little creatures who didn't recognize their own ecological niche and dared to provoke them with such an unpleasant sound. There was no need to waste time on something that could be solved with a fire. Boss! This is our catch today. A deter ran up to Luo Yuan on all fours, meowing as if to claim credit. The other deters directed the thief dragon to drag the vine trap containing the mushroom pigs towards him. Looking at the little creature's bright eyes, they seemed to be expecting something. Luo Yuan thought for a moment, then spread one wing, bit off a crimson scale that was about to fall off and be replaced, and tossed it in front of the group of deter. Meow, meow, meow! The deter excitedly picked up the scale, which smelled of fire, and meowed excitedly, even starting to fight to determine who would receive it. Luo Yuan was quite pleased with this. After so many years of living together, this group of deter had formed a symbiotic relationship with him. Like the relationship between the Golden Chimian tribe and the Zhuanghualong, this group of deter held him in extreme adoration, often acting as their protector, and possessing a deep obsession with the scales that fell from his body. Every detel warrior is proud to wear jewelry crafted from his scales. However, due to limitations in detel technology, they are unable to craft these scales into equipment. Because of this extreme reverence, they are also called Fire Dragon Detel by the other detel tribes in the ancient forest. After he and Yaji each dispatched a mushroom pig, Luo Yuan licked his lips with satisfaction. He told the detel warriors, who had been on guard while they ate, to go back on their own, and then he and Yaji headed to the next hunting ground in search of prey. In the sky, as Luo Yuan and Yaji were playing and weaving through the clouds, a fleeting flash of lightning caught his eye. The location of the lightning was not far from their flight path. Just as he was about to take a look, curiously, the busy air police, the exploding scale dragon that inhabited the ancient forest, flew over from the other side at low altitude with a loud cry, dropping a stream of explosive scales. Now that the explosion dragon had been dispatched, there was nothing left to see over there. Luo Yuan continued soaring through the clouds, heading towards his next hunting ground. Scales exploded one after another, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader nimbly dodged them, while the massive Great Thief Dragon rolled continuously, trying to avoid the blast zone while using its body to withstand the blasts it couldn't avoid. This battle was extremely difficult for the Thunder Wolf Dragon. The Great Thief Dragon was not only large, but also extremely resistant and possessed incredible strength. Although its body wasn't very agile, it would take too much energy to defeat it, and there was a high probability of serious injury. The exploding scales interrupted the fight, and the Great Thief Dragon wasn't its target. Therefore, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader didn't want to fight any further and turned and fled, leaving the Great Thief Dragon to face the explosion dragon that was about to descend. Chapter 53. In the afternoon, Luo Yuan and Yaji returned from hunting. Since their size had exploded again, they needed to hunt about 2 or 3 times a day to maintain their energy, so they were away from their nests more often. When they returned to the ancient tree, Luo Yuan suddenly noticed that the male fire dragons, who usually stayed in their nests except for hunting and patrolling their territory, had flown out and were circling above the ancient tree. This phenomenon reminded him of something, and after carefully calculating the time, he suddenly understood the reason for the male fire dragon's unusual movements. He turned his head to the southeast of the ancient tree. Sure enough, a large group of female fire dragons were flying towards the ancient tree. It's breeding season again, Luo Yun sighed. Every year around this time, some of the male fire dragon's female fire dragon concubines, who had been exiled to the great Ant Mound wasteland to raise their children alone, would come here. Of course, those who come here are female dragons whose young have grown capable of surviving on their own, and who have been driven from their nests, freeing them from their care. As for those still raising young, they remain in the great anthill wasteland, struggling to survive. In addition to these already mates, some young females, who have just reached adulthood and disdain the males from other areas of the ancient tree forest, also come here. They choose their preferred mate within a day or two, and after initial contact, they engage in a brutal battle with other females for the mate. The winner replaces the former mate and remains in the ancient tree. The loser, after recovering from their injuries and completing their reproductive duties, returns to the great anthill wasteland, pregnant, to repeat the life of a separated mother raising her children alone. So, the male Rathalos of the New World are the ultimate winners among dragons, completely different from their monogamous counterparts in the Old World, who are often even shunned by female Rathalos. Of course, this privilege only applies to male Rathalos living in the ancient trees. As for those single Rathalos who, due to lack of strength, cannot settle in the ancient trees and are forced to live in the ancient tree forest, or even remain in the great Ant Mound wasteland, they don't have such a luxury. The survival system among Rathalos is incredibly cruel. You can either bravely fight your way to the ancient trees, just like Luo Yun and Yaji did, and earn your place. Or you can stay in other areas and quietly develop, hoping to one day settle in the ancient trees. Otherwise, a male Rathalos with insufficient strength won't be considered by many female Rathalos. Of course, this only applies to male Rathalos of the original species. Subspecies and special species are not included. Fire dragon subspecies often only choose mates of their own subspecies. If a suitable subspecies mate isn't available, they rather remain single than accept a mate from their original species. In Luo Yun's understanding, perhaps the original species' perspective on the subspecies is like that of a gorilla in the eyes of humans. Roar. At this moment, Yaji suddenly let out an urging roar, circling Luo Yun repeatedly, eager for him to return to his lair. Though he felt it was unnecessary, Luo Yun obediently flapped his wings, stirring up a gust of wind before attempting to return. At this moment, a cry of surprise and affection echoed from nearby. A female fire dragon, measuring a standard 17 meters, with brilliantly colored scales and few flaws, excitedly flew to Yaji's side, clinging to her and calling out continuously. Fire dragons have excellent memories. Luo Yun identified the female fire dragon after just a few glances. Isn't this his sister-in-law? Yes, Yaji had just reached adulthood this year, so the female fire dragons from her egg batch had naturally reached adulthood as well. Yaji was exceptionally gifted, and even if her sister didn't possess such talent, her own strength was sufficient to safely reach adulthood. Luo Yun simply glanced at her, then flapped his wings back to the nest at Yaji's urging. Little did he know, the sister-in-law, flying beside Yaji, gazed at Luo Yun's back, her eyes gleaming slightly. The beginning of this large-scale matchmaking event lasted until nightfall. Mated female fire dragons would stay in the nest with their mates, ignoring the unpleasant glances from the wives, and would stay there even if it was crowded. Unmated females would find a spot to rest near the cliffs connected to the ancient tree. Yaji's sister had originally planned to follow her to her lair, but she ultimately retreated after seeing her dragon-eating gaze. Even with this docile demeanor, it was unclear what she was planning. That night, Yaji lay awake at the entrance to the lair, refusing to move, no matter how Luo Yun called out. This behavior left Luo Yun feeling somewhat frustrated. Although he stood a full 17 meters tall, he was still a minor. His intentions were there, but his strength wasn't, right? There was no need to be so vigilant, was there? But Yaji was so determined, Luo Yun had no choice but to comply. The next day, before daybreak, Luo Yun was awakened by noises outside. Needless to say, the eager male and female fire dragons were already showing off to each other, seeking suitable mates. Luo Yun was unfazed by this, and even felt like laughing. He stood up, stretched his body, and prepared to head outside. With the arrival of so many female fire dragons, prey in the ancient tree area would soon become scarce again. This matchmaking event had nothing to do with him anyway. Instead of staying in his lair and enduring this clamor, he might as well go out and get some food. As for those female fire dragons, who came for the blind date, are they as pretty as my Yaji? Or are they as powerful as my Yaji? What? None. If you can't even meet this requirement, why should I even look at you? This was Luo Yun's current state of mind. Roar! Luo Yun had just made a move when Yaji, alert all night, quickly stood up and roared at Luo Yun. What are you doing? Luo Yun was startled by the sudden roar. His body stiffened for a moment, then he looked at Yaji's overreaction with annoyance and began to explain carefully. He was simply hungry, not having any strange thoughts at all, and told her not to get too excited. After repeated gentle soothing words, Yaji's emotions gradually calmed down, but she still remained blocking the cave entrance, showing no intention of leaving. Roar! I'm going hunting, and you stay in the lair. You're not allowed to go anywhere. And no other female fire dragons are allowed to come in. After Luo Yun's persuasion, Yaji finally relented, but she simply put Luo Yun under house arrest. If Luo Yun didn't agree, Yaji would guard him, and not leave. Chapter 54. Yaji's attitude had never been so resolute, even tinged with a hint of unease. So Luo Yun could only agree. Under Yaji's gaze, he returned to the depths of the lair and crouched down, his head raised. Is that all right? Seeing this, Yaji breathed a sigh of relief. She swayed from the lair and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. After finding no other female fire dragons nearby, she whipped up a gust of wind and sped off towards the nearest hunting grounds. Luo Yun lay bored in his lair, listening to the repetitive roars of dragons from outside. He had a feeling that, given Yaji's current sensitivity, he wouldn't be able to attend the female fire dragon melee in 3 days. This was a rare pastime of the year, and it was gone just like that. Thankfully, Luo Yun's boredom didn't last long. It was time for Detel's daily report on the intelligence they had gathered, and a new piece of news from their leader piqued his interest. Boss Meow. Yesterday, just before sunset, the Detel, who lives on the outskirts of the forest, brought an orc named Elucat and found our warriors outside. The Elucat urged us to rush there when we see a distinct red signal and rescue a creature called a hunter. If the rescue is successful, we receive a reward. According to the Detel, the reward for a successful rescue is enough food for 5 Detel warriors to survive for a week, or equipment of equal value suitable for our Detel. As he spoke, the Detel leader unfolded a small painting. The painting was clearly based on the size of a Detel. Even with Luo Yun's vision, he needed to zoom in to see it clearly. This is a portrait with hunter characteristics. Anyone who meets these characteristics is most likely a hunter in need of rescue. The painting depicted a faceless, simple human wearing a standard leather suit. Seeing that Luo Yun didn't express any opinion after examining the painting, the Detel leader put the scroll away. As a fire dragon Detel, Luo Yun's will was their direction. Since Luo Yun hadn't expressed any opinion on the matter, they didn't need to do anything, they could simply pretend it hadn't happened. Roar! Luo Yun growled, and the Detel leader understood his meaning. It was up to the Detel to make their own decisions. Luo Yun hadn't expected the first group to have already crossed such a great distance and begun investigating deep within the ancient tree forest. This didn't align with his memories. The first group of the New World Ancient Dragon investigation team consisted of only 1 ship and about 30 people, only half of whom were hunters. Due to limited numbers and logistical constraints, the first group's activities should be limited to the vicinity of the star base. At most, only a few top hunters would be able to penetrate the New World and conduct independent investigations. The ancient tree area and the ancient forest coast are quite far apart. Even for Luo Yun now, it would take at least 3 days to fly there, and that was with minimal rest breaks. Why did the investigation team begin their journey into the ancient forest? In fact, Luo Yun's memory was correct. After the failed Zhuanhualong investigation 4 years ago, the first group had abandoned many unrealistic plans. Rather than pursuing a lofty goal of penetrating the New World, they began to assess the surrounding environment and to prepare necessary preparations for those who would follow. One of these tasks was to establish good relationships with the orcs of the ancient tree forest and the great anthill wasteland beforehand. This would prevent the awkward situation of hunters encountering unexpected situations, and not even having a cat cart available once the logistical pressure eased and the investigation deepened. Furthermore, establishing good relationships with these native Detels would allow the investigation team to obtain key intelligence, such as monster distribution and territories, from the Detels without further investigation. This would lay the foundation for future investigations and allow subsequent hunters to make advanced preparations. To ensure the base could safely complete these preliminary tasks, even powerful individuals like the Grand Captain, who preferred independent investigations, remained quietly within the base for 4 years. As for contact with hunters, Luo Yun's attitude was neither welcoming nor rejecting. He was already a fire dragon, so there was no need to consider it. If the fire dragon details were interested, they could simply approach them. After the detail leader finished his report, he departed, leaving only 2 detail warriors on guard within the lair. At the entrance to the lair, a female fire dragon stalked stealthily up the slope. Carefully hiding near the cave entrance, she sniffed inside. Noticing the faint scent of aji, her eyes lit up, and she poked her head out to peer inside. She saw Luo Yun sprawled in the large den, resting with his eyes closed. 2 small creatures, seemingly invisible, stood guard, their surroundings in a formal manner. Noticing its presence, they immediately raised their small bone sticks and pointed them at it warily, emitting ferocious, huffing sounds. Receiving deter's warning, Luo Yun instantly opened his eyes, instinctively rising and spreading his enormous wings, subconsciously striking a threatening pose. Then he saw his sister-in-law, Yaji's younger sister, crouching down and looking at him. Relieved that the dragon wasn't an enemy, Luo Yun retracted his wings, called out to the 2 deter, and let them relax before returning to his feet. Luo Yun showed no sign of welcoming his sister-in-law. It wasn't that he had any prejudice against her, but rather that Yaji didn't seem to want him to have much contact with her sister. The affection between fire dragons, apart from those between husband and wife, is naturally rather weak. Furthermore, it was just a sister-in-law he had only met twice. He could ignore her without any problem, and Yaji wouldn't have any extra emotions. Furthermore, Luo Yun believed that this sister-in-law was probably here to see Yaji. After all, they had met before, and it was well aware that Luo Yun hadn't yet reached adulthood, so it wasn't likely she was coming for him. As for what Yaji had said before leaving, about not allowing other female fire dragons to enter, my sister-in-law shouldn't be included, right? With this mindset, Luo Yun chose to ignore it. Although he couldn't figure out why his sister-in-law came to Yaji instead of seeking a suitable mate, it had nothing to do with him. He could just ignore it. Luo Yun didn't notice that the female fire dragon at the entrance of the lair, upon seeing his unconsciously intimidating gesture and the perfect proportions of her wings spread out, her eyes lit up, revealing her perfect figure. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. My sister-in-law had never seen such an outstanding and handsome male fire dragon. Compared to Luo Yun, those male fire dragons outside were simply not on the same level. Chapter 55. As for the look of indifference he showed after realizing it was him, my sister-in-law subconsciously ignored it. For such an outstanding male fire dragon, aloofness is perfectly natural. A male fire dragon like him would never lack a mate. Barring any unexpected event, he'd have no problem picking up any female fire dragon. Furthermore, his mate was Yaji, a female fire dragon, who was incredibly special, powerful, and perfect in my sister-in-law's heart. Seeing that Luo Yun had no intention of stopping him, and Yaji was nowhere to be seen, my sister-in-law slowly and rhythmically walked back to the lair on her sturdy hind legs. Ignoring the still vigilant deter warrior, she surveyed the area. There were no remaining bones, no unusual odors, and no tar from the long-neglected corpse. The nest was spotless, save for the claw marks that marked its territory, not even a sliver of old scales or cuticle. Sure enough, only a living environment like this could be worthy of such a handsome male fire dragon. As for whether Aji had contributed to this, or whether these deter were related, the sister-in-law simply ignored all of this, and focused it all on Luo Yun. It can only be said that, whether human or dragon, once their eyes are filtered, they subconsciously perceive everything in a certain way. Gently moving in front of Luo Yun, the sister-in-law lowered her head, and carefully examined his scales. The result, flawless. Not only were the scales smooth and hard, but the deep red color even reflected a silvery white metallic luster. The muscles were clearly visible, rising and falling with Luo Yun's breathing, making the dragon want to rub against them. Noticing his sister-in-law's breathing seemed heavy and rapid, Luo Yun opened his eyes, with a hint of annoyance, and glared at her coldly. They weren't familiar with each other. Why were you so close? Want to fight? Luo Yun hated dragons without boundaries. Even if it was his sister-in-law, this had nothing to do with whether it would upset Yaji. This was a matter of principle. Seeing Luo Yun open his eyes, his icy gaze startled his sister-in-law, and her heart began to beat rapidly. So domineering. So cruel. Just a glance could frighten her. As expected of her sister's spouse, not only did this icy gaze fail to scare his sister-in-law away, it actually triggered some unnecessary emotions. And so, Luo Yun's gaze shifted from cold to shock, and finally to disbelief, following his sister-in-law's subsequent actions. My sister-in-law took 2 steps back and suddenly spread her wings. The resulting wind pressure nearly affected the nearby deter warrior. The symmetrical, vibrant pattern swayed with the gentle flapping of her wings. Her powerful hind legs gripped the vine platform beneath her feet. She proudly raised her head, revealing her slender neck, then turned around to show off her spines and the raised carapace running down her spine. Luo Yun was flustered. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? From a fire dragon's perspective, my sister-in-law was undoubtedly a high-quality female fire dragon, with a robust physique and well-developed body. The subtle hint of ferocity that occasionally shone through her appearance was perfectly balanced. She had just reached adulthood, yet still maintained a standard size. It could be said that she had great potential, the type capable of producing high-quality offspring. But Luo Yun had no feelings about this at all, not to mention that he was still a juvenile male fire dragon. Let's take his partner, Yaji. In terms of appearance, personality, combat power, and potential, she was the most outstanding of all the female fire dragons Luo Yun had ever known. More importantly, they had lived together for so many years, and their relationship remained strong, not to mention the gentleness and clinginess Yaji had recently displayed, which was completely different from her past. This stark contrast from the past almost drove Luo Yun into a croaker. His tastes and perspective had been completely refined by Yaji. Even a high-quality female fire dragon like his sister-in-law was, in Luo Yun's eyes, only mediocre at best. Accustomed to delicacies from land and sea, he had no desire to eat the simpler things his sister-in-law hadn't eaten. Roar! A roar interrupted his sister-in-law's self-promotion, and Luo Yun spread his wings, making a gesture to drive her away. The sister-in-law stared at Luo Yun in amazement. After retracting her wings, she whimpered like a small animal, seeming aggrieved. Unfortunately, Luo Yun was completely unimpressed. He simply maintained a cold demeanor. Influenced by Luo Yun, the deter warriors also raised their spears and breathed heavily. At Luo Yun's command, they dared to charge, even against a dangerous female fire dragon. But before Luo Yun could make a move, a roar of utter fury rang out from the lair entrance. With the sound of a heavy object dropping to the ground, the herbivorous dragon's corpse fell onto the ramp at the entrance. Aji, furious, raised her spines, spread her wings, and rushed in with sparks flying from her mouth. As soon as she returned, she heard Luo Yun's cry, followed by a pungent scent of the desert, still tinged with the distinct aroma of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. This scent, emanating from the female fire dragons of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, had carried all the way down the slope into the nest. A deep sense of crisis suddenly washed over Yaji. She had been so vigilant, flying at top speed when out hunting, yet in such a short time, some reckless female fire dragon had dared to steal her home while she was away, angry. Very angry. Of course, besides being angry, she was even more worried about what would happen if Luo Yun succumbed to temptation and accidentally fell prey to one of these cunning female fire dragons, accepting their identity. If Luo Yun accepted them, then, according to her nature, she would have to accept their presence. The most she could do was to defeat the cunning female fire dragon and, after mating, drive it out of the ancient tree and back to the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. She couldn't even kill it. Therefore, in this anxious mood, Yaji threw down the food regardless and rushed into the nest with a roar. Immediately afterwards, she discovered that the female fire dragon who dared to steal the house while she was away was actually her good sister, and it also looked pitiful. Who did it want to show? Fortunately, her fire dragon didn't seem to be tempted, and the group of deter, whom she had always looked down on, also made a gesture of expulsion like her fire dragon. This made Yaji relieved, but at the same time, she was even more furious. Other female fire dragons don't know Luo Yun's dragon age. Will her sister not know? Even so, it still made such a choice, which made Yaji even more angry. Sure enough, it was right to choose to live alone with these idiots. With this idea in mind, Yaji stared at her sister-in-law with a very dangerous look, as if she wanted to beat her up. Chapter 56. The sister-in-law was startled by Yaji's sudden appearance, then involuntarily flinched slightly at her furious, oppressive gaze. The sister-in-law had a premonition that she was going to get a beating today. The only time she had ever seen Yaji angry was during a hunt when she was a child. A male Rathalos from the same batch of eggs, for some reason, had decided to fight the largest herbivore, causing the smaller herbivore dragons that were supposed to be the target to escape. The Rathalos' presumptuous behavior had left all the dragons starving. The end result was that after the Rathalos was beaten by Yaji, they went their separate ways, each seeking their own survival in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. She didn't want to end up like her brother, beaten so badly that he couldn't get up. The only person who could possibly save her now was Luo Yun. But when the sister-in-law turned to look at Luo Yun, he had, at some point, slumped back into his den, his eyes closed, a look of complete composure. Woo! A dull growl, tinged with anger, rolled from Yaji's throat. The sister-in-law shuddered slightly, her head drooping in resignation. But then, an unknown thought struck her. After a final glance at Luo Yun, she barked with a high, unwavering voice. It had dared to challenge Yaji first. Even Luo Yun couldn't pretend to notice such courage, opening his eyes, and gazing at the other one in amazement. Young female fire dragon. You're very brave. Luo Yun couldn't help but admire his sister-in-law's courage. In fact, sometimes the poisonous bird's thinking is valid. At least within the same species, the larger one is often the more powerful. Not to mention that Yaji's size is now almost reaching the limit for known female fire dragons, a true battle-hardened individual, while his sister-in-law is just an ordinary female fire dragon, just barely reaching the standard and becoming a bit stronger. Noticing that Luo Yun had finally opened her eyes, his sister-in-law was secretly delighted. Wouldn't that attract Luo Yun's attention? As long as she could show off her abilities in the battle with Yaji, there would always be a chance. Yaji's sister-in-law's little trick didn't go unnoticed, and her eyes grew even colder. Originally, she had just planned to teach her a lesson, but now, if she didn't completely defeat her, all the growth she gained over the years would be for nothing. I didn't expect that on the second day, a female fire dragon would actually start a fight. As Yaji and her sister-in-law flew out of the ancient tree, a flock of fire dragons took to the air, their roars fanning the flames. Amidst these roars, her sister-in-law suddenly felt as if she had made a wrong decision. Luo Yun was still in his lair, showing no intention of emerging. Not only had his plan failed, but it seemed to have only infuriated Yaji even more. Yaji spread her wings, her delicate scales reflecting a golden metallic sheen in the sunlight. The enormous size of her body obscured the sky, and from her sister-in-law's perspective, it was right in the center of the rising sun, imbued with a sense of divine judgment, and it was the one about to be judged. A resounding yet commanding dragon roar instantly drowned out the other fire dragons. In a split second, accompanied by a surge of air, Yaji rushed in front of her sister-in-law. Facing her weak resistance, she grabbed her with her sharp claws and spun to the ground. The battle between female fire dragons should be on the ground, not in the air, my foolish sister. Luo Yun didn't know the course of the battle. He only knew that when Yaji returned, aside from a few minor scratches on her scales and some stains on her body, she looked refreshed, as if she had fully vented her anger, and her mood had improved considerably. As for my sister-in-law, I haven't seen her since that day. Adult female fire dragons, except for the main wife, can only stay for 1 month, regardless of whether they conceived. During this month, Yaji completely changed her strategy. Every morning, she would drag Luo Yun out hunting, returning in the evening. Moreover, upon returning, Yaji circled around Luo Yun like a protective aircraft, violently driving any female fire dragons close. After witnessing Yaji's crushing battle with her sister-in-law that day, few female fire dragons dared to cross her. On the last day of the month, after the female fire dragons left the ancient tree, Yaji's frayed nerves finally relaxed. She stopped sleeping at the entrance to the nest and, as before, clung to Luo Yun, falling asleep in the intertwined breasts. With the female fire dragons gone, the food pressure in the ancient tree area gradually eased, and some herbivorous creatures that had been hiding deep in the forest finally dared to come out into the sunlight to bask. Luo Yun's beloved mushroom pig was also among them. It was the same hunting ground, the same adorable group of detergers. They expertly set their traps, lowered the bait, and nimbly climbed up the trees with the thief dragon to lurk. Soon, following the carefully crafted scent, a plump mushroom pig trotted over, sniffing along. It gazed at the bait with gleaming eyes, and just as it was about to step into the trap, a thunder dragon, also hidden in the branches, leaped down first, firmly grasping the panicked mushroom pig. It then sped away amid the furious roars of the detergers. Meow! What should we do? We finally managed to lure one, but that despicable creature stole Fire Dragon Boss's tribute. It dared to steal our tribute to Fire Dragon Boss. We must deal with it. But we can't beat it in the woods, meow. Then banish it. The Dettels meowed back and forth, finally deciding to banish the Thunder Dragon. Otherwise, if it happened this time, there would surely be another. Although there were many mushroom pigs, they often inhabited the dark, damp forest floor. Finding them in this vast forest was difficult. Even with baited traps like Fire Dragon Detel, success often required luck. Thus, capturing mushroom pigs was truly a challenge. More importantly, if the mushroom pigs were stolen, they would have no tribute to offer to Fire Dragon Boss, and thus no praise from Luo Yun. This was a deeply frustrating situation for Fire Dragon Deter's warriors. But now came the problem. Even if they intended to drive off the Thunder Dragon, it would be a difficult task for just a few of them, even with the assistance of the Thief Dragon. The Forest Bug Cage excelled at traps, and without them, fighting a monster of this caliber would be too much of a struggle. Therefore, they needed a better solution. Chapter 57. Meow. I got it! Suddenly, a Detel warrior with a polished fire dragon scale draped around his neck said, "Do you remember that guy named Elucat who came to us through the Detel outside the forest?" The fire dragon Detels nodded. "Didn't he say we could go to him if we had any trouble? He's such a strong Elucat, he'd definitely be able to help us. But, is it really okay for us to contact this outsider without permission, Meow?" A Detel warrior hesitated. "It's okay, Meow. The fire dragon boss won't care about this. Besides, did you see the huge weapon that Elucat is carrying? If we make contact with him, and once we built a good relationship, we can ask him to help us craft weapons from the fire dragon boss's scales. How great would that be, Meow?" At this, the eyes of all the fire dragon Detel warriors suddenly widened. Sounds like a blast. Weapons crafted from the fire dragon boss's scales. Armor crafted from the fire dragon boss's scales. Ornaments crafted from the fire dragon boss's scales. Let's do it, Meow. It's settled. Without a word, a group of deterts mounted their thieves and headed for the location the feline had mentioned. In a simple campsite, the Grand Commander's feline cat, Sita, was polishing the great sword she treasured like a treasure. As a follower cat, Sita's strength is unparalleled among her kind. Even compared to a hunter, she is still considered an elite. As master, so are the follower cats. The Grand Commander is immensely powerful, and his followers who can keep up with him and fight alongside him, they are naturally formidable as well. But this time, after almost 2 months out, the gains have been minimal. The Detels deep in the ancient forest are incredibly exclusive. Even with introductions from Detels outside the forest, the results have been far from ideal. Including the Detel group from 2 days ago, this was the 13th group it had come into contact with. But upon learning of its purpose, their attitude turned immediately cold. It seems the living environment here is far more challenging than that outside the forest. While the Detels living here are generally stronger than those outside, their lives are far more difficult. They're already struggling to take care of themselves, so how could they have the energy to risk their lives rescuing hunters? Sita sighed, watching the guide, Detel, who had been with them for over a month, packing his belongings. It was time for him to return. But the results so far might disappoint the boss. Meow! Meow! The cries of an unfamiliar Detel came from outside the camp. Sita and the guide, Detel, exchanged a glance and hurried out. 5 Detels were seen propped up on their front paws, sitting obediently on the ground, waiting. Behind them, 5 sturdy-looking thief dragons stood guard. Is this the warriors of the Fire Dragon Detel tribe we first encountered? Seeing Zeta emerge, the Fire Dragon Detel warriors immediately stood up and stated the purpose of their visit very directly. If Zeta could help them drive away the Flying Thunder Dragon, they would gain the friendship of their Fire Dragon Detel tribe. Unexpectedly, in the end, the Fire Dragon Detel, who had acted so arrogantly at first, would actually initiate contact. Although there were preconditions for Zeta, it was a good deal. It had finally gained something from its trip, and it could give a good explanation to its boss upon its return. After all, according to the information it had gathered recently, this group of fire dragons, the Detel, lived within the towering ancient tree, forming a vague symbiotic relationship with the fire dragons that inhabited it. Their strength was one of the strongest among the Detel tribes deep within the ancient forest. Gaining their friendship would be of great benefit to future investigations deep within the ancient forest. As for the mission to expel the Thunder Dragon, that wasn't a difficult task for Sita. If it were a monster of the caliber of the Orochi or the Velociraptor, it would have to think carefully. Facing a monster in that niche, it could easily suffer a loss if it wasn't prepared in advance. Luo Yun didn't care about the fire dragons, the Detel, coming into contact with the feline cat Sita. It was a rare occasion for him to go hunting alone. His massive form soared freely through the clouds, occasionally dashing into a flock of pterosaurs, causing them to panic. Seeing them scatter and flee, Luo Yun felt a surge of joy. Beside a lake, Luo Yun found a herd of herbivorous dragons. After a free fall, he landed a precise strike on the fattest of them. After ripping the creature's throat with his sharp claws, Luo Yun eagerly devoured this delicious meal while it was still hot. A lightning bug flew past, its tail flickering like an unstable light bulb, instantly catching Luo Yun's attention. Looking up warily in the distance, he saw the tall, scarred Thunder Wolf dragon leader, holding the carcass of a black wolf bird in his mouth, slowly approaching. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader was like a warrior who had experienced countless battles. Every gesture carried a sense of oppression, as if every muscle was poised to unleash immense power. He gazed at Luo Yun with a blank expression, as if he were looking at a corpse, devoid of any emotion. This look made Luo Yun uncomfortable. For years had passed, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon's unusual movements during this period had made him believe the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader was long dead. To his surprise, not only was it not dead, but it had even managed to kill a black wolf bird without much effort. This creature would have been easy for a male Rathalos, but it was not so easy for a flightless Thunder Wolf Dragon. But the facts were clear. No new wounds had been found on the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, and even the white fur on its back was barely ragged. The belligerent black wolf bird hadn't caused a single commotion in its path. A woof! The howling of wolves echoed from afar. 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons leaped from the high slopes in the distance and charged towards Luo Yun and the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. In a split second, Luo Yun's special ability activated, and the group of Thunder Wolf Dragons following behind him set their sights on him. The next second, Luo Yun decisively took off. This Thunder Wolf Dragon leader gave him a sense of danger in his sixth sense. If the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons followed, his situation would become even more precarious. Watching Luo Yun soar, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader felt no emotion. He was just a decent-looking male fire dragon, nothing to worry about. But then, as his flaming body unfolded, Luo Yun's wings, the end of his tail, and his claws erupted in flames. The surge of energy made the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's eyes widen. In a split second, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader was certain this was the unique being it had been searching for. His previously calm gaze was instantly filled with greed. This look terrified Luo Yun. Such greed was unacceptable in a monster like the Thunder Wolf Dragon. He felt like he was being targeted. Chapter 58. If this pack of Thunder Wolf Dragons had targeted this hunting ground, then with the presence of their leader, who even Luo Yun felt threatened, it wouldn't matter if they avoided it. After all, a fight would consume far more energy than hunting in the next hunting ground. But now, this pack of Thunder Wolf Dragons had clearly set their sights on him, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's gaze made it all clear. From the moment this near-insane greed emerged, it was clear they would fight to the death. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader saw Luo Yun's unique qualities as the key to his survival, and even to his advancement to becoming the Thunder Wolf Dragon King, capable of rivaling the ancient dragons. And Luo Yun would not allow a Thunder Wolf Dragon that made him feel threatened and had already shown deep hostility to survive. As if in tacit agreement, Luo Yun and the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader roared at each other, their bodies instantly engulfed in flames, and the temperature around them gradually rose under the dragon-shaped flames. Almost simultaneously, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader gathered enough lightning bugs to enter a supercharged state. Golden and blue lightning intertwined between its expanded charging shell and its white, charged fur. Its horns, far larger than those of ordinary Thunder Wolf Dragons, glowed a brilliant golden hue from the abundant electrical current. Clad in lightning armor, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's every movement was filled with thunder, emanating an aura of violence and cruelty. He could enter a supercharged state without charging, and the amount of lightning bugs and electrical current gathered on his body far surpassed that of his fellow kin. He truly lived up to his title as the leader of the Thunder Wolf Dragon clan of the ancient tree forest. Unfortunately, while its current form remains powerful, compared to 4 years ago, when its carapace was transforming into a golden color, maintaining a near-constant supercharged state, and appearing only one step away from becoming the king of Thunder Wolf Dragons, it has undoubtedly weakened considerably. The injuries sustained over the years could not be healed even with the life energy of the ancient tree region. A fading warrior? For some reason, Luo Yun conjured this image. Gazing at the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons still advancing, Luo Yun decided to dispatch them first. A pair of flaming wings streaked through the air, like a flaming meteor streaking across the sky. These past 4 years haven't only seen a change in size. As its strength has grown, the bonuses from its acceleration trait have become even more terrifying. With a single flap of its wings, it actually created a sonic boom. On the ground, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader immediately understood Luo Yun's intentions as he moved. Stimulated by the lightning, his muscles strengthened dramatically. With a roar of thunder, he drew a straight line of light across the earth, and then rushed towards the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons. Losing their altitude and diving low, their mere passing ignited the dry grass below. Watching Luo Yun charging towards them, the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons didn't stubbornly charge forward to confront him head-on. A normal male fire dragon swooping prey is dangerous enough, let alone this unique species, its entire body ablaze with flames. During their time following the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader in their search for special monsters, they had become well aware of the immense strength of these special individuals. Just like their leader, they defied common sense. Thus, the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons decisively dispersed, forming a pincer formation to keep watch over each other. If anyone came under attack, the others would be ready to provide immediate support. The idea was good. It was clear these Thunder Wolf Dragons were disciplined and coordinated well. However, their approach only applied to normal situations. Luo Yun's dive wasn't intended as a predatory attack. The distance between these Thunder Wolf Dragons was such that a single massive explosion in their center would be enough to severely damage them. ZZ. The sound of electricity was faint, but Luo Yun could still clearly hear it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 2 golden balls of lightning flung out by the charging Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, one on the left and one on the right, flanking him. Luo Yun turned, halting his dive, and ascended again at high speed. The 2 balls of lightning collided at the turning point of Luo Yun's ascent, exploding instantly. A terrifying golden lightning bolt reduced the weeds to ash, leaving a scorched earth. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had no idea Luo Yun's intentions, but it had already predicted his landing point and decisively launched its attack. Blocked by this attack, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader successfully reunited with his men. Needless to say, under the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's protection, the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons decisively began to charge, entering a supercharged state. Luo Yun, whose attack was halted, felt no strangeness in his heart, merely a hint of surprise at the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's keen insight. Gazing at the 4 Thunder Wolf Dragons below, his heart remained calm. In this open field, what if there were 4 Thunder Wolf Dragons? Even if one had once transformed into an ancient dragon-level creature, so what? If he wasn't immediately dispatched, the outcome of this battle would have been determined from the outset. If it were an ordinary male Rathalos, with its limited flammable material stored in its flame sac, it would either exhaust its flames, engage in low-altitude combat, and be torn to pieces by the Thunder Wolf Dragons, or retreat in disgrace. But he was different. The swirling flames rapidly gathered toward his mouth. Inject. Compress. Even without the fire dragon fluid, the flame still took on a bluish-purple hue under extreme compression. When the flame's temperature was about to reach their limit, Luo Yun decisively released them. The compressed flames rapidly expanded in the air, like a second sun, their scorching heat palpable from afar. Ouch! With the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's howl, the other 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons quickly retreated without a word. A multitude of lightning bugs and lightning balls scattered in response to the howl, forming a vast lightning net centered around the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. Then, a dazzling flash of lightning completely enveloped the area, colliding with the massive fireball with a roar. Instantly, the ground shook, and vast swathes of land within the surrounding lightning zone were lifted. The shockwave from the explosion tilted distant trees, sending shattered leaves billowing through the air. At the edge of the smoke, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader burst out, panting heavily. The golden lightning wrapped around his body had noticeably diminished, and his white, electrified fur was a tangled mess, slightly charred. I had thought that Luo Yun, having launched this attack, might pause, needing time to recover. Instead, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader discovered that Luo Yun was now continuously spewing explosive fireballs from the sky, bombarding the ground. The 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons dodged in panic, but the vast expanse of space left them with nowhere to hide. Unconstrained by the terrain, Luo Yun's aerial superiority was fully displayed. Chapter 59. The rhythm of this battle was in Luo Yun's hands from the outset. Unable to fly, and lacking sufficient ranged attack methods, their numerical advantage was a joke against flying creatures with ample ranged attack capabilities. I never heard of a barbarian armed with a club being able to shoot down an airplane. Through continuous fire bombardments, he successfully took advantage of the moment when the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader was fighting against the charged fireball, and scattered the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons. At this point, his acceleration had reached a sufficient level, and with a beautiful backflip, he drew a graceful arc through the air. Focusing intently, he easily dodged the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack and circled behind it. His sharp claws, laced with flames, quickly tore at the Thunder Wolf Dragon's back, removing a large piece of fur and igniting the flames. Without the barrier of fur, the flames burned through the flesh, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon writhed on the ground in agony. Its nimble wings twitched slightly, raising its body as if anticipating it. Its claws, lashed with lightning, slashed beneath its feet. Luo Yun wasn't greedy, and, driven by the wind's pressure, soared once more into the air. The scales on his chest gradually turned a crimson red, and the flames on his wings and tail began to die. Will you save this Thunder Wolf Dragon, or abandon it and continue to evade? With that previous strike, Luo Yun had every chance of killing the Thunder Wolf Dragon. But how could a dead Thunder Wolf Dragon compare to a wounded one? Flames billowed, consuming the air with an all-consuming aura, engulfing the small area beneath his feet. A powerful exhale of fan-shaped fire transformed his feet into a sea of blaze, engulfing the Thunder Wolf Dragons that had rushed to protect their injured companions, as well as the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader who had just rushed over to interrupt Luo Yun's attack. Amid such flames, even the surrounding trees began to wither. A nearby puddle began to boil, and a wisp of mist gathered over the stream. Ever since that sniper battle with the Mist Dragon, Luo Yun's long-hidden fear of insufficient firepower had been fully awakened. If he hadn't lacked the ability to attack at a wide range, he wouldn't have been so restrained against the Mist Dragon. Thus, both the previous compressed explosive fireball and the current fan-shaped fire were the fruits of Luo Yun's years of hard work. Although the range wasn't very large, that was only in comparison to the ancient dragon. Compared to an ordinary battle-hardened fire dragon, his fan-shaped fire, while maintaining the same flame temperature and pressure, expanded 3 times. This fan-shaped fire spurted for a full half-minute, only stopping when Luo Yun's flame bag sensed the pressure. As the flames receded, the area covered by the fan-shaped fire had become a scorched earth, with even the rocks showing signs of crystallization. The charred corpses of 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons lay piled together, as if they were protecting something with their lives. As flashes of lightning exploded, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging unstoppably towards the distant forest. Even if they're still alive? Although he knew from the outset that this level of attack wouldn't easily defeat the enemy, his initial goal was to gather the Thunder Wolf Dragons together by surrounding them and attacking their reinforcements, using this fan of fire to severely injure the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. Unexpectedly, the 3 Thunder Wolf Dragons used their bodies as shields, protecting the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader from serious injury. Not wanting to give it a chance to escape, Luo Yun flapped his wings and immediately gave chase. But the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, intent on escaping, used all his strength to activate the electric current in his muscles. With nothing on the ground to hinder him, he reached maximum speed. Luo Yun unleashed a barrage of fireballs in the air, each one nimbly dodged. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader now looked like a streak of swift yellow lightning. Simple ranged attacks were no longer enough to halt its flight. As a last resort, Luo Yun squeezed his flame bag once more, enveloping his entire body in flames. Lovely stars soaring into the sky, anticipating the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's trajectory, the massive fireball plummeted. At this swooping speed, Luo Yun couldn't even turn quickly. Like a falling meteor, it slammed into the ground, scorching with flames. But at that moment, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, as if possessing the same foresight as Luo Yun, sensed the danger. At the critical moment, he suddenly changed direction. Lightning and flames intertwined, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. With a muffled cry of pain, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, his burned body, struggled to maintain his supercharged state and burst through the thick smoke, bursting into the forest in a few leaps. As Luo Yun flapped his wings to disperse the smoke around him, he saw the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader disappear into the forest. Reluctantly, he chased after it, circling above the trees. Unfortunately, the trees were too dense, their large leaves obscuring his view. The forest would greatly restrict its flight capabilities. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had veered away from the center of the impact, and used its own lightning to disperse some of the flames, so its injuries were not as severe as they appeared. In this situation, rushing in rashly would likely lead to disaster, and one might be ambushed by the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. The combat effectiveness of the male fire dragon once it landed was even inferior to that of the female fire dragon, a stark difference in physiological structure. After landing, he could only curl his toes to maintain balance, unable to even sprint, let alone engage in land combat. Even Luo Yun was no exception. After circling for a while, finding no trace of the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, Luo Yun roared in frustration and decisively flew towards the ancient tree. He was going to shake the dragon. Male fire dragons weren't good at land combat, but female fire dragons were. In short, he wouldn't allow such a dangerous enemy to live in the same area as him. In the forest, beneath a tall vine platform, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's eyes, red, watched Luo Yun retreat through the leaves. Beyond anger, its gaze concealed a deep greed. Yes! This was what it had been searching for all this time. The feeling of impending death made it increasingly terrified, and under this pressure, it also became increasingly frantic. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader didn't believe his own strength was inferior to Luo Yun's. Having seen far greater sights, and having once been just half a step away from completing a life transformation, he refused to accept his fate. Given Luo Yun's strength, He was undoubtedly inhabiting the upper canopy of the ancient tree. There, the intertwined canopy made it difficult for flightless creatures to move, and a single mistake would have them fall. Therefore, the flying fire dragon naturally held a clear advantage. However, the tangled web of branches also limited the fire dragon's ability to maneuver, though it wouldn't allow it to soar freely as it would in open areas. Thus, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader made a desperate decision. Time was running out. There was no time to set bait or ambush. It was about to strike. Summoning the remaining Thunder Wolf Dragons in the ancient tree area, it launched a final war against the upper levels of the ancient tree. It would hunt this special fire dragon within the canopy, extract its dragon jade, and complete its transformation. At this point, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader no longer cared whether his ideas were correct, nor whether he could truly complete his transformation after consuming the dragon jade. The approaching death had made it impossible for him to calm down and think. He had to seize every opportunity. Even if the ultimate outcome was still death, he was willing to take it. He had no other choice. Back in the ancient tree's lair, Luo Yun had no idea that the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had reached such a frenzy that a war between fire dragons and Thunder Wolf Dragons was about to begin because of him. He hurriedly woke Yaji from her nap and flew out with her, explaining everything along the way. The purpose of this trip was to try to find the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader and completely eliminate him. Chapter 60. Luo Yun and Yaji searched for 2 full days, even circling the Thunder Wolf Dragon's current territory twice, but they were unable to locate the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. The only time they detected their presence, they discovered a group of Thunder Wolf Dragons hiding in the woods before they even landed. Among the Thunder Wolf Dragons he observed alone, there were even 2 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf Dragons. It was clearly a trap. Ants can kill elephants, especially in a dense forest, a difficult environment. Therefore, Luo Yun decisively retreated with Yaji. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had not been found, but the 2 days of searching had given him a sense of something amiss. The Thunder Wolf Dragons, which had been scattered throughout the ancient tree area, were once again converging on this territory. The number of ordinary Thunder Wolf Dragons he had spotted alone exceeded 20, all hidden in the woods. Every time Luo Yun and Yaji passed through the sky, they stared at them with icy eyes until they completely disappeared from sight. The search proved fruitless, so they returned to the ancient tree's lair and instructed the fire dragon Rathalos to keep a close eye on the Thunder Wolf Dragons in the forest, and to actively contact other detail tribes to find the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. 3 more days passed like this. In the lower levels of the ancient tree forest, within a semi-enclosed forest surrounded by trees and vines and bordered by an undercurrent, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader crouched on the highest boulder. Beneath the boulder, 5 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf Dragons of astonishing size were tearing into their prey, devouring it with voracious gulps. At this time, within this dense forest, sturdy Thunder Wolf Dragons gathered in groups of 2 or 3 in corners, while swarms of lightning bugs danced in the gloom. These were the only remaining Thunder Wolf Dragons the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had been able to gather in the ancient tree region over the past 2 days. The rest had either died after the previous disbanding or left the area. Although their numbers were insufficient, they were unwilling to wait any longer. The injuries from Luo Yun's flames had now healed, and it was time to begin the war. This was their last chance. Either they would survive the battle, or die in it. There were no other options. With a long roar from the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, they led the charge out of the dense forest, followed closely by 5 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf Dragons, and the remaining Thunder Wolf Dragons. From every corner of the forest, ordinary Thunder Wolf Dragons continued to join the group as the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader ran. By the time they had broken free from their territory, they had formed a massive force, estimated to be no fewer than 60. The ancient tree region was vast, and 60 Thunder Wolf Dragons scattered would not cause much trouble. But when they gathered as one, no creature dared to stand in their way. They were filled with fighting spirit, a fierce determination to fight to the death. From the moment their tribes split and voluntarily remained in the ancient tree area, their existence had a single purpose: to sacrifice everything for their leader, the Thunder Wolf Dragon, to break through his own limits and find a glimmer of hope for continued life. This battle might be the end of their lives, but no Thunder Wolf Dragon would retreat. On a vine platform west of the middle level of the ancient tree area, a flying Thunder Dragon slept peacefully, clinging to a branch, savoring this rare moment of leisure. 5 fire dragon deter warriors, mounted on thief dragons, quietly approached and quickly located their target. Sita dismounted from a thief dragon. She hadn't expected riding one in the ancient forest to be so convenient. She had also sought advice from the fire dragon detail on how to communicate with thief dragons. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to have a natural talent for it. Even with Detel's personal guidance, she could only soothe the thief dragons. She couldn't even mount them, or even command them to fight for her. In the end, she had to share a ride with one of the fire dragons, Detel, and arrived here under the thief dragon's resentful gaze. Is this the target? Sita observed the flying thunder dragon closely. Based on its size, it looked like a standard flying thunder dragon, though its scales were a bit damaged and its hair was uneven in length, suggesting it had been attacked recently. In short, it was a monster she could handle. Meow. Wait a minute. The fire dragon Detel warrior stopped Sita, who was about to draw his great sword and sneak up to give the thunder dragon a surprise wake-up call. Facing the thunder dragon's puzzled gaze, the fire dragon Detel warrior deftly set a vine trap beneath the thunder dragon, then gave Sita a look, signaling it was time to act. Well, utilizing traps is a must-have skill for a good hunter. But after so many years with the Grand Master, and with the Grand Master's fighting style, Sita had almost forgotten about traps. When encountering a monster to hunt, after preparing in advance, grab your weapons and charge in. This has been the fighting style of Sita and the Grand Master for years. Twisting its body, much larger than that of an ordinary phalanx, it swiftly climbed in front of the thunder dragon. Watching the thunder dragon's nose twitch, as if sensing a strange scent and about to awaken, Sita decisively drew his sword and slashed. The heavy sword slashed across the thunder dragon's forehead, breaking its scales and splattering crimson blood. Just by the sound, he knew this was a good start. The intense pain startled the thunder dragon awake, and it instinctively attacked, biting forward. Sita nimbly leaped from the branch, rolled, and sheathed his sword, dodging the thunder dragon's roaring pursuit. The next second, the vine trap was triggered. The specially crafted, resilient vine net entangled the thunder dragon, knocking it off balance. The waiting fire dragon Detel warrior quickly stepped forward, commanding the thief dragon to tightly grasp the vines on both sides, trapping the frantic thunder dragon and delaying its escape. Sita slashed with his sword again, striking the thunder dragon's jaw. As the thunder dragon roared in pain, he silenced it with a powerful Iron Mountain lean strike. He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and began to gather strength. Two poison boomerangs struck the thunder dragon's wounds with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to briefly freeze from the poison and buying Sita time. Just as the thunder dragon struggled frantically, the vines began to break. Sita's power was complete. The first strike barely made the sound of a blade slicing through scales, causing little damage. Just as the thunder dragon successfully lifted its head and freed itself from the vines, Sita's momentum allowed him to follow with his second strike. Turning over, he used all his strength to propel the massive blade forward, striking the thunder dragon's upper body with a powerful force. With this strike, large swathes of scales on the thunder dragon's chest exploded, tearing through flesh and even revealing the bones beneath. Chapter 61. The thunder dragon's body swung heavily, sliding helplessly down the vine's edge. The fire dragon Detel warriors followed closely behind, riding their thieves and leaping down the platform's edge, pursuing the thunder dragon. Below the platform was a connection between the lower and upper levels of the ancient tree area. Just after the Detels landed, before they could even check on the thunder dragon, they heard the distant sound of a dense swarm of giant beasts running. Meow. Sounds like there are a lot of monsters. Retreat. As fire dragon Detel warriors, who had been out on the move for years, they were incredibly experienced. Calling Sita, who had also jumped down, to ride on the thieves, they quickly climbed up a nearby tree trunk and hid among the branches. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the fire dragon Detels, a large number of thunder wolf dragons rushed over, ignoring even the thunder dragons that hadn't had time to get up from the ground, and rushed out of the connection like a tide. The poor flying thunder dragon still had a breath left, having survived the fire dragon Deter's pursuit, but perished under the trampling of the thunder wolf dragon. This direction? These thunder wolf dragons seemed to be targeting the upper levels of the ancient tree. Meow. Through the gaps between the branches, the fire dragon Deter warriors observed the thunder wolf dragon's movement and determined their target. Oh no! Are these thunder wolf dragons going to start another war? These fire dragon Deter cats had all experienced the events of the Mist Dragon incident, and were well aware of the interethnic wars that had occurred after the thunder wolf dragons migrated here. The thunder wolf dragon's posture clearly showed malicious intent. If this wasn't a new war, then what was their intention? It couldn't be that he was planning to reminisce with the fire dragons. No! Let's go back. The fire dragons, Detels, quickly jumped off the branches and urged the thief dragon to sprint in the other direction. Because of their small size, they didn't need to take the main road. The smaller path was much closer. Meow. War is coming. Go ahead. We find you afterward. The fire dragon detail warrior carrying Sita paused, addressed Sita, and urged her to leave. Woo! I go with you. Perhaps I can be of some help. As a hunting cat, although Sita still bore the title of a follower cat, everyone in the first group treated her as a hunting cat. A war between monsters, she had never heard of it before, let alone witnessed it. She didn't want to miss such a scene. As for danger, no hunter fears it. Seeing Sita's insistence, the fire dragon detail warrior didn't refuse, urging the thief dragon to catch up with her companions. The weather was beautiful today. Luo Yuan and Yaji had been basking in the sun in the treetops outside their nests since returning from hunting. They were still unaware of what had happened when they heard the roar of a fire dragon from the other side. The attack by the thunder wolf dragons was sudden. A fire dragon, residing at the base of the treetops, had just returned, and before it could land safely, it was pounced upon by a thunder wolf dragon that appeared out of nowhere. Immediately following, a group of thunder wolf dragons rushed out, attacking it mercilessly with lightning and thunder. With only a roar to utter, and before it could even fight back, the unfortunate fire dragon was swept away by the tide of thunder wolf dragons. Fortunately, this roar successfully alerted the fire dragons in the ancient tree. Hearing the sound, the male fire dragons fled their lairs and saw a dense swarm of thunder wolf dragons, led by their leader, a cloak of blue and gold lightning, swiftly charging down the slope toward the top of the ancient tree. This blatant attack infuriated the fire dragons. Amidst roars, the fire dragons flapped their wings without a word and charged forward. Luo Yun and Yaji were among them. He immediately spotted the thunder wolf dragon leader. He decisively blasted a fireball in greeting. The thunder wolf dragon leader, naturally, also noticed Luo Yun. His eyes blazed, but he didn't lose his composure. He nimbly dodged the other fire dragon's swooping attacks, and continued his charge toward the canopy. His minions took over the fire dragon's fight, shielding their leader's charge. The battle-hardened thunder wolf dragons, in particular, decisively entered a supercharged state, surrounding the thunder wolf dragon leader to clear obstacles. Watching the thunder wolf dragon leader charging, his gaze constantly flickering to him, Luo Yun understood that this was coming for him. How deep was their hatred? They had actually started a war between species. Although the fire dragons had experienced the Mist Dragon incident, some of the battle-hardened fire dragon couples had followed the Black Flame King to the Dragon Crystal Land, and 2 more groups had perished in the subsequent Mist Dragon ambush. But the remaining battle-hardened fire dragons, plus those that had returned over the years, and those that had recently joined, their overall strength was undoubtedly stronger than the Thunder Wolf dragons, whose numbers had been dwindling since the split. Unable to understand the Thunder Wolf dragon leader's thinking, Luo Yun, watching his back, showed no fear and decisively ignited flames, chasing after him. The 5 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf dragons guarding the Thunder Wolf dragon leader were quickly stopped by the battle-hardened fire dragons. Aji had originally planned to pursue the Thunder Wolf dragon leader with Luo Yun, but only 3 battle-hardened fire dragons remained in the ancient tree. At Luo Yun's cry, Yaji reluctantly stopped flying and turned toward the battle-hardened Thunder Wolf dragons. Although he didn't know the Thunder Wolf dragon leader's motive, the upper reaches of the ancient tree were the home turf of the fire dragons. Luo Yun had no reason to worry. Since they were targeting him, he had to fight them again. This time, he wouldn't let them escape. In the canopy, the Thunder Wolf dragon leader leaped out of the main path with lightning speed, nimbly leaping from thick branches within the canopy. He quickly landed on a small platform made of branches and vines, calmly gazing at Luo Yun as he pursued him. The canopy area had a complex terrain, with branches suitable for large monsters to climb, as well as small, undulating platforms. The poisonous demon bird once lived in this area. When Luo Yun followed him in, he seemed to understand the Thunder Wolf dragon leader's intentions. The upper levels of the ancient tree were indeed the fire dragon's home turf. Here, the fire dragon possessed the ability to fly and had no fear of falling. However, within the dense canopy, the branches and vines prevented its free flight, significantly limiting its ability to use techniques like breathing. While the Thunder Wolf dragon leader couldn't move as swiftly as on flat ground and still faced the risk of falling, the terrain at least gave it a chance to attack Luo Yun. Is that what you're planning? Luo Yun's pupils were cold, but he showed no sign of retreat. His fighting spirit was intensifying. This terrain, with its limitations on both sides, undoubtedly narrowed the gap in strength between the two. With 2 simultaneous roars, the battle between Luo Yun and the Thunder Wolf dragon leader began once again. Chapter 62. The Thunder Wolf dragon leader leaped and darted between the platform and the branches, creating streaks of lightning. Luo Yun's wings, blazing with flames, fluttered freely. Despite the complex terrain, As a male fire dragon from the New World, with an extra wing bone, he could control his flight trajectory with greater precision and ease, avoiding any chance of getting stuck or being unable to extend his wings even in this environment. A golden ball of lightning flew from the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's back, its lightning bug snaking through narrow gaps, circling blind spots, and darting towards Luo Yun from a highly cunning angle. In response, Luo Yun's scales on his back blazed with burning flames. As the ball of lightning approached, it exploded with a bang, the impact of the explosion detonating the ball in midair. Without a pause, he continued to fly through the branches, changing positions, searching for the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's weakness. Ziz! Lightning and flames flashed past, and with a leap, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader fainted before returning, its claws, laced with lightning, slamming down hard on Luo Yun's wings. Alas, this feint was detected by the mind's eye, and the force of its muscles betrayed its intention. Luo Yun dodged in advance, causing the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's deceptive attack to miss. He then flapped his wings and followed closely, swinging his tail to strike the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's back. But then, as if it had eyes on its back, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader also dodged in advance. After dodging with a sideways leap, lightning exploded from its thick tail, and another lightning-laden tail swept across. Luo Yun repeated his old trick, dodging as his body produced a large amount of flammable liquid, causing another explosion and widening the distance between the two. Coincidence? Luo Yun wasn't sure whether the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's preemptive dodge was due to years of combat experience, an instinctive evasion after a missed attack, or whether it had anticipated its own attack. It's possible that a unique individual like the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader has developed some strange specializations. Little did he know that the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader was also puzzled. Not only had his feint been seen through, but even the trajectory of his subsequent attack had been discerned, and Luo Yun had even managed to anticipate and counterattack. This almost instinctive ability to predict the future was the result of countless life-or-death battles, gradually gained through its vast combat experience. How did Luo Yun, a seemingly adult male fire dragon, manage to do this? Unconvinced, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader attacked again. The two dragons chased each other through the treetops, constantly switching positions. But what was strange about this battle was that while the surrounding environment was under constant attack, actual collisions between them were rare. It was as if each saw through the other's attacks, and every evasion and counterattack was a prelude to the next. Only when the terrain prevented a complete evasion would physical contact occur. This won't work. This won't work. Luo Yun and the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader thought to themselves. After fighting to this point, Luo Yun had confirmed that the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader indeed possessed an ability similar to his mind's eye. However, the difference between them was that Luo Yun's senses were heightened, allowing him to observe meticulously, and then react accordingly. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader lacked this kind of observational ability. It simply relied on instinct and experience, instinctively executing evasive maneuvers. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader was now growing anxious. He had originally thought that by limiting Luo Yun's flight and breath abilities, he could easily defeat him in close combat. Unexpectedly, Luo Yun's close combat skills were no less impressive than his own. Looking at the many damaged and shattered platforms around him, his footholds were dwindling. Furthermore, in this war, the Thunder Wolf Dragons were outnumbered, and the Thunder Wolf Dragons were risking their lives to buy him time. If Luo Yun wasn't eliminated quickly, once his minions were eliminated and he was surrounded, he would be doomed. Bang! Another fireball flew towards him. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader dodged by leaping onto another branch. The branch he had been standing on burst into flames, then cracked with a crackling sound as it buckled under the weight. Luo Yun couldn't destroy the larger branches quickly, but the smaller ones were no problem. He consciously compressed the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's movement space. Luo Yun glided forward and continued to engage it. Suddenly, as the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader leaped onto a large platform, it stumbled, the arcs of electricity entwined around its body instantly dispersing. Lightning insects flew out from its electrified fur, as if an old injury had relapsed. This sudden weakness caused its body to pause for a moment, and then it unexpectedly withdrew from its supercharged state. Luo Yun, naturally, would not miss such an opportunity. He flapped his wings and rushed forward. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, suppressing his weakness, threw two balls of lightning in an attempt to stop Luo Yun's charge. But Luo Yun could clearly see the trajectory of the two lightning balls, and he easily dodged them with a slight sideways movement. After changing direction to avoid the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's bite, he successfully circled behind it. His flaming claws grasped the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's back, the sharp tips piercing the scales and digging into the flesh. Just as he was about to lift it up, A powerful electric current struck him. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had unexpectedly entered a supercharged state, and this current was transmitted directly through Luo Yun's claws into his body. A sudden numbness washed over him. "You've been tricked." The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, enduring the pain, frantically increased the power. Even though the battery shell was ruptured by the claws, it would also take the damage from the current, and it showed no sign of stopping. But this was the quickest way it could think of to end the battle. Fake a flaw, pretend a relapse of an old injury, and then injure the enemy 1,000 times while inflicting 800 casualties on itself. Fire dragons aren't very resistant to lightning. Yes, fire dragons aren't very resistant to lightning. But is the Thunder Wolf Dragon's resistance to fire very high? Sometimes, the hunter disguised as prey can become the prey itself. Little do they know that even clever prey can camouflage themselves. Flammable liquids burn in small quantities, but if they suddenly surge, they explode. A large amount of flammable venom injected from its claws into the Thunder Wolf Dragon's back muscles, ignited by the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's own electrical current. Instantly, it exploded, accompanied by a painful wail. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's back was tattered and shattered, with large splatters of flesh and blood. This time, he had truly emerged from his supercharged state. Strike him while he's weak. He endured the numbness and soreness of the current in his body, igniting the pain in his claws, which were cracked and bleeding. He snatched up the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader and, in its final desperate struggle, knowing its fate, he forcibly carried it to a gap above the treetops. Without hesitation, he released his grip and watched as the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's body passed through the canopy, powerlessly free-falling through the sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yun retracted his wings and dived down. He wanted to see it die before his eyes. Chapter 63. The Thunder Wolf Dragon leader plummeted through the air at a rapid speed. Perhaps resigned to its fate, it made no further struggle, allowing its body to free fall. Luo Yun swooped down, his gaze fixed on the leader. He waited until the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader broke through the thin branches and crashed into the lower layers of the ancient tree with a dull thud. Then Luo Yun dove in, creating a gust of wind and hovering low over the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's body. At this point, half of the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's body was embedded in the earth. At this altitude, even an ancient dragon-level creature would be in trouble, let alone one already severely injured. Looking at the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader spewing blood, its blood covering the ground, its remaining lightning bugs scattered, Luo Yun decided to finish it off with a single blow of fire. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and tiny electric currents streaked across his scales. Luo Yun suddenly recalled the behavior of certain special Thunder Wolf dragons in his previous life when they died. He flapped his wings rapidly, quickly gaining altitude and moving away from the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's corpse. The next second, an explosion resembling the roar of thunder erupted, violent electric currents striking the nearby plants, a dazzling light completely illuminating the dark lower area. His. It hurts. It hurts so much. Although he had managed to escape in time, the electric current blast was so fast that a portion of the end of his tail was still affected. The fire dragon's shell was poorly resistant to lightning, and Luo Yun's tail burned with pain, even breaking several of its spines. The lightning dissipated, revealing the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's carapace, which had turned grayish-white. The blood in the wounds opened by the fall had evaporated completely, and a pungent, meaty aroma emanated from his body. How much energy does this guy's battery shell normally hold? He was already dead, yet he still resorted to such a move. If he hadn't dodged quickly, this blow, while not fatal, would have certainly left him seriously injured. After confirming that the guy was completely dead, Luo Yun turned and flew towards the top of the ancient tree, where the battle was still raging. As Luo Yun left, a flock of abominations, scented by the scent of blood, slowly arrived. When they pounced on the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader, its once hard shell shattered at the first contact, turning to ash and falling to the ground. The flesh within was like charred jerky, not only tough, but also inedible for even the abominations, who ultimately gave up. When Luo Yun returned to the upper levels of the ancient tree, he immediately located Yaji. She fought 2 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf dragons alone, holding her own. Although she herself had sustained some serious injuries, the 2 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf dragons were in a far worse state. One of them was knocked out of its supercharged state by her blow, one of its forelimbs visibly broken and completely crippled. Another was poisoned, the blood oozing from its wound now tinged with purple. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it was doomed. Luo Yun's loud roar announced his arrival. The Thunder Wolf dragons understood the significance of Luo Yun's appearance, and the fighting spirit plummeted. The fire dragons, however, stepped up their attack as if energized, forcing the already weak and struggling Thunder Wolf dragons into retreat. After Luo Yun's display, he boosted the morale of the fire dragons and immediately joined the fray, joining forces with Aji to begin a new slaughter. Inside the ancient tree, a group of fire dragon deter engaged in a desperate struggle. A common Thunder Wolf dragon was trapped on a large platform by a vine trap. The fire dragon deter threw poison spears and boomerangs from a distance, but unfortunately, their weapons lacked enough cutting power to penetrate the Thunder Wolf dragon's defenses. Meow! Everyone cheer up. We set so many traps here over the years, just for this moment. For Fire Dragon Boss. Calling a horn, with a fire dragon claw strapped to his head as a decoration, the fire dragon deter cheered on his companions and directed the deter with his horn. The Thunder Wolf dragon struggled frantically, using its claws and teeth to break through the vines entangled around it. Before it even touched the ground, a fire dragon deter threw out a small cage. Inside the cage was a large number of glitter wings. Shut your eyes, meow. Like a flash grenade, a flash of light turned the entire platform white. Caught off guard, the Thunder Wolf dragon's eyes stung with pain, blinded by the sudden flash. Pain and panic, the Thunder Wolf dragon launched a frantic attack, stepping on a vine trap once again and becoming entangled. Kill! Meow! Sita witnessed this scene as she followed the fire dragon deter warrior from the path. The Thunder Wolf dragon clutched its eyes tightly with its claws and howled, its body entangled in a web of vines. A swarm of fire dragon deter rushed forward, wielding bone weapons, attacking the Thunder Wolf dragon, which had temporarily lost its ability to resist. But in Sita's eyes, the fire dragon deter's weapons were too outdated. Even with their full strength, they could barely break through the scales. Get out of the way, meow. At that moment, a slightly larger fire dragon deter burst out from the nearby wall, holding aloft a bomb made from the husk of some fruit. After its companions dodged it below, it hurled it directly at the Thunder Wolf dragon's head. The moment the Thunder Wolf dragon barely regained its sight and released its front claws, the bomb exploded, coincidentally causing massive damage. Meow meow meow! Charge! The fire dragon deter dragon warrior, riding a thief dragon, charged forward. Sita tried to follow, but was held back by another fire dragon deter. Don't go, meow. You're not familiar with the traps here. You only hold us back, meow. Seeing that this fire dragon deter dragon didn't seem to be joking, Sita released her grip on the hilt of her sword, nodded coldly, and quietly watched from the side. Under Sita's watchful eye, the Thunder Wolf dragon stumbled into a trap almost every 3 steps. After exhausting its energy to break free, it was immediately rewarded with a flaming winged insect combo. Even if it managed to close its eyes in time, it would still fall into the next trap in its panic. This repetitive pattern not only consumed a great deal of physical strength, but was also a tremendous mental torture. The fire dragon detel's attacks were admittedly weak, but most of their weapons were poisoned. This mixture of various toxins, including the venom bestowed by Aki, was becoming increasingly difficult for even the Thunder Wolf dragon after repeated use. After once again spotting the fire dragon detel's about to unleash a flaming winged insect, the Thunder Wolf dragon could no longer withstand the torture. With its eyes bloodshot and red, it limped away at a rapid speed, ignoring the fire dragon detel's attacks. Seeing this, the fire dragon detels cheered excitedly. They successfully pinned down and repelled a Thunder Wolf dragon, contributing their own share of the battle. This was a Thunder Wolf dragon. In all the years of the fire dragon deter's existence, there had never been such a victory. Chapter 64. Meow. Are you done? Amid the cheers of the fire dragon detels, a detel with a somewhat messy-looking fur squeezed through a gap in the platform, followed closely by 4 more detels. This newly appeared detel, like the fire dragon detels, wore a fire dragon scale ornament around its neck. But Sita immediately noticed a difference. The fire dragon detel's scale ornaments were perfectly smooth, flawless, and gleamed with a metallic texture in the sunlight. The fire dragon scales on this detel's neck, however, appeared dull and aged. In contrast, one was brand new, while the other had been discarded by the factory after being discarded due to age. We're done, meow. What's going on outside? Did we win? The fire dragon detel commander, who had previously held the horn, leaped down from the wall and asked with some concern. We won. Those Thunder Wolf dragons have begun to retreat, and some fire dragons are still pursuing them. The detel glanced enviously at the ornaments on Commander Fire Dragon Detel's head, and quickly replied. This tribe also lived on the ancient tree, albeit in the canopy near the tree's summit. In recent years, they had seen their neighbor, the Fire Dragon Detel, enjoying an increasingly prosperous life after pledging allegiance to a powerful fire dragon couple. They were envious. So, after brazenly learning from fire dragon deter, they followed his example and began to interact with other fire dragon couples. Because of the precedent set by Luo Yuan and the others, the fire dragon couple in the ancient tree did not expel the deters who approached them with good intentions. With a non-committal attitude, no resistance, and no responsibility, they allowed the deter to clean their nests, rebuild their reservoirs, and remove their shed scales. The only thing they offered in return was the occasional scraps of leftover food they brought back when they were in a good mood. Even this gesture from the fire dragon couple made the deter feel ecstatic. The fact that the fire dragon couple no longer held hostility towards them greatly guaranteed their survival. At least in the upper levels of the ancient trees, they no longer had to hide in hiding. With the fire dragons blocking their way, as long as the fire dragons survived extinction, they wouldn't face too much danger. Not to mention, they occasionally received a corresponding reward. Although the treatment wasn't as good as that of the fire dragon deter, at the suggestion of a clever deter member of this deter tribe, they expanded their service area, taking on the services of nearly 10 fire dragon couples near the treetops. Although each family earned a little, it was a bit of a struggle, but it was finally enough to meet the daily needs of the entire tribe. Luo Yuan never imagined that, because of the precedent he had set, a new symbiotic relationship would emerge within the upper layers of the ancient tree, and so far, it seemed quite stable. Sita, listening to the deter's conversation, felt a pang of itch. At this moment, not only did she want to go out and see what the battle between the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Fire Dragon would look like, she also wanted to discuss with these deters how they had achieved a symbiotic relationship with such a ferocious and arrogant monster as the Fire Dragon. Are all the cats in these new worlds so wild? After learning from the deters about the situation outside the tree, the Fire Dragon deters were filled with pride. Did you see that? It was their own Fire Dragon boss, who proved to be so powerful. Once again, he was the one who averted the crisis. Now that the war was over, they didn't linger here any longer. They kindly took Zeta to a hidden location outside to investigate the situation. The fire dragons were still on edge, and their emotions were volatile. Even they wouldn't want to recklessly wander around in front of these fire dragons, so they just hid and watched. Luo Yuan leaned against Yaji and gently licked her wounds. Fighting one against two powerful, battle-hardened Thunder Wolf dragons, and engaging in hand-to-hand combat, Yaji sustained many wounds, but thankfully, none were particularly deep and would heal with time. This battle nearly wiped out the Thunder Wolf dragons. None of the 5 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf dragons survived. Aside from a few ordinary Thunder Wolf dragons at the bottom, who managed to escape, the rest of them died. Of course, the fire dragons suffered heavy losses. Despite their numerical advantage, they still lost 8, and almost every one of the remaining ones was injured. At this point, the male and female fire dragons, having lost their mates, wailed in agony around their mates' corpses. The male fire dragons were fine. Despite the loss of their mates, they would still have concubines to return to next year, and a new wife would appear. But the female fire dragons were different. Those concubines could still find new mates, but the wives would only leave the ancient tree, a place of sorrow, and live out their remaining days in the desolate Great Ant Mound. Dozens of Thunder Wolf dragon corpses were thrown from the ancient tree, falling to the lower levels. When food is plentiful, the carcasses of these large carnivorous dragons generally do not appear on the fire dragon's menu. Zeta's eyes lit up at the sight. He immediately turned to search for the fire dragon deter, hoping to borrow their thief dragons to help him transport materials. Of course, he would be paid for it later. After further discussion, they agreed on a partnership. Led by the friendship between the fire dragon deter warriors and Zeta, they immediately headed for the lower levels of the ancient tree. Their target was, of course, the carcasses of the Thunder Wolf dragons that the fire dragons had discarded, especially the 5 battle-hardened Thunder Wolf dragons. The materials they stripped this time would more than replenish the Star Stronghold's supply of high-quality materials, and they could also acquire new weapons. The day after the war, the fire dragons began to hunt more frequently. This was a display of force to the monsters living in the ancient tree. The point was to show that after such a large-scale tribal war, the fire dragon tribe remained formidable. But this had nothing to do with Luo Yuan. Such activities were reserved for ordinary fire dragons. Although he and Yaji hadn't moved to the higher levels, their status within the ancient tree's fire dragon clan was at the top, on par with those battle-hardened fire dragons. After the war, Luo Yuan stayed in the lair with Yaji to recuperate. And for some unknown reason, since the war ended, or more precisely, after completely defeating the Thunder Wolf dragon leader, His ability to sense the Earth's energy had suddenly increased by nearly 10%. He began to absorb this energy passively, without needing to actively absorb it. The progress bar, originally expected to take another 6 months, had also increased by nearly a third. This abnormality felt to Luo Yun like a sudden reward from the world, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Chapter 65. But why did the world suddenly reward him? Luo Yun's most likely explanation was that the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader had destroyed the ecological environment, and that he had ended it, thus maintaining the ecological balance of the ancient tree forest, hence the reward. Simply put, he had unconsciously performed a small job for the world consciousness, and this sudden increase in his perception and absorption of Earth energy was the world's reward. As to whether this battle was an accident or the result of the world consciousness's instigation, it didn't really matter. After all, the world consciousness, or rather, the nature consciousness, in the Monster Hunter world wasn't some ruthless boss. The battles it instigated generally ensured that the attackers were stronger than their opponents, or perhaps there was some kind of hidden restraint between the two. Even if some unexpected events occurred, it would even mobilize more forces before the incident occurred, using the power of a group fight to ensure a perfect resolution. Thus, Luo Yun naturally accepted this reward with peace of mind. Let him be a thug, then. I wonder how many creatures want to be thugs, but never get the chance, Luo Yun thought to himself. What's more, this is a good boss. After all, even the Black Dragon, transcending the ecosystem and free from any constraints, willingly left its lair and traveled all the way to deal with an ecological disruptor like the Dark Red Dragon. Who would believe this if there weren't sufficient benefits? But what exactly did this Thunder Wolf Dragon leader do? Just starting a war between species shouldn't be enough to destroy the ecological environment, right? Unless it had already done something before, threatening the ecological balance of the ancient tree forest. Lower levels of the ancient tree area. When Sita and the Fire Dragon Deter warriors arrived, the bloody smell of the Thunder Wolf Dragon's carcass had attracted a large number of abomination birds and several small carnivorous dragons. The most numerous of these were the thieves. However, thanks to the Fire Dragon Deter's friendly negotiations, the thieves, while still feeding, showed no hostility. You peel your skin, I eat my flesh. Sometimes, they even complained about Sita's slow skinning speed and offered to help him peel. This surprisingly increased Sita's gathering speed. The Thunder Wolf Dragon's hard shell, highly charged fur, charged shell, reverse scales, sharp horns, sharp claws, meow. Sita's eyes narrowed with joy as she gathered, even though some of the materials from the carcasses were damaged in battle or from being thrown down, making them unusable. But there are so many Thunder Wolf carcasses here. Skin a little from this one, scrape a little from that one, wouldn't that give you a lot of material? These are all excellent materials. After all, a Thunder Wolf is a powerful creature with a high ecological niche. Even a solitary Thunder Wolf is not easily hunted by many hunters, let alone a social creature. And besides the corpses of ordinary Thunder Wolves, the most valuable materials are the materials peeled from the 5 battle-hardened Thunder Wolves. If it weren't for the interspecies war between them and the Fire Dragons, such battle-hardened monsters wouldn't be killed so easily. Meow. This one seems to be the leader of this pack of Thunder Wolves. It's almost turned to charcoal, meow. At this moment, the voice of Deter, a fire dragon that had come to help, caught Sita's attention. It walked over and saw a Thunder Wolf Dragon, smaller than the battle-hardened carcasses, though its horns were significantly larger. However, its carcass, now tinged with an unusual grayish-white hue, was now unnaturally pale. Not a drop of blood could be seen in the exposed wounds, and the flesh was pitch black, like overcooked jerky. It prodded with its claws. It was hard. It had lost all nutritional value, and the taste was so poor that even the thief dragon wouldn't bother to try it. Huh? Why are the shell and scales so brittle? Sita easily peeled off a scale, but it broke with a slight effort, making it completely useless as a material. However, the dragon horn seemed to still be useful. Sita drew his greatsword and, with a precise stroke, severed the massive horns at the base. He held them in his hand. They were quite heavy. What's this, meow? The fire dragon Detail, standing nearby, tiptoed on the thief dragon's back, curiously observing the incision Sita had made on the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader's forehead. A fist-sized crystal, jade green in texture, emerged from it. Meow. This is it. Sita's pupils widened slightly, and just as he was about to say something, he heard the other party mutter excitedly to himself. Meow. What a beautiful bead. Perfect for the fire dragon boss to decorate his lair. Sita's mouth, half open, closed silently. Thunder Wolf Dragon Jasper, this extremely rare material, can be incorporated into corresponding materials in the forging techniques inherited by the dragon people, making armor made from that material possess greater energy conductivity. Some top-tier craftsmen even consider energy conductivity from the very beginning of armor design, allowing the resulting armor to interact with each other to produce surprising reactions, granting the wearer certain benefits. However, these fire dragon details had already been of great help to him. Having harvested so many top-quality materials this trip, he couldn't be too greedy. Putting the matter of the Thunder Wolf Dragon Jade behind him, Zeta continued peeling other materials. In the evening, when the fire dragon details placed the dragon jade before Luo Yun like a treasure, he finally understood what these little creatures had been up to. He looked at the dragon jade with a somewhat complicated expression. The life energy contained within it had almost completely dissipated. Being exposed to the air like this barely increased the life energy concentration within the nest, but it was better than nothing. Since it was the little creature's intention, he didn't bother to refuse. Rejecting it would only make it feel like it had done something wrong. After all, the dragon jade had a nice color, so it would be a good decoration. After Luo Yun accepted the tribute, he heard about their encounters with Zeta, especially when he heard that Zeta had borrowed 6 thief dragons from the fire dragon details as transportation. He was somewhat amused. Had the investigation team stumbled upon a war of fortune? The fire dragons and thunder wolf dragons fought to the death, but in the end, the investigation team emerged victorious. But Luo Yun simply listened to this story and let it go. He didn't care what happened to the thunder wolf dragon corpses. What he hadn't expected was that the fire dragon details condition for helping Zeta included sending their tribe members to the Star Stronghold with Zeta to try to learn Zeta's fighting methods. The materials they had stripped would also be used to craft suitable armor and weapons for the accompanying warriors. This would not only strengthen the tribe's strength, but also allow them to truly serve as guardians for the fire dragons, rather than just providing early warnings. Chapter 66. Well, perhaps it's because the new world is a world of unexplored monsters, and the natives living here possess a primitive innocence, devoid of complex thoughts. This is why, simply by helping the fire dragon deter defeat the thunder dragon, Zeta was able to gain their friendship and trust, and even dared to agree to help with this dangerous transport mission, far from their own tribe, to the Star Stronghold on the outskirts of the ancient tree forest. Thus, when these little creatures solemnly declared their desire to strive to become stronger and truly become Luo Yun's guards, they were absolutely sincere, their words coming from the bottom of their hearts. What a lovely bunch of little creatures. Since they had already made this decision, how could Luo Yun stop them? Besides, connecting with the investigation team through these little creatures seemed like a good idea. Perhaps they could be of use in the future. After all, there was no need to personally interact with them. Luo Yun thought for a moment. Since his little guards were determined to become stronger, he might as well do it thoroughly. After calling out to Yaji twice, Luo Yun began to remove some of the scales and keratin that were about to be replaced. He tossed these, along with the ones Yaji had shed, and the useless dragon jade, to the fire dragon deter warriors at his feet. This amount of material was enough for the investigation team to craft several sets of suitable equipment for the fire dragon deter warriors. Boss. Meow. The fire dragon deter strapped the material to the thief dragon's back, meowing with emotion for a long time, wiping tears from his eyes, as he bid farewell to his tribe. As night approached, 9 thief dragons, carrying their cargo, and the fire dragon deter warriors set off into the distance. These 4 fire dragon detail warriors, tasked with learning new combat methods and bringing back new weaponry, marched alongside Zeta towards the Star Stronghold. Time passed quickly. Aside from the fire dragons that had witnessed the conflict, the forest retained no memory of it. Under the cycle of nature, in just 10 days, all traces of the war were completely erased. The corpses of so many thunder wolf dragons served as nutrients for the forest, bringing this lower layer of land to life. Without the thunder wolf dragon herd, the few remaining thunder wolf dragons scattered across the area, completely assimilated. A large number of monsters migrated in from elsewhere, filling the gaps and further enriching the ecosystem. Thinking about it, it was merely a crisis caused by ordinary creatures, a minor disturbance in nature, far less devastating than the damage an ancient dragon could inflict. The ancient tree area once again returned to peace. On the outskirts of the forest, Zeta emerged, dusty and exhausted, from the trees beside a river. Listening to the distant crashing of waves and feeling the gentle breeze, the star horn, broken in two, rested atop the mountaintop. It hadn't imagined that riding a thief dragon could move so quickly through the forest. It had only taken 10 days to travel from the center of the ancient forest to the outer reaches, a speed it had never imagined before. Thankfully, the pterosaur taming project within the base was nearing completion. Hunters would then be able to use ropes tied to the pterosaur's legs and use them for aerial travel. Meow! Everyone, come out! We're almost there. Hearing Sita's call, the fire dragons, deter, emerged from the woods, exclaiming in admiration at the striking star horn. Meow! How did you manage to carry something this big up there? Are all the hunters as big as the dragons, and did you all work together to lift it up? Even from this distance, the star was palpable. The dragon deter warrior couldn't imagine the sheer size and strength required to lift something this large to such a height. The only thing he could think of was that those hunters, whom Sita had said were capable of anything and who made the cats proud, were all as powerful as the dragon boss, and they had all worked together to accomplish this feat. Hearing Dragon Deter's innocent yet somewhat poignant question, and gazing into his clear eyes, Sita was speechless. He wondered if he had blown too much on the way, causing the cats to misunderstand him. But he didn't know how to explain it to them. Could it be that the massive ship was the result of a fight between a steel dragon and an unknown ancient dragon, and the mere aftermath had broken it apart, and even carried it so high up? Answering this way felt a bit embarrassing. So, I could only remain silent. Thankfully, the deter warrior only asked casually, not giving it much thought. Seeing that Sita didn't answer, it didn't dwell on the question any further. Instead, it and its companions retrieved the food they had hunted along the way, fed the thief dragons first, and then sat down on the ground to enjoy their lunch. Traveling along the coast, through the thief dragon's habitat, they finally arrived at the stronghold's main gate, a massive, sturdy wooden door controlled by a mechanism. The hunter, who had been on high alert when he saw a group of thief dragons heading their way, was about to sound the alarm when he spotted Sita, who was at the end of the thief dragons. What's going on? The hunters were well versed in thieves. They included their leader, the great thief dragon, a creature with low combat power, but easy to hunt, and extremely high reproductive capacity. Most of their equipment consisted of thieves' kits crafted from thieves' materials. These predators had never been friendly toward other creatures. How had Sita managed to follow them so calmly without being attacked, and why were all these thieves bundled up with vines? They were well behaved, showing none of the ferocity expected of carnivorous dragons. Overall, they resembled the herbivorous dragons tamed and used for transport in the stronghold. Finally, the hunters breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the four deter behind Sita. It was a deter. Deter possessed the ability to tame thieves, a fact known to everyone after interacting with the deter in the outer forests. However, a group of deter usually only managed 3 or 4. Those detels following Sita must be the detels from the deep ancient forest, right? As expected of an orc capable of surviving deep within the forest, they tamed so many thief dragons, and their food supply is surprisingly plentiful. The hunter activated the mechanism to open the gate, letting Sita and his group in. He then closed the gate and gazed curiously at the fire dragon detels. After greeting the alert hunters, Sita led the fire dragon detels into the stronghold. The stronghold was rather deserted, but the facilities and architecture, never seen before in the New World, struck the fire dragon detels as incredibly refreshing. Throughout the journey, scholars and hunters gazed curiously at them, but none were rude enough to disturb them. Some cats, similar to them, were busy at work, and greeted them warmly upon seeing them. This scene relaxed the initially nervous fire dragon detels, and they perked up, showing no sign of fear. Chapter 67. So something so serious happened at the ancient tree? Did the Thunder Wolf dragons and the Fire Dragon start a war? The Grand Commander asked again, still in disbelief. Sita rolled his eyes. It had explained everything clearly, so why did the boss still look incredulous? Couldn't he see the row of thief dragons quietly letting the Phalanx unload their cargo, and the pile of Thunder Wolf dragon materials? Damn it! Why didn't I go to the ancient tree? I missed this once-in-a-century spectacle. The Grand Commander slapped his head in frustration. Battles between high-niche monsters were common, but wars involving entire populations were incredibly rare. At least, the records of the scribes only mentioned it briefly, with no definitive, detailed descriptions. Thus, as a true hunter, the Grand Commander felt annoyed and regretful that he had missed such a historic investigation because he had to stay at the Star Stronghold. He was envious of his own attendant cats, deeply envious. He also wanted to see the high-ranking dragons fight in groups. Compared to the Grand Commander's annoyance, Master Yuenia's attention was completely captivated by the 4 fire dragon detailed cats feasting in the cafeteria. A marvelous symbiotic relationship. That orcs could actually achieve a symbiotic relationship with the brutal and arrogant fire dragons was unheard of in the old world. It was unclear whether the situation of these detels was unique, or whether the fire dragons of the new world differed not only in appearance, but also in intelligence and control over their animal instincts. This was a question of paramount importance to the investigation team. If the Detels can achieve a symbiotic relationship with fire dragons, does that mean that if the research team can find the conditions or key points for such a symbiotic relationship, they might also be able to forge a new relationship with the fire dragons of the New World? If they could gain the assistance of a creature of the fire dragon's caliber, the benefits the research team could gain would be immeasurable. The fire dragon detail warrior sat on catpaw stone benches in front of the restaurant, spoon in one hand and fork in the other, blowing on the grilled meat and stew. They had never tasted such delicious food before. Even though cats can't handle hot food, they couldn't wait to cool it down before devouring it. Meow. Meow. Eat more, meow. The cat lady, the research team's cat chef, appeared to be a plump, gentle silver tabby. She looked lovingly at the Detels, who looked strong but were much thinner than the Felix in the base. Her hands kept cooking, constantly urging these little creatures, who looked as if they hadn't eaten properly, to eat more, fearing they wouldn't be full. These Thunder Wolf Dragon materials are very well preserved. Once the second-term members arrive, combined with the materials they bring back from the old world, we have more than enough to replace all the hunters' equipment. Carlos, appointed commander of the Star Stronghold by the Grand Commander, and freed from the title of acting commander, excitedly presented the list of materials to the assembled audience. Since the hunters returned from the Great Anthill Wasteland 4 years ago, the high-end equipment and weapons they had brought from the old world have suffered significant damage, many of which are beyond repair due to material defects. Gradually, the gear of these elite hunters in the first group shifted to the most readily available Thief Dragon set, with only a select few possessing other equipment like the Earth and Sand Dragon set. This influx of Thunder Wolf Dragon materials directly alleviated the hunters' immense equipment pressure. Huh? Why are there Fire Dragon scales? The logistics personnel helping unpack the cargo unpacked 2 well-protected cartons. Upon opening them, they discovered they were not Thunder Wolf Dragon materials. Meow. Hiss. Seeing the Fire Dragon scales, which had been carefully packaged aside, being removed by the logistics personnel, the 4 Fire Dragon detail warriors forgot even to eat. They rushed forward on all fours, snatched the scales from the logistics personnel's hands, and surrounded the unpacked Fire Dragon materials on the ground. They stared at the crowd with alarm, even breathing heavily. The Thunder Dragons, who had been quietly lying nearby, sensed something was amiss and immediately stood up, hopping over to Fire Dragon detail. What's going on? Why all of a sudden such hostility? The Grand Commander, somewhat bewildered, waved the others around him, who had also suddenly become nervous, to disperse. Curiously, he raised his hand to indicate non-hostility and approached, asking Sita to translate. What's going on, meow? Sita was also puzzled. The logistics worker hadn't shown any hostility just now. Meow. This is something Fire Dragon Boss gave us specifically. It's not yours, meow. Fire Dragon Deter, warily eyeing the pile of Thunder Wolf Dragon materials that had been removed from the Thief Dragon and placed aside, replied nervously to Sita. After following the Fire Dragon Detel's gaze twice, Sita understood their anxiety. After spending time together, he naturally understood the importance of the Fire Dragon Boss, as they referred to him. To put it bluntly, it was faith. For the Fire Dragon Detels, these materials, specially gifted by the Fire Dragon Boss, were a supreme honor. The Thunder Wolf Dragon materials had just been counted and sorted by the logistics staff. So, when he didn't notice the Fire Dragon materials were specially packaged, and opened them to examine them without permission, the Fire Dragon Detels mistook him for an attempt to steal them. This was why he acted so hostilely. Sita quickly explained that it was a misunderstanding. These Fire Dragon materials were the Fire Dragon Detel's personal property, and they would not touch them. After translating the situation to the Grand Commander, who immediately expressed his opinion, and with Sita's interpretation, the Fire Dragon Detels gradually reassured themselves. They replaced the scales they had held, still doubtful, and carefully packed them up. After gathering the Thief Dragons around, they returned to their seats. Hey, did you see that? That female Rathalos scale from earlier. Master Yunya nudged Commander Carlos calmly with his elbow and whispered. Yes, it's much larger, but it's very similar to the female Rathalos scale you brought back that year. I just don't know if it's from the same dragon. Carlos naturally noticed it as well. The scale, in the sunlight, revealed a golden metallic texture, remarkably similar to the scale of the female Rathalos that Master Yunya deduced 4 years ago was undergoing a transformation into a golden Rathalos. These little creatures are truly remarkable. They can actually coexist with such a being. Chapter 68. Carlos remained non-committal about Master Yunya's words. The New World remained mysterious and unknown to everyone. Even though he had been here for nearly 10 years, what was this continent really like? Besides the monsters becoming more powerful, what else was so special about it? Every scene here held a deep allure, and Carlos had long since decided to dedicate his life to this land. After the misunderstanding was resolved, the generous Grand Captain enthusiastically dined with the fire dragon Rathalos. With such a magnanimous king among them, the restaurant's feelings began to bustle again. In the evening, rest had alleviated most of their fatigue, and with Sita's translation, the fire dragon Rathalos began negotiations with the investigation team. Unlike other detail groups, their fire dragon Rathalos did not face the same pressures for survival and food, and therefore did not rely on cat carts for supplies like other detail groups. What they want is in-depth cooperation with the survey team. So, it's not just about supplies. You also want to train as hunters and become hunting cats? The Grand Leader folded his arms and nodded seriously. These cats, whom Sita calls Fire Dragon Deter, are truly interesting. Although the survey team has already established cooperative relationships with some of the forest insect cage tribes outside the ancient tree forest and the wasteland guardians of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, these relationships are rather superficial. The orcs of the New World are somewhat exclusive. Even after so many collaborations, they only been limited to cat carts and rewards, nothing more. You have to remember that in the Old World, humans, some orcs, and dragonfolk are almost considered a single entity, blending and cooperating to form villages, towns, and kingdoms. One community of shared destiny after another was formed. Thus, the survey team embraced a spirit of kindness, interaction, win-win cooperation, and even mutual integration toward the orcs of the New World. But these efforts met with limited success. Unexpectedly today, this fire dragon, Detel, from the depths of the ancient tree forest, whom they had only just met for the first time, took the lead in expressing his willingness for deep cooperation. Isn't it truly worthy of a species capable of symbiotic coexistence with fire dragons? What extraordinary courage! I agree with the hunter cat aspect. But you have to understand, hunter cats are not follower cats. The training required is extremely arduous, and success is not guaranteed. Not only are the first group elite hunters, but even the Felix are formidable, at least among the best of their kind. But there is only one hunter cat, Sita. Due to the limitations of their race, completing hunter training is inherently difficult for orcs. Perseverance, talent, perspiration, and luck, none of them is indispensable. Meow. Rest assured, we give it our all. The Fire Dragon Deter warriors immediately declared their commitment. The 4 Fire Dragon Deter warriors arriving this time were the strongest, most motivated, and most talented of their tribe. No matter how challenging their training, they would persevere. All for the Fire Dragon boss. Haha, very good. Very impressive. The Grand Commander simply favored these ambitious individuals. Beyond anything else, their unwavering attitude immediately boosted his favorability. Regardless of the motivations behind these Deter warriors' convictions, he admired their attitude alone. Okay, next question. Since you're planning to cooperate, let's discuss how we can do it. Carlos interrupted the conversation about training. Since the Grand Commander had agreed, there was no need to elaborate. He was more concerned with what these Fire Dragon Deter warriors could bring to the investigation team, and what the team would need to contribute. Only by setting the tone from the outset can we better interact with each other later. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, with the sound of meows lingering throughout the simple cabin quarters. The next day, the Grand Commander announced the existence of the Fire Dragon Deter to everyone in the base, and shared some details of their cooperation, letting everyone know that they now had new allies in the New World. This was a very good start, and the members of the first group were delighted. However, the symbiotic relationship between the Fire Dragon Deter and the Fire Dragons had been kept secret for the time being, at least until they had a preliminary understanding of the impact this symbiotic relationship would have on the investigation team, before a corresponding plan could be formulated. From then on, the 4 Fire Dragon Deter warriors settled in the Star Base, beginning their cat hunting training while awaiting the completion of their equipment. The sun was high in the sky, the slightly scorching temperature just perfect for Luo Yun and Yaji. They lay by the stream, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. Beside them, the Fire Dragons, Detel, carefully cleaned their backs with homemade brushes. As Fire Dragons, Luo Yun and Yaji were both unusually clean. After enjoying their food, they would proactively clean themselves if there was water nearby, rather than simply sucking up the blood with their tongues. So today, Luo Yun suddenly felt the need for a good cleanse too, and expressed his desire to the cats. And so, this scene unfolded. I have to say, basking in the sun, while the cats cleaned their scales was truly quite pleasant. Roar! Several high-pitched roars echoed from the sky. Luo Yun looked up to see 5 massive, battle-hardened fire dragons flying toward the ancient tree, roaring beneath the canopy. The cats tactfully jumped down, watched Luo Yun and Yaji fly away, wiped the sweat from their brows, gathered their belongings, and hurried back. Flapping their wings as they approached, Luo Yun finally recognized the 5 battle-hardened fire dragons. They were among the battle-hardened fire dragons that had accompanied the Black Flame King to the Dragon Crystal Land. But now, their scales had lost their luster, and they even bore many indelible scars. It seemed the Black Flame King had failed. Even after reaching the Dragon Crystal Land, he hadn't been able to break through the limits of his lifespan, and the battle-hardened fire dragons that had accompanied him had also suffered severe damage. After all, there had been 4 pairs of battle-hardened fire dragons that had gone with him back then, yet only 5 had returned, and all of them were still wounded. This demonstrated the dangers of the Dragon Crystal Land. Soon, following their roars, several fire dragons also flew out, and the battle began. Even though they had once inhabited the ancient tree, they had been gone so long ago that returning meant a fresh challenge. The result was obvious. Battle-hardened fire dragons, after all, had survived so long in the Dragon Crystal Land. Despite their wounds, their combat effectiveness had only grown stronger. Interestingly, the 3 battle-hardened fire dragons that had always inhabited the ancient tree seemed less than welcoming of the return of these old friends. Chapter 69. The return of these battle-hardened fire dragons had the greatest impact not on the fire dragons that had been defeated and forced to relocate their lairs, but rather on the deter tribe in the treetops. As the deter tribe, responsible for maintaining and guarding the lairs of the fire dragon couples near the treetops, the return of these 5 battle-hardened fire dragons meant the loss of 3 pairs of fire dragons. It's not that the deter tribe hadn't tried to communicate with these battle-hardened fire dragons. Unfortunately, perhaps due to their less than pleasant experiences in the Dragon Crystal Land, their temperaments had become not only more aggressive, but also more fragile. The deter tribe had barely approached the edge of their lairs, or even entered them, when they were attacked by battle-hardened fire dragons. Despite the deter tribe's attempts at goodwill, they remained unmoved, even pursuing them deep into the treetops. Thankfully, despite their peaceful coexistence with the fire dragons over the past few years, the deter tribe had not lost their fundamental vigilance. As soon as the battle-hardened fire dragon showed signs of attacking, it immediately fled, avoiding any substantial harm. However, this made the fire dragon, accustomed to the service of the detels, uncomfortable. The returning battle-hardened fire dragon's lair was located very close to the detel's residence. Still recovering from its experience in the Dragon Crystal Land, the battle-hardened fire dragon patrolled the lair frequently, severely impacting the detel's daily travels. Used to a clean lair, with creatures cleaning up food scraps and allowing them to rest without turning a blind eye, they were suddenly thrown back into a pre-liberation era, their quality of life plummeting. The detels often only visited once every few days, and they couldn't maintain constant vigil near the nest. They often only came to clean the nest and strip some food, then hurried back to their home, while the battle-hardened fire dragons were out foraging. Over time, the fire dragon couples, accustomed to the detel's presence, felt as if bugs were crawling all over their bodies, a source of intense discomfort. But due to the disparity in strength, or the rules of the fire dragon clan within the ancient tree, they could only tolerate it for a while. But eventually, their tolerance became unbearable, and the trigger was a very small incident. That day, the detels had just finished cleaning the nest for the battle-hardened fire dragon couple they had been serving, and were returning with shed scales and a few pieces of meat. As they passed the territory of a battle-hardened fire dragon returning from the Dragon Crystal Land, they were accidentally spotted by the battle-hardened fire dragon, which had returned early from foraging. As a last resort, while dodging the attacks of the battle-hardened fire dragons, he ran back to the couple's lair for shelter. Perhaps his experience in the Dragon Crystal Land had conditioned the battle-hardened fire dragon to pursue his prey at great depths. This pursuit led him to the fire dragon couple's lair, where he continued his attack on deter, right under their noses. This now enraged the battle-hardened fire dragon couple. You blocked their path, impairing their quality of life. One thing you say, but you rushed in and attacked these little creatures right in front of them. Didn't you see the fire dragon scales dangling from their necks, imbued with your aura? You just barged in and attacked, thinking this was your lair, didn't you? So, they decisively attacked, launching a dual attack against the war-hardened male fire dragon that had lost its mate. The battle was sudden, but fierce. The attack of the war-hardened male fire dragon left the war-hardened male fire dragon somewhat bewildered. After all, in the Dragon Crystal Land, Apart from creatures like the rock-feet dragon that faced little pressure, the rest of the inhabitants were essentially extremely powerful monsters. Even war-hardened fire dragons had to stick together to survive, and their lairs were very close together. Thus, it was common for them to rush into another fire dragon's lair in pursuit of a creature that dared to intrude. Often, the lair owner would not be angry, but would instead join in the hunt for the creature. But the war-hardened male fire dragon forgot that this was an ancient tree that had undergone significant changes. These detels were no longer beings to be guarded against, but rather new symbiotic creatures. If their numbers weren't so low, they would even serve more than just the fire dragon couple near the canopy. The fire dragons throughout the ancient tree accepted their presence. Even the newly arrived fire dragons, after witnessing the treatment their predecessors received, naturally accepted this. Even the younger fire dragons residing in the upper, middle, and lower parts of the ancient tree envied the more powerful fire dragons, who could nest near the canopy and enjoy the conveniences of this new symbiotic relationship. Thus, these battle-hardened fire dragons who had returned to the ancient tree had become, in just 4 years, outcasts among the ancient tree's fire dragon population. Simply put, they had been eliminated by time. Now, not only has it been eliminated by the times, but it even seeks to drag the fire dragons, who have entered a new era, back into the fold. Despite adhering to the three-nose principle, their symbiotic relationship has long been stable, becoming a part of the ancient tree fire dragon ecosystem. Thus, the long-standing resentment between the battle-hardened fire dragon couple, the layer of anger veiled within them, was instantly shattered, and they attacked the battle-hardened fire dragon without hesitation. The battle-hardened male fire dragon had disobeyed the rules, and intruded into the battle-hardened fire dragon couple's lair, so he deserved the beating. Thus, the fire dragons who sensed the battle merely watched from afar, making no unnecessary moves. The battle-hardened male fire dragon, having survived the dragon crystal land, was indeed formidable, but it was no match for two battle-hardened fire dragons simultaneously. It was quickly defeated, whimpering and flying back to its own lair. But the battle-hardened fire dragon couple had no intention of letting it go. They pursued it directly into the other's lair, determined to drive it out. This action was somewhat drastic, causing the other four returning, battle-hardened fire dragons to feel threatened and attempt to stop the battle-hardened fire dragon couple. However, as soon as they made their move, they were met with a united resistance from the ancient tree fire dragons. Under the hostile gazes of the fire dragons, they could only watch helplessly as the battle-hardened male fire dragon, who had once shared the dragon crystal land, left its lair and nested on the other side of the ancient tree. Without the presence of this battle-hardened male fire dragon, the detel's routes became much smoother, and their service quality improved significantly. Although the threat of the four battle-hardened fire dragons still existed, the crucial route was now unobstructed. Furthermore, after this incident, the four battle-hardened fire dragons realized the changes in the ancient tree ecosystem and, rather than continue to target the detels, chose to abandon some of the habits they had cultivated in the dragon crystal land and began to attempt to reintegrate into the ancient tree community. This is how a stabilized ecosystem works. Even battle-hardened monsters, lacking the power to alter it, have no choice but to blend in. Or they may be eliminated by the ecology. Chapter 70. After the battle-hardened fire dragon couple intervened on behalf of Detel, the relationship between the fire dragons and Detel seemed to have progressed, further strengthening the symbiotic bond between the two species. The Detel served even more diligently, and the fire dragons seemed to trust Detel even more. The relationship between the two gradually shifted from a purely transactional one to one of patronage. When the fire dragons of the ancient tree went hunting and encountered Detel, wearing scales imbued with the scent of fire dragons around their necks, they would occasionally help them drive away hostile pterosaurs from the sky. This relationship, however, was only in its infancy. While some changes had occurred, it would take time for it to deepen. Meow. Meow. The leader of the fire dragon Detel reported to Luo Yun, but the news surprised him somewhat. The Detel tribe in the ancient tree wanted to become a vassal of the fire dragon Detel. That's fine. Living together in the ancient tree, integrating and becoming vassals is perfectly normal. However, after friendly discussions between the two groups, they decided that the number of Detel from each group was too small, and they wanted to recruit some Detel from outside the ancient tree who were struggling but had good relationships. Afterwards, a new Detel group formed in the upper layers of the ancient tree, centered around the fire dragon Detel. Distinguished from the other Detel in the ancient tree forest, they abandoned their original name, the Forest Insect Cage, and renamed themselves the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon Cage. Wow! Luo Yun exclaimed. The Fire Dragon Detel served Luo Yun and Yaji exclusively, while the other deters who became vassals served the other fire dragons in the ancient tree. With their increasingly close relationships with the fire dragons, these deters would embark on a completely different path from the forest insect cages. The fire dragon deter leader and the wise men of the deter tribe wanted to expand and become stronger, establishing a new population within the ecosystem. What courage, what ambition! But Luo Yun had no intention of stopping them. On the contrary, he wanted to see if this new ecological relationship, born from him and the fire dragon deter, could successfully emerge on this continent ruled by the cruel laws of the jungle. Ecological relationships always have a ripple effect on the entire system. Perhaps this seemingly small symbiotic relationship could one day flutter, like a butterfly's wings, and form a storm. With Luo Yun's approval, the fire dragon deter leader, energized, volunteered his only thief dragon and dispatched Cat and the deter, who had come to rely on him, to the middle reaches of the ancient tree area to persuade the small deter tribes scattered in hidden locations within the area. In the great canyon near the ancient tree forest, listening to the relentless roar of thunder from the mountaintops, the Thunder Wolf Dragon tribe retreated to their territory. The battle-hardened Thunder Wolf Dragon, who had become their new leader, stood high, warily gazing at the thunderstorm-ridden area in the distance. Dense bolts of lightning descended upon the earth, illuminating the pitch-black night. A unicorn beast, resembling something out of a fairy tale, now strolled through the thunderstorm, its catastrophic thundercloud shifting with its movements. Thunder was its toy, raining down freely around it. The mere touch of its hooves left streaks of lightning and drew bursts of thunder from the sky. Although its diminutive size made it seem out of place among the world's larger monsters, its ability to unleash natural disasters was undoubtedly its true identity as an ancient dragon. He paused, following his gaze. A golden lion, with the muscular build and face of an orangutan, a pair of massive, hard horns, and a lush mane like a lion, its entire body dark brown, about 12 meters long and known as the king of the fanged beasts, was clinging to the cliff face, its gaze fixed on him with greed and fighting intent. This fateful scene wasn't the first for Qilin. Having experienced it 3 times, he knew exactly what this seemingly larger-than-him fanged beast was up to. The horn, having been violently broken 3 times, still ached. But the ancient dragon's pride wouldn't allow him to flee without a fight. He, known as a mythical beast, possessed the ability to teleport instantly through thunderstorms. If he wished to escape, few creatures could stop him. Unspoken in agreement, as the pride of the ancient dragon, Qilin attacked as he had the previous 3 times. For a golden lion, after defeating the ancient dragon Qilin, it devours the Qilin's horn, absorbing the electrolytes within to activate and perfectly manipulate its internal electrical energy, gaining the ability to discharge electricity and transform into fighting spirit. This is an essential step in every golden lion's coming-of-age rite. Successful individuals survive and continue to occupy the highest ecological position, below the ancient dragon level. Furthermore, after activating fighting spirit and entering a high-energy state, they possess combat power comparable to that of an ordinary ancient dragon, even capable of engaging in a duel with the powerful Nergigan. As for failure, they are destined to be eliminated by the ecosystem. Adult golden lions do not need such weaklings. This is a unique ecological law for golden lions. Braving the overwhelming thunderstorm, its iron-hard muscles bulged slightly as it moved freely through the storm. Although it lacked the massive size of other dragon species, its incredible speed, unparalleled strength, and the ability to freely swim amidst the lightning all demonstrated its absolute strength as the pinnacle of its niche below the ancient dragons. The natural thunderstorms, the pride of the Qilin, had little effect on the golden lion. Only the lightning generated by the Qilin itself could harm it. The Qilin's speed was incredibly fast, each movement akin to teleportation, as it launched repeated attacks at the golden lion. In comparison, the golden lion's speed was equally impressive, but that was only compared to ordinary creatures outside of the ancient dragons. Compared to the Qilin, which could teleport, its speed was nothing. But the golden lion's thick skin and insane reflexes were no match for its superior strength. The Qilin's ranged attacks were unable to penetrate its defenses, forcing it to engage in close combat. This gave the golden lion an opportunity to exploit. After once again withstanding the furious lightning, the golden lion successfully grasped the charging Qilin. One hand firmly gripped the Qilin's neck, bracing it against the struggles and the blue current that could easily kill a common creature, while the other hand firmly grasped the Qilin's horn. A furious roar erupted from his lips, his muscles furiously straining, intent on forcibly breaking the horn. Suddenly, the Qilin roared in unison, and a column of lightning like a beam of light descended from the sky, engulfing them. The ground exploded, and the powerful current split the rocky ground into cracks. Under this overwhelming current, the golden lion's strength inevitably waned slightly. The Qilin, having absorbed the lightning to strengthen itself and further enhance its physical fitness, took this opportunity to break free. The furious lightning pierced the golden lion's chest, propelling it towards the edge of the canyon, and with a flick of its head, sent it flying. The severely wounded golden lion slammed to the ground, tumbling down the steep slope and disappearing into the forest below. The Qilin watched the scene coldly. A flash of lightning flashed, and the Qilin's figure vanished. The thunderstorm in the sky gradually dissipated with the Qilin's departure. In the ancient forest, the golden lion clung limply to the branches, seemingly dead. Only the slight rise and fall of its chest indicated that it was not yet completely dead. Chapter 71. Luo Yun felt incredibly uncomfortable today, as if a strange dragon were crawling over him, and everything was awkward. It wasn't because of anything else, but simply because his salary had run out. In a month, he only enjoyed 1 month's worth of benefits. This efficient and comfortable method of strengthening oneself, requiring absolutely no effort at all, requiring only lying down to sense life energy. There was no need to carefully guide and actively absorb it like before. The energy would simply be absorbed into the body. It was simply too refreshing. Of course, this feeling wasn't quite as strong as being able to notice daily increases in strength. The effect of life energy on monsters was long-lasting and extremely slow. However, every time a dragon felt life energy flowing through their body, the feeling of every cell leaping for joy was truly captivating. Unfortunately, apart from ancient dragons, only a handful of creatures could truly sense and utilize life energy. The rest of them essentially followed their instincts, seeking out areas with abundant food and nutrients, thus reaching places of abundant life energy. Ancient dragons don't necessarily reside at leyline nodes, but they do gather numerous powerful and unique individuals, have abundant water and grass, and possess biological forms superior to those found elsewhere. Nutrient-rich areas are generally located at leyline nodes. The experience card only lasted a month. It felt like the boss was telling you that your contribution to the company at your previous job was only worth so much. This is a commission-based job. The more you work, the more you earn. If you don't, you only get a meager minimum. Wow. I don't want to be a corporate slave. But he gives me so much. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but harder to go from extravagance to frugality. Luo Yun was in this state right now. The only unfortunate part was that, although he desperately wanted to go on patrol, the World Consciousness boss hadn't assigned him any orders. This even made him want to fly around, looking for other special individuals to hunt. After all, special individuals can easily cause ecological fluctuations. Killing a few of them would be a precautionary measure. But as soon as this thought occurred, he felt a surge of deep malice, as if any action would lead to a tragic outcome. Isn't it true? Even thinking about it wouldn't work. Luo Yun sighed. He knew well that such behavior was fundamentally unacceptable. Even hunters knew not to engage in gratuitous large-scale hunting just to upgrade their equipment. Often, investigation missions were simply to drive away obstructing monsters, and only when personnel's lives were threatened would a subjugation be undertaken. Thankfully, although the boss hadn't assigned him any orders, there was still good news. The plan to persuade other deter tribes in the Ancient Tree area to migrate and join the Ancient Tree to form the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan was finally starting to gain momentum. Two small, struggling groups of deter finally agreed and followed the Fire Dragon deter to the Ancient Tree, where they began to learn the essential duties of an Ancient Tree Fire Dragon. Originally, these new cats' legs trembled at the sight of the massive fire dragons. If it weren't for the constant comfort of their elders, they would have probably run away. But when they discovered that the elders were able to move around right under the fire dragon's noses, even getting slightly closer to the fire dragon eggs, their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. Only after completing their cleanup mission, leaving their tribe to take over the security duties, and leaving the nest, did the new arrivals finally breathe a sigh of relief. They now only needed to clean the perimeter of the nest, not go deep inside or take on security duties. This wasn't just because these new detels weren't used to this symbiotic relationship, but also because they didn't carry the fire dragon scent like the detels from the Ancient Tree. If the new detels approached rashly, the fire dragons would be uncomfortable. To address this issue, the detels from the Ancient Tree spent several days summarizing their experience and drawing on the methods used by the fire dragon detels to treat Luo Yun and Yaji's scales, ultimately developing a viable solution. They would clean the fire dragon's nest, collect the scales and cuticles, add some scent-enhancing materials, and place them in a sealed storage jar. After several days of curing, the scents from the multiple fire dragon scales would blend and infuse the scales within the jar. In this way, a highly recognizable identity document was created. The Fire Dragon Clan's Identity Scale. By wearing these processed Fire Dragon scales, not only could the Detels be distinguished from the original forest insect cage tribe, but the ancient fire dragons living in the trees could also use these scales to determine the Detels' identities when they ventured out, confirming whether they were one of their own. The Fire Dragon Clan's identity scales served not only as a tool for identification, but also strengthened the clan's cohesion, giving the Detels within the clan a stronger sense of identity. Admittedly, Liu Yun felt he had underestimated these cats, considering how impressive they'd been in just 1 month. But it made sense. The Detels of the New World had long since developed their own civilization, but due to ecological constraints and the difficulty of even surviving, their progress had long stagnated. Now, freed from the immense pressure of survival, and with a symbiotic relationship emerging across generations, this new way of life suddenly propelled their stagnant civilization forward. Under these circumstances, the cats, as a socially intelligent species, naturally ushered in a new era. Back in the ancient tree, the Detels were steadily and rapidly developing. The Fire Dragon Detel warriors, who had been part of the delegation to the Star Stronghold, were returning to the ancient tree area, carrying large bags of supplies. However, only 3 Fire Dragon Detels had returned this time, clad in simple Fire Dragon follower gear and carrying Thunder Wolf Dragon weapons on their backs. Cat hunting requires a very high standard. Only 1 Fire Dragon Deter possesses such qualifications, remaining at the Star Stronghold to train with the Grand Master. After completing their initial training as attendant cats, the 3 returned to the ancient tree, carrying their newly crafted equipment and specially prepared supplies as a token of friendship and cooperation with the Fire Dragon Deter clan. Meow. I'm so tired. How about finding a place to rest? Said the Fire Dragon Deter warrior riding a thief dragon. The journey, with its many detours to avoid monsters and its complex, uneven terrain, had worn down the Fire Dragon Deter clan. The 2 fellow cats who had set out with them also expressed their exhaustion, prompting the leading Fire Dragon Deter warrior to stop and allow everyone to find a suitable place to stay. Chapter 72. On this return trip, the Fire Dragon Detel warriors were responsible for transportation, while the 2 Phalanx were tasked with finding a safer route. This was not only to prepare for the investigation team's future forays into the forest, but also because they had established a deep alliance and cooperation with the Fire Dragon Detel. They would be interacting frequently in the future, and a safe, suitable route was essential. Leaving Detel to feed the thieves, the Phalanx began to investigate the surrounding area for a more suitable route. A Fire Dragon Detel warrior, who had been resting, twitched his pointed ears and immediately glanced up at the sky with alarm. He saw a dozen pterosaurs flying rapidly in a single direction. That direction was exactly the direction the Phalanx had just left. Meow! They're in danger! The Fire Dragon Detel warrior cried out, and without a word, his companions mounted their thieves and sprinted in the direction the Phalanx had left. Although he had only completed the initial training as a follower cat, his skills were not even up to the standard of a fully trained follower cat. But with their equipment and previous combat experience, they were no less powerful than normal attendant cats. With the support of the thief dragon, they weren't afraid of the pterosaurs. Soon, the Fire Dragon Deter warriors burst out of the woods and saw the fey cats hiding in the cracks of the rocks beneath a swarm of pterosaurs circling in the sky, looking for an opportunity to attack. Fire Dragon Deter warriors charge. With a command, the thief dragons launched their charge. A boomerang appeared in the Fire Dragon Deter warriors' hands. They nimbly dodged the pterosaurs' attack and hurled it, bringing it down. They drew their Thunder Wolf Dragon weapons and engaged in close combat. While the pterosaurs had the advantage of flight, the Fire Dragon Deter and the 2 Phalanx were equipped with boomerangs. With the help of the thief dragons, the cats were actually on the winning side. Roar! A familiar yet long unheard dragon roar echoed, instantly invigorating the Fire Dragon Deter warriors who were dodging. Their attacks became sharper, determined to demonstrate everything they had learned. The Phalanx were initially puzzled by the sudden surge of fighting spirit in the 3 Fire Dragon Deter. At that moment, a divine fire dragon, its scales glistening with a metallic sheen, descended from the sky. With wings blazing with flames, it charged into the pterosaur herd, slaughtering them in all directions. The pterosaurs, previously circling in the air, fled in panic like sheep attacked by a tiger. The pterosaurs that didn't have time to escape were easily preyed upon and fell to the ground. It's the male Rathalos, meow. The 2 fey cats retreated cautiously into the crevice. As elite cats, they weren't overly frightened by the sudden intrusion of the fire dragon. Instead, they began preparing to dig a hole and escape. Fire Dragon Boss, meow. Unlike the fey cats, the Fire Dragon Detels actively approached the fallen Fire Dragon, wearing armor and holding weapons, trotting with their heads held high and chests puffed. Luo Yun looked down at the 3 Fire Dragon Detels. Their armor was crafted from the scales he had shed, and each one was dressed in proper form. Luo Yun had also witnessed their recent battle, and it was indeed very different from before. Their attacks were more refined, their evasions less aggressive, and even under the siege of the pterosaurs, they remained calm. Despite being at a disadvantage in ground-to-air combat, they were able to maintain their advantage, albeit with the assistance of the Dragonite. But it must be said that after their specialized training, they had grown considerably. Fire Dragon Boss, we're back, meow. Luo Yun responded with a soft call, then glanced into a nearby crevice. Without further ado, he began to devour his pterosaurs. Today, I was planning a change of pace and hunting some pterosaurs. I didn't expect to run into the returning Fire Dragon Deter. What a coincidence. As for the 2 Felix, Luo Yun had no interest. He planned not to personally contact the investigation team. The Fire Dragon Deter would handle everything. At most, he would communicate through the Fire Dragon Deter whenever the investigation team needed help. Seeing Luo Yun begin to eat, the Fire Dragon Deterals spontaneously mounted their Dragonite thieves and began to maintain vigilance around the area. Is this the Fire Dragon you've been talking about? The one your tribe follows, meow? After discovering Luo Yun wasn't hostile, the Fey Cats emerged from the crevice and cautiously approached the alert Fire Dragon Deter, whispering inquiries. Yes, meow. Isn't he very powerful, meow? The Fire Dragon Deter proudly raised his head and replied. Yes, indeed, meow. He looks incredibly powerful. The Fey Cats secretly observed Luo Yun. This Fire Dragon had become almost legendary in the Starry Sky stronghold. The story of the 2 special Fire Dragon scales found in the abandoned Fire Dragon's nest at the junction of the Great and Mound Wasteland and the ancient tree forest had long been circulated in the stronghold. However, due to the lack of manpower in the stronghold and the difficulty of the task, the Grand Commander had listed it as a currently prohibited investigation. The male Fire Dragon scale was voted and given to Nori upon his return to the old world, leaving only the female Fire Dragon scale preserved by the Dragon Scholars. However, the scales brought by the Fire Dragon Deter warriors sparked widespread discussion. After comparisons between Master Yuinya and the Dragon Scholars, it was roughly confirmed that the scales belonged to the same female Fire Dragon, and the corresponding male Fire Dragon scales were also identical. The Fire Dragon Deter warriors in the stronghold immediately became the focus of public attention. During that time, hunters sought to learn about the Fire Dragon boss in various ways. Even if they couldn't investigate, hearing about the situation was beneficial. Thus, the Fire Dragon Deter warriors recounted the Fire Dragon boss's life story, including the sniper battle with the Mist Dragon 4 years ago and the current Thunder Wolf Dragon War. In their accounts, Luo Yun was a super being so powerful that he could even battle the legendary incarnation of natural disasters, the Ancient Dragon. A flap of his wings could whip up a tornado of fire, a breath of air could incinerate mountains and simmer the sea. He was the most powerful and majestic Fire Dragon in this forest. Well, Luo Yun didn't even know he'd been deified by Fire Dragon Detel's words. He himself didn't realize how powerful he truly was. If he knew Fire Dragon Detel's description of him, he'd probably be scratching his feet in embarrassment, at least for now. But those hunters didn't know. Silver Fire Dragons are a rare species of Fire Dragon, and hunters who have seen them are extremely rare. The only universally recognized record is that they're incredibly powerful, capable of rivaling even ancient dragons. Since Silver Fire Dragons are so powerful, it's only natural for a Fire Dragon in the process of transforming into a Silver Fire Dragon to exhibit such behavior. So, since these Fire Dragon Detel said so, they naturally believed it. Chapter 73. The 2 felines' eyes kept lingering on Luo Yun, making him feel a little uneasy, yet they held no malicious intent. This look always left him with a strange feeling. Thinking carefully, their gazes seemed a bit like the time he visited the zoo to see giant pandas in his previous life, only this time, he was the one being stared at. He felt a little annoyed at being stared at, and turned back to glare fiercely. He saw 2 pairs of large, round eyes, pupils gleaming like stars, staring at him motionlessly. Well, seeing these cats, Luo Yun's annoyance began to dissipate. He devoured the pterosaur brittle bones in a few bites, somewhat in a fit of anger. Spreading his wings, he stirred up gusts of wind, soared upwards at an incredible speed, and flew away, finding the direction of his next hunting ground. What a beautiful Fire Dragon, meow. That glance just now was so oppressive, meow. Even the battle-hardened feline couldn't help but sigh as he watched Luo Yun's retreating figure. Meow. Of course, Fire Dragon Boss is the best. Hearing Elyakat's words, Fire Dragon Deter responded with pride. After the thief dragon had devoured the pterosaurs left by Luo Yun, they set out again, striving to return to the ancient tree as soon as possible. Several days passed in this uneventful manner. Outside the ancient tree, somewhere near the great Ant Mound wasteland, a female fire dragon roared and charged at a golden lion that had invaded its territory, destroying the surrounding area and overturning trees. The golden lion had a horrific, now healed, piercing wound near its heart, and the wound bore traces of damage from the strong electrical current. Had the wound been even slightly more off-center, the golden lion would have been dead. The female fire dragon's chariot charge was nimbly avoided by the golden lion, who then delivered a powerful punch to the female's body. Scales cracked, muscles shattered, and even bones creaked under the weight. The female fire dragon's body lurched in agony, but before it could react, the golden lion seized it by the tail. The mountain-like mass was like a stuffed toy in the golden lion's grasp, tossed left and right by the tail. Rock shattered, and the dirt on the ground mingled with the female fire dragon's blood, turning it a crimson mess. Even so, the golden lion remained unsatisfied. Rage and fury completely overwhelmed its mind. Raising its iron arms, it hammered the nearly incapacitated female fire dragon with punch after punch. Only after the pitiful female fire dragon's body was shattered by the immense force, reduced to a puddle of mud, and completely lifeless, did the golden lion regain its composure and slowly lower its fists, stained with flesh and still dripping with thick blood. While golden lions often favored bludgeoning their prey to death, for this golden lion, this was no longer hunting, it was simply venting its anger. The trauma and humiliation of nearly being killed kept it consumed by rage. It traversed most of the New World in search of the Qilin, only to find failure. Though it should have been eliminated from the ecosystem, it remained alive, but its purpose had been lost. It could only vent its boundless rage by frantically destroying everything it could see, slaughtering every living creature it could find. After wandering for a month, the golden lion traversed the entire ancient tree forest and arrived here. It tore into the female fire dragon's flesh with great gulps, its fury flaming up again under the stench of blood. After viciously swallowing the flesh, the golden lion headed in a new direction. And at the end of this direction lay the starry sky base of the New World Ancient Dragon Investigation Team. In the ancient tree fire dragon's lair, Luo Yun, wrestling with Yaji and building strength, felt a pang of anxiety. He sensed a call from somewhere in the forest, a rapid one, as if something was happening. Turning his head to look at Yaji, who looked puzzled, wondering why Luo Yun had stopped, Luo Yun called out twice in a low voice. Yaji, however, was completely bewildered. She hadn't heard the call, nor had she sensed anything unusual. Could it be that the boss finally remembered me, and is assigning me a task? Feeling this very possible, Luo Yun excitedly called out to Yaji and prepared to set off. Suddenly remembering the last time, when, due to his lack of strong ground combat capabilities, he had been forced to watch helplessly as the Thunder Wolf dragon leader hid in the woods, and could not be pursued, Luo Yun decisively called Yaji along to set off together. As for the fire dragons, a couple's teaming up, not a bad move. From his perception, the distance, this time was quite far. If the opponent was too strong, and he might need to recover from his injuries, it might take quite a while. Therefore, before leaving, Luo Yun specifically informed the fire dragon detail, telling them to proceed as usual. After noticing that he hadn't returned yet, they didn't need to panic. Then, the two dragons flew out of the ancient tree and headed towards their destination. At the star base, an investigator, holding onto a rope with one hand, fell to the ground at the feet of a pterosaur. After landing, he shook his numb hand and walked towards the starship's mission cabinet with a frown on his face. He addressed the Dragon Man supervisor, who was furiously writing mission calculations at the counter, and said, "The surrounding ecological environment has been experiencing unusual conditions recently." The Dragon Man supervisor paused, then immediately closed her notebook, rang a bell beside her, and began recording her mission notes. 20 minutes later, the Grand Commander arrived, his face solemn, his hands folded over his chest, as he listened to the investigator's report and the simplified diagram of the scene he presented. "It's truly horrific. The female fire dragon's body is so damaged. The surrounding vegetation has been overturned, and there's no trace of its properties. It must have been caused by sheer force. What kind of creature is this?" The Grand Commander pondered carefully, then said, "Did you find anything useful at the scene?" The investigator nodded, removing a few strands of brown hair from his waist pocket and handing them to the Grand Commander. "This is..." The Grand Commander took it. Although he had some suspicions in mind, He still ordered a researcher from the Research Institute to conduct an appraisal. The researcher, an elderly dragonoid, took the hair and examined it carefully with a magnifying glass. "Let me see. The hair is very soft, yet extremely tough and hollow. Judging by its shape, smell, and characteristics, it must be something left behind by a golden lion." "Golden lion?" Everyone present, except the Grand Commander, exclaimed in surprise. "This is a golden lion. It's an extremely dangerous creature no matter where it lives. Hunters who want to conduct such investigations must form a team to obtain permission from the guild. How could such a creature appear nearby? Its presence is too dangerous for the base." The investigator was a little nervous. Judging by the route the golden lion had taken, if nothing unexpected happened, it could potentially affect the base. "Yes, you're right. This is a golden lion. Let's put it this way. Everyone who's been out lately should be on the lookout. If there's any unusual activity, prioritize escape. As for how to handle it, leave it to me. I haven't been out for a while, so I take Sita and that little guy with me and take a look." The Grand Commander made a decision, had the hostess notify the others, and immediately headed to his cabin to suit up. The golden lion was too dangerous, and even he needed to be equipped to handle it, just to be safe. Chapter 74. Although the young Grand Master's hunting skills hadn't yet reached their peak, he was a leader among the Hunter Guild's generation, and had a keen understanding of his own abilities. Therefore, upon learning the target of this investigation, he donned his gear, prepared the necessary supplies, and set out on his own. However, the Grand Master's physique was too robust, and with his Thunder Wolf dragon suit and the spear and shield on his back, a single wyvern could barely carry him. Sita, along with the fire dragon deter warrior Tonkatsu, who had undergone rigorous training and had developed a bit of a hunting cat's demeanor, set out aboard another wyvern. Over the past month, after numerous weapon adjustments, Tonkatsu ultimately chose the heavy hammer. The dragon craftsman worked tirelessly, prioritizing the use of male Rathalos for weapons and female Rathalos for armor. This gave the creature a majestic appearance, enticing the hunters. This is a female Rathalos armor set and a male Rathalos weapon. Even though the kitty's gear uses less materials, it's still a troop many hunters could never assemble. The first group was comprised entirely of elites, yet even the best-equipped weapon master only possessed a female Rathalos armor set. Even the Grand Commander only possessed a Thunder Wolf dragon armor set. Such a newcomer, Deter, thanks to his symbiotic relationship with Rathalos, actually managed to acquire a complete set of Rathalos armor, made from materials from battle-hardened Rathalos. For this small set of equipment, the dragon craftsman even sacrificed a considerable amount of rare minerals. Thankfully, I heard the second group has already assembled in East Dorma. This time, they're primarily composed of artisans and technicians, with 3 ships and nearly 90 personnel. Over 60% of them are technicians, with the remainder consisting of family members and supplementary hunters. Their arrival will further expand the base, improve its functionality, and address the hunters' equipment and logistics issues. Then the Thunder Wolf dragon materials stored in the warehouse will be fully utilized, and every hunter will be equipped with Thunder Wolf dragon gear. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. As the 2 pterosaurs departed, news of the Golden Lion's presence spread quickly throughout the investigation team. It's a pity that the Dragon Hunter and the Swordsman Master were maintaining the newly established camp in the Ancient Tree Forest and the Great Anthill Wasteland, respectively. Otherwise, given the danger posed by the Golden Lion, they would likely have sent another person along. Even then, Luo Yuan and Yaji had been flying for 3 days in the direction they had sensed. The more they flew, the more familiar the environment felt, as if they had been there before. Finally, after a hunt, resting by a stream and observing the surroundings, Luo Yuan finally realized what was happening. Wasn't their flight path over the past 3 days the exact same route they'd taken from the Great Anthill Wasteland to the Ancient Tree? So, their destination this time was near their former nest. With this thought in mind, after another day of flying, they could see the vast wasteland in the distance. The forest beneath them, though thicker than ever, remained largely the same. Using the directions they remembered, they easily found a hunting ground they often frequented. After a hearty meal filled with a touch of nostalgia, Luo Yuan suggested returning to their former nest for a short rest, then returning to their target once they regained their strength. Aji didn't object. She had no desire to revisit their old haunts. They needed a place to stay anyway, anywhere would do. Luo Yuan's decision was up to them. After a satisfying meal and a short rest, it was almost evening when they finally saw the cliffs again. After so many years, the cliffs were covered in vines, cascading down like a green waterfall to the wasteland below. Having just landed at the cave entrance, Luo Yun hadn't noticed anything unusual. But once inside, he saw that the former nest had been replaced by a tent, with 2 large boxes placed next to it. In the corner of the nest, there was an extinguished campfire, and a few small stools, like a dining area. It seemed like no one had been here in ages. The smell had almost completely dissipated, and a thick layer of ash covered the tents and boxes. This? Luo Yun didn't know what to say. The nest was so hidden. How had the investigation team found it? And they actually transformed it into a campsite. No wonder the vine waterfall outside looked a little strange. It turned out these guys had planted it specifically to make it easier to climb up. The scene inside the nest only surprised Luo Yun, but Yaji was outright furious. Upon returning, my hometown had completely changed. The air was filled with an unpleasant odor, as if it were some kind of repellent made from monster feces. Annoyed, Yaji rushed directly into the nest, overturned the tent, swept away the boxes, and flapped her wings to fan the odor away. After a flurry of activity, she piled the tent and wood fragments into a nest, then, reluctantly, lay down on it. Luo Yun watched Yaji's actions from the side, showing no intention of stopping her. When Yaji was done, he happily approached, folded his wings, and pressed against her. This den was still too small for them, now so grown up. They used to think the depth of their nest, where they could see nothing when they lay down, felt safe and secure, shielded from the outside world's hostility. But now, lying here, they could easily see the wasteland in the distance. The rising moonlight shone in, covering half of their bodies. This made Luo Yun and Yaji clearly realize how much they had changed over the years. But the only thing that remained unchanged was the sense of security they felt when they clung to each other, feeling each other's warmth. Luo Yun and Yaji placed their necks together, their scales rubbing against each other, pouring out their feelings. The pure white moonlight shone through the cave entrance, casting a chorus of crimson and emerald green, interweaving gold and silver, like the most beautiful hymn in the world. In the ancient tree forest camp, the Grand Commander sat by the campfire, carefully polishing his spear with a rag. Across from him, Sita explained the fighting style of the Golden Lion, and the key points of hunting to Tundet. Although neither the Grand Captain nor Sita had ever actually encountered a Golden Lion during their hunting careers, wasn't the benefit of civilization precisely the availability of a wide variety of documented experiences? This time, the Grand Captain and Sita were the primary investigators. Tonkatsu was here to learn the hunting cat's fighting style and set traps, potentially distracting the Golden Lion and disrupting its rhythm. As long as he could do that, it was enough. Tonkatsu was somewhat unwilling to accept this, but he didn't rebel. He was fully aware of his current strength. To put it bluntly, he had come along to see the world. After all, his current combat power was only enough to fight a thief dragon. Chapter 75. Being humble and eager to learn, recognizing one's own strengths rather than blindly competing for prowess are the keys to becoming a good hunter. Both the Grand Captain and Sita held nothing back in their teachings to Tonkatsu. The next day, after dawn, Luo Yun and Yaji flew out of their nest and headed for their former hunting grounds. Along the way, at regular intervals, they could see various devastated areas. Relying on his powerful eyesight, Luo Yun discovered that these devastated areas bore few signs of battle. Beneath the broken trees and rubble, he could faintly see the decaying corpses of herbivorous dragons, environmental creatures, and thief dragons. It felt as if the creatures causing this destruction had no purpose, simply wreaking havoc. Anything within their field of vision would become their target. What a brutal creature! Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex, reputed to be unsuitable for this world, a beast from the abyss, wouldn't destroy everything so madly, right? In the short journey from his lair to his hunting grounds, Luo Yun saw 4 ruined areas. In particular, in the ruins of the forest, he spotted an incredibly thick tree, as if it had been broken repeatedly by brute force. Even before the hunt began, Luo Yun pondered what his target would be. He had a feeling that this creature would be incredibly formidable, one that neither he nor Yaji could take down on their own. After their hunt, and their energy levels fully restored, Luo Yun and Yaji began their search, following the traces of destruction and identifying the general direction based on the extent of the damage. But both the ancient tree forest and the great anthill wasteland were vast, and even with a clear direction, searching was difficult. The search lasted from daylight to dusk. Just as Luo Yun was about to call it a day, a howling sound came from the direction of the great anthill wasteland. Without a word, Luo Yun quickly flew in that direction. From afar, he could see clouds of dust rising, clearly a battle between monsters. With a hint of excitement, Luo Yun accelerated again. But when he saw the monsters fighting, his heart suddenly sank, and his eyes cleared. This wasn't a fight. It was clearly the Golden Lion slaughtering a pitiful sand dragon. The sand dragon's armor, made of dried mud, was like Play-Doh in the golden lion's hands. He plucked it apart with one pull, or punched it, pounding the dragon and the mud together. The earth sand dragon tried to escape, but was savagely toppled by the golden lion. After a barrage of punches, it lay there, barely breathing, groaning in pain. Confrontation. The moment Luo Yun saw the golden lion, he confronted it with the damaged area. That kind of destructive power was indeed within the reach of the golden lion. For a moment, Luo Yun was dazed. Could the world consciousness boss have assigned the wrong order? Attack the golden lion? Isn't that a bit too much of a compliment to the dragon? This is the golden lion, one of the strongest creatures below the ancient dragon level, bearing the title of world policeman, a unique entity below the ancient dragon level. In its normal state, it's capable of fighting a Qilin. After activating its intensified state and starting to gain life, it steadily reaches the ancient dragon level, even capable of fighting against ancient dragons like the Nergigant, which specialize in preying on ancient dragons. The gap was almost chasm-like. How could they fight? Flying beside Luo Yun, Yaji was puzzled as to why Luo Yun was staring down without making any unnecessary moves. However, that unfamiliar creature could so easily crush a sand dragon. It looked powerful. Could it be its target? Luo Yun and Yaji were searching, so they weren't flying very high. The golden lion, having just vented its anger after crushing the sand dragon, sensed their presence and easily spotted them. Slamming its fists on the ground, it roared defiantly at Luo Yun and Yaji. Before Luo Yun could react, the golden lion hurled a stone, the sound of it piercing the air echoing past his ears. Before Luo Yun could react, Yaji roared in dove. Ah! Without a chance to call out to Yaji, Luo Yun ignited his flames and dived as well. The golden lion gazed at the two figures swooping down, one after the other, without a trace of fear. Instead, it pounded its chest with excitement, its arm muscles bulging as its eyes blazed with bloodshot, staring intently at them. Seizing its perfect moment, it nimbly dodged Yaji's predatory advance with a backward leap. Then, with a powerful leap, it appeared in front of Yaji, ducking its head to avoid the bite. It then grasped her neck with one hand, and, using sheer brute force, pinned her to the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Yun's sharp claws, blazing with crimson flames, reached for the golden lion's head, but the lion raised its hand to block them. The sharp claws only pierced the skin, leaving a wound. Before Luo Yun could retract his claws, someone grabbed his calf and forcibly yanked him down, flapping his wings and attempting to fly. The encircling flames were simply ignored by the golden lion. With this, the golden lion grabbed one with each hand, exerting an exaggerated force with his inverted deltoids. He spun his body, lifting the two massive fire dragons and throwing them with a windmill-like motion. Luo Yun and Yaji's bodies slid a long distance onto the wasteland. Before they could even stand, they saw the golden lion charging towards them at a speed that made Luo Yun's eyes widen. His characteristics were closely related to his physical strength. Over the years, in addition to his normal hunting and strengthening his body through absorbing earth veins, he had also been training with Yaji. This increased strength allowed him to increase his acceleration level more quickly during combat, making him more able to withstand the subsequent shift from lightness to heaviness and fatigue. However, the speed displayed by the golden lion at this moment was no less than that of Luo Yun at this stage. On second thought, this was a creature capable of withstanding the Qilin's teleportation. Speed was the golden lion's forte. Without time to take off, Luo Yun and Yaji decisively spit two fireballs. However, faced with these purple-tinged fireballs, the golden lion showed no sign of dodging. With fists clenched, it smashed them apart one by one. The exploding flames only slightly delayed its progress, but didn't cause much substantial damage. But this brief pause gave Luo Yun and Yaji time to adjust. Spitting fireballs at their feet, creating a cloud of smoke that simultaneously lifted them into the air. Watching the furious golden lion on the ground, Luo Yun and Yaji simultaneously began to charge their energy, their chest scales turning red from the intense heat. Double-charged fan-shaped fire, raging flames swept down with the wind's pressure. Luo Yun and Yaji's flames overlapped and merged, forming a larger, hotter flame that enveloped the golden lion. Chapter 76. Faced with the overwhelming flames, the golden lion shielded his eyes with one hand, clasping a rock with the other to stabilize himself against the wind pressure. The widespread fan-shaped fire further heated up the already dry wasteland. Many exposed rocks became brittle in the flames. As the wind pressure gradually dissipated, the gravel surface began to smoothen and crystallize. The golden lion had not expected the combined force of Luo Yun and Yaji's fan-shaped fire to reach such a high temperature. Even though it had lived in a volcanic lava zone for years, possessing an extremely strong resistance to fire, it could not fully withstand such intense flames for a long time. The wound pierced by the qilin, and the muscles and skin that had grown back after healing, did not offer such incredible defenses. Waves of stinging pain emanated from it, and its brown fur began to curl in the flames. The golden lion gritted his teeth and, using the wind pressure from the flames, leaped a considerable distance, temporarily avoiding the center of the flames. Before Luo Yun and Yaji's flames could fully reach him, he clenched his fists, raised them high, and slammed them into the ground, cracking the rock beneath his feet. Then he thrust his hands forward and lifted them. The golden lion unearthed a large chunk of rock, thrusting it upright into the ground. The golden lion held the rock like a shield, shielding it from the onslaught of the flames. The flames billowed from either side of the golden lion, and the rock surface began to turn red and melt, but the temperature was still within the golden lion's tolerance. As the fire breath ended, Luo Yun and Yaji gasped as they gazed at the charred ground. The red rock and molten lava, deprived of their heat source, solidified and turned pitch black. Thick smoke rose, and the heat distorted the air above. Suddenly, Luo Yun's eyes flickered, and he spread his wings and dodged the incoming giant rock. A golden lion, its skin scorched and burned, leaped out of the smoke, pounding the ground with its fists and roaring defiantly at the two dragons in the sky. This energetic, battle-ready appearance seemed as if it were completely unharmed. This monster was simply conjured up by the world consciousness on a whim? Luo Yun thought, gritting his teeth. As world policemen, the Deviljo and the explosive dragon possess obvious weaknesses. If targeted, ordinary creatures would have a chance of defeating them. But what about the golden lion? It remained alive and kicking under this level of fire breath. And most importantly, it hasn't even reached a high energy state yet. Should we continue fighting? While he doubted the world consciousness boss would send him such an unstoppable single target, Luo Yun couldn't find a way to deal with the situation. Ranged attacks were ineffective and couldn't inflict fatal damage. They could only be used to annoy it, but what if it suddenly didn't want to fight anymore? With the underground caves everywhere in the great Ant Mound wasteland, it only needed to dive in. Luo Yun had no good solution. Was he going to follow him in? Besides, these caves were interconnected, and exits were everywhere in the great Ant Mound wasteland. Once it entered, it would be difficult to find its way back. As for melee combat, given the Golden Lion's ability to single-handedly subdue Yaji just now, Luo Yun had no doubt it could forcibly stop Yaji's dragon chariot with its bare hands. Glancing deeply at the furious Golden Lion below, Luo Yun called out to Yaji and decisively departed. Having expended considerable energy and lacking any effective means of dealing with the Golden Lion, wasting time like this would be pointless. It would be better to retreat temporarily, observe and ponder, and figure out how to defeat it. Gazing at the two fire dragons with red eyes, as they flew away, the Golden Lion's temper grew increasingly furious. However, the surrounding creatures had already fled due to the noise of their battle. Without a target to vent its anger, the Golden Lion could only vent its anger by continuously destroying the surrounding rocky ground. For the next 2 days, Luo Yun hid himself high in the clouds, constantly observing the Golden Lion, and gradually sensed something was amiss. Golden lions are belligerent and often attack creatures they catch sight of, but they don't wantonly destroy the environment. Golden lions aren't constantly in combat, they also take breaks. Although most of the time it simply laid down wherever it wanted to rest, completely oblivious to its surroundings and potential threats, this confidence stemmed from its strength. However, this golden lion gave Luo Yun the impression of being constantly enraged, yet its tail, the emotional controller, was intact, which shouldn't have happened. Furthermore, even at night, when the golden lion was sleeping, it would suddenly awaken, even when there were no threats around, and then begin to disrupt its surroundings for no apparent reason. Luo Yun observed that the golden lion seemed to deliberately intrude upon the territories of various monsters during the day, luring them out and slaughtering them frantically. Even the scars on its body were unnoticed. In Luo Yun's opinion, it was more accurate to say that the golden lion was seeking death rather than wreaking havoc. It wanted to die in a battle of all its might. In each of these battles, the golden lion never once used its Do-Chi transformation, which made Luo Yun wonder if it was unable to reach a state of intense excitement. As the golden lion advanced, it gradually approached the shore of the great anthill wasteland, about to enter a swampy area dotted with clusters of giant anthills. The Grand Commander, accompanied by 2 cats, had also arrived in this area, guided by the guide insects. It's like this again. This guy really does wreak havoc wherever he goes. The Grand Commander picked up a stone in his hand, surveyed the cratered rocky ground, and spoke gravely. Starting from the location indicated by the investigation team, he followed the trail of destruction left by the golden lion. The path was littered with shattered earth and the corpses of slaughtered monsters. Aside from the apparently scorched area from the day before, where he was somewhat surprised to find only the corpse of a sand dragon, everything else was largely unchanged. Just as the Grand Commander was about to continue on his way, the guide insects on his way suddenly flew out. A green light shot in one direction. Before the Grand Commander could react, the guide insects instantly turned red and scattered aimlessly, finally dispersing and returning to the insect cages on his waist. This signaled the presence of dangerous monsters nearby. Beware. The Grand Commander growled softly, and Sita and Tonkatsu immediately leaped to his side, vigilantly observing their surroundings, ready to draw their weapons. A gust of wind blew through the air, sending flecks of yellow sand flying. Chapter 77. Bang! 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 The golden lion's form emerged from the yellow sand, making no attempt to conceal itself. Like a gorilla, it strode into the Grand Commander's sight, its massive horns atop its shoulders. So many wounds. Has this creature been fighting all this time? Looking at the densely packed wounds on the golden lion's body, a crisscross pattern of old and new, while most were superficial and wouldn't have any impact on a monster of this caliber, the sheer number was horrifying, especially the hideous, penetrating wound on its left chest. Even the flesh was still freshly hewn. It was unbelievable how dangerous and grievous this creature had been. Meanwhile, meeting the golden lion's icy gaze, the Grand Commander casually patted his armor and grasped his shield and spear. At the signal, Sita immediately dispersed to the side, ready to join the Grand Commander in a joint attack, while Tonkatsu retreated without a backward glance, preparing to set a trap. Finally found it. You're full of energy. Even facing the hostile golden lion, the Grand Commander's tone held a hint of relief. His eyes, as calm as water, watched the lion's every move intently, ready to respond at any moment. Roar! The golden lion raised its head and roared. Perhaps it was instinct. Sensing a threat from the tiny creature before it, this threat even surpassed the pair of fire dragons it had encountered previously. It felt as if it had encountered an opponent of the same level. It had a feeling that perhaps today would be the day its suffering would finally end. A frenzied fighting spirit blazed in the golden lion's eyes, his muscles instantly energized as he launched an aggressive attack against the Grand Commander. When facing a monster, the golden lion chose to punch with all his might, aiming to shatter the opponent's defenses with a single blow. Or perhaps, he would use his massive horns to pierce the opponent's defenses and inflict damage. Generally speaking, strength outweighs speed. But now, facing a hunter much smaller than himself, the golden lion began to exploit its speed advantage. Backward leaps, light punches, tortoise punches, leaps and slams, and soaring attacks. A continuous barrage of attacks followed. And amidst these attacks, the Grand Commander calmly responded, timing his moves to dodge, roll, and leap. He didn't rush into a melee, often striking back when the golden lion's attacks were unavoidable. Only when he couldn't avoid the blow would he use his shield to block it. Compared to the monster's immense advantages in size and strength, hunters can benefit somewhat from equipment crafted using the marvels of dragon forging techniques. But the power gap is substantial, and hunting techniques often prioritize evasion over defense. As a legendary hunter who has faced ancient dragons, the golden lion's attacks, though intense, remain within the Grandmaster's reach. Each of the Grandmaster's counterattacks inflicts minimal damage, yet his exceptional hunting prowess ensures he consistently concentrates his attacks on a single target. One of the hunter's fundamental hunting techniques is to prioritize attacking a single target, disrupting the monster's mobility before delivering the critical strike. This is exemplified by the Grandmaster. As the Grand Commander and the Golden Lion engaged in a fierce struggle, Sita made a detour and arrived behind the lion. His target was the lion's tail. This was one of the lion's weaknesses. A severe blow, even a severed one, would not only injure the lion, but also cause it to spiral out of control, gradually losing its attacking rhythm. Sometimes, a monster enraged and losing its mind is easier to deal with than one calm and composed. Bang! With a dull thud, the Golden Lion's powerful punch slammed into the Grand Commander's massive shield. The Grand Commander's feet stomped onto the ground, leaving 2 trails behind, but at least he had blocked the powerful blow. He and the Golden Lion engaged in a brief struggle, and this was the opportunity Sita had been waiting for. Slash! Sita leaped high and struck the Golden Lion's tail with his sword. The weight and sharpness of the great sword, combined with the accumulated force from the draw, caused the Golden Lion to feel a sharp pain in its tail, and instinctively spun around and swung his fist. When Sita's strike failed to sever the tail, he had already raised his great sword at an angle in defense. Meow! The immense force from the sword transmitted to his body, sending Sita flying with a cry of pain. The golden lion attempted to pursue, but a spear thrust from a precarious angle pierced his waist with a thud. Ouch! The golden lion, gripping the spear with his backhand, flung the Grand Commander and his spear away. He wiped his wound, then looked at the blood on his palm. The muscles in his arm tensed again, and he pounded his chest with his fists, roaring to the heavens. The pain fueled his fury. His eyes bloodshot, the golden lion dug out a huge rock and threw it at the Grand Commander. Then, leaping high, his fists clenched like a pair of giant hammers, he descended from the sky and smashed down on him. The Grand Commander had just dodged the boulder when the golden lion leaped towards him, forcing him to dodge again. The golden lion's fists, though they missed, created spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, causing a small tremor. Before the Grand Commander could even regain his balance, the tremor sent him stumbling to a half-kneeling position. Watching the golden lion continue its relentless attack, he reluctantly raised his shield. Flashbang meow. Accompanied by the creaking of pig bones, a blinding flash erupted from behind the Grand Commander. Unaware, the golden lion was blinded. Instinctively, he halted his attack and shielded his eyes with one hand. The Grand Commander seized the opportunity and thrust his spear forward, inflicting another wound on the golden lion. Then, without further ado, he rolled to avoid the golden lion's instinctive counterattack. Taking advantage of the golden lion's blindness, he dodged its random attacks and continued his thrusts. Sita, enduring the numbness in his arm, returned to the battlefield and joined the Grand Commander in the attack. In the sky, Luo Yuan, having finished hunting with Yaji and returned to search for another opportunity, immediately observed the battle on the ground. Luo Yuan locked onto the conspicuous armor of the two men and cats. The golden lion, eyes closed, swung its fists wildly, each one landing in the air. The spear user and the large cat seized upon the openings to attack, leaving scars upon scars. Although the damage wasn't high, their attacks were highly concentrated, and the wounds in that area began to worsen after repeated attacks. Add to that the scene, deter, wearing a female fire dragon suit, leaped up and down nearby, occasionally throwing a few items. Female fire dragon suit. Luo Yun's pupil shrank, and his gaze locked directly with the other person. Isn't this one of our cats? Luo Yun recalled deter, named Tonkatsu. Although it was somewhat surprising to see the cats that were supposed to be at the Starry Stronghold, watching the battle below, the fact that they could engage the golden lion to this extent was enough to prove the hunter's formidable strength. Kill him while he's weak. Without any sense of shame about his unsportsmanlike behavior, Luo Yun roared and swooped down with Yaji, joining the fray. Chapter 78. Two massive shadows descended from the sky. The golden lion, having just regained his sight, instinctively leaped back, out of the Grand Commander's range, and looked up. It was the two fire dragons from before. The Grand Commander and Sita half raised their weapons, ready for battle. The sudden appearance of two fire dragons was unclear whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. The most frustrating thing for hunters during a hunt is the sudden intrusion of monsters. After all, every hunt is carefully planned. The intrusion of new monsters not only disrupts the rhythm of the hunt, but also limits the hunter's maneuvering space, causing injury and ultimately forcing them to abandon the hunt. The unlucky might even be unable to retreat, perishing in the hunt. Unlike the Grand Commander and Sita, Tonkatsu almost jumped for joy when he saw the two figures. I didn't expect to encounter the Fire Dragon boss here. Then this golden lion is definitely doomed. The Fire Dragon boss will definitely take it down. Tonkatsu was confident of this. Ignoring Tonkatsu's expression, Luo Yuan and Yaji didn't foolishly launch a direct attack on the prepared golden lion. Instead, they flew low to its left and right. Yaji landed, crouching low, ready to charge at any moment. Luo Yuan flapped his wings to the right of the golden lion, flames blazing on his wings, and roared at it. Thus, Luo Yuan, Yaji, the Grand Commander, and Sita formed a triangular formation around the golden lion. The Grand Commander, wary of the golden lion, observed the two intruding dragons from the corner of his eye. The female fire dragon to his right was far larger than any he had ever seen. Her body was covered in ferocious spines, and her scales were smooth and metallic. Although she didn't roar, her mere presence, ready to attack at any moment, was enough to frighten him. The fire dragon on the left, though only the size of a normal fire dragon, blazed with flames from its wings. Sparks of fire scattered as it flapped, and even as it hovered, the temperature around it began to slowly rise. A battle-hardened female fire dragon, and a special male fire dragon? Although it seemed the male and female fire dragons were also targeting the golden lion, a monster was still a monster. He wondered if it might find it a hindrance, and attack him during the battle. The Grand Commander pondered, already considering whether to retreat temporarily. Meow! Meow! Tonkatsu barked, his heavy hammer raised. Sita, beside the Grand Commander, narrowed her pupils and tightened her grip on her great sword. Tonkatsu said this is its leader. We can cooperate. Hearing this, the Grand Commander made a quick decision. He raised his shield slightly, and the tip of his spear, following his gaze, slowly pointed at the Golden Lion's weak spot. At this moment, they were all searching for the Golden Lion's weakness, ready to launch a thundering attack at any moment. Faced with the encirclement, the Golden Lion's rationality had long since returned, and it was now extremely excited. This was the battle it had always dreamed of. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. This was the only thought in the Golden Lion's mind, and the instinctive sense of crisis made every cell in its body excited. The pain from the wounds on its body constantly stimulated its nerves, and the will to fight consumed it. Only blood and death could bring it complete relief. Under Luo Yun's gaze, the muscles in the Golden Lion's arms expanded abnormally, then shrank back. With a flick of his hand, his fingers and bones crackled, as if the previous battle had not allowed his muscles to stretch. Now was the Golden Lion's strongest moment. The Golden Lion moved. It didn't choose the Grand Commander and Zeta directly in front of it, nor did it choose Luo Yun, hovering low in the sky. Instead, it charged directly at the largest of the group, Yaji. Having already gathered its strength, Yaji unleashed a volley of explosive fireballs. The Golden Lion nimbly dodged them, and 2 more volleys landed at the lion's feet, sending a puff of smoke billowing. Then, fearlessly counterattacked, its poisonous tail spine swept across, piercing the smoke and slamming into the lion's body. Faced with this attack, the Golden Lion dodged with a simple sidestep, reaching out without hesitation to grab Yaji's tail. Unexpectedly, Yaji's sweep was a false alarm. Her quick retraction of her tail left the Golden Lion empty-handed. Yaji leaned forward, her powerful hind legs suddenly exerting force, charging forward like a giant green truck, knocking the Golden Lion staggering. The spikes on its wings pierced its skin and penetrated its flesh. The Golden Lion struggled with both hands, finally finding its footing. One hand firmly pressed against Yaji's wings, the other raised with a fist, ready to strike down. A flaming claw seized the arm, and as the flames engulfed it, Luo Yun quickly flapped his wings, pulling the arm high. The flammable liquid, ignited by the flapping of the wings, transformed into sparks that fell on the Golden Lion and began to ignite. Luo Yun and Yaji exerted their combined force, one pulling, the other pushing, momentarily dislocating the Golden Lion's balance. In this moment, the Golden Lion unexpectedly pushed Yaji aside, using her thrust to leap high into the air, unleashing a rising dragon punch. Thankfully, Luo Yun, having foreseen the situation, released his claws in time, launching himself into the air and narrowly avoiding the blow. The Golden Lion's reaction was incredibly fast. Although Luo Yun dodged the rising dragon punch, he hadn't anticipated its ability to adjust midair. Upon landing, it leaped forward, leaping in front of Yaji and delivering a powerful punch. Yaji dodged sideways and tried to bite back, but the Golden Lion grabbed her neck. The lion then grabbed her with both hands and threw her over his shoulder. Rock splintered and rubble exploded. The massive body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Just as the Golden Lion was about to strike again, the Grand Commander's spear arrived. The tip of the spear aimed directly at the Golden Lion's head, forcing it to withdraw its hand to block the blow. But the attack wasn't over yet. Sita, stepping on the Grand Commander's back, leaped high, swinging his great sword, which clashed with a resounding clang against the Golden Lion's horns. The force of the strike was so powerful that the Golden Lion's head dropped, and its body involuntarily took a step back. At that moment, Luo Yun's attack arrived. It transformed into a flaming meteor, slamming into the Golden Lion, causing a violent explosion. The Golden Lion was caught completely off guard, and was blown away helplessly by the explosion, crashing directly into the massive anthill, collapsing the over 10-meter tall structure. The rebound force caused it to hover slightly before collapsing to the ground. Luo Yun also felt the impact, feeling as if he had hit a massive block of iron. The interaction caused his scales to burst, and the sudden, intense pain caused him to lose control of his body for a short time. But he recovered in an instant, shielding Yaji and staring intently at the Golden Lion as it climbed to its feet. The Golden Lion's left chest was charred, its flesh torn, and blood oozed from the wound, even dripping from the corner of its mouth. Chapter 79. Even such injuries couldn't deprive the Golden Lion of its fighting power. Its eyes still shone with fighting spirit as it charged forward at high speed. The Grand Commander met the attack without hesitation, sliding to avoid a punch before thrusting his spear once more to pierce the golden lion's wound. Luo Yun and Yaji also adjusted themselves, roaring as they charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle. The battle between the large monsters was intense. Luo Yun continuously bombarded the golden lion with flames from the sky, keeping it burning, while occasionally transforming into fireballs and swooping down, using the speed gained from these dives to increase his impact. Yaji, on the other hand, constantly switched between ground and air, varying her fighting style. She was well aware that she was no match for the golden lion in terms of brute force. Rather than engaging in a brute force duel that allowed the golden lion to exploit its weaknesses, it was better to fully unleash her venomous power and poison the creature whenever she saw an opportunity. At other times, she would either coordinate with Luo Yun in fire bombardments or provide cover for the Grand Commander and Sita's attacks. As a result, the Golden Lion's direct opponent became the smallest Grand Captain. The Grand Captain was truly formidable. True to their humanoid form, the hunters fought the Golden Lion in brief battles, holding their own. Their specially crafted shield withstood countless attacks from the Golden Lion, only slightly deforming its surface. Add to that Sita's determined attacks, targeting the Golden Lion's tail and horns. For a moment, the Golden Lion was at a disadvantage. The wounds on its body continued to multiply, and its body was covered in blood, giving it the appearance of a demon from hell. Even so, the Golden Lion showed no sign of retreat. Its attacks grew increasingly frantic, even abandoning defense and adopting a strategy of trading wounds for wounds. The battle reached a fever pitch, but the Golden Lion remained unmoved, which reassured Luo Yun. Even the Grand Commander sustained injuries in this trading wounds tactic, not to mention Luo Yun and Yaji, who were massive and charging head-on. Meow! The trap is set, meow. At this point, Tonkatsu shouted in human language. The Golden Lion possessed a high combat intelligence. Ordinary traps could not be hidden from it. They had to be more subtle and ingenious. Additionally, this was a wasteland, not a forest, making Tonkatsu's deployment much more complex. After hearing Tonkatsu's words, the Grand Commander began to deliberately guide the Golden Lion in that direction. Though Luo Yun and Yaji didn't understand, they watched as the Grand Commander shifted his rhythm, focusing on defense. Yaji dodged the Golden Lion's attacks and, with Luo Yun's help, quickly ascended into the air. Having lost its target, the Golden Lion once again set its sights on the Grand Commander. As the Grand Commander dodged and defended, it inched closer to the trap. From the air, Luo Yun spotted the trap set by Tonkatsu. Though crude, that was from his aerial perspective. For the Golden Lion, preoccupied with combat on the ground, it was still difficult to spot. Luo Yun called out to Yaji, then swooped down and began coordinating with the Grand Commander to guide the Golden Lion in that direction. Just as they were about to reach the trap, the Golden Lion suddenly swung its fist, smashing the rock apart, scooping out a piece, and throwing it at the Grand Commander. The small earthquake shattered the trap's camouflage, exposing it directly. This guy. The captain rolled away from the boulder. Having exposed his target, he abandoned his pretense and charged again. The situation returned to the initial siege. Seeing he was failing to capture the enemy, Luo Yun grew anxious. In this relentless battle, their injuries were only getting worse. If this continued, even if the Golden Lion was defeated, they would likely pay a heavy price. So, with the Golden Lion pinned down by Yaji, and the captain also drawing its attention, exposing its back, Luo Yun decisively attacked. His claws firmly grasped the Golden Lion's shoulders, pulling it up with all his might. Yaji, in perfect coordination, withstood the Golden Lion's full-strength blow, cracking bones where they were struck. With a powerful thrust, he finally lifted the Golden Lion off the ground, and Luo Yun lifted it high into the air. Without a foothold, the Golden Lion struggled frantically, but Luo Yun's claws were already firmly entwined around its shoulders, barely holding on, preventing it from breaking free. Seeing that simple struggles were futile, the Golden Lion grabbed one of Luo Yun's legs with both hands and began to exert force. A sharp pain shot through his leg. The Golden Lion was determined to break his leg alive. Although he hadn't reached the ideal altitude yet, he couldn't care less at this point. The flames encircling Luo Yun swelled rapidly. Luo Yun folded his wings and began to spin and dive, causing the Golden Lion to lose its balance and, trapped in the vortex of flames, could only cling to Luo Yun's legs. And so, the two monsters, engulfed in the swirling fireball, plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, and with a deafening explosion, the earth shook. A deep crater was created, centered around the spot where they had fallen. Luo Yun's body flew out, twisting and turning, landing helplessly on the ground, one leg dragging weakly, large scales shattered. Even though he had used the Golden Lion as a cushion at the last moment, the impact still left him severely injured. He was now almost completely exhausted, staring intently into the smoke and dust. He couldn't believe that a Golden Lion, not in its aroused state, could survive such an attack unscathed. A dark shadow appeared, and the Golden Lion limped out of the smoke, one arm drooping, a large horn broken from its head. The ripped fur was covered in sand, and blood was constantly oozing, indicating that it had also suffered serious injuries. But even in this state, the Golden Lion gritted its teeth and rushed towards Luo Yun. It still had the strength to fight. A massive green figure flew overhead. Yaji, who had previously withstood the Golden Lion's attack and also suffered heavy damage, lunged at the Golden Lion. After dodging a blow with her head tilted, she firmly grasped the Golden Lion's free right fist, leaving her chest vulnerable. The Grand Commander appeared shortly after, seizing the opportunity. His spear sliced through the smoke and dust, and while the Golden Lion was unable to defend, he struck it with pinpoint accuracy in the chest. The spot was the exact spot where the Qilin had inflicted the penetrating wound. The spear pierced the Golden Lion's heart, the tip exiting through its back. The Golden Lion finally let out a painful wail. His right hand gripped the spear tightly, trying to pull it free. The spear creaked under the weight. The Grand Commander pushed hard, but suddenly the Golden Lion's grip loosened, allowing the spear to penetrate even deeper. Looking up, he saw the Golden Lion raise its right fist, delivering a final blow at the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander shielded himself with his massive shield and quickly assumed a defensive stance. Bang! The sound was muted, the punch had little power. The shield moved away, and the Golden Lion's body slid sideways, sending up a cloud of dust and falling into silence. This monster! Looking at the Golden Lion's fallen body and the deformed spear, recalling the way he struck one last blow before dying, the Grand Commander let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 80. Monsters, like humans, are flesh and blood creatures, possessing an instinctive will to survive. They only choose to sacrifice their lives when truly desperate, when even escape is impossible. That's why hunters say a monster's most dangerous moment is just before its death. At this moment, monsters are at their most frantic, unconcerned with their injuries or attempts to evade attacks. As long as they can tear a piece of flesh from their prey, they do it, no matter the cost. Many novice hunters often fall prey to this moment. But this Golden Lion, no one knew what had happened. From the very beginning, it hadn't even considered retreating. Even until the final moment of its death, it was intent on delivering one final blow. That frenzied energy was like someone suffering from the legendary dragon madness. Luo Yun stared at the fallen Golden Lion, feeling a throbbing pain all over his body. He truly wondered if he made a mistake. Or had the world consciousness boss truly assigned the wrong order? This was the result of him bringing along Yaji. Without Yaji, how much would it have taken for him, and this hunter alone, to defeat the Golden Lion? It shouldn't have been this difficult. Meow, Fire Dragon Boss, meow. Tonkatsu sprinted over on all fours, meowing worriedly at the injuries sustained by Fire Dragon Boss and his mate. Since their tribe had surrendered to Luo Yun, they had never seen him so severely injured. Luo Yun glanced at Tonkatsu, then his gaze fell on the Grand Commander, who had removed his helmet. His thick black hair, coupled with his muscular build, the incredible strength he possessed in battling the Golden Lion, and the greatsword-wielding hunter cat, with whom he worked so seamlessly. This guy must be the Grand Commander from his youth, right? Luo Yun dug up memories from his previous life and recognized the Grand Commander. In his previous life, he assumed the Grand Commander wielded a hammer or an axe, but he'd been surprised to find himself wielding a spear. With his physique, using a spear seemed reasonable. Perhaps it was Luo Yun's eyes that seemed too cold, or perhaps he'd been staring for too long without moving. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. To Zeta, Luo Yun looked as if he were debating whether to attack them. After all, any monster is almost inherently hostile to those who pose a threat. It's common for them to be united against a common enemy one moment, and then engaged in a war the next. Thus Zeta grew wary. Never abandoning vigilance against any monster is a fundamental principle for hunters. Sensing the atmosphere was off, Tonkatsu glanced quickly at the Grand Commander and Zeta, then decisively leaped in front of Luo Yun, striking a defensive stance towards Zeta. Tonkatsu's unwavering decision made Zeta open her mouth, but she remained silent. Knowing the importance of Fire Dragon Boss in Fire Dragon Detel's heart, Tonkatsu's decision was perfectly natural. Detel, like Faye's cat, had a small heart, unable to accommodate extraneous choices. Ah, what are you doing? No need to act so dauntingly. This Fire Dragon Boss isn't hostile, he's probably just curious. The Grand Commander suddenly laughed, slinging his battered shield across his shoulders. He took 2 steps forward, looking up and directly into Luo Yun's eyes. He grinned. Finally, I see you. Although a little different than I imagined all these years, you're truly majestic, Fire Dragon Boss. Luo Yun tilted his head, realizing for the first time the disadvantages of a language barrier. Although he felt the Grand Commander meant no harm, and rather a friendly greeting, the nostalgic, almost unspoken expression left him somewhat baffled. Have they met before? Impossible. Since I can't quite figure it out, I might as well give up and stop thinking. Anyway, we probably won't meet again in the future. He called out to Yaji, and was about to take off, when he suddenly remembered something he overlooked. Looking down, he saw Tonkatsu, looking at him with worried eyes. Thinking for a moment, he plucked a severely damaged scale from its wing, about to fall off, and threw it in front of it, then flew away without a backward glance. Tonkatsu picked up the scale, and cradled it in his arms, staring blankly at the cracks, tears streaming down his face. Meow. Fire Dragon Boss, I work hard to become stronger, meow. The Grand Commander and Sita looked at the wailing Tonkatsu, looking at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to tell Tonkatsu that your Fire Dragon Boss didn't seem to mean that. The Grand Commander sighed, as he watched the 2 fire dragons retreat. I never thought the owners of those 2 scales would have grown so large now. If those guys who have been applying for missions to investigate the transformation of the gold and silver fire dragons knew about this, they'd be envious to death. Ah, it hurts. The Grand Commander covered his arm and gasped. Meow, Teacher Sita, I'm sorry, meow. Putting the scales away, Tonkatsu lowered his head sheepishly, apologizing for his behavior. It's okay, you made the right choice, meow. Sita nodded calmly. At that moment, the cry of a pterosaur echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw the swordsman master and 2 hunters arriving. Looking at the mess on the ground, and the corpse of the golden lion, its heart pierced by a spear, the swordsman master sighed. I didn't expect I'd be so late. Have you improved again? Haha, no, it's just the help of 2 big friends. Otherwise, who knows how long the fight would have lasted. The Grand Commander replied with a smile, not revealing the presence of Luo Yun and the others. However, the swordsman master knew what was going on at a glance. Since the Grand Commander hadn't said anything, there was no need for him to inquire. He was sure that the Grand Commander would privately inform his old comrades of the situation upon returning to the base. What should we do with the Golden Lion's body? We have to find a way to bring it back. By the way, half of the materials we extract from the Golden Lion will be pork bones. The Grand Commander and the Sword Master discussed and decided on the distribution of the Golden Lion's body. Luo Yun, returning to the lair, had no idea that the Sword Master had arrived just as he left. With the addition of another legendary hunter, defeating the Golden Lion would be much easier. He wouldn't have to resort to the tactic of hurting the enemy and himself. Not long after returning to the lair, the familiar surge of life energy returned. Luo Yun comfortably felt the life energy passively flowing into his body. He could happily idle for a while longer. Turning his head to look at Yaji beside him, she was so exhausted that she had simply closed her eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. Luo Yun's careful perception revealed something strange about Yaji. It was as if her body had a limit. Even though the life energy passively flowing into her increased in speed, after circulating through her body, only a similar amount remained, and the rest was expelled. Although the life energy circulating through the body could improve physical fitness and strengthen the body, it was still far less effective than if it were stored within the body. Perhaps this was the greatest difference between ordinary creatures and ancient dragons. Ancient dragons could not only actively absorb and accumulate life energy, but also utilize it. Ordinary creatures, on the other hand, could not even sense life energy, and could only passively accept its transformation. With luck, they would produce dragon jade in a certain part of their body, allowing for initial storage. Chapter 81. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. There was nothing he could do. The world was just so cruel, which was why non-ancient dragon-level creatures were so rare. The difference in physiological structure was one factor, and the utilization of life energy was another. But fortunately, after so many years of observation, Yaji's passive absorption limit wasn't static. Although it was very small, there was some improvement. Just as Luo Yun yawned, enduring the discomfort and preparing to fall asleep, a panel suddenly popped up. Trait extraction completed. Regeneration power. After being tempered by life energy, the body's cells have undergone a certain degree of mutation, accelerating metabolism and possessing self-regeneration capabilities that surpass those of its peers. You can actively control the life energy stored in your body when not in combat, revitalizing cells and further enhancing your body's self-regeneration capabilities. Yes, completing the boss's task would not only reward you with life energy, but also increase your trait extraction progress. This time, he had actually maxed out the progress bar and extracted this very trait. The panel finished displaying the information, and the next second, Luo Yun felt his body temperature suddenly rise. The numerous wounds on his body felt warm, and the pain began to subside. Some of the more minor wounds began to heal. Although it was slow, under Luo Yun's unblinking gaze, they healed completely in less than 10 minutes, leaving no scars at all. You know, the stronger the monsters in this world, the greater their healing abilities. Previously, Luo Yun's injuries of that severity would have healed in less than 20 minutes, but they would have left a small scar that would take some time to completely disappear. By comparison, his self-healing ability had increased by at least 2 times. And don't forget, he could also consume his stored life energy to further enhance his regenerative capacity. The consumption of life energy is different from the accumulation of it. The process of accumulating life energy is like expanding a large water tank. The larger the tank's capacity, the more life energy it can store. The more life energy stored, the faster it strengthens and transforms the body. And as long as the tank's capacity doesn't decrease, the consumed water will be quickly replenished. After concentrating on mobilizing his life energy, his body temperature rose further. Now, the wounds felt not only warm, but even slightly itchy, as if every cell was leaping with joy. And so the night passed. At dawn, Yaji was awakened by Luo Yun's movements. She opened her eyes slightly, and looked at Luo Yun, who had already reached the cave entrance. Her eyes suddenly widened. No, such an injury could heal overnight. Yaji regained consciousness instantly. Luo Yun's injuries were far more severe, yet even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain from the fractured bones and damaged scales. And yet Luo Yun appeared unharmed. Aside from a few wounds on his back and wings, he could even stand on his injured leg. Yaji cried out in worry. Why did she feel like she was dreaming? Luo Yun turned back and replied, signaling he was off hunting. Then, he spread his wings and flew away, leaving Yaji sprawled there in a daze. Soaring through the sky, his life force constantly consuming and replenishing itself, his injuries had almost completely healed. The few wounds he sustained were minor superficial injuries, and his internal organs had largely healed. Throughout the night, he discovered a flaw in his regenerative ability that wasn't quite a drawback. The accelerated metabolism made him very prone to hunger. As soon as daybreak dawned, he couldn't wait to set off. He felt he could easily devour an entire herbivorous dragon. However, it was still too early. After a round of patrol, apart from encountering a female fire dragon also out hunting, he only saw a ceratopsian in the Cacuxuan cactus. Unable to find any herbivorous dragons, Luo Yun could only feed on 2 pterosaurs. Goo! A faint sound came from behind him. A patterned black balloon slowly emerged from the nearby woods, its back to Luo Yun. Then, facing a large anthill, it began to inhale sharply. One by one, the pitch-black army ants were sucked into its stomach. At that moment, a sand dragon roared angrily, its eyes red as it charged at the balloon. As if anticipating the attack, the black balloon flapped its wings gently to dodge the sand dragon's impact. Then, with a flick of its tail like a giant fan, it unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist at the sand dragon. The sand dragon, as if drunk, growled unwillingly before staggering to the ground and falling into a deep sleep. After this, the sleeping dragon casually wandered back to the anthill. Just as it was about to eat again, it spotted Luo Yun, munching on a snack and watching the show. The once adorable rathead's expression suddenly changed, and the next second, like a deflated balloon, it turned around with a whoosh and flew away, flapping its wings. Gah! Spitting out the thorn-like bone, the morning interlude concluded, and it was time for Luo Yun to resume his hunt. He would need to stay in this former haunt for a while. Yaji's injuries wouldn't heal for at least 5 or 6 days, let alone regain her fighting strength. Old Continent, Tajia Port. The selected members of the Second Corps disembarked from the airship and hurried to the port. They had received word that the Flame King Dragon had left its original habitat, and its ancient dragon crossing had begun. The 3 massive keelbone ships at the port were specially rebuilt after receiving news of the First Corps' continued existence. Unlike the all-elite First Corps, the Second Corps' overall combat power was significantly weaker. Therefore, these ships incorporated some newly discovered technologies to better protect them from marine monsters during their voyages, and even to minimize their attention while observing the Flame King Dragon. Captain, everyone is assembled. We're ready to depart. At the harbor, a bald, muscular man, looking at the hoisted orange and brown flag, strode aboard. Departure. The 3 ships hoisted their sails and set sail. 2 hunters followed the second phase leader, acting as a subtle personal escort. There was nothing they could do. After all, not even the guild had expected him to volunteer to travel to the New World. The second phase leader was one of the few human masters in the world who had mastered the art of forging ancient dragon materials. This art has always been mastered only by learned dragonkind. Only a handful of humans could master it, and each one possessed incredible talent, a true treasure of humanity. Thus, at his insistence, they had no choice but to assign more hunters to protect him. Chapter 82. The waves surged, and the flags rustled in the breeze. 3 giant keel-bone ships sailed in a V-shaped formation across the boundless ocean. The only thing that could confirm their direction was the legendary ancient dragon they could see through the telescope. The male of the Yongyan dragon clan, the Flame King Dragon. The Flame King Dragon was not unaware of the constant presence of a small tail, but he didn't care. Perhaps due to his age, as the most common symbol of brutality among the ancient dragons, he had long lost much of his fighting spirit. As long as no one actively offended or posed a sufficient threat to him, he would usually ignore them. For him, this time, it wasn't really an ancient dragon crossing. He was more attracted by a message from the New World. There might be an opportunity to break through the limits of life and become even more powerful. However, this opportunity to break through the limits of life was not something he alone could sense. Opportunity often comes with risk, and as someone who had lived for a long time and was already entering middle age, he was well aware of this truth. To this end, he even persuaded his increasingly irritable spouse to come over first to investigate the situation and call him back later. Unlike fire dragons, the sunfire dragons of the old world, who also operate as a couple, exhibit a certain chauvinism. Despite their ferocious tempers, flame dragons proactively help, and even protect, weaker female flame dragons. Thus, sensing the potential danger of this journey, Flame Dragon chose to proceed on his own to assess the situation. Aboard the giant dragon-bone ship, a young dragonkin scholar closed his telescope and wiped the sweat from his brow. When crossing such a vast ocean, ancient dragons will actively release their powers to avoid interference, or simply to avoid the hassle. For example, 10 years ago, when the steel dragon crossed the sea, thunder roared and storms followed. The same was true of the current Flame King Dragon. He was like a moving sun, radiating heat along the way, a scorching aura easily felt even by the investigation team lagging far behind. Thankfully, the Flame King Dragon was not hostile, and with him leading the way, no strange monsters appeared to harass the fleet. Where a natural disaster passes, all creatures retreat. You better take shelter in the cabin. The second-term leader, casually wearing a short shirt, sat on the deck to eat. After years of living by the forge, this temperature was nothing to him, but this seemingly frail dragon scholar, dressed in a scholar's robe, was not necessarily so. It's okay. I'm not as weak as you think. The dragon scholar sat down, took a sip of the cold drink offered by Fei Cat, and asked nonchalantly. Speaking of which, why did you volunteer to go to the New World? Given your skills, wouldn't you be more useful staying in East Dorma? Why? The second-term leader scratched his head, his eyes determined. Perhaps I'm reluctant. After all, my skills are far from enough. The dragon scholar didn't react to his words, but the 2 hunters serving as temporary escorts nearby simultaneously curled their lips. Is that what people say? The second phase leader paid no attention to this and continued, having stayed in the old world, I could only follow his footsteps. Everything I learned and watched was a direct imitation of him. In such an environment, I could never catch up to him, whether in terms of skill or creativity. Therefore, the new environment and ecosystem of the new world will be my opportunity. The young dragon scholar nodded. He understood the person the second phase leader was referring to. Indeed, that person was the old world's top dragon forger, mastering and constantly innovating the forging process. It could be said that 99% of the old world's forgers were in his shadow. After all, he was a legendary master who had used forbidden monster materials and successfully forged weapons. What about you? I heard others say you came to the New World because you lost to your sister in ancient dragon research and couldn't accept it, so you ran away? The young dragon scholar adjusted his round glasses, shook his head, and laughed. How could you believe that? I was simply impatient to learn about this new ecology. Plus, the Union needed someone who could handle both research and personnel management, so I was sent here. The second-term leader nodded. He had long heard of this pair of talented dragon-human research siblings. If he hadn't joined, and the second-term group was primarily composed of craftsmen, the leader would likely have been this young dragon. Despite his youthful appearance, he was likely in his 60s or 70s. New World, in a nest at the junction of the Great Anthill Wasteland and the ancient tree forest. Luo Yun and the Grand Commander stared at each other, the atmosphere awkward. After defeating the Golden Lion, the Grand Commander didn't return to the Starry Base. Instead, he sent the Sword Master back to take charge. He then led Zeta and Tonkatsu deeper into the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, aiming to hone Tonkatsu's combat abilities. This led them to the Cliff Camp, a place the research team rarely visited. As soon as they arrived, they were confronted by Luo Yun, who had become alert upon hearing the noise. Long time no see. The Grand Commander scratched his cheek and raised his hand in an awkward greeting. Although he didn't understand, Luo Yun understood the Grand Commander's meaning, though his eyes remained somewhat hostile. Not to mention that Dong Liaji was recovering from his injuries. Given the current situation, this was the real world. Even though they had collaborated not long ago, he couldn't let down his guard and arrogantly rely on his knowledge from those games in his past life to gamble on the other party's heart. Well, I move on. Don't worry. The Grand Captain carefully displayed his goodwill. After retrieving 2 dusty blankets from the box that Yaji had swept aside, he gave Tonkatsu a look and called over the pterosaurs, which had been flying far away and refusing to approach. He led him and Zeta to the top of the cliff, where they found a suitable spot to build a bonfire. Tonkatsu revealed that the fire dragon couple possessed an intelligence unlike any other fire dragons, capable of communication. Furthermore, this camp was already on the verge of abandonment, not to mention the dragon's former lair. Thus, the Grand Captain had no intention of continuing to expel them because the camp was threatened. Moreover, he wanted to see if he could communicate with the male dragon through Tonkatsu. Even if it didn't work, leaving a good impression would be good. After all, this dragon was more than just a fire dragon, it represented the entire fire dragon deter. Chapter 83. Meeting the Grand Commander was completely unexpected for Luo Yun. Perhaps upon discovering his former lair had been converted into a hunter camp, Luo Yun had considered the possibility of encountering hunters, and even considered how he would react. Expulsion, intimidation, even a fight, all of these things might have been considered. The only thing he hadn't expected was to run into the Grand Commander, whom he had only just met, and who was still trying to avoid him. Luo Yun didn't care what the Grand Commander was thinking, he wouldn't give up his lair anyway. Even if this was just his former home, it made no difference. Besides, Yaji needed to stay here to recuperate. After the Grand Commander left, Tonkatsu immediately assumed guard duty. As a member of the Fire Dragon Detail Guard, he had often served as a guard at the lair during his time in the ancient tree. What's more, the boss's spouse is injured, and the Fire Dragon boss. Meow? Tanya blinked, looking at Luo Yun in disbelief as he licked Yaji's wound. How come Fire Dragon boss doesn't have any wounds at all, meow? Everyone knows that monsters have strong recovery abilities. Even Detail, if injured, can speed up healing if he finds medicinal herbs. But not this fast. How long has it been? Fire Dragon boss's injuries are completely healed, it's a miracle. As expected of Fire Dragon boss, meow. Although he didn't know what had happened, no matter how bizarre the situation, it was normal for Luo Yun. Fire Dragon Detail was always very receptive. Seeing Luo Yun finish licking Yaji, Tandut impatiently leaned over and began to meow about what he had seen and heard recently, as well as some interesting experiences. Although Luo Yun could only roughly understand what Tonkatsu described due to language barriers, it was still a pleasant distraction. New people are coming to the base soon, meow. I heard they're bringing some powerful monsters with them. New people? Luo Yun pondered for a moment before realizing. According to the timetable, the second group was also coming to the New World. I wonder what impact this ancient dragon crossing will have on the New World. The last battle between the Steel Dragon and the Abyss Dragon caused immense disruption to the ecology of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland and the ancient tree forest, which took years to recover. As the outskirts of the New World, the ancient tree forest and the Great Ant Mound Wasteland always bear the brunt of the impact of each ancient dragon crossing, and this time would likely be no exception. Just as Luo Yun was pondering this, Zeta's cry came from above the nest. Tonkatsu froze for a moment, looking at Luo Yun with a troubled expression. Boss, meow. Teacher Zeta asked me to go over and start today's training, but I meow. Pig Bone glanced at Yaji, then at Luo Yun. Protecting Fire Dragon Boss was its duty, especially since Yaji was injured. But it didn't want to disappoint Fire Dragon Boss's expectations. The cracked Fire Dragon scale was still in its backpack. It wanted to become stronger as quickly as possible, at least to be able to truly help in a battle like this. It didn't want to just anxiously watch Fire Dragon Boss fight, watching him get hurt, helpless because it knew rushing in would only hinder him. Roar! Luo Yun growled. Let it go. He had already hunted quite a bit today, and now he was storing it in the stream in his lair. He would spend the rest of his time here guarding Yaji, so pig bone wouldn't be needed. After receiving the boss's order, Tonkatsu finally made his way to the cliff's edge. After calling upward, he grabbed the pterosaur attached to the rope and flew up. Luo Yun lay beside Yaji, watching her peacefully fall asleep again. He nuzzled her and then rested, keeping vigil while keeping a lookout. In fact, Luo Yun was still a little worried when he learned that his regenerative ability would increase his metabolism. After all, prolonged rapid metabolism usually shortens lifespan. There's a classic example of this in this world. The Deviljo, the ecological destroyer with an insatiable appetite. Its metabolism is incredibly rapid, and it can't be controlled, forcing it to constantly run at high speed. This means it needs to constantly eat to keep up with its metabolic needs. While its strength increases rapidly, and its combat power is formidable, its lifespan is short. If it doesn't consume enough food for a long time, the Deviljo can even starve itself to death. It's precisely this unique trait that makes the Devilchodon a so-called ecological destroyer, and the enemy of all monsters. The ultimate fate of every Devilchodon is either slain by monsters or, when its strength reaches a certain point where even constant feeding can no longer sustain its metabolic needs, it starves to death. This is why Luo Yun worried that as his strength grew, this regenerative ability would become his death sentence. Thankfully, once his injuries fully healed, his regenerative ability automatically shut down, and his metabolism returned to normal, which brought him a deep sense of relief. The impact of a brief, rapid metabolism on oneself wasn't a problem in the face of this world's unique life force. Only creatures like the Devilchoven Rex posed a real threat. And so, for a few days, Luo Yun and the Grand Commander became temporary neighbors. Through the pig bone as a buffer, the two sides managed to live in somewhat reconciled harmony, each going their own way without incident. The Grand Commander simply attempted to communicate with Luo Yun through the pig bone, but Luo Yun ignored all his attempts. It was simply a disparity in power. With Luo Yun's current strength, he would be at a disadvantage in any communication. Add to that the differences in species, language, environment, and survival philosophy, and other factors, and Luo Yun instinctively resisted direct contact with the hunters. In this life, he wasn't human, but a true monster. Monsters should behave like monsters. Peaceful coexistence was already the limit. To go any further, unless Luo Yun's strength was sufficient to disregard the potential threat posed by the investigation team, otherwise, agreeing to allow the fire dragon deter to contact the investigation team was the bottom line he could accept. Yaji's injuries were healing well, and the addition of some honey potions from the investigation team to her food had accelerated her recovery, allowing her to regain some basic combat capabilities. This also allowed Luo Yun to go out hunting with some peace of mind, while Tonkatsu took over the watch. Drifting through the clouds, Luo Yun carefully observed the situation below, searching for prey. Suddenly, a surge of malevolence struck, triggering the acceleration feature. Not far behind Luo Yun, within the thick clouds, a flying dragon with emerald green, translucent wings concealed itself, its eyes gleaming coldly, as it sought the perfect moment to strike. Chapter 84. As the king of the sky, the fire dragon is naturally sensitive to air currents. Coupled with its inner forewarning, it detects the opponent's position almost the second the attack is launched. With a beautiful 360-degree mid-air turn, Luo Yun easily evaded the charge. He gazed at the creature that slid a distance below him and roared in protest. His eyes were icy, his body shrouded in flames, as he coldly regarded the monster that attacked him. A dark brown torso, its body covered in piezoelectric armor covered in thorns. Its arms were covered in translucent wing membranes with insect-like patterns, topped with powerful claws. Combined with a crest composed of 4 movable armor plates, this was a powerful-looking electric dragon. As one of the most skilled flying dragons known, the electric dragon rivaled the fire dragon in both flying skill and speed. However, due to its completely different family values from the fire dragons, the electric dragon lacked the concept of kinship. After laying eggs, the mother electric dragon would leave, abandoning her unborn offspring. Therefore, lightning dragons, from infancy to adulthood, lacked the protection of their parents, making their growth extremely difficult and leading to their exceptionally ferocious natures, even resorting to cannibalism for survival. Due to their similar ecological niches and habitats, lightning dragons and male Rathalos are sworn enemies, often engaging in fierce battles over territory. However, due to the lightning dragon's more restrained energy properties, the male Rathalos usually loses in any fight. Of course, This male Rathalos refers to the male Rathalos of the Old World. After all, compared to Old World Rathalos, New World Rathalos are more agile and possess greater endurance. Not to mention their combat prowess. So Luo Yun was curious. Were there lightning dragons in the New World? And this was the great anthill wasteland. Even if there were lightning dragons, they wouldn't inhabit it. So, they had just migrated from the Old World. This idea was a bit exaggerated. While lightning dragons were as capable as Rathalos in flight, they were less durable. Furthermore, lightning dragons were solitary. How much luck did it take to cross the vast ocean and arrive here alone? Seeing that Luo Yun didn't respond to his provocative roar, as if ignoring him, a flash of anger flashed in the lightning dragon's eyes. Flapping its wings, it charged forward, its sharp claws spread wide, viciously tearing at Luo Yun's chest. So slow. I had originally wanted to see what was so special about a lightning dragon that could travel all the way from the Old World, but the speed it displayed wasn't even as fast as the sturdy Rathalos of the New World. After easily dodging several of the dragon's attacks, Luo Yun lost his patience and launched a counterattack. Following another swerve to evade the lightning dragon's claws, Luo Yun flapped his wings and soared upwards. Under the dragon's astonished gaze, he easily caught up and hovered overhead. Before the dragon could turn and attack, he clamped his claws firmly around the base of its wings. Like a stream of liquid flame, it poured down, enveloping the lightning dragon. The intense pain from the burning made the lightning dragon wail, and it began to struggle frantically. But it was no use. The Hercules' power, far surpassing that of a male Rathalos of its size, allowed Luo Yun to easily overpower it with sheer force. The already slender lightning dragon was pinned down, like a chick, its struggles futile. At this moment, Luo Yun began to dive, and the electric dragon finally panicked. It activated its piezoelectric armor to its fullest potential, entering a charged state. A turquoise current enveloped its wings, head, and tail. Under the electric dragon's careful guidance, these heterochromatic currents converged and struck Luo Yun above. A tingling sensation tingled in his claws, and Luo Yun's mind shifted. A large amount of flammable fluid began to secrete, and then a powerful explosion of flames enveloped both of them. The intense heat of the flame severely disrupted the electric dragon's piezoelectric armor, and the multiple burns on its body prevented it from maintaining its charge. Thus, Luo Yun slammed it into the sand, powerless to resist. And then, before the electric dragon could even pull itself up, a massive fireball, briefly charged, followed. Fire blazed everywhere, sparks flew. Amid the smoke from the explosion, the electric dragon's 17-meter-long body fell silently to the ground, its remaining flames burning on its body. The acceleration faded, and Luo Yun stared at the charred corpse of the lightning dragon, feeling somewhat bewildered. What? It turned out to be just an ordinary lightning dragon. Luo Yun wondered if the beating by the golden lion had made him a bit nervous. He hadn't expected a new monster to suddenly appear, and for no apparent reason, he assumed it must be something special. This lightning dragon's combat power was probably comparable to that of an ordinary adult male Rathalos. Forget a battle-hardened one, even one that happened to be able to nest in the ancient tree would be able to take it down. Luo Yun felt he needed to reflect on himself. Special individuals in this world, and monsters naturally gifted like the golden lion, were always a minority. He shouldn't get so nervous. However, it was indeed unusual for such an ordinary monster to be able to cross such a vast sea on its own. Could it be related to this ancient dragon crossing? Luo Yun pondered for a moment. In this world, no matter what strange things happen, most can be attributed to the ancient dragons, and the rest are more or less related to them. Unable to figure out the reason, Luo Yun didn't bother to dwell on it anymore, and turned around to fly away. As he returned to the nest with the herbivorous dragon in his grasp, he could see thick smoke rising from the nest in the distance. This made Luo Yun think something had happened in the nest. Anxious, he instantly increased his speed and flew back in a hurry. When he arrived at the nest, the scene before him made him unsure of what expression to express. He saw a large grill had been erected at the entrance platform. At this moment, the Grand Commander's feline, Sita, was directing two unfamiliar feline cats as they hung large slices of meat on the grill, their hands constantly smearing various sauces. The Grand Commander sat cross-legged with a large platter of barbecue, devouring the meal with relish. Whenever the meat on the grill stopped dripping blood and was about 3/4 done, Sita would shave it off with his great sword and place it on the large plate held by Tonkatsu. Tonkatsu then brought the meat to Aki. Watching Aki devour the meat in 1 or 2 bites, humming with satisfaction, Tonkatsu happily scurried back to the grill, awaiting the next piece. The smoke Luo Yun had seen in the distant sky earlier was indeed barbecue smoke. When the Grand Commander saw Luo Yun flying out of the cave with the carcass of a large herbivorous dragon, he enthusiastically greeted him, showing no sign of embarrassment at all. Chapter 85. So while I was out hunting, you guys not only targeted my wife, but you also brazenly set up a barbecue at the entrance to the den? Luo Yun couldn't understand. Yaji's temper was far more volatile than his. Even now, she was quite cold towards the fire dragon deter. Not to mention that it wasn't just Tonkatsu, the fire dragon deter, but the Grand Captain and 3 Feelings had also appeared at the den entrance. Not only did Yaji show no intention of driving them away, she also ate the barbecue without a trace of worry. Abnormal. Absolutely abnormal. Noticing Luo Yun's return, Yaji paused halfway through her barbecue, then realized what she was doing. She decisively bit off the meat, letting the remaining half fall onto her plate. Then, she straightened her body with a certain air of aloofness, acting as if she didn't care about the little creature present. Goodness, women are fickle, but when did a simple female dragon change so quickly? Even with her eyesight, Luo Yun could easily spot that even with her mouth shut, Yaji's jaws were still slightly moving. Did she think Luo Yun wouldn't notice such a subtle chewing technique? What was even more puzzling was when these 2 Feelings, who were helping out, arrived, and how they got in these large chunks of meat up there. It wasn't until he saw 2 pterosaurs, bundled with packages hanging from their feet, circling nearby, but afraid to approach due to Luo Yun's presence, that he understood. Throwing the herbivorous dragon's corpse aside, Luo Yun stepped past the Grand Commander, and, amid the 2 Feelings' somewhat frightened expressions, approached Yaji. After carefully examining her, he found nothing unusual and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the Grand Commander with a complicated expression, unsure whether to expel him or what to do next. He couldn't quite understand the Grand Commander's actions. Perhaps sensing Luo Yun's dilemma, the Grand Commander addressed Tonkatsu and said, "Don't worry. I know you're smart enough to understand what I mean. We harbor no ill will, nor do we have any demands. We simply wish to make friends with you, and even with the fire dragons of the ancient tree." After Tonkatsu's translation, Luo Yun lowered his head slightly and gazed directly at the Grand Commander, who appeared frank, as if trying to determine the truth of his words. The Grand Commander, in turn, made no attempt to avoid the question, meeting Luo Yun's gaze naturally. After a long moment, when 2 Feelings took over Tonkatsu's duties, their legs trembling as they approached Luo Yun carrying a large plate of medium-rare barbecue, the Grand Commander finally spoke again. "How about a try? Zeta has a renowned teacher, so his cooking skills are unmatched." After the pork bone translation, Luo Yun's nostrils blew out 2 puffs of hot air. He gazed at the large piece of barbecued meat and, under the Grand Master's somewhat expectant gaze, took a tentative bite. You betcha, this flavor, completely different from the simple, soft, glutinous raw meat, exploded on his taste buds. Although our sense of taste differs from that of humans, the medium-rare barbecued meat retains some of the blood and tenderness of the meat itself, while also infusing it with a spicy sauce to stimulate the taste buds. It could be said that this flavor was just right for a fire dragon. In Luo Yun's opinion, it was no less delicious than the tender belly of a freshly killed herbivorous dragon, whose blood had still not cooled. To be able to create barbecue with such a flavor, one could only say that Zeta was very thoughtful. Seeing Luo Yun also begin to eat, Yaji, who had been patiently holding back, quietly devoured the remaining half of the roast. Seeing this, the Grand Captain's usual bright smile broke out. "Elu! Come on, help! Let's cut this herbivorous dragon apart." According to the order, the 2 fella cats took out 2 long table knives and, working with the Grand Captain and Sita, quickly dissected the herbivorous dragon to its skeleton. And so, with Sita's expert cooking, the herbivorous dragon was devoured by the cats. Except for the inedible offal, the cats devoured it, and the remaining meat went into the stomachs of Luo Yun, Yaji, and the Grand Captain. After that, why are hunters considered humanoid monsters? The Grand Captain, despite devouring such a large portion of roast meat, was completely unscathed, even competing with the cats for offal. The meal lasted over 2 hours. After their fill, the Grand Captain's eyes widened. He actually saw Luo Yun and Yaji washing themselves by the stream. Is this still a monster? The Grand Commander thought to himself. Indeed, the fire dragon couple who fostered a symbiotic relationship between Deter and the fire dragon defied common sense. Not only did he see rationality and wisdom surpassing animal instincts in Luo Yun and Yaji's behavior, he also faintly detected a hint of civilization. The aura of civilization emerging from a monster. How incredible is that? If this were to be made public, it would likely overturn many theories and spark a new wave of scholarship. After eating and washing up, Luo Yun paused, looking at the Grand Commander, who seemed lost in thought, but showed no sign of leaving. He thought of the lightning dragon he killed with a blast of fire. Although the lightning dragon's body was extensively burned, and after being hurled from a high altitude, it was unclear how many valuable parts remained. Also, several hours had passed, so the body was undoubtedly quite damaged. But regardless, this was the carcass of a flying dragon that occupied a dominant ecological niche, and one of the rarer species, so it should still be of some use. Luo Yun didn't like to owe favors. Since he enjoyed the barbecue, he might as well repay it. Through Tonkatsu's translation, the Grand Captain glanced at Luo Yun with understanding, nodded, and left the feline cats to clean up the grill. He then took Sita with him, slung a rope around the pterosaur's legs, and flew off in the direction Luo Yun had indicated. Although he hadn't hunted it himself, it was lightning dragon material given by his fire dragon friend. Not bad. After the two feline cats had finished their hunt, and Tonkatsu had carried it to the cliff above, Luo Yun finally took a fair look at Kia. After all these years of living together, I never thought you'd be such a fickle female fire dragon. Today I finally saw it. Faced with Luo Yun's unwavering gaze, Yaji turned her head away nonchalantly, as if shyly afraid to meet his gaze. Luo Yun leaned forward and gently bit Yaji's neck, sniffing the lingering aroma of barbecue in the air as they engaged in a playful frolic. In the great Ant Mound wasteland, the Grand Commander flew for a while before finally spotting the corpse of the lightning dragon Luo Yun had mentioned. After landing, he dispelled the hate birds from the corpse and surveyed the seemingly charred remains with a frown. After asking Sita to see if there were any other materials he could use, he circled the lightning dragon's body. No, this lightning dragon doesn't seem to be from the New World. The Grand Commander couldn't explain his precise basis for this judgment, but he instinctively sensed that this lightning dragon was vastly different from creatures of the New World and must be from the Old World. Perhaps we should send some scholars to investigate. Chapter 86. The Grand Commander pondered carefully, trying to use his own experience to analyze the difference between this lightning dragon and the creatures of the New World. Meow! Sita's rapid meow drew the Grand Commander's attention. He saw Sita swish her paws, then blow on them before speaking. It's so hot, meow. The Grand Commander was startled by the noise, then walked over to Sita's side and reached out to touch the part of the lightning dragon's back that was most severely burned. Still hot? He poked the dark scales with his fingernail and found they were brittle. With a little pressure, they cracked, releasing a stream of hot air. It had been at least 3 hours since Luo Yun had slain the lightning dragon, but to the Grand Commander, it felt as if it had been burning continuously, as if it had only just been extinguished. He recalled the previous battle with the Golden Lion, the sparks that had flowed from Luo Yun's body and burned on the Golden Lion's arm for a long time before being extinguished by the Golden Lion. He recalled the scorching fireballs that had nearly hit him due to their lack of coordination. After a moment of careful mental analysis, his eyes lit up and he smiled. As expected of a special individual, his flames are so unique. Meow? Sita glanced sideways. His flames are hot, sticky, and persistent. His physique is unlike any other known special male Rathalos. If we submit our current observations to the guild, this creature will probably even have a second name. The Grand Commander looked toward the fire dragon's lair and chuckled, but this is a new continent. Even if there's a special name, it should be ours. Sita sighed, not bothering to pay attention to the suddenly frantic boss. After its investigation, it had discovered that at least 2/3 of the lightning dragon's skin was unremovable for complete material. Of the remaining third, not much could be made into armor, at least not a single set, though a decent weapon would be possible. The Grand Commander sounded a special signal flare, prompting hunters and deter cat cars from the great Ant Mound wasteland to arrive and bring the lightning dragon's body back to their base. Deep in the ancient tree forest, in a spacious area surrounded by trees, stood a platform covered in vines and weeds. An enormous slashing dragon, over 27 meters long, leaped onto the platform, its sapphire tail, like a giant blade, occupying nearly half its body length, swaying as it leaped onto the platform, its nearly cut prey in its mouth. After dropping its prey and searching around, it found only a 2-meter-long bladed tail, and the fragments of its blood-stained shell at the edge of the platform. It roared in agony like a lion, its flame sac rapidly heating up, as if molten lava would burst forth from its mouth at any moment. Having lost its cub, the dragon slayer frantically destroyed everything around it, severing trees and leaving deep, charred scars on boulders. Finally, in the woods not far from its lair, the dragon slayer discovered something unusual. It was a small pile of shed teeth. Suppressing its grief, the dragon slayer sniffed carefully, identifying its nemesis. It was the scent of the enemy of all living things. The dragon slayer's eyes were red, and the rage of hatred swiftly locked onto its target. Returning to its lair, it devoured its freshly caught prey whole, without even chewing. Only when he could barely swallow more did Zhanlong resolutely abandon his territory and head in the direction of the smell. After that barbecue meal at the Great Ant Mound Wasteland Fire Dragon's lair, the two sides had become much closer. At least when Zeta came down to set up the barbecue, he no longer made any moves to drive her away. For the past 2 days, the Grand Commander had been looking at Luo Yun as if he were a rare and protected animal, which always made him uneasy. However, the Grand Commander hadn't shown any behavior that might indicate misunderstanding, so Luo Yun didn't lose his temper. After a few days of recuperation, aided by the honey remedy from the investigation team, Yaji had finally recovered. After trying to fly and finding nothing unusual, Luo Yun said goodbye to Tonkatsu, who had diligently come down to keep watch after training for the past few days. Then, he and Yaji left the lair again and began their return journey towards the ancient tree. "Let's go!" Hearing Tonkatsu's words, the Grand Commander touched his head, a hint of regret in his words. Fortunately, he had already drawn some portraits of Luo Yun and Yaji over the past 2 days, referencing their appearances. He would then have the editor record them based on his descriptions, so that if the hunters from the investigation team encountered them in the wild, there would be no conflict. Upon hearing of Luo Yun's departure, Zeta paused in setting up the barbecue grill, then, after some thought, switched to a smaller one. In reality, he was somewhat reluctant to see the fire dragon couple leave. It wasn't for anything else, but simply because his cooking skills could satisfy the fire dragon's palates. Every time he saw Luo Yun and Yaji devouring their food and waiting for the next piece of meat, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction and pride. "Hey, don't be sad, Zeta. They're gone, but I'm still here, aren't I? Come on, let me see what flavor you're planning today." The Grand Commander patted Zeta's shoulder, and Zeta gave him a cold roll of the eyes. She broke free from the Grand Commander's grip, turned around, and began preparing the barbecue sauce for today. Luo Yun and Yaji's return journey took a bit longer than their arrival. Firstly, it was because Yaji had just recovered from her injuries, and wasn't suited to long flights. Secondly, during the flight, Luo Yun noticed something unusual. The forest seemed restless. However, he couldn't pinpoint the cause, and it was merely a slight agitation, nothing else unusual. Ultimately, Luo Yun could only chalk it up to normal ecological fluctuations. The 4th day was a beautiful day. Luo Yun returned to the ancient tree area he had longed for. From afar, he could see thick smoke billowing from the ancient tree. "Isn't it another barbecue?" Luo Yun quipped. "Of course, that's just a thought. It's practically impossible. Given the density of the smoke, it must be that a certain treetop has been set on fire." Fluttering his wings, he leisurely flew to the edge of the ancient tree, and Luo Yun finally understood what had happened. Above, he saw a blue fire dragon battling a male fire dragon, whose scales were beginning to take on a metallic sheen, transforming into a battle-hardened dragon. The battle was fierce and stalemate. When the rosy dragons attacked, a blue fire dragon also inhabited the ancient tree, but it ultimately joined the fire dragons in a rampage, setting the forest ablaze, and never returned. This blue fire dragon's shell was a deeper blue, and it was younger. The light green hue on its wing membranes was even more vibrant. It fought fiercely, and Luo Yun even saw that the male fire dragon was already at a disadvantage. Chapter 87. As a subspecies of the male Rathalos, the Azure Rathalos' origins are subject to numerous speculations. Some claim it's a mutation that occurs when the male Rathalos reaches a certain age. Others claim it's simply a subspecies formed through evolution. But regardless, one thing remains common. Besides the change in coloration, its bodily functions have been comprehensively enhanced compared to the original species. In particular, its flight capabilities are specialized on the basis of the male Rathalos, boasting greater explosive power, greater endurance, and even greater speed. However, the trade-off is that its feet are less suited to land. Upon landing, the Azure Rathalos' mobility becomes more sluggish, and even excessive speed can cause it to lose balance. Overall, the Azure Rathalos' sky-like coloration makes it more worthy of the title of King of the Skies than the male Rathalos. Although the battle here was close, as both flying units, the Azure Rathalos and the male Rathalos engaged in a more close-quarters engagement. The fire in the treetops was caused by a clash between a Sakura fire dragon and a female fire dragon, both of which were engaged in a fight on the cliff platform of the ancient tree. A fellow fire dragon subspecies, the Sakura fire dragon's body was a cherry blossom-like pink. From Luo Yun's perspective, It looked like a young girl in a pink kimono. However, the Sakura fire dragon's mutated pink carapace wasn't simply for aesthetics. Besides becoming harder, the skin between the carapaces became softer, significantly enhancing its agility, while also strengthening its defenses compared to its original species. In stark contrast to this dreamlike, elegant appearance lies the Sakura fire dragon's violent temper and ferocity. Even against creatures far weaker than itself, the Sakura fire dragon will attack with all its might, showing no mercy. Just as the Azure fire dragon specializes in flight, the Sakura fire dragon also possesses a specialization: the venom within its tail spines. Compared to the original female fire dragon, the toxin contained in the Sakura fire dragon's tail spines appears to be more concentrated, making it even more potent. Even Explosive Dragon, one of the police officers, would find it difficult to withstand a few hits. It's not that the Sakura fire dragon's venom gives it such formidable strength. Rather, with this level of venom, it's like a venomous snake. You can fight it off, but a bite is incredibly painful. The Azure fire dragon and the Sakura fire dragon are both subspecies, uninterested in common species. Subspecies are attracted to each other, and judging by their current situation, they likely intend to nest and reproduce in the ancient tree. However, unlike the male and female fire dragons who inhabit the ancient tree year-round, this pair will likely only produce a single offspring here, leaving once their offspring are capable of independent survival. The Sakura fire dragon will choose the hotter Great Ant Mound Wasteland, or the more nutritious and suitable, but also more dangerous, Coral Plateau. As for the Azure fire dragon, it will either remain in the ancient tree forest or travel alone to the Dragon Crystal Land. After all, the harsh ecology there makes it unsuitable for an Azure fire dragon with its strength to bring a family. In short, they can't possibly reside here year-round. After 4 tedious days of flying, Luo Yun naturally watched a bit longer when he returned to see such a fascinating spectacle. Because he had never seen a Sakura fire dragon in person before, Luo Yun's gaze lingered on it for a while longer. This annoyed Yaji, who was standing nearby. The female Rathalos, caught in the midst of the battle, was briefly paralyzed by the Sakura fire dragon's faster and more powerful fireballs. Then, she was struck by a powerful venomous tail. Even the female Rathalos, known for its toxic resistance, began to succumb after a few hits, her uncontrollable saliva dribbling a faint purple hue. At this point, the Sakura fire dragon seemed to be overwhelmed. Even though the female Rathalos whimpered in surrender, it continued its relentless attack. Yaji seized the opportunity to roar first. Before the watching female Rathalos could make a move, she intervened forcefully, slamming into the Sakura fire dragon with her crushing body, knocking it back a distance before finally blocking it. The Sakura fire dragon, staggering, was about to explode in anger when she turned and saw Yaji's icy gaze. Her massive body and outstretched wings blocked out most of the sunlight. She wore an aggressive stance, as if any further display of her desire to attack would only lead to a torrent of attacks. The scales on her body had a more pronounced metallic sheen than those of an ordinary battle-hardened female Rathalos. Every battle-hardened female Rathalos scales possessed a golden metallic sheen, but not every battle-hardened female Rathalos possessed the qualifications to transform into a golden Rathalos. Even though she was still at the stage of a battle-hardened female Rathalos, Aki was already beginning to possess the aura of a higher ecological niche, which completely shocked Sakura Rathalos. With Aki's intervention, Sakura Rathalos felt like someone had been suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. After her desire to attack drastically decreased, she finally regained consciousness. Folding its wings and licking the wound, it cast a cold glance at the female fire dragon behind Yaji, finally resting its gaze on her. The next second, it turned, reaching the edge of the platform to gaze at the fire dragon still engaged in the fight in the air. It couldn't quite understand why the massive female fire dragon's eyes held a hint of regret after it regained consciousness, and showed no signs of attacking. Under Yaji's gaze, the Sakura fire dragon felt a chill in its heart, which only vanished as Yaji's gaze shifted. The aerial battle raged for a long time. Both the Azure fire dragon and the male fire dragon possessed extensive combat experience and endurance, maintaining impressive form even in such a perilous aerial battle between male fire dragons. Finally, after Luo Yun had grown bored, the male fire dragon's stamina finally gave way and began to decline. There was no desperate struggle. The male fire dragon decisively conceded and abandoned its lair. As for whether they would leave, Luo Yun believed the couple wouldn't. The reason? Their original nest was not far from the treetops, perfectly positioned to benefit from the cat service. And given their strength, they were more than capable of rebuilding a new nest at a similar height. Furthermore, the ancient tree's fire dragon population hadn't yet reached saturation, so the fire dragon couple at the bottom wouldn't be forced to leave. After watching the spectacle, Luo Yun happily returned to his nest. Aki had already crouched in her nest, allowing the cats to help her clean the blood she had just stained on the Sakura fire dragon. The fire dragon Detels were delighted by Luo Yun's return, and their vigilance became even more diligent. Luo Yun also noticed that the fire dragon Detels stationed near the nest were all wearing Thunder Wolf dragon gear, which drew envious looks from the ancient tree fire dragon cats, who occasionally passed by outside the nest. Chapter 88. It must be said that, although merely attendant equipment, the fire dragon Detels still look quite impressive in them. Furthermore, these cats wearing the equipment have already undergone preliminary attendant cat training, making their combat effectiveness more regularized and their discipline less lax. This makes the fire dragon Detels appear more professional and imposing than other Detels. Simply put, it's the difference between a regular army and a bandit army. Every race admires the strong. It's a nature ingrained deep within their genes. The fire dragon Detel's transformation has drawn envy from the other Detels of the ancient tree fire dragon clan. Therefore, even though the ancient tree fire dragon clan is centered around the fire dragon Detels, the other Detels can't sit still. Fire dragon Detels have no problem eating meat. After all, a semi-primitive orc group like the Detels has a clear internal structure. But the other cats wanted to get in on the fun too. So, as time went on, these Detels approached the fire dragon Detel leader, hoping to find a way to equip the cats in other tribes. Actually, the fire dragon Detel leader initially disagreed. After all, when they contacted the investigation team and decided to form an alliance, the ancient tree fire dragon tribe hadn't yet been established. And even though the ancient tree fire dragon tribe had been established, it was still divided into tribes. While the tribe was new, it was still managed by the same tribes as before. So, the fire dragon Detel leader planned to wait until the entire fire dragon Detel tribe was equipped before considering equipping other tribes. Later, after a lengthy conversation between the fire dragon Detel leader and the Detel sage, who represented the other tribes, a new idea emerged. Meow. What we mean is that the fire dragon Detel should recruit some outstanding warriors from other ancient tree fire dragon tribes to ensure that the fire dragon Detel is the most elite tribe among the ancient tree fire dragon tribes. The fire dragon Detel leader explained to Luo Yun, leaning on a cane adorned with fire dragon scales. After hearing the fire dragon Detel leader's words, Luo Yun was stunned. Was this a plan to completely establish a class system? In the development of civilization, establishing class systems at certain stages is a crucial step in its progress. Concentrate the strongest and most powerful, grant them higher status, and ensure the vitality and advantages of this group through strict and fair selection. Doing so will not only concentrate the civilization's combat power, but also enhance its cohesion, giving the creatures within it a goal to strive for, and thus, over time, gradually increasing the strength of the entire civilization. It can be said that as long as civilization progresses, the division of classes will eventually occur. Ever since the Fire Dragon Deter leader proposed establishing a new species, with the Fire Dragon Deter as the core, Luo Yun had anticipated that this would happen sooner or later. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon. However, when external environmental pressure suddenly decreases, the embryonic form of civilization that has been suppressed for too long within is already present, and this explosive acceleration is quite normal. Not to mention, the Fire Dragon Deter have also come into contact with the investigation team of a complete civilization. Even if they don't specifically learn, they can still understand something through osmosis. This was progress in civilization, and Luo Yun naturally wouldn't try to stop it. Furthermore, the rapid development of the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan would benefit the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan, and he himself would be the one to benefit the most. So, with Luo Yun's approval, the Fire Dragon Detel leader went to announce the matter. This news was met with both support and opposition within the Fire Dragon Detel. After all, every Fire Dragon Detel warrior joining meant a lower chance of joining Luo Yun's guards. Furthermore, those selected were the elite of the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan, and less powerful Fire Dragon Detels might not be able to match them. But the Fire Dragon leader had agreed to this, and although the cats were unhappy, they had to comply. One family rejoices, another worries. Faced with this news, the cats of other clans within the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan were naturally delighted. How were the Fire Dragons Detel treated? How were they treated? Although they all served the Ancient Tree's Fire Dragons, some were treated as temporary employees, while others were full-time employees with full benefits. Does the selection process even need to be discussed? As for whether they felt a sense of injustice towards their original tribe, such feelings were natural for the simple cats. But fortunately, while they were all part of their original tribe, they were still members of the Ancient Tree's Fire Dragon clan. The larger group remained unchanged, so they could accept it. And so, a lively selection process began. This selection process was not concealed, so it naturally caught the attention of the Ancient Tree's Fire Dragons. They had noticed that the cat's service quality had declined over the past 2 days, and out of curiosity, they began to watch. When they finally discovered that the cat's service quality had declined because they were busy joining the group serving Luo Yuan and his wife, they felt a little uncomfortable but accepted it. It's not that the Fire Dragons wouldn't object because Luo Yuan had initiated this symbiotic relationship, and the cats were primarily centered around the Fire Dragon deter. Such a sentiment couldn't possibly exist within the Fire Dragon community at this stage. Fire Dragons possess strong kinship and family values, a unique quality among monsters in the entire world. But their group bonds are quite weak. If it weren't for the unique nature of the Ancient Tree in the New World, the Fire Dragons of the New World would be like those in the Old World, solely focused on family. What happened to other Fire Dragon families would be none of their business. In the New World, although the Fire Dragons all lived together in the Ancient Tree and, due to long years, had established a set of rules based on strength, this didn't change the weak bonds between Fire Dragon families. The previous 2 Fire Dragon groups united were also driven by external pressure. Now, with the cats of the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan as their bond, there's a faint sense of community. The real reason the other Fire Dragons had no objections was their strength. Only with sufficient strength could these Fire Dragons fear any objections. At all times in this world, strength reigns supreme. The selection process was swift, concluding in just 2 days. The main reason was that the number of cats from the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan was too small. An ancient tree this large could accommodate hundreds of Fire Dragon couples and their cubs, but there were only about 70 detels, including kittens. Even though every adult orc was a warrior, the selection process only required exceptional warriors, so few actually participated. Naturally, the selection process was much faster. In the end, only 3 detel warriors from the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan were successfully selected, but this didn't mean they would join the Fire Dragon Detel clan. Later on, they will follow the warriors of Fire Dragon Detel to the Star Stronghold, and they must at least pass the initial training of follower cats to be considered truly selected. Chapter 89. Although they hadn't yet fully joined the Fire Dragon Detel clan, many cats believed it was inevitable that these 3 warriors would join, even the Fire Dragon Detels themselves. Thus, after the selection process, each of the 3 Detel warriors was assigned a tame thief dragon. These thief dragons, each bearing a specially crafted Fire Dragon identity scale on its chest, were collectively kept within the hollow of the Ancient Tree by the entire Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan. Normally, only the Detel warriors tasked with gathering resources could take a few out. Now, they belonged exclusively to these 3 chosen individuals. This reward excited many cats, each filled with fighting spirit, clamoring to work hard and join the selection process next time. Seeing the cats' high spirits, the Fire Dragon Detel leader was delighted. Although it was a little painful to give away 3 tame thief dragons at once, the thought that they would eventually belong to the Fire Dragon Detels lifted his spirits. Meanwhile, within the Starry Stronghold, several scholars from the research group were working on a previous report on the Lightning Dragon. Our analysis shows that this Lightning Dragon is indeed from the Old World. It was just unlucky, having just landed in the New World when it ran into the Fire Dragon the leader mentioned. However, after further research, we found that, aside from some old scars, this Lightning Dragon has only new scars from being attacked by a male Fire Dragon after arriving in the New World. The scholar's words left everyone present bewildered. Wasn't that nonsense? Besides the new scars, the rest must be old, right? Seeing everyone's expressions turn a blind eye, the scholar paused for a moment, realizing he hadn't expressed himself clearly. He quickly explained, the old scars I'm talking about, based on the dating of the scars, are essentially injuries sustained in the Old World. Simply put, this Lightning Dragon wasn't injured during its migration across the ocean. This is abnormal. With the scholar's additional explanation, everyone's expressions brightened considerably. The Grand Commander nodded, signaling him to continue. The distance between the Old and New Worlds is enormous. According to our calculations, even a monster with exceptional flight endurance, like a Fire Dragon, couldn't fly from the Old to the New World in one breath. Only an extraordinary creature like an ancient dragon could do it. Therefore, we speculate that between the oceans of the New and Old Worlds, there must be many unknown islands. These islands have relatively complete ecosystems, providing sufficient hunting and food for migrating monsters. With hunting, there is the possibility of combat. Given the size of this Lightning Dragon, it doesn't have the ability to survive such battles unscathed. Ability. Therefore, we have a bold hypothesis. The arrival of this lightning dragon may be related to this ancient dragon crossing. The ancient dragon crossing affected the ecology of the small islands along the migration route, allowing the lightning dragons to reach the new world unscathed. Since a relatively safe route has been established, this lightning dragon is definitely not an exception. Master Yuanya frowned and touched his chin. Are you saying that there's a high probability that other lightning dragons will migrate here later? No, not just lightning dragons. Monsters with long-distance flight capabilities could also come. The scholar corrected him seriously. The scene became much noisier as this statement was made. If this is indeed the case as the scholar speculates, how great will the impact on the ecological environment of the new world be? Alright. The Grand Commander stood up, his voice drowning out the discussion. This kind of thing isn't something we can easily prevent. All hunters out on quests should pay attention to see if there are any large-scale migrations of creatures from the old world. Everyone should also be prepared to welcome the second group and conduct ancient dragon observations. As the Grand Commander gave his orders, everyone present reacted. Whether flying monsters would undergo a large-scale migration was still a speculation, but the second group had already set out, tracking the Flame King Dragon's ancient dragon crossing. Right now, nothing was more important than investigating the ancient dragon crossing. After everyone left, the Grand Commander slowly exhaled. He didn't know if the scholar's theories were reliable, but in such matters, it was better to believe it than not. However, at the moment, the investigation team couldn't afford to worry too much. However, perhaps we could give our fire dragon friend a warning? The days passed like this. The ancient tree area remained relatively quiet, save for the azure fire dragon's frequent hunting trips and overlapping territories, which occasionally clashed with other male fire dragons. Aside from one, nothing special happened. Unlike the azure fire dragon, the irascible Sakura fire dragon, perhaps actively preparing for pregnancy, rarely left its lair. What made Luo Yun laugh and cry was that even as a subspecies, alien to ordinary fire dragons, it still couldn't escape the cat's warnings. In just 10 days, the Azure Sakura fire dragon couple had been successfully won over by the cats, and began to accept the deter service with peace of mind. When the Azure fire dragon and the male fire dragon clashed, some cats would even hide beneath their fighting positions to pick up scales and other items dropped during the fight. The ancient tree fire dragon clan's cooperation with the investigation team included not only assisting with the investigation, but also collecting materials such as scales and dragon bones, as well as other edible products from the depths of the ancient tree. The survey team offered corresponding rewards, which the cats could use not only to exchange for items for the survey team, but also to issue quests. Of course, since the cooperation was just beginning, the deeper details of the collaboration had yet to be implemented. That day, after the fire dragon Detels had gathered enough materials to support 4 thief dragons, they summoned the 2 fey cats who had been surveying near the ancient tree and, along with 3 selected Detel warriors, set off for the star base. At that moment, a number of people gathered on the star ship inside the star base. These hunters were the ones responsible for meeting them in the ancient tree forest. Because there was no fixed landing point, the survey team had stationed personnel in both the ancient tree forest and the great anthill wasteland. Calculating the date, the second group would arrive in the next few days. The starship's high vantage point afforded them a better view of the sea. Look! It's a distress signal. At that moment, a hunter, munching on his cat meal, spotted 4 distress flares rising in quick succession from the distant shoreline at the edge of the ancient forest. That location. None of us went there? It's the second phase group. 4 flares. Did they encounter an ancient dragon? The hunters turned their heads, discussing the situation. The leader, already fully armed for days and ready to assist, whistled a pterosaur without hesitation, tossed a rope, and successfully hooked it. I go check it out first. You all be ready to assist at any time. Beside him, Sita followed suit, also carrying a pterosaur. Chapter 90. At the edge of the ancient tree forest, an outlet to the sea. 3 giant dragon bone ships were moored on the shore, while on the distant shore, more than a dozen hunters worked together, desperately trying to buy time for the others to evacuate. Among the hunters stood a massive, 4-legged, winged ancient dragon of unknown size. This ancient dragon had sturdy limbs growing horizontally on either side of its torso, a pair of broad wings on its back, a pair of massive curved horns on its head, and a body covered in deadly spines, resembling a demon from hell. Even though the hunters present were selected elites, equipped with the latest generation of armor specially modified by the second generation leader to eliminate the distinction between melee and ranged combat, They were still as fragile as paper before this ancient dragon. The wind pressure generated by the flapping wings caused the melee hunter's attacks to temporarily pause. With just one blow, a hunter was sent flying, his fate unknown. One hunter seized the opportunity during the attack, charging his strength and striking with all his might. The tip of his sword pierced the spines on the ancient dragon's arm, but due to their sheer number and hardness, the blade slipped and failed to penetrate the flesh. At least this strike cleared a patch of unprotected flesh. With just the right opportunity, he'd surely be able to inflict damage. How could this be? The greatsword user dodged the ancient dragon's attack and was about to advance when he noticed the spines he'd just broken were growing back at a visible rate. At this moment, the long-range light crossbowman noticed that the spines on the unknown ancient dragon's body had transformed from white to black. The bullets they fired struck the black spines, most of them deflecting. The few that survived barely lodged themselves in them. The dual sword user, riding a foxhound, took advantage of the animal's leap to soar high into the air. With a demonic aura, he spun through the air, slashing at the unknown ancient dragon with his sharp blades at a rapid clip. As soon as he landed, he was struck by the ancient dragon's wings and sent flying, leaving the black spines intact. Seeing their companions' attacks ineffective, the three katana users exchanged glances, converged, and, finding the gap between the unknown ancient dragon's attacks, aimed at its head and simultaneously unleashed a katana slash. The three katana users' long swords glowed a dangerous red. After a lightning-fast thrust, they leaped high into the air. The katana blades converged on the long swords, and with the force of a mountain, they adjusted their direction during the brief pause in midair. Ha! *3. A cold, low shout echoed as the body fell, and the long sword slashed down. And now, perhaps growing impatient with the harassment, the unknown ancient dragon lowered its head, struck the ground with its massive horns, and using the ground's resistance, suddenly raised its head, and launched a stream of obsidian-like thorns from its head. These thorns flew out like sharp arrows, not only impaling the distant light crossbowman, who had no time to dodge, but also just happened to catch three katana users who had not yet landed, trapped in midair and unable to dodge. Before they could even utter a sound, the three katana users were carried away by the rain of thorns. In that short period of time, over half of the second-generation group's accompanying hunters were lost. Even this wasn't even a glimpse into the true power of this unknown ancient dragon. To him, these hunters were mere ants interrupting his hunt for the Flame King Dragon. With the Flame King Dragon's flight, they became the targets of his wrath. After all, it wasn't an opponent they could defeat with much effort. After a brief attack, realizing they were no match for this predator, the hunters shifted their tactics, shifting from offense to defense, maintaining distance and stalling for time, silently hoping for reinforcements from the 1st Regiment to arrive soon. As for escape, that wasn't an option for the hunters. From the moment they became hunters, the belief in preserving the natural ecosystem and protecting humanity's homeland was deeply ingrained. Growing through hunting, dying in the hunt, this is the ultimate fate of most hunters. What's more, they were now facing an unknown ancient dragon. The thought of fighting an ancient dragon, even death, didn't seem so unbearable at that moment. Finally, after losing 2 more companions, the Grand Leader descended from the sky. The sound of landing caught Nergigan's attention. At a single glance, the Grand Commander's heart tightened. Take the wounded away. You retreat first, I cover your retreat. As the Grand Commander spoke, the other hunters seized their opportunity to withdraw. Perhaps instinctively sensing the threat posed by the newcomers, Nergigan paid no attention to the retreating ants, instead gazing at the Grand Commander with interest. Similarly, the Grand Commander, looking at the unknown ancient dragon before him, trembled slightly. There was excitement, and perhaps a touch of fear. This ancient dragon, resembling a demon from hell, simply stood there, its endless pressure bearing down like a tide. From its appearance alone, it seemed as if it were born for destruction. This aura was far greater than even the Flame Queen Dragon they had faced back in the old world. This is a tough one, old friend, be careful, the Grand Commander said, shield in hand, his gaze fixed intently. Beside him, Sia remained silent, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening. A battle with an ancient dragon. No one could be sure of survival. Furthermore, they had no backup, having only consumed a single bottle of demonic medicine before the battle. Needless to say, the battle began. When the hunters of the 1st Regiment escorted the members of the 2nd Regiment back to their base, and finally arrived, all they saw was a black speck flying deep into the new world. Arriving at the site of the Grand Master's battle, the terrain was ravaged. Trees had fallen, rocks lay scattered, and the ground was covered with unknown thorns, some black and some white, embedded in the stone, requiring considerable effort to extract. When they first landed, the Grand Master was nowhere to be seen. The hunters from the 1st Regiment panicked and scattered in search. Finally, they found the severely wounded Grand Master behind a boulder. His weapons had been discarded, and his only shield was tattered and tattered, even with several thick thorns sticking out of it. His armor was damaged in many places, and a through wound on his shoulder, where the pauldron had completely shattered, was still bleeding rapidly. Beside him was Sita, whose armor was also tattered. His breathing was weak, his right eye severely injured, and his cherished great sword was only half broken. They leaned against the boulder, leaning against each other. Upon hearing the noise, the Grand Commander struggled to open his eyes. Seeing it was the hunters from the 1st Regiment support group, he forced a smile. "You're here? Looks like that guy's gone, he." As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Commander fell unconscious, and the relatively intact white thorn in his hand fell to the ground. "Captain! Quickly provide emergency medical treatment." In a frantic rescue effort, the Grand Commander and Sita's vital signs were finally restored. The cat cart that had been summoned took them aboard, carefully maintaining speed while carefully maintaining stability, and brought them back to the star base. Chapter 91. What's the situation? Inside the starship cabin, Carlos paced back and forth outside the door. Across the doorway, wounded soldiers were receiving treatment. When the doctor emerged, everyone gathered around, anxiously asking. "We were lucky. We managed to save a few. What about the captain? And Sita? How are they?" Carlos, still young at this point, wasn't as composed as he would later be, and his tone was hurried. "The captain is fine. Most of his attacks were blocked by his armor and shield. Plus, he's strong, so he shouldn't be in any serious trouble after taking the medicine. But Sita's situation is a bit grim." The doctor sighed. Honestly, this was the first time the survey team had suffered such casualties in the 10 years since arriving in the New World. "Sita's right, I can't be saved, and with the extent of his injuries, he probably won't be able to hunt again." Hearing this, Carlos clenched his fist. Although Sita was a hunting cat, in terms of combat effectiveness, she was a true core member. Unexpectedly. Huh. After all, we encountered an ancient dragon. Surviving is good. Carlos exhaled, calmed himself, and left the cabin. The Grand Commander was seriously injured, and he would need to handle matters after the second group arrived. Tonkatsu sat on the cabin floor, staring blankly at the closed door. He had never imagined that such a powerful Grand Commander and Sita-sensei could be so seriously injured. When they were brought back, Tonkatsu could hardly believe his eyes. And now, they were saying that Sita-sensei would no longer be able to hunt as a hunting cat. This news had a profound impact on him. After several days of treatment, the second phase group of hunters ultimately lost 4. The remaining hunters, thanks to their strong physiques and the skilled skills of the dragon healers, survived without any injuries. With proper care, they can recover in the future. This storm, especially facing a new and unknown ancient dragon, meant the final losses were within the investigation team's tolerance. The second phase group's description reconstructed the events. It turned out that the second phase group had tracked the Flame King Dragon to the New World, intending to send a signal to locate their base and adjust their course. The unknown ancient dragon suddenly appeared, braving the Flame King Dragon's flames, forcing its way through the flames domain and charging directly into the Flame King Dragon, engaging in a fierce battle. Ultimately, the Flame King Dragon, obscured by the flames' explosions, retreated in defeat. The ancient dragon, having lost its target, set its sights on the 3 ships of the second phase group. To avoid sinking due to damage to the hull, the 2nd Regiment had no choice but to urgently dock. Under the cover of their accompanying hunters, they sent a distress signal and began to retreat. It could be said that the 2nd Regiment suffered an undeserved disaster and became the target of his wrath. "If it weren't for protecting us, there wouldn't have been such heavy casualties," a craftsman from the 2nd Regiment said with a somewhat dim look in his eyes. The 1st Regiment could only offer comfort. To face an ancient dragon head-on and engage it in a life-or-death battle, surviving is already a supreme honor. To successfully repel an ancient dragon and survive is even more worthy of the title of legendary hunter. The Grand Captain and the Sword Master were both such individuals. Back in the old world, they had successfully led their respective teams to repel the ancient dragon and stabilize the region's ecology. With these 2 exceptional fighters, the remaining hunters in the first group also had a record of successful hunting of Heinisch monsters. This was also why, after arriving in the New World, the first group often conducted field research with a single hunter, a scholar, and an editor, rather than multiple hunters. The second group's landing turmoil ended with the return of the Sword Master and the Dragon Hunter. In the absence of the Grand Master, a meeting was held to determine their respective responsibilities. The artisans began to move, while the young dragon scholar from the second group took over the research team and assumed full responsibility for personnel management. The Star Stronghold began to expand in an orderly manner. The Sword Master assumed the role of Grand Master, organizing the hunters to delve into the new world and track down the Flame King Dragon from the ancient Dragon Crossing. In the ancient Tree Fire Dragon's lair, Liu Yun's expression grew solemn after listening to Chief Detel's report. Sure enough, the feeling of something unsettling he had felt upon returning from the Great Ant Mound Wasteland was not wrong. The ancient forest has indeed been experiencing some unusual conditions recently. According to reports from the Fire Dragon leader, Detel, they noticed an unusually low number of herbivorous dragons in the forest. In particular, some monsters living in the lower levels of the ancient forest have begun leaving the lower levels to hunt in the middle levels, causing numerous conflicts with the indigenous inhabitants. Logically, the ecology of the lower levels of the ancient forest is quite stable, and food shortages should generally be minimal. The fire dragons themselves, due to their long hours of flying and patrolling their territory, consume their energy rapidly, requiring them to hunt multiple times a day. The fact that the fire dragons have been spending more time out lately confirms that food is indeed dwindling, which isn't good news. That shouldn't be the case. From Liu Yun's memory, the ancient dragon crossing this time was the Flame King Dragon, and its stopover was likely in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. The Nergigant, tracking it, would likely be following the Flame King Dragon. Besides, while the Nergigant also preys on ordinary creatures, it primarily targets high-energy creatures, meaning large monsters, and avoids low-energy herbivorous dragons. For ancient dragons capable of using life energy, the nutritional value of a creature means nothing. They only care about whether their life energy is sufficient. After having the fire dragon leader, Detel, focus on what's happening in the forest, Liu Yun had a bad feeling. In the hunting grounds deep in the forest, Yaji had easily captured a herbivorous dragon, and was enjoying the meal while pondering which hunting ground to go to next. In the dense forest not far from her, a terrifying monster, concealed by its camouflage, locked its sights on Aki. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the ground, corroding the dead leaves and weeds. Step by step, as the distance closed, Aki became aware of something. Raising her head, she sniffed. When the distance was close, the Deviljosaurus stretched out its powerful legs, no longer concealing itself, and charged towards Aki like a slingshot. Aki instantly located the Deviljosaurus, but unfortunately, the distance was too close, and she was unable to take flight immediately before being attacked. Aki's roar, tinged with pain and anger, echoed from the forest. The battle didn't last long. The Deviljosaurus's eyes, filled with hunger and bloodlust, stared blankly at the female fire dragon as it fled in disarray. It had zeroed in on the Deviljosaurus simply because of its size, enough to feed it for several days. But he hadn't expected the other party to escape despite being seriously injured. This hunt had been incredibly difficult for him, and it had only grown hungrier. As for the various injuries inflicted by Aki, they weren't a big deal for the incredibly thick-skinned Tyrannosaurus Rex, far less serious than starvation. Chapters 92-93. When Yaji returned to the nest, Liu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, and an endless rage surged within him. He had never seen Yaji in such a miserable state. Many scales on her body were shattered, and as she moved, streams of bright red blood oozed out. One of the thorns on her wings had broken, and even worse, the membrane on her right wing. The once charming pattern was now stained with blood, its edges cracked, revealing the force of some monster's powerful bite. Woo-woo. Finally returning to the nest, Yaji let out a mournful cry like a small animal. She limped to the nest, supported by Liu Yun, but finally collapsed. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Liu Yun with fear and anxiety in her eyes. At this moment, Yaji was like a child who had been bullied and seriously injured, seeking security from her family. Liu Yun suppressed his sadness and anger, lovingly spreading one wing to cover Yaji's back, soothing her. He carefully licked her wound with his tongue. Under Liu Yun's constant soothing, Yaji finally relaxed, slowly closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep. At this moment, the fire dragon's Detel brought over some prepared herbs and some stored honey from the healing honey bees. After receiving Liu Yun's permission, he carefully began to apply medicine to Yaji. An injury of this magnitude, even for a monster with such a strong constitution, would leave a serious hidden scar if it relied solely on its own healing abilities. Simply relying on sleep and food alone would not completely heal it. The medicine stored by the fire dragon deters were all crude herbs, not only ineffective, but also in small quantities. For Yaji's injuries, they were merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, Luo Yun didn't let his rage cloud his mind. He knew full well that the most important thing right now wasn't to find the culprit who had injured Yaji so severely, but to find a way to control her injuries, or at least prevent them from worsening. Thus, Luo Yun stayed by Yaji's side for an entire day, even eating the food the fire dragon deters had specially stored. When Yaji awoke, her eyes frantically scanned the room, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she found Luo Yun beside her. "Woo!" She groaned pitifully, and Luo Yun leaned over to lick her cheek. Soothed, Yaji finally relaxed completely. Bearing the pain, she forced herself to eat, and fell back into a deep sleep. Luo Yun watched with a wave of anxiety, desperate to know what had wounded Yaji. Every time he saw her horrific condition, his rage grew. Finally, after Yaji awoke a second time, her spirits had improved somewhat, and she recounted the story to Luo Yun's questioning. But Yaji had never seen such a monster before, and since fire dragons didn't have a particularly complete language system, Luo Yun ultimately knew only that the creature that had wounded Yaji was a beast dragon of a type she had never seen before. This beast dragon was incredibly powerful and quite fast. Most strikingly, it engaged Yaji head-on from the beginning, even withstanding her venom to leave her in such a state. If Yaji hadn't imitated Luo Yun and spit explosive fireballs at her feet, forcing the opponent back while successfully launching herself into flight, she would have likely perished. Watching Yaji fall into a deep sleep, Luo Yun's eyes flashed coldly. He instructed the fire dragons, deter, to take care of Yaji. He quickly took off, flying towards the hunting ground where Yaji had fought. He wanted to know what that monster was, and if he could find any trace of it. Luo Yun, completely disregarding his exhaustion, raced to the hunting ground. He didn't have much time, and Yaji's injuries weren't stable yet, so he needed to stay by her side. The place where Yaji and the opponent had fought was easy to find. Even a fight between two ordinary monsters would cause considerable environmental damage, let alone a monster of Yaji's level. Tooth fragment? Luo Yun quickly found the tooth fragment left by the Deviljosaurus during the battle. Although he had never seen it before, he instantly determined the identity of the monster. As expected, being able to injure Yaji so severely, and even prevent her from flying for an extended period, makes sense for a monster in this ecological niche. At the same time, he thought of the recent anomalies in the forest. It was undoubtedly caused by the Deviljosaurus. The title of ecological destroyer is no idle claim. The ability to openly and honestly inflict severe damage to a region's food chain, disrupting the ecological balance of an area like a natural disaster, yet remaining undetected by the world consciousness, is the unique ecological habit of the Deviljosaurus. In the previous life, the police were specifically separated from ordinary creatures not only for their strength and playability, but also because they possessed ecological habits that were completely distinct from other creatures within the ecosystem. Knowing the enemy was a Devilja, Luo Yun didn't flinch. Even if it was an ancient dragon, he wouldn't hesitate to attack it, let alone the most destructive and easily targeted Devilja among the police. A day passed, and the Devilja's tracks were no longer easy to find. However, given its habits, now that it had entered the ancient tree area, it was only a matter of time before it was found. The most urgent matter was Yaji's injuries. If left untreated, the remaining injuries would shorten her lifespan and even severely hamper her future transformation. The Thunder Wolf Dragon Leader was a prime example of this. Luo Yun ascended into the air, and from high above, he coldly gazed down at the forest below. The Devilja was within this very forest. His revenge wouldn't be too late. He had just returned to his lair with his prey after killing a herbivorous dragon along the way. Before landing, I heard Yaji's roar. I rushed in hastily, only to find her slumped in her nest, the wounds that had barely stopped bleeding reopening. The fire dragon leader, deter, was frantically explaining something to her. But Yaji continued to wail in pain. The love between a fire dragon couple is pure and passionate. When one is seriously injured, the other will always be by their side. Even if they lack food reserves, they won't go hunting. This cycle often lasts 3 or 4 days, waiting until their partner's injuries have fully stabilized before they begin to venture out again. It had been some time since Yaji woke up, but she still hadn't seen Luo Yun. Despite the fire dragon leader's explanation, the long absence of her partner filled her with grief, and she struggled to find any trace of Luo Yun. But even after her severely injured body relaxed, she couldn't even stand up. With grief, tears fell from her eyes. Chapter 94. Luo Yun hastily dropped his prey, flapping his wings and landing low beside Yaji. The wind pressure even sent the fire dragon leader, Deter, back several steps. He met Yaji's gaze, growled softly, and wrapped his wings around her body, carefully nuzzling her cheek. Reassured, Yaji raised her head and responded, constantly absorbing Luo Yun's scent, expressing her fear. And so, another day passed. Yaji slept most of the time. Whenever she woke, she hurriedly ate, pleaded with Luo Yun not to worry, and then fell asleep again. Her injuries had stopped worsening, and she began to regain some strength. While Yaji was awake, Luo Yun suggested going out to search for some medicine, which would take a few days. Although Yaji was reluctant, she knew Luo Yun was doing it for her own good, so she agreed. After reassuring Aji, Luo Yun took the hanging basket crafted by the fire dragon Deter during the Xiaolong incident, and accompanied by a communicative fire dragon Deter, flew towards the Starry Sky stronghold. Aji's injuries, relying on her own healing, would likely leave hidden wounds. The fire dragon Deter's herbs weren't very effective, so Luo Yun immediately considered the investigation team's potions. Thus, the basket contained not only the materials collected by the fire dragon Deter over the past few days, but also some of his own reverse scales. The reverse scales of a battle-hardened fire dragon would surely be enough to buy a good supply of healing potions, right? With Luo Yun's full flight, the journey, which would have taken over 3 days, was successfully completed in just a day and a half. When the investigation team spotted a fire dragon appearing above the stronghold, they all assumed a state of alert. Even some crossbows crafted by the second phase team already aimed at Luo Yun. It wasn't until Tonkatsu, also aboard the star ship, confirmed Luo Yun's identity, and with the Grand Commander's cane-leaning guarantee that unnecessary misunderstandings were avoided. Luo Yun landed on the star ship's cabin roof, allowing the fire dragon Deter to quickly communicate while he used the time to recuperate. The investigation team was curious about a fire dragon resting so openly on the cabin roof, but under the Grand Commander's orders, no one came to disturb it. So that's how it is. Was the female fire dragon so badly injured? After Tonkatsu's translation, the Grand Commander learned the situation and quickly ordered the baskets to be counted. Taking into account the previously delivered materials and the remaining payment from the initial Thunder Wolf Dragon batch, the baskets were filled with the remaining potions. The fire dragon Detels who remained at the starship's base to train wanted to return with them, but were refused. They could only watch helplessly as Luo Yun, carrying the basket, ascended once more, hastily flying off into the distance. This time, the basket was much heavier, so Luo Yun was panting heavily when he returned to his lair. He instructed the fire dragon leader, Deter, to apply medicine to Yaji. After feeding her the internal medicine, he himself gulped down several gulps of water, ate something, and then lay down beside her to rest. Luckily, the reward from the Golden Lion expedition was substantial. Even now, Luo Yun was still able to passively absorb life energy, so his strength recovered extremely quickly. After 2 days of continuous travel, he only needed half a day's sleep to recover almost all his strength. After eating, he quietly stayed by Yaji's side. But only Luo Yun knew that beneath his calm exterior lay a volcano about to erupt, his long-suppressed rage nearing its breaking point. The day after Yaji used the healing potion, her wounds had noticeably improved, and her spirits had also improved considerably. The fire dragon's inherently powerful recovery abilities, combined with the large quantities of healing potions provided by the investigation team, ensured that Yaji would recover without any hidden injuries. Observing Yaji's recovery, Luo Yun could no longer contain his anger and resolutely proposed to search for the Deviljas and avenge her. Yaji didn't stop him. Having recovered considerably, her emotions were no longer as fragile. Just as Luo Yun was confident in her own strength, Yaji was equally confident in his own combat prowess. With Yaji's support, Luo Yun flew out of his lair under her trusting gaze and began searching in the direction mentioned in the report from the fire dragon leader, the Deter. Yes, the fire dragons had been busy these days, searching the ancient tree area. The Devil Jado made no effort to conceal its presence. After its battle with Aki, it continued its search for prey. Whether carnivorous or herbivorous, adult or young, anyone who appeared before it became its prey. The Devil Jado's rampant disruption of the food chain also alerted many creatures. Instinctively, some powerful monsters began to search for the Devil Jado. Every Devil Jado was an enemy of all creatures in its ecosystem. Even if its actions followed its own ecological laws, it could not escape being besieged. Indeed, being hostile and besieged by all living creatures was also part of the Devil Jado's ecological laws. The forest was vast, and Luo Yun searched for it for 2 days, before finally finding it on the edge of the ancient tree area. What Luo Yun hadn't anticipated was that several monsters had also found the Deviljosaurus before him. The Deviljosaurus held a rather large Megatheosaurus in its jaws, its powerful bite firmly gripping the Megatheosaurus. Like a great sword, it used the Megatheosaurus's body as a blade, repeatedly striking the surrounding monsters that were besieging it. By this time, the Deviljosaurus had numerous wounds, large and small. But these wounds had little effect on the Deviljosaurus, whose body was composed almost entirely of muscle. The siege had only begun a short while before the poor Megatheosaurus became the first casualty. A blinding flash of lightning struck, and without a second thought, the Deviljosaurus flung the Megatheosaurus forward. As the lightning struck, its equally muscular tail lashed upward, striking the dragon's throat, where the flame sac began to gather molten flames. Flames exploded from the dragon/'s mouth, the immense force causing it to tilt its head and fall to the ground. The Thunderjaw's Thunder Cleaver collided with the Great Thief Dragon within the Deviljaw's mouth, successfully taking away the Great Thief Dragon's last breath and halting its attack. The ferocious Jaw Dragon, searching for an opportunity to strike, seized this opportunity and swiftly pounced on the Deviljaw's back. Its sharp claws and bite, imbued with dragon-attributed energy, ravaged the Deviljaw's body, leaving scars everywhere. The Deviljaw released the nearly severed Great Thief Dragon from its jaws and rolled to the ground, forcing the ferocious Jaw Dragon away. At this moment, a battle-hardened Jaw Dragon leaped high and stomped on the Deviljaw. However, the battle-hardened Jaw Dragon's attack was absorbed by the Deviljaw Dragon, and with the combined force of its muscles, it flipped the battle-hardened Jaw Dragon over. When Luo Yun arrived, the Deviljaw Dragon was confronting the four monsters. Chapter 95. A dragon roar filled with boundless fury echoed through the sky, and Luo Yun's figure appeared above the battlefield. He hadn't expected to see his long-lost friend, the Thunderjaw Dragon, here. However, Luo Yun's current target wasn't the Thunderjaw Dragon. The damned Tyrannosaurus Rex that had injured Yaji was Luo Yun's primary target. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, composed almost entirely of muscle, its rough hide possessing the defensive power of dragon scales. Its massive size, immense strength, and impressive speed made it arguably the most characteristic beast dragon of the species. Its ecological destructive power was the strongest among the police, and its combat prowess was equally astonishing. After harnessing its dragon attribute power, its muscles expanded, and it possessed the strength to battle even an ancient dragon. However, it was also, relatively speaking, the easiest of the police to deal with. Compared to the Golden Lion's flawed abilities, exceptional reflexes, and combat awareness, and compared to the exploding scale dragon's flight advantage, and its versatile explosive scales, the Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed a fatal weakness. That's hunger. Hunger affects its sanity, and reduces its combat awareness. During combat, a Deviljho, with its muscular build, consumes a significant amount of energy, which intensifies its hunger. Among the police, it is the least able to sustain prolonged combat, often relying on overdrawn vitality to compensate for the loss of physical strength. If a battle drags on beyond the Deviljho's endurance, its endless hunger will completely drive it mad. It might even ignore its opponent's attacks for a bite, even risking death to get a bite. Of course, generally speaking, not many monsters could push it to this extent. The Deviljaw also noticed Luo Yun in the air, but due to its size, its attention was focused on the Thunderjaw and the Slasher. Ignored, Luo Yun didn't bother to consider what the Deviljaw was thinking. In his rage, flames began to gather in his mouth. Seeing this, the Thunderjaw on the ground abandoned its intended attack and dodged to the side. As expected, a ball of charged fire erupted from Luo Yun's mouth as a greeting, hurtling down and directly hitting the Deviljaw, which was locked in a fight with the Deviljaw. The roar of an explosion resounded. The Deviljaw's massive body was knocked over by the blast, and even the Deviljaw, which had just pounced on it, was affected and sent flying. After quickly climbing to its feet, it looked at Luo Yun with a hint of resentment. But Luo Yun didn't bother to pay attention to the Deviljaw's gaze. When the Deviljho climbed to its feet, a severe burn bruise appeared on the center of its back where the fireball had struck it. The muscles there were still trembling slightly with pain. Luo Yun swooped down, his claws ablaze, and he went straight for the Deviljho's head. The Deviljho instinctively opened its bloody maw. Using its muscles, it quickly found the perfect angle, anticipating Luo Yun's landing point, and bit down. Crack! Miss! Luo Yun's predatory move was a feint. He stopped in midair above the Deviljho. With a flap of his wings, a stream of liquid flame sprayed onto the Deviljho's head, covering it and burning it continuously. The flames obscured the Deviljho's vision, and the stinging burning sensation throughout its skull caused it to roar. Luo Yun took advantage of this opportunity, grabbed the Devil Chosen's neck with his claws, pierced the tip of his claws into its muscles, and began to inject a large amount of flammable toxins, wanting to detonate them in the flesh and blood just like he did with the Thunder Wolf Dragon leader. But the next second, black and red energy streaked through the Devilgerosaur's body. The injected flammable toxin was instantly suppressed, losing its activity and unable to ignite. The flames on the Devilgerosaur's head also began to die. The pain and obstructed vision drove it frantically towards Luo Yun. Alas, Luo Yun, observing the Devilgerosaur's muscle movements through his inner gaze, had already grasped them. Before he could detonate, he had already loosened his claws, using the speed advantage gained from his acceleration to nimbly avoid the Devilgerosaur's haphazard attacks. His flaming claws took advantage of the gaps between the Devilgerosaur's attacks, repeatedly inflicting wounds. Just as the flames on the Devilgerosaur's head were about to die out, he once again found the right angle and released another stream of liquid flame, renewing the burning. This time, the Devilgerosaur could no longer endure it. The burning wasn't serious, but it was unbearable, especially since the nasty flames were burning its head. It didn't have the nimble arms of the Golden Lion, so it could simply slap away any sticking points. The devil's muscles began to swell, especially its neck, which stretched like an inflated ball, as black dragon energy coursed through its body. With a puff of black smoke streaked with red lightning, the flames on the devil's head instantly extinguished, its burned face appearing even more hideous within the black mist. It entered its true fighting stance. At this point, the dragon energy within the devil's body was fully activated, significantly increasing its stamina consumption. Its defenses also weakened as its muscles expanded. The price it paid was increased strength, a faster and more ferocious attack speed, and, most crucially, the absolute suppression of all other energies by the dragon energy. Fortunately, Luo Yun had already ascended before the Devilges entered its muscle-expanding state, and the dragon attribute energy it spewed out had no effect on him. Every time the Devilges used dragon attribute energy, it was risking its life. This was its most dangerous moment, not only for its enemies, but also for itself. It was a matter of who would collapse first. Luo Yun, in midair, was naturally not the Devilges' first target. It hadn't lost its mind yet, and was well aware of how formidable a flying dragon could be. It had to find a chance to shoot Luo Yun down, to have a chance to kill him. Before that, the monsters on the ground were its priority targets. The Devilges launched the first attack, charging towards the nearest Dragon Slasher. Not to be outdone, Dragon Slasher sharpened his jaws and, like a skilled swordsman, launched a spinning slash at the Devilges. Facing this blow, the Devil Jaw didn't even flinch. After resisting with its own strength, it charged towards Zhanlong without slowing down. Its massive, tooth-filled maw widened into an exaggerated arc, tearing down Zhanlong's neck. Bang! The plummeting fireball struck the Devil Jaw's head with pinpoint accuracy. Through his mind's eye, Luo Yun had already deduced the Devil Jaw's intentions, and the target of his final attack. The long-prepared fireball was unleashed decisively, exploding upon impact, dealing damage and deflecting its head to the side. Zhanlong seized the opportunity to twist its body, avoiding the fatal blow. The Thunderjaw, with lightning in its teeth, bit the Deviljaw's tail and began tearing furiously. The veteran Jaw Dragon's chariot rammed the base of the Deviljaw's tail, aiding the Thunderjaw in inflicting even greater damage. Only the ferocious Claw Dragon leaped up again, intending to attack the Deviljaw's neck with its equally dragon-like bite. Don't charge, you idiot. Chapter 96. Luo Yun clearly saw the Deviljaw's side muscles begin to exert force, as the Thunderjaw bit its tail. The subsequent charge from the battle-hardened ornithopod further twisted its head. At this moment, the Deviljaw lunged in the same direction, sending itself completely into the Deviljaw's mouth. The Deviljaw's muscles were now swollen, its strength immense. It whipped its tail out, ripping off a piece of flesh from the ornithopod's bite, drawing blood. However, for a Deviljaw with its hyperactive metabolism, this injury was easily healed with sufficient food. The Deviljaw twisted its body, and the ornithopod, hanging onto it, was bitten before it could even jump. With the terrifying force of its bite, the ornithopod's struggle was instantly silenced. Now, like the great thief dragon at the beginning, it was used as a weapon by the Deviljaw, constantly attacking the other three dragons. Each attack was torture for the ferocious Claw Dragon. Blood gushed from its body like a fountain, spilling out of the Deviljanus's mouth. In the air, Luo Yun unleashed precise fireball after fireball, which exploded on the Deviljanus, leaving one black wound after another. On the ground, the three remaining monsters began to adopt a guerrilla approach, trying to avoid the Deviljanus attacks while attempting to counterattack. The four massive monsters engaged in a grappling battle, their aftermath overturning patches of vegetation. Finally, while the Devil Janus was attacking the battle-hardened Savage Jaw Dragon, the Dragon Slayer's tail blade arced with a cold glow, avoiding the ferocious Claw Dragon, which served as both a shield and a weapon, and successfully struck the Devil Janus in the forehead, inflicting a deep wound that was visible to the bone. The Devil Jaw fell into a brief swoon, its mouth loosened. The ferocious Claw, now breathing more than it inhaled, fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Luo Yun seized this hard-earned opportunity, and flew over the Devil Jaw. Flames quickly gathered in its mouth. At this moment, the Thunder Jaw, exhausted and wounded, suddenly roared sharply at the veteran. Huh? The veteran thought it had misheard. Did the Thunderjaw mean for it to spit fire at the male Rathalos in midair? The Thunderjaw roared again, and seeing that the Devil Jaw seemed to be recovering, it squeezed its shock sac again, bursting forward, knocking the Devil Jaw to the ground. The veteran couldn't understand, but chose to obey. Sparks flew from the corner of its mouth, and a long column of fire successfully struck Luo Yun, who was gathering power in the air. The sudden burst of warm flames was quickly absorbed by the cracks in Luo Yun's carapace. Transformed by the flame bag, it began to increase the power of his flames. The flames, already nearly full, intensified again, their bluish-purple glow becoming even more pronounced. Finally, as the veteran Jaw's breath ceased, and the Devil Jaws staggered to its feet, a short burst of flames erupted. The bluish-purple, high-temperature flames, like catastrophe flames, plummeted downward, accompanied by intense wind pressure, pouring down upon the Devil Jaws. The air began to heat up rapidly, and even the Dragon Slayer, with its high fire resistance, retreated rapidly, avoiding the bluish-purple flames that felt like a scourge of heavenly punishment. The Devil Jaw's body was completely engulfed in flames, and the surrounding land was transformed into magma. The raging flames, spreading from the impact, incinerated all the vegetation in the clearing. The ferocious claws, the last remaining breath beside the Devil Jaws, were instantly annihilated by the flames, their corpse reduced to charcoal. This flaming breath didn't last long, but it was Luo Yun's longest charge, and the hottest flame ever. This flame, comparable to the Calamity Flame, was too intense for even an ancient dragon to handle, so how could a Tyrannosaurus Rex escape unscathed? At this moment, a black mist laced with red lightning spread rapidly. Luo Yun, whose energy had been expended by the previous breath, hadn't been able to completely escape immediately, and was slightly contaminated. The flames entwined around Luo Yun, already greatly reduced by the previous breath, were instantly extinguished the moment they were touched by the dragon-attributed black mist. His flame bag twitched, and the flow of flame energy stagnated. Thankfully, the contamination wasn't significant, and after a brief interruption, it gradually began to return to normal. Dragon sealing power? Dragon-attributed energy is the only energy in the world without a physical representation. It's of a very high level, possessing a powerful suppressive power over other energy types. This suppressive power, known to hunters as dragon sealing power, can even affect ancient dragons. If applied to a hunter's equipment, the weapon's attribute energy would vanish, and the weapon would become merely a tougher, sharper, ordinary weapon during the dragon attribute's effect. The appearance of the dragon-attributed black mist meant the Deviljo hadn't died yet. The black mist quickly dissipated, revealing the Deviljo, whose body was extensively burned, its once swollen muscles shrunken. With only half its face intact, one eye missing, it stared at the monsters present with corrosive saliva oozing from the corner of its mouth. It's not dead yet? What kind of vitality does this have? With burns of this magnitude, a normal creature would have been utterly dead, but judging by the Deviljo's appearance, it seemed able to continue fighting. Is this the vitality of an ancient dragon? No, it's the vitality unique to the Deviljaw. With a roar from Dragon Slayer, the battle erupted once more. The Deviljaw was now at the end of its rope. Even in terms of its vitality, after suffering so many attacks, this level of fire damage, and having maintained its dragon attribute for so long, it was like a candle in the wind. Gazing at the oncoming monsters, it began its final battle. The severely burned muscles were now incredibly fragile, easily piercing through them with Dragon Slayer's blade. Without the support of some muscles, its original strength was even comparable to that of a Thunderjaw dragon. As the battle raged below, Luo Yun sensed the dwindling flame energy within his flame bag and gritted his teeth, squeezing it. Flames once again emanated from his body. Although he could no longer spit out the charged flames, his body remained intact and unharmed. Luo Yun began to climb into the air, his acceleration ability already reaching its maximum. Though his remaining strength was running low, it was more than enough for him to deliver this final blow. The flames wrapped around his body began to swirl, and Luo Yun transformed into a fireball. Acceleration. Dive. Burn. The immense strength granted by the Hercules ability, the added strength from acceleration, the explosive flames of his flame body, the burnt fragrant body enhanced the defensive power of his scales, allowing him to push his acceleration to its maximum without restraint, still largely ignoring the backlash damage from the attack. Finally, combined with his mind's eye, he accurately locked onto his target. This was Luo Yun's most powerful move, besides his flame breath, like a falling star from outer space. The meteor Luo Yun transformed into collided with the Devil Jaw. The resulting explosive force sent the nearly exhausted veteran Jaw flying backwards. The Thunderjaw and Slasher Dragon, relying on their own weight, withstood the impact, barely staying where they were. Chapter 97. The flames dissipated, and Luo Yun flapped his wings, hovering low in the air. With such unbridled acceleration, even with the defensive power of his burnt fragrant body, many of his scales still shattered, but they were only scales. His injuries weren't as severe as they appeared. After all, his flames had reached near catastrophic levels during the battle, and his burnt fragrant body's defenses increased as the flame's temperature rose. Hit by this blow, the Devil's Oven lay in a deep pit. Most of its body caved in, its ribs shattered. But even so, it still had a breath. The Devil's Oven stared at Luo Yun in the air with its single, lifeless eye, as if it were a piece of food, its hunger consuming it immensely. For the Devil's Oven, even on the brink of death, it was still tormented by this insatiable hunger. Perhaps death wouldn't bring terror to the Devil's Oven, but rather the only way to escape the hell of hunger. Ding! A cold light like a full moon streaked across the Devil's neck, the blade breaking as the Devil's skull detached. Dragon Slayer gritted her teeth, staring intently at the severed Devil's body, roaring in agony toward the heavens. She had avenged her child. She had crossed most of the forest, venturing into one monster's territory after another, enduring hardships without a single break, all in search of the Devil's that had slain her young. And now, the Devil's was completely dead. Even the pain from the shattered blade's tail couldn't stifle Dragon Slayer's grief. The battle-hardened barbarian alone gazed coldly at the end of the battle, limping back into the forest without a backward glance. It had also sustained heavy injuries from the battle, and needed to find a place to rest before returning to its own territory. After venting its anger, the Dragon Slayer arrived before the Devil Jaw and tore into its skull with its vast mouth. Only then did it leave without a backward glance. Now, only Luo Yun and the Thunderjaw, old friends, who had been entangled for nearly a decade, remained. At this moment, they were just like when Luo Yun had arrived in the ancient tree area and reunited with the transforming Thunderjaw. From midair, Luo Yunfei stared at the monster on the ground, his eyes devoid of any emotion, only a deep malice between them. At this moment, the flame energy within Luo Yun's flame bag had been completely depleted. Without the flame support, his charred body could no longer be sustained. But he still had the added bonus of acceleration, the stamina to keep fighting, and the abilities of Hercules, insight, and regeneration. Crucially, he still had the advantage of flight, want a melee. Ever since he grown, Luo Yun's strength had long surpassed that of the Thunderjaw. Over the years, Luo Yun had attempted to kill it. But with Yaji around, the Thunderjaw was preoccupied with escape. And without Yaji, in the low, narrow lower levels of the ancient tree area, where flight was practically impossible and close combat was the only option, Luo Yun wasn't sure he could defeat it. Though he hated to admit it, Luo Yun harbored a deep psychological scar from the Thunderjaw. Having just experienced death in his previous life, the fear of near death still lingered, and now he ran into it, still a battle-hardened Tyrannosaurus. Pursued by it, Luo Yun desperately fled, using the rugged terrain of the ancient forest and the gaps between trees, which only small creatures could fit through, as a barrier. He finally managed to escape by falling into a turbulent river and saving his life. That was the first time since Luo Yun arrived in this world that he felt the breath of death so close. After Luo Yun learned to fly, he once again felt the threat of death from a surprise attack by this brute-jaw dragon in the hunting grounds. The brute-jaw dragon's maw was just a hair's breadth away from crushing Luo Yun. Finally, they met again in the ancient tree area. If it weren't for the early warning from his mind, he would have been in great danger that time. Since arriving in this world, the only 3 times he had felt near death were all brought on by this Thunderjaw dragon. This also filled Luo Yun with a deep fear of close combat with this Thunderjaw dragon. Luo Yun knew, in fact, that his inner strength wasn't truly strong. Right now, he was like a bloated, overgrown physique, possessing the exterior of a strong man without a heart. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, afraid of death and pain, and this trait carried over into this world with him. But he also knew perfectly well that without the courage to engage in a life-or-death struggle, the courage to engage in bloody battles, the will to push oneself to the limit even on the brink of death, and the determination to blindly rely on flight and physique, if he simply assumed, wait a little longer, a little more growth will easily solve everything, then his future would be doomed. This world was a cruel and bloody world of monsters. Creatures that dared not face fear and danger head-on would eventually be eliminated. If this continued, when Luo Yun encountered an opponent he could only match even with his cheats, his paper-thin exterior would eventually be ripped apart, revealing a mere waste within, cloaked in a tangle of quirks and cheats. This was the real reason why, upon realizing he could plot against Xiao Long, he chose to take a gamble instead of simply leaving. Now, Luo Yun was faced with a choice. He needed to face his deepest heart and make the final choice. 1. Leave, or wait until his special abilities allowed him to defeat the Thunderjaw Dragon even without flight, or wait until the Thunderjaw Dragon had left the lower levels of the ancient tree area before engaging in battle. 2. Fight now, completely rid himself of the shadow within, and finally settle the score with the Thunderjaw Dragon. The Thunderjaw Dragon raised its head, staring intently at Luo Yun, its heart also deeply conflicted. Its instinct for survival told it that a miserable life was worse than a good death. It should leave decisively, just as it had for the past few years, hiding in the forest, in the dark understory, relying on Luo Yun's inner fear and living a humble life. But its heart told it that it was time to end it. It eked out a miserable existence in that dark gutter, only able to sneak out to experience its beloved sunshine before sunset, when the fire dragons were not out hunting. Then, it would return to the understory in the darkness, praying that Luo Yun's growth would not be too rapid. This kind of life was not what it wanted. It was a thug in the forest, a strong individual in a high ecological niche. Back in the forest's outer reaches, it had begun to become unlike itself under Luo Yun's daily torture. After returning to the ancient tree area, it had completely changed. Just as it was a shadow buried in Luo Yun's heart, so was Luo Yun also its shadow. Fight. Asterisk 2. At the same moment, they both made the same decision. As if by fate, after their battle with the Devil Jaw, their strengths had returned to their respective ecological niches. The two monsters, like ordinary male Rathalos and ordinary Thunderjaws, began a new round of blood and flesh battle. The setting sun was like blood, and the sunset glow on the horizon was tinged with a bright crimson hue. Luo Yun mobilized his life energy to repair his wounds. At his feet, the Thunderjaw's blood-soaked corpse lay motionless, its blood both its own and Luo Yun's. The blood had drained from the torn wound on its neck, and a small dragon jade now lay soaked in the blood. Gazing at the setting sun, Luo Yun spread his wings and roared with unbridled joy. The sound startled the birds in the forest. A roar echoed through the sky, as if informing the world. It announced the birth of a strange fire dragon. Chapter 98. A resounding roar lifted his spirits. The shackles that had long clung to his heart were finally released, and Luo Yun felt like he had been reborn. He felt an immense sense of relief. Even the wounds he sustained in battle no longer hurt. His eyes fell on the Thunderjaw's corpse. The fatal wound on its neck was where Luo Yun had bravely withstood the Thunderjaw's attack, risking the loss of his wings, and successfully bit through the beast's neck. The fist-sized dragon jade, soaked in blood, had lost most of its energy. Luo Yun thought for a moment, then picked up the dragon jade, treating it as a memento to remind him. Luo Yun flexed his injured wings. After a brief period of strengthening and self-healing, they no longer affected his ability to fly normally. Slowly flapping his wings, stirring up a gust of wind, Luo Yun found his direction and soared away. But less than a minute later, the long-awaited abominations had just landed, and before they could even begin their meal, Luo Yun had turned back. Mainly, during his flight, eager to return home, he thought of Aki, and then of the basket of healing potions. This flight had essentially depleted the survey team's inventory, and also consumed a significant amount of the rewards the fire dragon Detels had painstakingly collected and transported. Under normal circumstances, wound medicine wouldn't be so expensive, but this wasn't the old world. The survey team was extremely resource scarce, and any supplies were extremely precious, let alone life-saving medicine. Whether it was compensation for the fire dragon Detels, or a way to increase the survey team's reserves, the carcass of the Devilges was undoubtedly valuable. After Yaji's serious injury, Luo Yun saw the benefits of cooperating with the investigation team. The logistics of recovery alone were worth his time. So, the Devil's body couldn't be wasted. As for the Thunderjaw, let's just treat it as a gesture of kindness and let it return to dust. However, the Devil's body was shattered after the battle. The only parts that remained intact were its tail and its head, which had been gnawed by the dragon slayer. Luo Yun hesitated for a moment. Forget it, let's take them all. After a bit of gnawing and tearing, Luo Yun took off again, this time holding the devil choven's tail and head in his claws, and soared towards the ancient tree with a swagger. Gurgle. Halfway through his flight, his stomach growled ungraciously. It couldn't be helped. After defeating the devil choven, he already had very little energy left, and after the battle with the thunder jaw, his strength was completely depleted. Then, he actively expended his life energy, strengthening his regenerative capacity to repair his injuries. Feeling hungry was normal. Luo Yun had no choice but to visit the hunting grounds before returning to quench his hunger. A bright full moon rose in the sky, and Luo Yun rode the starlight back to his lair. Yaji didn't fall asleep, but instead stared at the cave entrance, awaiting Luo Yun's return. When Luo Yun tossed the bloody severed tail and head to the ground, Yaji finally relaxed. As always, she moved aside, making room for her warm nest, allowing Luo Yun to come in and lie down. Although she was still injured, Yaji, as usual, carefully licked Luo Yun's wounds upon his return. The fire dragon Rathalos carried the severed tail and head away, leaving the space for them. Having achieved his revenge, Luo Yun cuddled up with Yaji, who had always believed in him. They sniffed each other's scent and soon fell into a deep sleep. The constant traveling and fighting had taken their toll on Luo Yun's stamina. The next day, apart from going hunting, he lazily stayed by Yaji's side. Stripping materials was a must for the attendant cats. After a night of hard work, the fire dragon Rathalos who had remained in the ancient tree finally finished stripping the necessary materials. As for the stripped Avilge's flesh, whether it was poisonous or simply too unpalatable, even the thief dragon refused to eat it. Therefore, the cats casually tossed it to the lower levels of the ancient tree, leaving it to rot. At the Star Stronghold, the investigation team convened another battle meeting. According to the hunter's investigation, the temperature in this area of the Great Anthill Wasteland has risen significantly recently, and a large number of creatures have been leaving the area. In addition, the mane brought back by the hunting team has been confirmed by scholars to be the remains of the Flame King Dragon. Therefore, we have reason to believe that the Flame King Dragon is there. Commander Carlos glanced at the hunters present, his hands resting on the table. Everyone, this is the first time we have definitively observed traces of an ancient dragon in the New World. We must seize this opportunity and uncover the secrets of the ancient dragon fairy. The audience cheered, the hunters clasped their hands, and the scholars were also extremely excited. Carlos nodded, looking at the swordsman sitting with his hands folded, and the dragon hunter leaning against the wall. Master, the captain's injury hasn't healed yet, so you two will lead the team this time, Carlos instructed earnestly. During this investigation, in addition to our target, the Flame King Dragon, we're likely to encounter that unknown ancient dragon again. This means you could face two ancient dragons simultaneously. Your specific actions are up to you. But if the situation becomes truly dangerous, remember, your lives are paramount. Please don't push yourself. We can't afford any more losses. After hearing Carlos' words, the swordsman and the dragon hunter nodded. They were seasoned hunters, who had weathered many storms, and naturally understood how to proceed. At this stage, the investigation team's primary task was to expand the base and improve its facilities. Therefore, they could only do their best to investigate the Flame King Dragon. As Carlos had said, the team's hunters were insufficient, and they could no longer tolerate further losses. In the mountains behind the Xingshan base, Sita, wrapped in bandages, sat in a pavilion, the broken sword beside her. After waking up and realizing it could no longer hunt, it felt a wave of pain and despair, but with the Grand Captain's comfort, it gradually regained its composure. Teacher Sita, meow, is there really no way to restore you? Tonkatsu, now rejuvenated and stronger after a while, asked again. It was a little hard to accept. After rigorous training, it realized the effort and hard work required to become a hunting cat. It was far more difficult than becoming a hunter for a human. And that's especially true for a powerful hunting cat like Sita. Sita was silent for a moment, gazing out at the ocean. If I had returned to the old world, there might still be a glimmer of hope, meow, but there's no need now. Sita gently stroked the broken sword. After so many years of fighting, I'm tired, meow. In the days ahead, I want to pursue my old dream and become an excellent feline chef. Chapter 99. Seeing that Sita had truly let it go, Tonkatsu opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. This was Sita's decision, and he had no right to interfere. Besides, Sita had already said that this was his dream, so Tonkatsu had no right to say anything. Don't give me that look, meow. Don't think that just because I'm a chef, I can't guide your training. You're still far from that, meow. Seeing Tonkatsu's expression dim, Sita snorted coldly, crossing his arms and speaking fiercely. It was just that it was now covered in bandages, making it seem a little less imposing. Over time, with the death of the Devil Jado, the restlessness in the forest gradually subsided, and the ecosystem destroyed by the Devil Jado would quickly recover. It was unknown how many monsters the Devil Jado had killed along the way, but the herbivorous dragons had exploded in number, and the previously precarious ecosystem seemed to have been reborn, appearing even more stable after its recovery. The territories of the ancient tree region, long firmly occupied by monsters, had become entrenched. Now that they were vacated, many monsters from elsewhere had flocked in, bringing new vitality to the area. Luo Yun had been enjoying a relaxing life recently. The ancient tree forest's living environment was excellent, and its resources were abundant. Apart from territorial disputes, there were few battles due to the pressure of survival. Yaji's injuries had fully healed, with no remaining scars. The unused wound medicine was stored by the fire dragon Detels as a reserve resource, while the rest was distributed to other ancient tree fire dragon tribes to strengthen their cohesion. However, this period is the most difficult for all male fire dragons, with the exception of Luo Yun. The reason is that this is the time when fire dragon eggs hatch. During this period, female fire dragons are extremely irritable and sensitive. Even if a male makes a loud noise, he will be driven out by the female. The hatching fire dragon eggs are absolutely taboo. Even the deaders can only clean the outer edges of the nest under the female's vigilant gaze. If they approach the nest, they will be expelled by the female. During this period, even the most suicidal birds will not steal the eggs. Each female fire dragon lays 8 to 12 eggs, but only 3 to 5 will hatch successfully. Of these hatched fire dragons, only half will successfully grow to adulthood. Even so, fire dragons remain the most numerous Hynich flying dragon species in the world. As time passed, dragon cubs began to hatch, their large-headed cubs wailing and filling the ancient tree with a newfound liveliness. The male dragons began to hunt more frequently, while the females took on the feeding duties. The spines on their jaws grew larger and took on a hollow, tubular shape during this period. The males' hunted food was carefully shredded by the females, who then chewed it into a fine, fleshy paste and fed it to the cubs through the tubular spines. This year, however, there were some minor changes. A pair of dragons nestled near the ancient tree's canopy were the second family of dragons to begin receiving long-term care from the cats. This time, their luck was incredible. 7 cubs hatched from one batch of eggs. The female dragon was now at a loss, overwhelmed. Every day, the cubs, like young birds waiting to be fed, opened their mouths wide and constantly called out for their mother to feed them. But chewing minced meat is a delicate task. A dragon's mouth is designed for biting, not chewing, so every time, some of the cubs would go hungry. It wasn't long before 2 of the cubs began to grow weak, their nutritional deficiencies visible to the naked eye. Even during their rapid growth period, they were surprisingly smaller than their peers. But every time they waited for their mother to feed them, they were always outcompeted by their stronger siblings. By the time the other cubs had eaten, it was already too late for their turn. All cubs are the same. They need to eat multiple times a day. The daily feeding limit is set, and if they miss it, there's no way around it. This created a vicious cycle. One day, a female cat, who had been responsible for caring for the dragon couple's household, couldn't stand it anymore. Before these dragon eggs hatched, it had helped the female dragon care for them. Now, after hatching, it was being treated this way, and the female cat felt distressed. So, it secretly took some meat and chopped it up, according to how much the female dragon had chewed the food. While the female dragon was too busy to attend to the 2 tiny cubs, it fed them from a wooden bowl fashioned from the hollow spines of the female dragon, swallowing its fear. In the past, such behavior would have been a surefire way to get attacked. The sensitive dragon couple wouldn't tolerate any threat near their cubs. But perhaps because they were so familiar with each other, the cat had completely earned the dragon couple's trust, or perhaps the female dragon realized she simply couldn't care for so many cubs at once. So, upon seeing the cat's actions, the female fire dragon simply leaned forward and, while the cat trembled with fear, licked the broth from the wooden bowl. After confirming it was harmless, she continued feeding her other cubs. Seeing the female dragon lick without making any further movements, the cat understood that she had tacitly approved of her actions. A delighted expression crossed her face as she carefully handed the wooden bowl over and began to feed the 2 cubs. Watching them gulp down their food, the cat smiled as if caring for her own children. When Luo Yun learned this news from the fire dragon leader, Deter, he was also deeply surprised. A mother dragon's extreme protectiveness of her cubs is almost a universal instinct among all monsters in this world who possess a sense of family. Even if a cub dies under such extreme protection, the mother dragon will not allow another creature to approach her cubs. Unexpectedly now, some cats have broken this traditional instinct and are participating in feeding the cubs. This is undoubtedly a new development, indicating that the symbiotic relationship between the ancient tree fire dragons and the fire dragon community has become even closer. If this continues, the two sides may become inseparable. Although this is currently a special case, most fire dragon families are still very wary of cats while raising their cubs. However, Luo Yun believes that with time, this phenomenon will continue to occur until it becomes the norm. At this moment, Luo Yun secretly wondered if this trend continues, when the legendary Azure Star arrives in the new world in the future, seeking to obtain fire dragon materials to craft equipment, and thus comes to the ancient tree, will he then be backstabbed by the cats? The thought of a combined attack by fire dragons and their attendant cats excites the dragon. Chapter 100. Just as the ancient tree steadily progressed in its new direction, deep within the great Ant Mound wasteland, this time, the investigation team dispatched a total of 16 hunters and their respective followers, plus 4 editors, to search for the location of the Flame King Dragon. At night, the evening breeze carried away the last vestiges of heat from the wasteland, and the temperature plummeted throughout the great Ant Mound wasteland. The creatures that inhabited the wasteland year-round returned to their nests early, huddled there to conserve their body heat. The investigation team chatted around the campfire. Compared to other areas of the great Ant Mound wasteland, the temperature here seemed less drastic at night due to the presence of the Flame King Dragon. As an ancient dragon of fire, the Flame King Dragon's mere presence, without intentionally restraining its power, would raise the temperature in the area. During the day, unsuspecting individuals who accidentally entered the area where the Flame King Dragon resided might even mistakenly believe it was an extremely hot day. Hey, Falcon. Are there many of these fanghounds in your hometown? Falcon, the double sword user who was brushing a fanghound's coat, looked up at the questioner and nodded gently. Yes, many. Fanghounds are naturally docile and loyal. In my hometown, they're every hunter's best friend and an indispensable aid in our hunts. Hearing Falcon's words, the fanghound, with its cross-shaped forehead, gently licked the back of its master's hand and rested its head on his crossed legs. Huh? Don't you have fellow cats there? Yes, of course. In our village, there are professionals who train fanghounds. Fellow cats also have dedicated instructors to train them as followers. Wow! So, wouldn't the hunters in your village be able to use both Phalanx followers and fanghounds? Hunting would be much easier that way, wouldn't it? Hearing Falcon's response, the hunter said with a hint of envy. Then his gaze fell on the peacefully crouching fanghound, his eyes lighting up. You know, ever since leaving the base and arriving in this area, Falcon has mostly been riding on the fanghound. This small fanghound creature is not only incredibly powerful, but also possesses exceptional stamina and endurance. It can keep up with the group, carrying Falcon, no matter the terrain. Even on flat sections, it still has enough stamina to keep sprinting. It's fair to say that everyone was exhausted after so long, searching this area on foot. But Falcon, however, remained effortlessly at ease, a stark contrast to his fellow hunters. Having a companion like this can significantly alleviate pre-hunt fatigue, allowing the hunter to have more energy for the battle. Falcon simply smiled gently at the hunter's words. For the hunters of Yanhua village, having 2 followers does make daily hunting missions much easier. However, the nightmare that recurs every 50 years remains a constant sword hanging over the heads of everyone in Yanhua village. Each night parade of the 100 dragons brings immense losses to the village. This is why, despite the fact that hunters can better protect the village with the help of 2 followers, Yanhua village has still not developed over the years. Speaking of Falcon, is this kind of fanghound difficult to breed? I hadn't even heard of it before I met you. No, the success rate for training fanghounds is about the same as the success rate for training Phalanx followers. The reason you haven't heard of it is probably because my village is so remote. Even if there are extra fanghounds, they're generally given priority to Eldred across the sea. I see. The hunter nodded thoughtfully, then sighed. Alas, what a waste of such a great hunting partner. Wouldn't it be great if we could find fanghounds in the new world? Even as a replacement? That would greatly improve our mobility. Actually, it's not impossible. At this moment, the one-handed user, who had been silently listening to the 2 people's conversation, suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of several people nearby. There was no way around it. Falcon's fanghounds were truly dazzling while traveling. They were all very interested in this loyal beast, which could serve as a mount, assist in hunting, and was very loyal. The group's gazes fell upon him. One-handed Sure stiffened for a moment, then coughed softly and said, "Have you forgotten the fire dragon detail warriors of the ancient tree fire dragon clan in the stronghold?" After One-handed Sure's words, everyone instantly understood his meaning. Each of these detail warriors, calling themselves fire dragon detail, possessed their own unique thief dragon. These normally sneaky and aggressive creatures, tamed by the fire dragon detail, had become not only remarkably docile but also undaunted in their hunting. Based solely on their current performance, while they weren't as human-like as the Falcon's Fang Hounds, they also possessed unique combat techniques. But these could be acquired through training. So, could those thieves they always looked down upon actually possess the qualities of a Fang Hound? The hunters' hearts flared with excitement, but then they remembered that the thieves, kept in specially designated enclosures at the base, ignored everyone except the fire dragons, the deeters. Even when the researchers came to feed them, they simply ate silently, not even glancing at them. Could the research team truly tame such thieves? Seeing the hunter sit back down, the one-handed master rolled his eyes, and deliberately coughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention again. Then, with a tone of disappointment, he said, "I know what you're thinking. It's simply that we can't communicate with the thieves. We can't even take the first step of taming, let alone the subsequent training, right? You know, and yet you're asking?" Everyone nodded. "Well, can't you use your brains? Don't you think about who these thieves belong to?" The one-handed master put down his water bottle, a look of helplessness on his face. Whose else could it be? The fire dragon details. The hunter, wiping his axe with his muscles, snorted. "Don't interrupt me if I say you're stupid," the one-handed master retorted, then looked at the mostly pensive hunters and continued. "While we can't tame the thief dragons, the fire dragon details can. Don't forget, we're allies." "We understand. You mean we can entrust the fire dragon details to help us train a batch of thief dragons? Isn't that right?" The one-handed master nodded, spreading his hands. "See, it's so simple. With the fire dragon details' help, taming the thief dragons will be a piece of cake. As for the subsequent thief dragon training plan, isn't Falcon here? We can refer to their village's training methods and come up with a feasible training method, right?" "Oh." Some people were already clapping excitedly. "That makes sense." At the outermost edge of the temporary camp, the swordsman master had listened to the entire conversation. He turned to look at the dragon hunter beside him, who had already begun to ponder. Although there were scholars within the first group, the brains of the first group were actually this taciturn yet powerful dragon hunter. "What do you think?" "It's very feasible. After this mission is completed, we can hold a meeting to discuss it. The young scholar from the second group, who has taken over the research group, might be able to further refine this idea," the dragon hunter replied. In a short period of time, the young dragon scholar from the second group had not only perfectly arranged the research group, but had also thoroughly streamlined the personnel arrangements for the entire base, the subsequent planning schedule, and the allocation of resources. He was a rare and elite talent. When the time came, he would definitely deliver a satisfactory result for everyone. The swordsman nodded. He was only mentioning it casually. He was a pure hunter, and this wasn't his forte. Since the dragon hunter had said so, there shouldn't be any problems. The hunters began discussing the fire dragon deter's help in taming the thief dragon. The mood in the camp suddenly brightened, and the mental fatigue from the day's exploration was greatly relieved. "By the way, Falcon, why did you come to the New World?" At this point, a fellow hunter in Falcon's group asked curiously. This was generally the most common question among the survey team. Most hunters came to hunt the ancient dragon, but a few had other motives. So, while this topic was the most common, it was also the hottest. "Me." Falcon looked up at the starry sky, the gentle smile on his face vanishing without a trace. His tone was heavy, as if he was missing his hometown, or perhaps reminiscing about something. "The village of Flame, where I live, is very small. The hunters trained there don't usually leave for long, and most going on trade missions to neighboring villages or Elgard. The village chief said I was the most adventurous hunter in the village, and that my life shouldn't be confined to that place. So, with everyone's support, I left the village with Fang and sailed across the ocean to East Dorma. My purpose in coming to the New World is simple, to become stronger and gain more hunting experience. When I retire, I can return to the village to teach the younger generation and train outstanding hunters for the village." Falcon stroked Fanghound's mane, but he had something else to say. He would never forget the night parade of 100 dragons 19 years ago, when his father, an ordinary man, headed for the defense post with a gentle smile, only to never return. He also could not forget the terrifying monster, swirling with purple will-o'-the-wisp fire, that, accompanied by the night parade of 100 dragons, rushed into the village and wreaked havoc. If it weren't for Uncle Dowan, the village's strongest hunter back then, who fought it off with all his might, the village would likely have been completely destroyed. The others noticed Falcon's low mood, exchanged glances, and changed the subject, though their voices dropped considerably. Yaya, noticing his master's distress, nudged his stomach with his head, as if to comfort him. I'm fine. I just missed the dumplings from the village. Anyway, and stewed cat rice is better. Yaya, how about we bring back an Elu cat who can cook cat rice? Woof. Yaya chirped in agreement. The village is great in every way. The only downside is that no one has a natural culinary talent, not even one. Early the next morning, everyone, divided into groups of 4, spread out again throughout the area to search for the Flame King Dragon. The Great Ant Mound wasteland is vast. Even if only 20 people were scattered across a single area, they wouldn't make much of a fuss. Not to mention the numerous underground caves within the wasteland, where the Flame King Dragon would retreat at night or to rest. This made the investigation team's search even more difficult. At this point, the investigation team hadn't yet fully penetrated the ancient tree forest and the Great Ant Mound wasteland, and hadn't contacted the deter tribe deep within the wasteland. Coupled with a shortage of manpower, the investigation would consume a considerable amount of time and effort. This situation persisted for many years, only beginning to improve once more manpower was available. What is this? The thorn of that unknown ancient dragon? The swordsmanship master dug through the sand, unearthed the bony thorn, and handed it to the editor in the team. The editor took the thorn, flipped open his notebook, and found a simplified diagram of the intact thorn the Grand Commander had held before he passed out. After carefully comparing them, he nodded to the swordsmanship master. Indeed, the characteristics are largely consistent. Aside from the texture being less hard than the one we brought back, there's not much difference. After hearing the investigator's words, the swordsman let out a slow breath. Since that ancient dragon has left traces here, I'm afraid the flame dragon isn't far away. Everyone, brace yourself. This time, we might face 2 ancient dragons simultaneously. The swordsman gazed at the deserted land covered in yellow sand, feeling the unusually high temperature in the air. He had a premonition that they would soon meet the flame dragon. Swish. 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 3 red flares shot into the sky. Falcon, his teammates, and his followers all drank the prepared cold drinks, their eyes warily fixed on a nearby sand pile. A massive creature sat quietly at the highest point, seemingly basking in the sun. It simply sat there quietly, yet it was like a second sun. The air around it began to distort due to the intense heat. The nearby cacti couldn't withstand the heat, their moisture rapidly evaporating, leaving them wilted. Is this the Flame King Dragon? Strange, it doesn't have the fiery temper the legends say. It's clearly spotted us, but it shows no sign of attacking. Why? The one-handed user was puzzled. He'd been startled when he saw the Flame King Dragon emerge from behind the sand pile, and even prepared to fight to the death. But the giant fire cat simply glanced at them, before strolling to the top of the sand pile to leisurely bask in the sun, completely oblivious to their presence. I don't know, but this is a good thing. We see what to do once the sword master and the others arrive.